Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 2877 to Chapter 2929. Zhao Hai didn't stay at Qi Mo's wedding for a long time. He knew that this was the time for these people to curry favor with Qi Mo. And if he was there, these people would feel uncomfortable. After all, what he did before made these people feel afraid. After watching Qi Mo and the others toast, Zhao Hai led Laura and the others back to the Heaven's secret building. Although Zhao Hai could turn these people into undead and ask where they were hiding, Zhao Hai didn't do so. This was because he knew that he couldn't get involved with the desolate race's matters. Otherwise, not only would the desolate race be dissatisfied, even Qi Mo would be dissatisfied. Although he had made it clear to Qi Mo that he disdained the desolate race's patriarch position, it was hard to say whether Qi Mo would believe him or not. After returning to the Heaven's secret building, Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others sat in the living room. Laura said, "Brother Hai, do you think that we should leave? We've been in the desolate world for quite some time. Isn't it time to leave?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, we should leave. First, we'll go to the War God's realm to take a look. Then we'll go to the Beast Colosseum. I want to see what kind of races are in there." Megan said, "Brother Hai, the desolate race is currently preparing to solve the problem of their armor. Can we leave at this time? I'm afraid that their problem would be discovered by the other party. If the other party discovers their problem and uses their ability, then it would be a huge blow to the desolate race." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and nodded, "That's true. If the other party really makes a move, then the desolate race would be in big trouble. And if the other party is a demon, then the desolate race's troubles would be even bigger. It seems like we can't leave in a short period of time." Laura smiled and said, "Actually, we can leave. We can leave the Heaven's secret building here and then return to the War God's realm. When we get there, we can use the War God's fort." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and nodded, "That's a good idea. Alright, let's do that. We should go back and prepare." Unlike Zhao Hai, Qi Mo and the others were very nervous. On the second day of the wedding, Qi Mo called Dong Shun and the others to his office. After they sat down, Qi Mo looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Although we dealt with Qi He's group tomorrow, when we sent people to deal with the Chao family, Chao Kong's people disappeared. For us, this is definitely not good news. This means that the 18 major families still have deep roots in the deserted world, and there are still people covering for them. Otherwise, the Chao family wouldn't have disappeared without a trace." Everyone nodded. Dong Shun said, "Patriarch, do you think we should ask Mr. Zhao Hai to come forward? From Qi He and the others, we should be able to find out where the remaining members of the 18 major families are." Qi Mo pondered for a moment and did not speak. Wu Tong wanted to persuade him, but he was stopped by Dong Shun. Dong Shun could see through Qi Mo's intentions. It seemed like Qi Mo did not want Zhao Hai to interfere too much with the desolate race's matters. Qi Mo also noticed Dong Shun's actions, but he did not say anything. To be honest, after he became the patriarch, his mentality had undergone a huge change compared to when he was the commander of the 5th Corps. He really did not want Zhao Hai to interfere too much with the desolate race's matters. To be precise, he was afraid of Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai said that he was not interested in the desolate race's patriarch position, Qi Mo still had to be wary of Zhao Hai. This was because he knew Zhao Hai's strength very well. As long as Zhao Hai was willing, he could be finished as the desolate race's patriarch at any time. Furthermore, he no longer treated Dong Shun and the others as brothers like when he was in the 5th Division. Instead, he treated them as his subordinates. This was a change in mentality that even he himself didn't realize. Seeing that everyone was silent, Qi Mo opened his mouth and said, "We can't trouble Mr. Zhao for everything. How about this, send someone to interrogate Qi He and the others. See if we can get anything out of them." Qi He nodded and said, "All right." Wu Tong said in a deep voice, "But Patriarch, Qi He and the others are very stubborn. It will not be easy to get them to speak." Qi Mo looked at the sorcery passageway and said, "If they don't speak, can't you think of a way to get them to speak? I don't care what method you use, pry open their mouths." When Wu Tong heard Qi Mo's words, his heart trembled. He said in a deep voice, "Yes, Patriarch. I understand." At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Qi Mo was stunned for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "Come in." Just as he said that, a person pushed the door open and walked in. Qiamo saw that it was Yu Fei. Qiamo was not surprised. Although he was married to Yu Fei did not stay at home doing nothing. On the contrary, Yu Fei was now Qiamo's secretary. Yu Fei walked in with an ugly expression and said to Qiamo, "Patriarch, I just received news that Qi He and the others committed suicide in prison." Upon hearing this news, Qiamo's expression could not help but change. He suddenly stood up and said, "What happened? Why did they suddenly commit suicide?" Yu Fei shook her head and said, "We still don't know about Xiangwei's situation. I think we should go to the scene and take a look. These people were locked up in the Imperial Guard's barracks, so they shouldn't have been killed. Therefore, we can be sure that they committed suicide. But as for how they committed suicide, we still don't know." Qiamo walked outside while saying, "First, block this news. Also, I think we should ask Mr. Zhao Hai to come over. Maybe he can see something. Even if he can't, we should see if he can turn Qi He and the others into undead. If he can, then we should be able to get some information." Yu Fei nodded and immediately sent someone to invite Zhao Hai. Before long, Qiamo and the others arrived at the barracks. To be honest, the place where Qiamo locked up Qi He and the others was very good. It wasn't a prison, but inside a warship. The conditions were very good. However, Qi He and the others were now dead. Upon entering Qi He's room, Qiamo couldn't help but frown. It was clear that Qi He hadn't been touched since his death. He was lying on the bed with a dark complexion. One could see that he was poisoned to death. Upon seeing that Qi He was poisoned to death, Qiamo's complexion became gloomy. He said, "Who was responsible for guarding Qi He? How did he get poisoned to death? What did he eat?" At this time, the person who followed Qiamo came out. He cupped his fist and said, "Patriarch, I'm responsible for them. They ate the set meal in the barracks, nothing else." Qiamo looked at the person who spoke and suppressed the anger in his heart. This was because the person who spoke was one of his trusted subordinates. This person had been with him for many years, and their relationship wasn't any worse than Dong Shun's. At this time, this person was already in charge of a branch of the Imperial Guard. Qiamo suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a deep voice, "When did you find them dead?" The person said in a deep voice, "This morning, when I was delivering food to them, I found them dead. Patriarch, there are fixed sentries here. Furthermore, the food that was delivered to them was tested for poison in advance. It was definitely not a homicide." Qiamo nodded and said, "I believe you. Go on." The person cupped his fist at Qiamo and turned to leave. Qiamo looked around the room again. This was a room inside the battleship, so he was very familiar with it. Besides the door, there were no other entrances or exits. It can be said that there was absolutely no possibility of murder in this room. This made Qiamo frown even more. He didn't believe that the other party committed suicide. However, all the signs pointed to suicide, which made Qiamo even more surprised. At this moment, a member of the desolate race walked over and cupped his fist at Qiamo. "Patriarch, Mr. Zhao Hai has arrived." Qiamo immediately said, "Quickly invite Mr. Zhao Hai in." The person responded and turned to leave. After a while, Zhao Hai walked in from outside. Qiamo cupped his fist at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao Hai. I invited you here so early because this matter needs Mr. Zhao Hai's help." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brother Qi is too polite. Let me take a look first." After saying that, he walked to Qi He's side. Looking at Qi He's stiff body, the color of his skin, and the expression on his face, he finally sighed. Qiamo looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "What happened, Mr. Zhao Hai? Was it a homicide or a suicide?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "It can be said to be a homicide, but it can also be said to be a suicide." Zhao Hai's words confused Qiamo. He looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled look. Zhao Hai looked at Qiamo and said, "Qi He and the others had taken a poison in advance. This poison needs to be taken within a specified time, otherwise they would die. This poison is very overbearing, it can be used directly on the body. But when the poison takes effect, it can even extinguish a person's soul. Because of this, even I can't turn them into undead. It seems like the other party had already noticed my existence and came up with this method to make sure that I don't get any information. GMO nodded, then he said, he and the others have already taken note of my existence. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, GMO couldn't help but feel regret. He said, if I knew this earlier, I would have killed them on the spot and asked Mr. to turn them into undead. Unfortunately, I can't get anything out of him. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's not that simple. If the other party knew that I have this ability, then they would certainly think of a way to guard against it. If I'm not wrong, then the other party must have thought that I would do this. Therefore, when I killed them, the poison would flare up and extinguish their souls. When that time comes, I still wouldn't be able to do anything to the corpses. It seems like the other party's thinking is very meticulous. GMO couldn't help but say, hateful, all the clues have been cut off. This is too hateful. Zhao Hai looked at GMO and said, isn't there still the Chow family? Did the Chow family die as well? GMO shook his head and said, the Chow family didn't die, but all of them have disappeared. Moreover, I can't find them even if I wanted to. It's too hateful. It seems like I'll have to carry out a big purge. Upon hearing GMO, Zhao Hai stared, then he said, so it's like that. Brother Qi, I think I should go to the Chow family and take a look. I learned an ability from them that allows me to see what happened a few days ago. This ability is very useful for tracking. How about it? Do you want me to try it? Although the Chow family was not a large family clan in the desolate race, it was not considered a small family clan either. If not, their family clan would not have the qualifications to marry into the Yu family. The entire Chow family had a population of nearly 100,000 people. They lived in 5 of the desolate race's cities. Although their main residence was not in Desolate City, it was still in one of the larger cities in the desolate race. And their main residence had nearly 30,000 people living there. It could be considered a large residence. But now, this large residence was empty. The entire residence was empty. Everything in the residence had been moved away. It had even been cleaned up, making it look very clean. Zhao Hai and GMO were now on top of the mansion. Looking down at the sprawling mansion, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, they're really well prepared. I think they've already started moving before Chow Yu made her move. To be able to hide 100,000 people, they're really good. Zhao Hai nodded. GMO looked at the residence and snorted coldly. It looks like I underestimated the power of the 18 large family clans. These fellows really can't be underestimated. Brother Zhao, the rest is up to you. Previously, GMO had addressed Zhao Hai as Mr. Zhao Hai, but now, he had changed it to Brother Zhao. This subtle change in address was noticed by Zhao Hai. He knew the changes in GMO's heart, but he did not explain. He only nodded and said, all right, no problem. After saying that, Zhao Hai directed people to place small arrays around the residence. They were placed in a certain position. In fact, this was just Zhao Hai putting on an act. If he wanted to see what had happened a few days ago, there was no need for him to do so. After the arrays were placed, Zhao Hai formed seals with his hands and softly chanted an incantation. After a while, he waved his hand and a white beam of light shot out from his hand. Following that, the arrays in the residence began to emit white beams of light, fusing with the white beams in his hand. Finally, the entire residence was covered in white light. After a while, the white light disappeared, and human figures suddenly appeared in the house. These human figures were not real, and they looked somewhat illusory. These people were busy in the house, and it was obvious that they were packing things. Among them, there were a few who were dressed extravagantly, and it was obvious that they were the people in charge of the Chow family. While GMO was looking at those figures, a voice was heard. This voice was very low. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't be able to hear it. After listening carefully, GMO heard that the voice was coming from inside the house. With Zhao Hai's ability, not only could he see what happened a few days ago, he could also hear what those people were saying. GMO couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at Zhao Hai. He discovered that Zhao Hai's eyes were half closed as he stood there with sweat on his forehead. At this moment, the voices in the house were getting louder. GMO snapped out of his daze and focused his attention on the interior of the house. After a while, GMO's eyes lit up. This was because he had heard the people in the house mention a place many times, Demon Island. Demon Island was a very famous place in the entire desolate world. It was a large island that was alone in the sea. Of course, this wasn't the most famous place. The most famous thing about it was that there was an unknown poison on Demon Island. The plants and animals there were all poisonous. Furthermore, the island would occasionally produce poisonous fog, and that poisonous fog was enough to take people's lives. It was because of this that although the desolate race knew of Demon Island's existence, no one would go there. It was a forgotten place. If he had not heard the people in the house mention that place, Xianxia would have long forgotten about it. When Xianxia heard about Demon Island, he knew that he would definitely be able to find something there. Therefore, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, it's done." Zhao Hai let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, all the figures in the house had disappeared. The white light from the arrays had also disappeared. Zhao Hai turned to look at Xianxia and said, "Brother Qi, did you find any clues?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Right, I found it. Devil Island. I didn't expect them to hide there. Everything on Devil Island is poisonous. Moreover, from time to time, there would be poisonous fog. It's simply unsuitable for people to live there. How could they hide there?" Xianxia nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You'll have to go there to find out. Brother Qi, since I'm done here, I'll be returning first. If there's anything you need me for, you can find me at the Heaven's Secret Tower. I'll be returning to the War God realm soon, so the Heaven's Secret Tower will be there. I'll also leave some people there. If you need them, you can send them a message that I'll be back. Goodbye." After he said that, Zhao Hai kept his fists towards Xianxia before turning around to leave. When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to leave. This was really unexpected. Xianxia quickly understood that Zhao Hai didn't want to waste time with the desolate race. He really didn't care about the desolate race. Thinking about how he was still on guard against Zhao Hai, Xianxia couldn't help but feel his face turn red. Zhao Hai quickly returned to the Heaven's Secret Tower. Laura and the others knew what happened. Therefore, when Zhao Hai entered the Heaven's Secret Tower, Laura and the others immediately greeted him and said, "Brother Hai, what happened? Are you not going to take a look at Demon Island?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'll definitely go, but not now. If they really have a way to deal with Demon Island, then why didn't the desolate race go there all these years? Would they still treat Demon Island as a forbidden area? The reason why they treat Demon Island as a forbidden area is because they don't have a way to deal with it. Let Xianxia go there. They only came to us because they were rebuffed there." Laura nodded and said, "That's also good. Let Xianxia know how formidable you are. Brother Hai, I can see that Xianxia is still on guard against you. I really don't know what he's thinking. Why is he on guard against you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's very simple. It's because we have a power that he can't control. And this power can even remove him from his position at any time. How can he not be on guard against me?" Laura sighed and said, "Once a person has power, will they change? I didn't think that a person like Xianxia would become like this. It's really hard to imagine." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, let's go back and take a look at the War God's realm. Now that some realms have entered the War God's realm, we should go back and take a look. I think we should find some time to return to the Void Realm. What do you think?" Laura nodded and said, "We should go back and take a look. We haven't returned to the Void Realm for a long time. It's good to go back and take a look." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Let's go, we'll return to the War God's realm. We'll leave this place to Fateless. In any case, there's nothing to do here. But I don't think it's suitable for us to go to the Beast Colosseum right now. When we deal with the desolate race, we'll go to the Beast Colosseum. I don't want to fight on two fronts. The Beast Colosseum isn't that simple. If we really suffer a loss while we're busy dealing with the desolate race, then it would be troublesome. It's better to be safe." Laura nodded and said, "Alright, then let's go and take a look at the War God's realm. Then we'll return to the Void Realm. After we deal with the desolate race, then we'll go to the Beast Colosseum. In any case, we're not in a hurry." Right, Brother Hai, do you want to go to the Beast Colosseum to see if we can meet the foreign demons there? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, that's what I meant. There are a lot of races in the Colosseum. If we can meet the foreign demons there, then it would be a good thing for us. We can explore the foreign demons first before finding a way to deal with them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Laura and the others nodded. They knew that their biggest enemy right now was none other than the extraterritorial demons. Zhao Hai called Ji Wuming over and gave him some instructions. Then he returned to the war god's realm. Upon returning, he immediately released the fort and sent people to contact the realms that had entered the war god's realm. The realms that entered the war god's realm were those that followed Zhao Hai to deal with the war god's realm. But when they arrived, they didn't see Zhao Hai. This made them confused, they didn't know what was going on. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. The war god's realm wasn't small, they didn't know where Zhao Hai was hiding. If Zhao Hai was still in the war god's realm, then Zhao Hai wouldn't let them off. They didn't want to offend Zhao Hai. The more Zhao Hai didn't appear, the more nervous they became. But now that Zhao Hai sent people to contact them, they didn't feel nervous at all. In any place, there must be a certain amount of order. Even those particularly chaotic places would have a certain amount of order. It was just that this order was invisible to ordinary people. After contacting the realms, Zhao Hai didn't care about them anymore. He already gave them a territory where they can mine and practice. Zhao Hai made these rules so that they can only mine from their own realms. As for the practice area, it was inevitable that there would be conflicts. This was the way of life for cultivators, nobody could change it. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't want to change it. However, he still established some forbidden martial cities. These forbidden martial cities were actually cities in the war god's realm. But now, there were no longer people from the war god's realm in these cities. People from other realms can trade here, but they weren't allowed to use force inside the city. During this time, more and more realms entered the war god's realm. Outside of the forbidden martial cities, there were also conflicts happening from time to time. Zhao Hai turned a blind eye to this situation. As long as it wasn't inside the forbidden martial cities, he wouldn't care. But if it was inside the forbidden martial cities, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. Regarding this rule, the people from other realms agreed. They also wanted a place where they could trade freely. However, if this place was too chaotic, then it wouldn't be good for anyone. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't collect taxes in the forbidden martial cities. This was also the main reason why people could easily accept the forbidden martial cities. On the surface of the sea, huge battleships whistled past. There were nearly 10,000 ships, 10 of them were large ships while the rest were small ships. GMO was standing inside the Overlord. The Overlord was still his flagship, but he would soon return to the Overlord. After all, he was the patriarch of a patriarch, so he had a lot of things to do. Yufei was standing by Chimo's side. She was also looking outside as she said, Brother Mo, this time, we've dispatched everyone. What if they aren't in Demon Island? When there are people, Yufei would call Mo patriarch. When there's no one, she would call Mo Brother Mo. This was something she learned from Laura and the others. Mo replied, if they aren't in Demon Island, then we should be able to find some clues here. Even if we can't find anything, we still need to flatten the island. Yufei didn't say anything, she just stood by Chimo's side and said, I feel that Mr. Zhao Hai knows something, but he's not sure. What do you think is going on? Chimo replied, no matter what Zhao Hai knows, he's not sure. Otherwise, he would have told me. Moreover, he already told us the method to make the mech armors as well as the method to remove the loopholes. This is enough to prove his intentions. Yufei replied, I don't doubt Mr. Zhao Hai's sincerity. But Brother Qi, why didn't Mr. Zhao Hai come with us this time? He's a ghost cultivator, so he should have some understanding of poisons. Mo sighed and said, he's trying to avoid arousing suspicion. You can say that he single-handedly overthrew the 18 noble clans. We're just supporting him from the sidelines. We know this, and so does he. Since he doesn't want the deserted world, he naturally has to avoid arousing suspicion. He's afraid that his limelight will overshadow mine. If that happens, it won't be good. Yufei turned her head to Mo. Her expression was heavy as she said, Brother Mo, have you ever doubted Mr. Zhao Hai? A while ago, I felt that you seemed to have been on guard against him. Mo sighed and said, we have no choice but to be on guard. Zhao Hai's strength is too strong. When he dealt with the 18 great clans, why didn't the legions take action? Even the legions guarding Desolate City didn't take action. Wasn't that strange? Later on, I investigated and found out that it wasn't that those people didn't want to make a move, but they couldn't. When Zhao Hai was fighting with the 18 families, their battleships couldn't be activated at all, and their mechas couldn't be used. Under such circumstances, what could they use to make a move? And all of this couldn't be a coincidence, right? It must be Zhao Hai who did it first, right? But when did they do it? How did he do it? If one day, he uses such a method to deal with us, what will happen to us? Have you ever thought about it? Yufei looked at Mo and sighed. It's precisely because of this that you can't guard against Mr. Zhao Hai. Is it useful to guard against him? If he really wants to deal with you, can you guard against him? Brother Mo, there are some people that you can't guard against because you can't guard against them. Mo stared blankly, then his expression changed. He finally realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. He thought that he would be fine as long as he guarded against Zhao Hai. However, he didn't realize that he couldn't guard against Zhao Hai at all. His defensive methods were useless against Zhao Hai. Thinking of this, Mo couldn't help but turn to Yufei and ask, how did you know that I was guarding against Zhao Hai? Yufei smiled bitterly and said, the entire desolate world saw it. Mr. Zhao Hai also saw it. Otherwise, why do you think he's been hiding in the Tianji Pavilion and not coming out? Recently, he even directly returned to the war god's realm. Brother Mo, you've changed. You value the power in your hands too much. Don't forget that you were able to smoothly sit in this position because of Mr. Zhao Hai and because the conflict between the 18 great clans and the ordinary clans has reached an irreconcilable point. If you value power too much, sooner or later, you'll walk the same path as the 18 great clans. Boom. Yufei's words were like a heavy hammer that hit Mo's head. Mo felt that his mind was in chaos. Even breathing became difficult. He stood there and didn't speak for a long time. His mind kept replaying Yufei's words and the things he did after becoming the patriarch. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Before long, his head was covered in a layer of cold sweat. A pair of gentle hands gently wiped away the cold sweat on his head. Mo turned his head and saw that it was Yufei. He couldn't help but reach out and pull her into his embrace, softly saying, Yufei, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have made an even bigger mistake. It's good to have you by my side to remind me. Yufei hugged Mo and said in a deep voice, Brother Mo, you're my man. I understand you. You're not a person who covets power. The reason you've become like this is because you've just gained power. You're my man, so of course I'll do everything for your own good. Mo didn't say anything and just hugged Yufei tightly. He was really moved. If it weren't for Yufei's reminder, he wouldn't have realized that he had changed. He wouldn't have realized that he had made such a big mistake when dealing with his relationship with Zhao Hai. This mistake would very likely lead to his death in the future. After a while, Mo calmed down. He let go of Yufei and smiled at her. His face actually showed a trace of relaxation. Yufei also revealed a gentle smile when she saw Mo's expression. Mo heaved a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, it looks like after we return, I will have to find Mr. Zhao Hai and have a good drink. Yufei, to be honest, I really admire Mr. Zhao Hai now. He treats power like dirt. Most importantly, he knows when to fight and when to retreat. Take this time as an example. If he were to really fight with me, then the desolate race would probably be finished. But Mr. Zhao is different. He doesn't seem to care about those things, but he does care about other things. For example, he cares about people. He cares about Laura and the others, as well as those who are his friends. He would help those people selflessly. A person like him wouldn't be confined to one place. He can be friends with us, but after he helps us solve our problems, he would leave. This is because what he pursues is the great Tao, not the things in front of him. These things really don't have any attraction to him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Mr. Zhao is different from us. Most cultivators would think of all kinds of ways to pass down their inheritances, in order to ascend. But Mr. Zhao is different. He doesn't seem to care about those things, but he does care about other things. For example, he cares about people like Laura and the others, as well as those who are his friends. GMO nodded, then he sighed and said, these things really don't attract him. I didn't see this point before. Yufei, it's fortunate that you're here. Yufei smiled and didn't say anything. At this time, Dong Shun arrived at Chimo's side. He cupped his fist and said, Patriarch, we're about to arrive at Demon Island. GMO nodded, then he turned his head to Dong Shun and smiled faintly. Alright, why are you being so polite with me? Later on, just call me Captain like before. If there are other people, then call me Patriarch. Dong Shun nodded, then he turned to Dong Shun and smiled faintly. When Dong Shun heard Chimo, he couldn't help but stare. When he saw the smile on Chimo's face, Dong Shun's heart couldn't help but warm up. He felt that the captain that he was familiar with had returned. Dong Shun was a smart person, so he noticed that after Chimo became the patriarch, his entire person had changed. This change might not be noticed by many people, but Dong Shun did. After so many days, although Chimo still had a smile on his face, it looked fake. Because of this, Dong Shun was very careful when he came in contact with Chimo. Now that he saw the smile on Chimo's face, Dong Shun had a feeling that Chimo had returned. He knew that the captain that he knew had returned. Dong Shun's eyes couldn't help but turn red. He cupped his fist and said, Yes, Captain. Demon Island is just ahead. What should we do next? A trace of sadness flashed through Chimo's eyes. He said in a deep voice, Get ready. Send a mecha squad to enter the island first. Remember, tell them to open the protective shield. The poisonous gas on Demon Island is no joke. Dong Shun nodded and said, Yes, I'll immediately arrange it. Then he cupped his fist towards Chimo before turning around and leaving. After Dong Shun left, Chimo smiled bitterly, then he turned to Yufei and said, Yufei, did you notice Dong Shun's expression? It seems like he also noticed that something was wrong with me, it's just that he didn't say anything. Yufei smiled faintly and said, He can't say anything. This kind of thing can only be said by your wife. If even I can't persuade you, then it's useless for others to say anything. Dong Shun is a smart person. You can see that you've changed, but at the same time, he also adjusted his position well. Therefore, these days, he's been doing things according to the rules, he hasn't stepped out of line. He's a good subordinate and a good brother. Chimo nodded, then he sighed and said, I'm really lucky to have a virtuous person like you by my side, constantly reminding me. I also have so many good brothers, as well as Zhao Hai who selflessly helps me. I, Chimo, am really lucky. Yufei smiled faintly and said, Because you're worth it. If you weren't, then nobody would help you. Brother Mo, do you think that we can smoothly take Devil Island this time? When Chimo heard Yufei, he turned silent. After some time, he sighed and said, It won't be that easy. If Devil Island is that easy to conquer, then it wouldn't be a forbidden area. Additionally, Zhao Hai didn't come with us this time. I'm afraid that there are some problems that we can't solve. If we want to take Devil Island in a short time, then I'm afraid that it would be difficult. What I'm curious about is, if those fellows from the 18 great clans are really on Devil Island, then how did they survive? Or are they not on Devil Island at all? Is this just a trap? Yufei frowned, then she turned to Chimo and said, Then what should we do? Should we invite Mr. Zhao Hai? If Mr. Zhao Hai can come, then we can relax a little. His undead shouldn't be afraid of the island's poison, right? Chimo sighed and shook his head, Forget it. Let's wait and see. It's not that I'm wary of Zhao Hai, but because of Mr. Zhao Hai's status. After all, he isn't a member of the desolate race. He will leave sooner or later. If our desolate race wants to develop, then we have to rely on ourselves. If we were to ask Zhao Hai for help every time we encounter a problem, then what will we do when Zhao Hai leaves? When that happens, it will have a great impact on our fighting strength and morale. So if we can't ask him for help, then we shouldn't. If we can solve it ourselves, then we should solve it ourselves. Yufei nodded. She knew that what Qiamo said was right. If he were to walk while holding on to something, then by the time he put it down, he might not be able to walk anymore. If you want to learn how to walk, run, and jump, then you have to walk by yourself. Don't be afraid of falling, because every time you fall, you will learn how to walk. The fleet quickly arrived at the periphery of Devil Island. Although Qiamo and the others had heard of Devil Island and how big it was, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. They never thought that Devil Island would be so big. The entire Devil Island surface area wasn't much smaller than the Desolate Realms continent. The island was filled with green plants, and flocks of birds were constantly flying around the forest. It looked like a paradise. This made Qiamo and the others stare blankly. They didn't think that the infamous Devil Island would be like this. However, when they looked inside, their complexions changed. This was because Devil Island was filled with a layer of fog. This fog was white and didn't look any different from the fog outside. However, this fog didn't disperse for a long time. It covered the entire island, making them unable to see the situation inside. Qiamo said, "I didn't think that Devil Island would be like this. Alas, it seems like finding the people of the 18 great clans is going to be difficult." Yufei nodded and said, "Right, Devil Island is too big. Even if we put 1,000,000 people on this island, I'm afraid it won't be easy to find them. Moreover, the 18 great clans have suffered great losses. They simply don't have that many people. If they find a place to hide, it won't be easy for us to find them." At this time, Dongshan arrived behind Qiamo and said, "Captain, everything has been arranged. Do you want to send people to the island?" Qiamo pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go. But not just send mechas. I didn't think that Devil Island would be this big. Now it seems like we can't just send mechas. How about this? The Thunder God will lead the 7th Fleet to Devil Island. Make sure to understand the island's situation." Dongshan nodded and then went to pass the order. The 7th Legion was also one of the main legions of the Desolate race. Just like the 5th Legion, it was also made up of a large warship and a few small warships. However, the 5th Legion could not compare to the 7th Legion in the past. Although the 7th Legion only had one large warship, it had more small and medium-sized warships than the 5th Legion. Of course, this was in the past. Now, the 5th Legion had the most small and medium-sized warships among all the legions. The 5th Legion had also changed its name to the Imperial Guard. The current commander of the 7th Legion was no longer the original commander. The original commander was from the 18 large family clans. However, he was killed by Qiamo. The current commander of the 7th Legion was one of Qiamo's subordinates who was later transferred to the 7th Legion. Later on, when Qiamo started his rebellion, he helped the 7th Legion quite a bit. This person's surname was Xianxia. He could be considered a veteran and was one of the people who had followed Qiamo for a long time. However, because he was a commoner and because those people wanted to suppress Qiamo's power, they suppressed those who had followed Qiamo for a long time. Therefore, he didn't get promoted. He was originally prepared to retire in 2 years. With his military experience, he would at least be arranged to be a small official when he returned home. Even if he could not be a big official, it would not be a problem for him to retire. But before he could retire, Qiamo and the 18 great clans started fighting. When Qiamo found him, he naturally supported Qiamo without a second thought. Who would have thought that Qiamo would really succeed, and he, a low-level officer, would become the commander of the 7th Fleet in an instant? Xianxia stood in the command hall and stared at the screen in the command hall. He said in a deep voice, "All teams, take note. All warships, activate your shields. The shields are strong at 20%. Mecha teams, prepare to attack at any time." Following his command, a layer of protective shield lit up outside all the warships. The protective shield wasn't very strong, but it was enough to block the poisonous gas. The entire fleet slowly entered the range of Demon Island. Xianxia had been carefully paying attention to his surroundings, and the adjutant beside him would occasionally give him some feedback about the situation on the island. When they first entered the island, it was very calm. Even if there were some flying beasts, these flying beasts were very weak and didn't dare to attack the fleet. When they were about 10 miles into the island, Xianxia's adjutant suddenly said, "Captain, we're about to enter the fog zone." Xianxia nodded and said, "Tell everyone to be careful. If there's anything wrong, report it immediately." The adjutant nodded, then turned around and left. It didn't take long for the fleet to enter the fog. After a few kilometers, Xianxia's adjutant arrived in front of him and said, "Captain, the shield's energy is decreasing. It might have been corroded by the poisonous fog. What do you think we should do?" Xianxia stared blankly. He didn't think that the poisonous mist would be so powerful that it could even corrode a battleship's protective shield. However, he immediately said, "Maintain the shield's energy level at 20%. Also, immediately report this to the Patriarch and listen to his instructions." The adjutant nodded and went to prepare. However, the fleet didn't stop and continued to advance. When they were about 20 miles into the fog zone, Xianxia gave an order, "Send my order, have the mecha squad move out. Make sure to observe the terrain within 20 miles. Once they're done, they'll immediately return." Someone immediately responded and went off to make preparations. Not long after, the mecha battle team moved out. They divided the area within 20 miles and checked it out. At the same time, they also recorded the map of the area within this 20-mile area. The mechas had a camera function that allowed them to record the terrain within their range. Because of this, not only can they be used in battle, they can also be used for reconnaissance. Before long, all the mechas returned to the battleship. After being disinfected, the recorded images were taken out and stored. These things would be made into a map when they return. The fleet slowly proceeded forward. At this moment, Xianxia had also received Qimo's instructions. Qimo did not have any other instructions other than to be careful. However, he had to record the situation on the island as much as possible. Xianxia also understood Qimo's intentions. Now, everyone in the desolate race knew that the 18 large family clans had not been completely wiped out. They still wanted to make a comeback. Once the 18 large family clans regained power, the ordinary people would return to their previous lives. It was because of this that the desolate race was very supportive of Qimo coming to Demon Island to deal with the 18 large family clans. Similarly, this operation was being watched by the entire desolate race. If anything went wrong, Qimo would be in trouble. Xianxia was now Qimo's hardcore supporter in every aspect. He also knew the importance of this operation, so he was very careful. He wanted to do his best. At this moment, there was suddenly music coming from the island. Xianxia was stunned. He did not understand why there was music on the island. Most importantly, how did this sound reach the battleship? But at this moment, he suddenly felt the Fey armor spirit in his body become restless. Xianxia was alarmed and immediately used his soul to suppress the Fey armor spirit's soul. Thankfully, Xianxia had previously been seriously injured, so the Fey armor spirit's soul was extremely weak. Although this affected his cultivation level, it saved his life at this moment. His soul finally defeated the Fey armor spirit's soul. However, just as he defeated the Fey armor spirit's soul and opened his eyes, he realized that everyone in the battleship was fiddling with the machines with wooden expressions. Their eyes were empty and even a little violent. Upon seeing this situation, Xianxia knew that something was amiss. When he linked it to the music and the strange movements of the Fey beast's soul, he immediately knew that the people in the battleship would not be spared. As a veteran, Xianxia had experienced more than 1,000 battles. His combat experience was incomparably rich. He naturally understood what was the most important thing right now. Right now, the most important thing for him was to remain calm and not let those people notice his abnormality. Otherwise, he would definitely die without even knowing how. However, at this moment, the people in the hall suddenly started to roar. Seeing this situation, Xianxia cursed in his heart. Those people all relied on roaring to transmit information, and he didn't know how to roar. Wouldn't he be exposed soon? Sure enough, as Xianxia thought, the people in the hall had already discovered that something was wrong with Xianxia. Each and every one of them looked at Xianxia with bloodshot eyes, their eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Xianxia grumbled in his heart, but his hands weren't slow. He immediately took out a jade slip and crushed it. As soon as the jade slip was crushed, a white light enveloped him. Xianxia saw the people in the hall rushing towards him like wild beasts. But in the next moment, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then he appeared in another hall. Xianxia curiously looked at the hall. He discovered that it was an antique hall. There seemed to be no one in the hall, but it gave him a very dangerous feeling. At this time a voice was heard, "State your identity. Why do you have the young master's transmission jade slip?" When Xianxia heard this voice, he couldn't help but be startled. He turned his head and saw a cultivator wearing armor looking at him coldly. Upon seeing this person, Xianxia relaxed. This was because he knew this person. Naturally, he knew this person, but this person didn't know him. This person was one of Zhao Hai's 2 guards, Ji Wuming. Xianxia had seen him twice in Qimo's party. Xianxia immediately replied, "Mr. Ji, I'm Xianxia, the commander of the 7th Fleet under Patriarch Qimo. I just encountered danger and had to use the transmission jade slip that the Patriarch gave me. I don't know how I ended up here." When Ji Wuming heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "You said that you're the commander of the 7th Fleet? How could a commander be forced to use a transmission jade slip? What about the fleet?" Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "We followed the Patriarch to Devil Island to see if there were people from the 18 great clans there. After arriving there, our 7th Fleet was responsible for entering the island to check the situation. But not long after we entered the island, we heard a burst of music. Then everyone on the ship lost consciousness, just like a beast. Only I didn't, so I managed to escape." When he heard Xianxia, Ji Wuming's expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "Nonsense. That music directly stimulated the soul of the demon armor inside your body. The demon armor's soul is incomparably powerful. How could you escape? Tell me the truth." When Xianxia heard Ji Wuming, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Ji Wuming and said, "How did you know that the music directly stimulated the demon armor's soul? Did you guys come up with the music? Zhao Hai is indeed up to no good. Ha ha ha, but you will be disappointed. My demon armor was severely injured, and its soul was extremely weak. It was destroyed by me. I have already informed the Patriarch of this news. You won't succeed." Ji Wuming looked at Xianxia with a strange expression and said, "Kid, you are still too inexperienced to lie to me. You were directly sent to the Heaven Secrets Tower from the battlefield. And in this Heaven Secrets Tower, as long as I don't agree, it's impossible for you to spread any news." "Heh, you told Qimo the news? What nonsense are you spouting?" Xianxia's expression changed. He was just bluffing Ji Wuming, but he never expected that Ji Wuming didn't believe him at all. Xianxia's expression could not help but change as he said, "I never expected that you would really deal with the desolate race. To think that the Patriarch trusts you so much. You won't succeed." Ji Wuming looked at Xianxia and could not help but shake his head. He said with a smile, "I really don't know what you are thinking. If the young master wanted to deal with you, would he need to lure you to Devil Island? When would he not be able to deal with you? To tell you the truth, the young master already knew about this matter. Furthermore, he had already informed Patriarch Qimo. Furthermore, the young master had already found a solution and had given it to Patriarch Qimo. Patriarch Qimo was prepared to resolve the matter after a period of time, but he never expected the other party to discover it ahead of time. What you should help the most now is to inform Patriarch Qimo of this matter and get them to retreat immediately." Qimo frowned as he sat in the warship. He had an ominous premonition. Because he had already contacted Xianxia, he didn't know what happened on the island. Qimo felt strange because he didn't know what kind of power caused Xianxia to lose contact with him. However, he was more inclined to think that someone had cut off the signal. This was because he didn't believe that someone could destroy a fleet in such a short time. Because of this, although Qimo was anxious, he didn't think that Xianxia's group would be annihilated. He just thought that Xianxia was attacked. However, he believed in Xianxia's ability. Even if they were attacked, Xianxia would still be able to send a message back. Qimo had confidence in his subordinate. At this time, Yufei arrived beside Qimo. She had an ugly expression as she said, "Brother Mo, Xianxia sent a message through the transmission formation." When Qimo heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "Transmission formation? Where is he? Why would he send a message through the transmission formation?" Yufei took out a jade slip and handed it to Chiemo. Take a look. He has already arrived at the Heaven's secret sect. If you didn't give him the transmission jade slip that Mr. Zhao Hai gave you, then I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his life. Chiemo immediately received the jade slip and used his spiritual force to scan it. After reading the contents of the jade slip, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, so it's like this. Not good. Everyone, retreat. Quickly. Yufei nodded and immediately went to pass the order. At this time, Chiemo took out a jade slip and entered its contents. Then he took out a transmission formation and placed the jade slip on top of it. Then the transmission formation flashed and the jade slip disappeared. Chiemo didn't stop. Instead, he stood there with an ugly expression. When Yufei came back, he immediately said, immediately gather all the mecha soldiers in the Overlord. We need to deal with the spirit armor on their bodies. Leaving it alive is a disaster. Yufei nodded and immediately went to gather them. The number of mecha soldiers on the Overlord was not small. There were about 50,000 of them. Under the battleship, there was a huge hall. That hall was where the mecha soldiers usually trained. If they were not training, walls could be raised and turned into rooms. When Chiemo and Yufei arrived at the hall of the battleship, the mecha soldiers were already waiting for them. These people had followed Chiemo for more than 10 years. They were very loyal to Chiemo, and Chiemo was also very reassured with them. When Chiemo arrived in the hall, the mecha soldiers immediately bowed at Chiemo. Chiemo returned the bow with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, Brothers, I've gathered everyone here today to tell you something. This matter concerns the entire desolate race. I was planning on telling everyone in the future, but now, I have no choice but to say it. These people looked at Chiemo in puzzlement. They did not know what Chiemo was going to say, but they did not make a sound. They had absolute trust in Chiemo. Chiemo looked at them and said in a deep voice, Before dealing with the 18 large family clans, Mr. Zhao Hai had come to our army several times. Back then, I had not made up my mind to deal with the 18 large family clans. But later on, Mr. Zhao Hai told me something. Only then did I make up my mind to defeat the 18 large family clans. This matter is that our entire desolate race has been schemed against by someone. Hearing Chiemo's words, the people below couldn't help but become restless. They didn't know what Chiemo meant. Chiemo waved his hand, calming the crowd down, but they still looked at Chiemo with a puzzled expression. Chiemo said in a deep voice, Mr. Zhao Hai is a ghost cultivator. This is something that everyone knows. When Mr. Zhao Hai heard about the refining process of our desolate race's Fey armor, he felt that something was amiss. This is because he realized that the refining process of the Fey armor was similar to the refining process of ghosts. It was even crueler than the refining process of ghosts. Later on, after many experiments, he finally discovered that the Fey armor used by our desolate race had a huge loophole. And this loophole was deliberately left behind by someone. Upon saying this, Chiemo took a deep breath. He glanced at the warriors below and continued, during the refining of the Fey armor, the Fey beast's soul is preserved. Then, the Fey beast's soul is used to help us control the mecha. Originally, the Fey beast's soul is very weak. So it should not be able to do much less cause any harm to us. However, Mr. Zhao Hai discovered that the Fey beast's soul in our Fey armor is much stronger than we imagined. Chiemo looked at the warriors and said in a deep voice, Mr. Zhao Hai had experimented on the Qi family. He discovered that once he used a special kind of music to stimulate the Fey armor's soul in our bodies, the Fey armor's soul would become extremely irritable. Finally, it would devour our soul and occupy our bodies, turning us into puppets. Hua! Chiemo's words caused an uproar in the crowd. These people didn't think that Chiemo would say such a thing. If they didn't trust Chiemo, then they would have already started cursing him. Chiemo waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Quiet. Chiemo had a lot of prestige among these people. When these people heard his voice, they slowly quieted down. Chiemo looked at the crowd and said, At first, I didn't believe it. But later on, I was able to confirm that the 7th Fleet has been completely annihilated. Someone used a kind of music to stimulate the Fey beast's soul and then devour it. Now, the 7th Fleet's people have become puppets. Only the 7th Fleet's commander, Xianxia, managed to escape. Because his Fey armor was seriously injured, his soul became extremely weak, allowing him to escape. Now, Xianxia has already fled to Mr. Zhao Hai. He just sent me a letter. When Mo said this, these people didn't speak. They didn't know what to say. Don't believe it? The facts were there, and Mo wouldn't lie to them. Believe it? How can they believe this matter? Mo looked at everyone and said, originally, I wanted to deal with the 18 great clans and then slowly tell everyone about this matter. After that, I'll deal with the souls of the beasts in your bodies. But now that we're in Demon Island, we can't wait any longer. We can only resolve this crisis now. Everyone, don't be afraid, there won't be any danger this time. We'll only destroy the souls of the beasts in your bodies. The souls of the beasts will turn into soul energy and be absorbed by you, strengthening your soul. You don't need to worry about any danger. But later on, when you operate your mecha, you'll have to bear the damage yourself. Therefore, you need to be more careful when operating your mecha. This time, I'll deal with the souls of the beasts with you, so you don't need to worry. Mo looked at everyone and said, this time, I'll deal with the souls of the beasts in your bodies. So I'll deal with the Fey beast's soul. When the mecha soldiers heard Mo, they didn't know what to do. Mo turned his head to Yufei and said, Yufei, let's begin. Yufei looked at Mo and said, Brother Mo, do we have to do this? Mo nodded. Yufei looked at Mo and knew that she couldn't stop him. She could only silently withdraw from the hall while Mo stayed behind. He looked at everyone and said, in a while, there will be music. Then the Fey beast's soul will become irritable. Don't worry, the Fey beast's soul will be destroyed. At this time, it will turn into pure energy. Everyone needs to absorb this energy to strengthen your soul. Don't waste this energy. The more energy you absorb, the better it will be for you. Alright, let's begin. Then Mo closed his eyes and stood there, ready to begin. When the mecha soldiers saw that Mo was serious, they didn't dare to show the slightest neglect. At this time, a burst of music sounded, and those people felt that the soul of the demon beast in their body was irritable, as if it was going to explode and injure them at any time. Although they had some mental preparation, but when it happened, those people were still very surprised. At this time, a Buddhist chant was heard. This Buddhist chant was like a blow to the head, smashing the Fey beast's soul into pieces. However, their own souls weren't affected. On the contrary, they felt very comfortable. They immediately remembered Mo's words and began to absorb the scattered soul force. After some time, they sobered up and felt that their soul force had increased. When they opened their eyes, they discovered that Mo had yet to open his eyes. After some time, Mo slowly opened his eyes, then he let out a long breath and said, Alright, it's over. Everyone, go back to your posts and change positions. Then we'll do it again. Everyone nodded and turned to leave. Although these people were mecha soldiers, they had also learned some warship piloting skills. It should be known that they were a fleet. If someone was sacrificed, they would have to take the place. Therefore, they had also undergone a period of training. Now, they could finally use it. After those people returned to their posts, they changed positions. Mo immediately explained the situation to those people. Then, he destroyed the Fey beast's soul in those people's bodies. Following that, Mo immediately got the people on the other battleships to come to the Overlord and eliminate the Fey beast's soul. Finally, he got the captains of the other battleships to organize the people on the battleships into two groups. They were to completely eliminate the Fey beast's soul. When they eliminated the Fey beast's soul, they didn't stop the fleet. Hence, the fleet was still rushing towards the desolate race's mainland. After arranging the matters on the fleet, Mo ordered the people left behind to organize people to immediately play music on the desolate race's mainland. What Mo was doing was equivalent to forcibly wiping out all the souls of the Fey beasts of the desolate race. Doing so would definitely cause a backlash, but Mo could not care less. If he did not do so, then those people would be in even more danger. And at this moment, Mo discovered that the 7th fleet that had entered Demon Island had once again left Demon Island. Furthermore, they were charging towards them aggressively. Upon seeing this situation, Mo understood what was going on. He immediately ordered all the battleships that had removed the Fey beast's soul to stay behind to defend against the enemy. The other battleships that hadn't removed the Fey Beast's soul had to make use of the time to remove the Fey Beast's soul as soon as possible. The 7th Fleet's battleship rushed towards Chimo's group. Chimo's group also went forward to meet them. As soon as they entered the range, both sides immediately used their energy cannons to attack. While Chimo commanded the battleship to attack the 7th Fleet, he also paid attention to the situation of the 7th Fleet. In the end, Zhao Hai discovered that although the 7th Fleet's people seemed to be able to operate the ship, they were very rigid. They only knew how to operate the ship, but they didn't know how to use various tactics. They just turned the ship into a mobile cannon. At this time, the hatch of the 7th Fleet's battleship opened as a large number of mechas flew out. Seeing this, Chimo didn't have the mechas fly out to meet the enemy. Instead, he had the battleship retreat while firing its energy cannons. Yu Fei and the others also knew why Chimo did this. They had just destroyed the souls of the beasts. If they were to fight now, then they wouldn't be able to adapt to this kind of fighting style. In the end, their losses would be disastrous. Because of this, Chimo decided to retreat. On the other hand, the 7th Fleet's people didn't seem to be afraid of death. They directly rushed towards Chimo's group. Even if they saw the people around them being vaporized by the energy cannons, they still didn't stop and continued to rush forward. Seeing the mechas getting closer and closer, Yu Fei couldn't help but frown as she looked at Chimo and said, "Brother Mo, they're almost here. What should we do?" Chimo replied, "Don't worry, take it slow. Retreat. After all, the 7th Fleet is only one fleet. Once the other fleets have destroyed the beast's souls, we'll immediately send reinforcements. Right, inform all the mechas that they can't fight. If they fight now, the losses would be too great." Yu Fei nodded. She also knew that fighting now was no different than courting death. However, seeing the enemy's mechas and battleships getting closer and closer, she couldn't help but feel restless. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, "Patriarch, there's a fleet behind us. It seems to be Mr. Zhao Hai's fleet. What should we do?" Chimo let out a long sigh and said, "Fortunately, Mr. Zhao Hai came." "What do you mean, what should we do?" "Don't worry about Mr. Zhao Hai and the others, just focus on attacking the 7th Fleet. Right, pay attention to Mr. Zhao Hai and the others. If Mr. Zhao Hai and the others rush over, don't hit them." At this time, Zhao Hai's fleet had already passed through their fleet and went straight towards the 7th Fleet. Zhao Hai's attack this time was different from the previous time. In the past, when Zhao Hai's fleet fought against the 18 great clans, they generally won with their energy cannons. But this time, Zhao Hai didn't use the energy cannons. Instead, he had his fleet rush forward and begin a collision. If Zhao Hai's fleet was described as roaming cavalry in the past, constantly using mounted archery to destroy the enemy, then now they were armored cavalry, directly used to charge and break through enemy lines. Zhao Hai's fleet was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Hence, when their large artifacts touched the mechas, they were all smashed to smithereens. Just like that, they charged towards the 7th Fleet. When the desolate race people in the various battleships saw Zhao Hai's violent fighting style, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Zhao Hai's current fighting style reminded them of the War God World's fighting style. Furthermore, it was somewhat different from the War God World's fighting style. When the War God World fought them, they would also use large artifacts to fight. However, the War God World did not mainly use large artifacts to fight. This was because the people of the War God World knew that they were inferior to the desolate race when it came to large artifacts. However, they would sometimes use large artifacts to deal with the desolate race's mecha fleets. When that happened, they would use such an unreasonable method to deal with them. And this time, Zhao Hai's fighting style was even more violent than the War God World's. Not only did he collide with the mechas, he also charged straight at the enemy's fleet. Under the watchful eyes of Chimo and company, they saw the large artifacts in Zhao Hai's fleet collide with the 7th Fleet's battleships. After a series of rumbling sounds, some of the 7th Fleet's battleships sank. At this time, Zhao Hai's large artifacts came to a stop because they had used up all their energy. However, Zhao Hai's large artifacts were followed by many cultivators. These cultivators were all wearing iron armor as they charged straight at the mechas. Chi He and company were lucky enough to see how Zhao Hai and company dealt with the mechas for the first time. When they saw this, Chi He and company felt a chill run down their spine. They finally understood what Zhao Hai meant when he said that he didn't need to scheme to deal with them. He just needed to do it directly. This time, Zhao Hai didn't use the blood race. He used the undead, the Iron Armor Army. However, the mechas were quickly destroyed by the Iron Armor Army and the undead. The cooperation of the Iron Armored Army was very good. A few Iron Armored Army soldiers were dealing with a single mecha. Although the mecha used all its weapons, it was still destroyed very quickly. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's undead were mostly demon beasts. These undead were very large. After being strengthened several times, their strength exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Under their attack, the mechas were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Xianxia looked at the battle outside, the smile on his face became heavier and heavier. After some time, he sighed and said, I still underestimated Mr. Zhao Hai's strength. Mr. Brother Zhao is more pleasing to the ear. Zhao Hai's voice was suddenly heard from Xianxia's side. This caused Xianxia to be startled. This was because he clearly remembered that there was no one beside him. Yu Fei just went out. Xianxia was puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Zhao, how did you come in? Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia, then he smiled faintly and said, You forgot, I'm a spatial divergent ability user. As long as I've been to a place, I can go in at any time. Even if your warship opens its shield, it would still be useless. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia's complexion couldn't help but change. Then he smiled bitterly and said, I didn't think that you would have such ability. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, My ability is great, there are still many things that you don't know. Hee. Good, it seems like you've figured it out. It's rare for a person to fall into a vortex of power and still be able to break free. It's not easy. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia's face couldn't help but turn red as he said, It's all because of Yu Fei. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have understood my mistake so quickly. I asked Brother Zhao to forgive me. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, You're too polite. It's good to have a good wife. Hee. But you're still inferior to me. You only have one good wife while I have several good ones. Look, how's the battle outside? My wife is commanding. Xianxia stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai with surprise and said, Brother Zhao, you're saying that the battle outside is being commanded by your wives? Is that true? I didn't think that your wives would have such skills. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I can fight with others, but I can't compare to them when it comes to commanding. They like to command and play, so I'll just let them be. In any case, I can afford to lose. But then again, after fighting so many times, they haven't lost. They're much better than me in commanding. Xianxia chuckled and said, Impressive. Your wives are still the best. Are you envious? Do you want to find a few? A voice suddenly sounded. Xianxia turned his head and saw Yu Fei looking at him with an unfriendly expression. Xianxia hurriedly said, How can that be? I don't have such thoughts. When Zhao Hai saw the two of them, he could not help but laugh out loud. The reason why Zhao Hai said those words to Xianxia was to ease the tension between them. Zhao Hai had long heard the changes in Xianxia's mentality. If he did not take the initiative to say those words to Xianxia might be too embarrassed to say those words to save face. The knot in their hearts might never be untied. Now, with Zhao Hai's words and laughter, the matter was over. There was no longer any awkwardness. This was Zhao Hai's goal. Zhao Hai did not want to rule the desolate race, but he also did not want the desolate race to be strangers to him. At this moment, the battle outside was about to end. Other than a large battleship, the other battleships had been sunk. Only that large battleship was still firing its energy cannons. It was as if the deaths of those people had nothing to do with it. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai turned to Xianxia and said, All right, I'll take care of this big guy. After I'm done with him, we'll go to Demon Island to take a look. I'm very curious about the person who set up such a big scheme against the desolate race. Xianxia nodded and said, All right, I'll take care of this big guy. After saying that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and disappeared from the battleship's command center. In the next moment, Zhao Hai appeared above the 7th Fleet's battleship. Zhao Hai stood above the 7th Fleet's battleship. Then he punched the battleship. The battleship's armor and shield were broken. Zhao Hai's figure moved and entered the battleship. Then the battleship's energy cannons stopped firing. After a while, Zhao Hai came out of the hole in the battleship and returned to the divine secret building. Seeing Zhao Hai's performance, Qiamo couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. He always thought that Zhao Hai relied on the undead to deal with his enemies. But now, he discovered that his understanding of Zhao Hai was too little. While he was still in a daze, Zhao Hai's fleet was already heading towards Demon Island. Seeing Zhao Hai's fleet heading towards Demon Island, Qiamo immediately said, "Quick, gather all the battleships and head towards Demon Island. We must eliminate all the people on the island." Following his command, the fleet slowly moved and headed towards Demon Island. Before long, the fleet stopped outside of Demon Island. Just as Qiamo was about to ask Zhao Hai what they were going to do, he suddenly heard Zhao Hai's voice, Brother Qi, did you hear that?" Qiamo stared. He turned his head and saw that the voice was coming from the command center's public speakers. These public speakers were generally used inside the battleships. When it's in use, everyone inside the battleship can hear it. Qiamo didn't know how Zhao Hai managed to get his voice into the public speakers. However, he didn't have time to think about it. He immediately went to the microphone and said, I heard it. Brother Zhao, please speak, your voice is very clear." Zhao Hai's voice was heard. "All right, since we're here to deal with the people on Demon Island, then there's no need to be polite. From now on, our two fleets will cooperate. We'll use our energy cannons and other weapons to attack Demon Island. Whether it's on the ground or in the sky, as long as it's in sight, we'll attack it. We want to sink Demon Island, do you understand?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Qiamo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. But then his heroic spirit rose. Before this, they still had some misgivings about Demon Island. But now, these misgivings had completely disappeared. One must know that their fleet was destroyed in Demon Island. How could he not be angry? Therefore, he immediately said, "All right, I understand. Brother Zhao, rest assured." Then Qiamo turned to Yufei and said, "Yufei, pass down my order. Don't be stingy with energy. Attack Fiend Island with everything you have. It doesn't matter even if you blow up Fiend Island." Yufei complied and immediately went to pass down the order. At this time, Zhao Hai's large artifacts were ready to fire their energy cannons. His cannons weren't powered by law crystals, instead, they were powered by the large artifacts themselves. However, the energy of the large artifacts was also provided by the Yinyang lightning pool. Compared to Qiamo's fleet, these large artifacts were much more powerful. Moreover, they could fire without limit. After the large artifacts were ready, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "All right, I'll leave it to you. I didn't know that you're crazy about destruction. Do you really want to sink Demon Island?" Laura and the others chuckled and said, "This is a rare opportunity. How can we let it go? Come, let's do it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand. Then all the large artifacts began to fire their cannons. Energy beams shot towards Demon Island. Demon Island was very big. Although it was smaller than the Desolate Race's continent, it was still quite big. However, after being hit by the energy beams, it was still scorched. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He continued to command the fleet to advance towards Demon Island. Wherever they went, the land would be scorched, leaving nothing behind. Qiamo couldn't help but stare blankly at Zhao Hai's fleet. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this ruthless. But after a while, he reacted and couldn't help but get excited. He immediately shouted, "Send my order, advance. Don't be afraid of wasting energy. Today, I'll flatten Demon Island." Following his order, the Desolate Race's battleships also began to move towards Demon Island. They also opened their energy cannons and fired towards the island. Zhao Hai's fleet was already lacking in large artifacts. This time, Zhao Hai brought all of his large artifacts along with Qiamo and the others. Everything on Demon Island was immediately flattened. Zhao Hai's fleet didn't have a lot of large artifacts. The advance of the two fleets made everything on Demon Island disappear, leaving only scorched earth. And where the energy cannons passed, even the poisonous fog disappeared completely. Zhao Hai stood on the divine secret tower as he looked at the situation on Demon Island. Then he said, I don't believe that the other party can sit still in this situation. Laura smiled faintly and said, I certainly can't sit still. This time, I want to see if the other party is really from the demon race. If they are, then we can fight them ahead of time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course I can't sit still. Zhao Hai nodded and said, let's see if it's really them. If it's really them, then their influence is much bigger than what we imagined. As the group was talking, a strange sound was suddenly heard from Demon Island. Zhao Hai immediately waved his hand to stop the fleet. At the same time, he said, Brother Qi, pay attention. Something is coming out of Demon Island. The desolate race fleet also stopped. At this moment, shadows flew out of Demon Island. Upon seeing these shadows, Zhao Hai was stunned. This was because he didn't expect these shadows to be demon beasts. Moreover, there were so many of them. These demon beasts were very large in size. However, upon closer inspection, one would feel that something was amiss. This was because these demon beasts didn't look like they were born this way. They looked like they were made by someone. They had the head of a lion, but their body was like a tortoise. Their tail was like a crocodile's tail. Naturally, they were large in size. At the place where the head met the body, one could clearly see a scar that had already healed. It was obvious that the scar was healed later on. Upon seeing these demon beasts, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be startled. Then he noticed that there were people standing on top of these demon beasts. These people were all dressed in black. They wore helmets that covered their entire bodies, making it impossible to see what they looked like. Each of them held a weapon in their hands. These weapons were all scythes, huge scythes. With their black clothes, they looked like devils that came out of hell. Upon seeing these people, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shrink. He could feel a trace of death qi coming from these people. This trace of death qi didn't mean that these people were really dead. On the contrary, these people were still alive. The death qi on their bodies could be said to be because they had been in contact with the dead for too long. It could also be said that they had killed too many people, resulting in this death qi. Death qi was actually similar to killing intent. Killing intent was formed when one killed too many people. However, killing intent typically wouldn't turn into death qi. This was because to turn killing intent into death qi, there was a very special method. That was to kill by torture. If it was an ordinary killing in battle, it would only produce death qi. However, killing by torture was different. Killing by torture referred to killing people who couldn't fight back. Furthermore, it wasn't an ordinary killing. It was an extremely cruel killing, such as dismembering the body. Only by doing so would it slowly produce death qi. It could be said that people with death qi were definitely abnormal. Typically, they were perverted. Hence, when Zhao Hai saw these people, he frowned. At this moment, the demon beasts flew out of the fog. The moment these demon beasts came out, the demon beasts in front immediately opened their mouths, shooting black liquid straight at the large artifacts. Zhao Hai's large artifacts all raised their protective shields. It was the same for the desolate race's fleet. However, what happened next was something that Zhao Hai did not expect. When the black liquid touched the protective shields, it was not repelled, nor did it fall to the ground. Instead, it stained the protective shields. Following that, the protective shields began to emit wisps of smoke. And the protective shields were slowly disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai could not help but be surprised. Following that, he muttered, "That's quite interesting." With that said, with a thought, all the energy cannons on the large artifacts shot out energy beams, stabbing at the blob of liquid. Only then did the blob of liquid completely vaporize, turning into a blob of black smoke. However, the black smoke did not dissipate. It stayed there, and the sizzling sounds from the protective shields were still present. The protective shields were constantly weakening. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. All the large artifacts shot out energy beams again, and the black smoke finally disappeared. Zhao Hai could not help but mutter, "That's quite interesting." "Don't you think so?" Laura nodded and said, "I never expected that the other party could make the demon beasts release such an attack. It looks like their modification of the demon beasts was very successful." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, forget it. Let's deal with them first. I want to see how they put these demon beasts together. With that said, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and all the large artifacts opened fire at the demon beasts. However, even though the demon beasts were huge in size, they were much more agile than Zhao Hai expected. The energy beams that Zhao Hai and the others shot out were unable to do anything to the demon beasts. They were all deflected by the demon beasts. And at this moment, the demon beasts were already very close to Zhao Hai's fleet. Zhao Hai and the others had no choice but to face them head-on. Zhao Hai was a bit better. With a thought, the entire fleet instantly formed a defensive array. With the array activated, the demon beasts were unable to attack. On the other hand, GMO and the others couldn't do the same. They weren't as flexible as Zhao Hai. Although they continued to face the enemy, because they didn't form a formation, their warships were quickly entangled by the beasts. The attacks of the demon beasts were extremely powerful. They directly pounced on the desolate race's large artifacts and spat out black water at them. They either used their claws or their mouths to tear at the desolate race's warships. To be honest, the quality of the desolate race's warships was quite good. However, their shields had already been destroyed by the demon beasts. Although the energy beams could find the demon beasts, they were unable to pose any threat to them. This left them at a loss as to what to do. Finally, the desolate race had no choice but to release their mechas to face the enemy. However, the moment the mechas were released, the black-clothed cultivators with sickles went up to meet them. Although the black-clothed cultivators were not as numerous as the mechas, the black-clothed cultivators' combat strength was very strong. The sickles in their hands could directly cut through the mechas' weapons. The weapons of the mechas were not ordinary goods. Furthermore, they were extremely large. The sickles of the black-clothed cultivators were able to cut through the weapons in an instant. This was truly beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai looked at the desolate race fleet that was at a disadvantage and said with a sigh, it looks like I have to help them. If not, they will be in danger. With that said, Zhao Hai moved his hand and rows of blood-red figures suddenly appeared outside of Zhao Hai's fleet. They charged straight at the black-clothed cultivators. The black-clothed cultivators also saw the blood race. They also charged towards the blood race. Following that, they raised the sickles in their hands and attacked the blood race. A blood race member who was cut by the sickle let out a scream. Following that, his body became much smaller. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his expression changed as he said, not good. Their weapons actually have the ability to attack the soul. Good, they really do have some background. With that said, Zhao Hai's mind moved and the blood race returned to the space. In the next moment, undead creatures appeared in the air. These undead creatures weren't holding cold weapons in their hands, but guns. After these undead creatures appeared, they immediately began to fire wildly. The black-cloaked cultivators that were charging towards them were immediately knocked down. As for those black-cloaked cultivators that were knocked down, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, those black-cloaked cultivators appeared in the space. The black-cloaked cultivators were already dead. They had been shot multiple times, it was impossible for them to not die. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others also entered the space. Zhao Hai didn't immediately turn the black-cloaked cultivators into undead. Instead, he waved his hand and took off their helmets. When the helmets were taken off, Zhao Hai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Laura and the others also exclaimed. One must know that Laura and the others were people who had seen the world. There weren't many things that could surprise them. However, when they saw the black-cloaked cultivators' faces, they couldn't help but be startled. These black-cloaked cultivators didn't have faces. Their faces seemed to have been cut off. Their eyes didn't have eyelids, their eyeballs were protruding out. They looked very scary. Their noses were also cut off, leaving only a hole. Their mouths didn't have lips, only white teeth could be seen. They couldn't be called human faces anymore. Besides some flesh and blood, they were more like skeletons. They were 100 times scarier than real skeletons. Their ears were also cut off. Their heads didn't seem to have any skin, only red flesh could be seen. To be honest, seeing such a head made Zhao Hai's hair stand, not to mention Laura and the others. Zhao Hai gently knit his brows. Then he sensed that these cultivators were indeed dead. He waved his hand and turned them into undead. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that after these cultivators were turned into undead, their faces immediately recovered. Although their hair didn't grow out, they looked much better than before. The cultivators stood up and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. "We have seen the young master." They couldn't speak clearly, it seems like they weren't used to speaking. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he reacted. These cultivators didn't have tongues before, and they hadn't spoken for a long time. Therefore, they were like this. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Tell me, where did you come from? Why did you become like that?" The leader of the group replying to the young master, "We have been training together since childhood. Every batch of 10,000 people would train together. In the end, we would kill each other until only one of us was left. Those who were left would receive a spell that changed our faces. We only have one task, and that is to kill. We only have one goal in life, and that is to kill." Tools. These two words appeared in Zhao Hai's mind. He discovered that these people were tools for killing. They couldn't even be considered assassins. Assassins have their own thoughts and can do other things. However, the purpose of these people's existence was to kill. They were killing machines without thoughts. Everything they do was to kill. Therefore, they can only be considered tools and not assassins. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and said, "Do you know who trained you?" The cultivator spoke in a low voice, "Someone like us." Zhao Hai's eyes shrunk, then he said, "Then why do you fight?" The cultivator spoke in a low voice, "Someone like us." Zhao Hai understood, these people were tools that were trained by others. They didn't know anything, they were born to kill. Zhao Hai sighed, then he said, "From now on, you'll be called the Death God's Scythe. You can name yourselves. Remember, don't do anything for the next few days. Just study the space's knowledge. Remember, don't hurt people." The people nodded, then they picked up their helmets. After putting them on, they picked up their scythes and stood there motionless. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and couldn't help but feel a headache. He waved his hand and sent these people to a separate space. There were computers and other things that allowed them to learn about the space. It also allowed them to understand how ordinary people lived. After sending these people away, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the heavenly secret building. The battle outside was still ongoing. The undead that Zhao Hai sent out weren't just spearmen, there were also undead beasts. These undead beasts were meant to deal with the mutated beasts. These mutated beasts had already destroyed several desolate race battleships. The desolate race's losses were even greater. This was because the mecha soldiers weren't used to using their souls to withstand the attacks of the mecha. Therefore, many of the mecha soldiers were greatly affected when they experienced this for the first time. In the end, because they couldn't withstand the impact, they forgot to control their mecha and were killed by the black-cloaked cultivators. From this point, it could be seen that the desolate race's mecha soldiers were, strictly speaking, like flowers in a greenhouse. Although they would participate in battle, the impact of the battle was borne by the Fey beast souls. As for them, they did not bear the brunt of the impact. This made their ability to bear the brunt of the impact extremely weak. If they really wanted to, with the strength of their souls, they could withstand the attacks. However, they didn't and were killed in the end. Zhao Hai had also used the Universal Analyzer to analyze the weapons used by the black-cloaked cultivators. In their weapons, there was a special material. This material had a certain level of radioactivity. It had a great impact on a person's soul. Other than that material, there was another factor that caused the blood race's soul to be damaged the most. That was the death aura. These people had killed too many people, so their weapons had killing aura. The killing aura itself had an impact on a person's soul. Furthermore, these people's weapons had death aura, which had an even greater impact on the soul. This was the reason why the blood race's soul was damaged the most. The battle was still ongoing. However, with the addition of Zhao Hai's undead creatures, the situation on the battlefield slowly tilted towards Zhao Hai's side. At this moment, music suddenly came from the island. This music was very loud and had a very strong penetrating effect. In addition, the protective shields on the desolate race's battleships had been destroyed by the mutated beasts. Therefore, all the desolate race people could hear this music. Upon hearing this music, the desolate race people were stunned. This was because they had heard this music before. It was the music that they heard when the beast's souls in their bodies were eliminated. However, the time they heard it was very short. It was only for a short while. However, this music was very long. They immediately understood what the other party was trying to do. The other party was trying to use this method to awaken the beast's souls in their bodies. They wanted to let the beast's souls attack their souls, finally turning them into puppets. Upon thinking of this, these people couldn't help but feel alarmed. They were really afraid. If this matter hadn't been discovered by Qiamo and Zhao Hai and resolved it earlier, they would have been in real danger. The other party also realized that the music didn't have the desired effect. They were also stunned. However, the music became louder and there were bursts of ghostly cries mixed in. Zhao Hai didn't feel anything special, but he felt his soul tremble slightly. Zhao Hai immediately understood that the other party was trying to use this method to directly attack a person's soul. What a ruthless move. Zhao Hai couldn't help but snort. Following that, he opened his mouth and began chanting Buddhist scriptures. The sound of the Buddhist scriptures actually blocked the other party's ghostly cries. Qiamo and the others, who were feeling uncomfortable when they heard the sound, heaved a sigh of relief. The other party also discovered that Zhao Hai was using this method to block his attack. Obviously, the other party wasn't convinced. The music became louder and the ghostly cries became more mournful. However, Zhao Hai's Buddhist scriptures continued to echo. His voice was calm, without a trace of anger. However, everyone who heard this voice felt incomparably tranquil. While these two voices were echoing, the battle continued. Zhao Hai and the others had already gained the upper hand. With the help of the undead beast's large artifacts, more than half of the mutated beasts had already been eliminated. As for the black-robed cultivators, more than half of them had been eliminated. However, these black-robed cultivators didn't seem to know what fear was. They were still fighting. Unless they died, they would continue to fight. Zhao Hai also noticed this situation, but he didn't care. At this time, he was still using the Buddhist scriptures to resist the ghostly cries. The other party's strength was beyond Zhao Hai's imagination. Even now, he still hasn't gained the upper hand. This made Zhao Hai surprised. After half an hour, only less than 10 mutated beasts were left. As for the black-robed cultivators, only less than 1,000 of them were left. The other party's ghostly cries slowly stopped. At the same time, the mutated beasts and the black-robed cultivators seemed to have received some sort of signal and immediately retreated. Seeing these people retreating, Zhao Hai didn't chase them. Instead, he said, "Brother Qi, if we can still fight, then we'll continue to advance. Just like before, we'll flatten everything." Qiamo was actually hesitating if he should advance. Now that he heard Zhao Hai's words, Qiamo couldn't help but grit his teeth and nod. He turned to the people beside him and said, "All right, let's advance. We won't retreat." After Yu Fei passed down the order, she turned to Qiamo and said, "Brother Mo, I think that Mr. Zhao's decision is right. If we can't flatten the other side in one go, then they will always be a big threat to us. Moreover, the battle just now has exposed a lot of problems, especially the mecha soldiers. They are obviously not used to this kind of fighting style. But this kind of adaptation process can only be improved through battle. Isn't this an opportunity?" Qiamo nodded, then he said, "Brother Mo, I think Mr. Zhao's decision is correct." Qiamo nodded and said with a sigh, "I also know this is the case. But to be honest, I really don't wish for this to happen. The losses to the mecha soldiers are too great." Yu Fei said in a deep voice, "These hopes are worth it. Don't forget that many of our desolate race members have yet to remove the Fey Beast souls from their bodies. If we can't hold them back here, allowing them to run to the desolate race's mainland and play that music, the consequences would be unimaginable." Upon hearing Yu Fei's words, Qiamo's expression could not help but change. He had never thought of this point before. Now that he heard Yu Fei say this, he immediately understood what Yu Fei meant. His expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice, "You are right. This battle is not only to eliminate the enemy, it concerns the life and death of Desolate Fong. If we can't eliminate the enemy, who knows what methods they will use to deal with us. Pass down the order, attack with full force. The two fleets continued to advance at full speed. Wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass was left behind. The two fleets advanced for a few dozen miles before they were suddenly blocked by a black fog. The black fog was also highly toxic. When the black poisonous gas floated over, all the plants on the island withered. This wasn't all. Inside the black fog, ghostly cries could be heard. Although these ghostly cries didn't have the ability to attack the soul, it still made people's hair stand on end. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but frown and said, "It seems like the other party is an expert. Moreover, it's an expert that can use poison. It won't be easy to deal with." Although he said this, Zhao Hai still waved his hand and released the blood race. After discovering the weakness of the vampires, Zhao Hai suddenly thought of a way to protect his soul. This method was the same as his situation. Zhao Hai's soul was protected by a peerless formation. This formation was the 5 elements killing formation. But now, Zhao Hai had further perfected it. The 5 elements killing formation wasn't only able to block the power of the 5 elements, it also had the principles of the yin and yang lightning pool. Most of the forces in the world could be blocked. Zhao Hai's soul was being protected by a peerless formation. This formation was the 5 elements killing formation. Zhao Hai just informed the space to place the 5 elements killing formation around the souls of the vampires. This way, their souls wouldn't be afraid of being attacked. The vampires weren't afraid of poison. Especially now, their bodies were made of the blood of the space's blood pool. The blood of the blood pool was impervious to all kinds of poisons. How could this poison have any effect on them? After the vampires appeared, they immediately killed their way into the black fog. Then the ghostly cries of the blood race became even louder. Along with the screams of the evil spirits, these sounds made people's hair stand on end. Xianxia and the others were inside the large artifact. When they heard these sounds, they looked at the situation outside through the projection. To be honest, they didn't think that cultivators would have this many methods to attack. Although they had fought with the war god plane before, the war god plane didn't use this kind of ghost cultivation method. The war god plane's way of fighting was more upright. Therefore, Xianxia and the others weren't used to this kind of method today. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the projection in front of him. The projection showed the situation inside the dark mist. Not only was the dark mist poisonous, there were also countless evil spirits inside. These evil spirits were very strange, they were all black in color and their attacks were actually poisonous. To be honest, when facing these evil spirits, only vampires or undead would be able to deal with them. Using other things wouldn't necessarily work, especially mechas. The bodies of these evil spirits were able to transform. Moreover, they were just like smoke, ever-changing. If one were to use mechas to deal with them, then it's very likely that the vampires would be able to deal with them. They would be able to drill through the gaps of the mecha and kill the cultivator inside. Zhao Hai looked at the projection and said, "I don't know who the other party is. If it's really the extraterritorial demons, then we need to be more careful. Their attacks are too strange." Laura nodded and said, "Right, we need to be more careful. We need to understand the strength of these guys first. Brother Hai, do you think that we should also train some liches? In order to deal with these evil spirits, I think that liches are the most suitable." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, we should train them. But you should know that these liches love research more than fighting. I really don't know how to deal with them." Laura smiled bitterly. To be honest, she also didn't know how to deal with these liches. However, in the battle inside the dark mist, the vampires had the upper hand. The evil spirits were something that the vampires couldn't deal with. This was because the vampires weren't afraid of poison, soul attacks, or ordinary attacks. In this case, the vampires were almost immortal. On the other hand, the evil spirits were injured by the vampires and would disappear. Naturally, the vampires weren't a match for the vampires. Laura looked at the projection and said, "These evil spirits are easy to deal with, but what about the dark mist? The dark mist's toxicity is very strong. We don't need to worry about it, but what about Xianxia and the others?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "Alright, let's wait and see. If it doesn't work, then we can only take the dark mist to the space. Laura nodded and said, it seems like that's the only way. But Brother Hai, I don't think it'll be that easy. This dark mist should be controlled by someone, and the one controlling it should be using a special artifact. This dark mist should be released from that artifact. If that's the case, then we might attract the attention of the other party if we try to get the dark mist into the space. Jiao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Jiao Hai stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, right, you're right. If we don't do it properly and attract the attention of the other party, then it would be troublesome. At this time, Jiao Hai suddenly heard a voice, Brother Zhao, what do we do now? Are we just going to wait here? When Jiao Hai heard this, he knew that it was Qimo's voice. He couldn't help but knit his brows, then he thought for a moment and said, Brother Qi, don't worry, let me think of a way. Then Jiao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, Laura, if we use Buddhist power on all of our large artifacts, would we be able to break through the black mist? Laura nodded and said, what do you think? When Laura heard Jiao Hai, she couldn't help but stare, then she nodded and said, it should be possible. Buddhist power is specialized in breaking all kinds of yin qi. This dark mist belongs to the yin qi category, so it should be able to be broken by Buddhist power. It's not that easy, just leave it to me. Julie suddenly opened her mouth. This made Jiao Hai stare. Jiao Hai turned his head and looked at Julie, he didn't understand what she meant. Julie looked at them, then she smiled faintly and said, my children can eat anything. After they eat the dark mist, they can also evolve. Brother Hai, you don't need to waste your Buddhist power, just leave it to my children. Jiao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, I really forgot about that. Alright, I'll listen to you. Jiao Hai nodded. Julie smiled faintly, then she moved her hand and threw an ostrich egg into the dark mist. Jiao Hai and the others watched the egg's changes through the projection. After the egg entered the dark mist, it floated in the air and began to rotate. After a while, black lines began to appear on the white egg. Then the white egg began to grow bigger and bigger, until it was the size of a house. Then several tubes came out of the egg. Jiao Hai counted a total of 8 tubes. Then one by one, the 8 tubes began to produce eggs. When these eggs first appeared, they were only the size of ostrich eggs. The white eggs had black lines on them. They looked very beautiful. But then the egg cracked open and a black creature came out of it. Upon seeing this creature, Jiao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because this creature was very different from the Zerg he saw before. Jiao Hai looked at it carefully, it gave him a very familiar feeling. When he heard the Zerg open its mouth, Jiao Hai discovered that this wasn't Zerg. The thing that came out of the egg was clearly an alien. Jiao Hai believed that he wasn't mistaken. This was clearly an alien that he saw in movies. But what made him feel strange was that aliens didn't just come out of an egg like this. Generally, aliens would be born through a facehugger and then parasitize inside a creature's body. But why did it come out of an egg? No, this shouldn't be a problem that he should be thinking about. What he should be thinking about was, why wasn't Zerg the one that came out of the egg, but an alien? Jiao Hai looked at Julie with a puzzled expression. Laura and the others also looked at Julie curiously. Julie shrugged her shoulders and said, what's so strange about it? I used the space to genetically modify them. Moreover, don't you think that aliens are very powerful killing machines? Jiao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I really shouldn't have let you watch those movies back on Earth. Do you know how scary these things are? Julie smiled and said, what's there to be afraid of? In fact, they're more perfect than aliens. After all, they've been genetically modified. After absorbing the poisonous mist, they'll become more powerful. Brother Hai, you'll have an alien army in your hands. Jiao Hai smiled bitterly, he really didn't know what to say. Having an alien army in his hands sounded very scary. After the aliens were born, they immediately opened their mouths and breathed in and out. As they breathed, the black mist entered their mouths. As more and more of the black mist entered their mouths, their bodies also became darker. When their bodies finally turned pitch black, their bodies began to grow. As they grew bigger, the amount of black mist they absorbed also increased. Some of the evil spirits inside the black mist were directly sucked into their mouths before disappearing. Jiao Hai and the others stared blankly at the aliens. At this time, there were no less than 1,000 aliens inside the black mist. Each of these aliens was about 10 mago in size. Their bodies were shiny black, their tails were sharp like spikes, their hind legs were powerful, and after being genetically modified, they looked like mantises. Additionally, their mouths were constantly dripping with saliva. Needless to say, as long as these aliens were released, their ferocious aura would be felt. At the same time, Zhao Hai discovered that the black mist was slowly becoming thinner. Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he turned to Julie and said, "Julie, I'm sorry that I didn't let you fight for a long time. You Zerg have always been a fighting race. Only by fighting can you become stronger. It seems like I'll have to give you more opportunities to fight in the future." When Julie heard Zhao Hai, her eyes couldn't help but shine as she said, "Really, Brother Hai? You really want to give us more opportunities to fight? That's great." Zhao smiled faintly. "Well, I'll give you this opportunity to fight. To be honest, after seeing those monsters, I was really tempted. If there are some powerful monsters in the space, then we can save a lot of effort in the future, right?" Zhao said. "I'll give you the opportunity to fight. To be honest, after seeing those monsters, I was really tempted. If there are some powerful monsters in the space, then we can save a lot of energy. Julie, I'll leave this battle to you. Go and kill. Just leave a few alive so that I can get some information." When Julie heard Zhao Hai, she immediately said, "All right, Brother Hai, just watch me. My children haven't fought for a long time. They've almost forgotten what it feels like to fight." Then Julie waved her hand as she threw eggs one after another. Zhao Hai looked at Julie and couldn't help but smile. Then he stood up and said, "Brother Qi, did you hear that? Brother Qi, I'll leave the rest of the battle to the others. We just need to watch from the side. So no matter what happens, you don't need to be surprised. Just watch." Mo didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. From the projection in the command room, he could see that Zhao Hai's heavenly secret pavilion was constantly throwing white egg-like things into the black mist. He really couldn't understand what Zhao Hai wanted to use to deal with the other party. However, today's battle was mostly dependent on Zhao Hai. They had no way to deal with the black mist. Because of this, Mo didn't ask and just said, "All right, we'll do as Mr. says." But at the same time, he also turned his attention to the black mist. After some time, Mo turned his head to Yu Fei and said, "Yu Fei, don't you feel that the black mist seems to have become thinner? It doesn't seem to be as dense as before." Yu Fei nodded and said, "I also had this feeling. I thought that it was just an illusion, but it seems like it wasn't." Mo said, "Then it seems like it's Mr. Zhao Hai's doing? That's also good. Let's see what Mr. can do." At this time, Zhao and the others saw another scene. Inside the black fog, huge eggs were floating. Inside these eggs, small eggs were constantly emerging, and these small eggs were turning into xenomorphs. After these xenomorphs were born, they immediately began to devour everything around them. Except for their own kind and their mother, they would eat anything, including poison trees, monsters, ghosts, and evil spirits. There was nothing that they wouldn't eat. Zhao Hai had already recalled the vampires. He was afraid that these aliens would devour the vampires as well. As more and more aliens appeared, the first ones to mature naturally became the leaders of the smaller ones. These large aliens led the smaller ones to advance towards Demon Island. Their advancement was similar to Zhao Hai and the others. Wherever they went, nothing would be left. Zhao knew that these xenomorphs weren't just xenomorphs, they were also insectoids. The insectoids could devour everything to evolve, and these xenomorphs had inherited this ability. Therefore, in the process of advancing, they would eat everything that they could eat. Not only would they gain energy, but they would also become more powerful. Zhao Hai discovered that these aliens were actually evolving. At the top of their forelimbs, there was a claw that looked like a human hand. However, this claw was usually retracted into their forelimbs. Only when they needed to use it would they extend it. Moreover, perhaps because they had absorbed the evil spirits, their cries carried a certain amount of soul attacks. At the same time, their extremely flexible tails became illusory. It was as if they were about to disappear into thin air, making it impossible for people to see the tail's attack trajectory. Zhao Hai knew that these aliens were evolving, evolving into perfect killing machines. To be honest, Zhao Hai was worried when he saw these aliens. If one day, these aliens weren't under his control and continued to evolve and kill, what would he do? No matter what kind of space these aliens were placed in, they would be a huge disaster. However, this thought was thrown to the back of Zhao Hai's mind. These aliens weren't like the ones in the movies. They couldn't be controlled. These aliens were all Julie's subordinates. They would never go against Julie's orders. Therefore, they would never be able to break free from her control. Moreover, even if they broke free from his control, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. He didn't believe that there was anything in this world that he couldn't deal with. As the aliens advanced, the black fog slowly disappeared. By the time the black fog was completely gone, the aliens had already advanced very deep into Demon Island. Zhao Hai stood in the Tianji building, but he couldn't see the shadows of the aliens. Even the mother bodies that produced the aliens had all advanced with the aliens. They didn't stay behind. It could be said that other than a wasteland, they couldn't see anything else. GMO stared blankly at the projection in the command center. Looking at the empty land, he really didn't know what to say. It couldn't be said that there was nothing left on the land. There were some large trees that still had a short section left. From the small section of the tree trunk, he could clearly see the bite marks. GMO only found it strange. What kind of thing could eat everything, and in such a clean manner? After a while, GMO let out a long sigh and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai's methods are indeed unfathomable. Yu Fei, if he had used this thing to deal with us from the beginning, what do you think would have happened to the desolate race?" Upon hearing this, Yu Fei couldn't help but shudder. Her face turned pale. The xenomorphs advanced at an extremely fast speed. As long as the xenomorphs had energy, they could create more xenomorphs. It was because of this that more and more xenomorphs were created, becoming members of the xenomorphs army. The more xenomorphs there were, the faster they advanced. The faster they advanced, the more energy they obtained. The more energy they obtained, the more xenomorphs they could create. This was an almost unsolvable cycle. Zhao Hai's fleet was also slowly advancing. They did not disturb the xenomorphs. Zhao Hai had seen the combat strength of the xenomorphs. Wherever they passed, no matter how strong the fey beasts were, they would all become food in their mouths. This was really out of Zhao Hai's expectations. Soon, Zhao Hai discovered a black cloud rising from Demon Island. Zhao Hai noticed that it was not a black cloud, but a group of mechas. These mechas were different from the standard mechas made by the desolate race. They were heavier, and of course, more terrifying. These mechas were completely black. The mechas' heads were made into the shape of demons. All the mechas held a large sword in one hand and a large shield in the other. On the large shield, there was a demon face engraved on it. If the desolate race's mechas looked like warriors, then these mechas looked like demons. The number of these mechas was not small. There were nearly 100,000 of them. However, to the xenomorphs, these mechas were nothing. The xenomorphs pounced on the mechas. When the two sides came into contact, the mechas were beaten back. This situation was within Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai could already tell that the combat strength of the xenomorphs was extremely strong. Their claws, tails, and fangs could easily tear through ordinary metal. Most importantly, these xenomorphs were Zerg. They could eat metal and turn it into their own armor. This was the strength of Zerg. As long as they were given time, they could eat almost anything to evolve. Zhao Hai said that Zerg was a war race, an existence that specialized in destruction. He was not wrong at all. The 100,000 mecha army did not last a day before they were devoured by the xenomorphs. The xenomorphs were also evolving. Their bodies had metal-like armor plates, greatly increasing their defensive capabilities. Zhao Hai and the others were sitting inside the Heaven's secret building, looking at the battle below. When they saw the xenomorphs eating the mechas, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh and said, "To be honest, if we let Julie fight every time, then we would be able to save a lot of trouble." "What do you think?" Laura and the others also smiled. Julie looked at the group and smiled faintly. "Our bug race is a fighting race. We can survive in any environment, we can evolve and fight in any environment. Even if someone destroys the mother nest outside, it doesn't matter. As long as we have enough energy, the bug race can regenerate the mother nest. Unless someone can eliminate the entire bug race in one fell swoop, the bug race would continue to exist. Julie smiled faintly and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "Julie, you've been working hard for a long time. Every time you see everyone fighting, you must be feeling bad, right?" Julie smiled and said, "It's nothing. Zerg fights instinctively. If there's no battle, then we Zerg wouldn't fight." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Demon Island and said, "The other side even sent out mechs. I think these mechs should be piloted by the 18 great clans. I just don't know if they've been turned into puppets. But from the mechs that they used, it seems like they don't have many methods left. Let's see what else they can do." Laura and the others nodded. At this time, Megan flashed out of the space. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I've figured it out. Those beasts that looked like a mess were actually half undead. The reason why they were half undead was because their souls were still there. However, their souls couldn't perfectly fuse with their bodies. If they were other beasts, then they would have already died. But these beasts are different from Brother Hai's undead. Your undead imprison their souls inside their bodies after they die. But these beasts had their souls sealed inside their bodies before they died. In other words, they were like the desolate race's monster armors, they were refined alive." Megan nodded and said, "Brother Hai, I figured it out. Those beasts looked like half-undead creatures, but their souls were sealed inside their bodies before they died. In other words, they were like the desolate race's monster armors, they were refined alive." Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Come, let's sit down and see how Zerg fights." Megan nodded and then sat down. When Zhao Hai saw the beasts that were put together, he was very curious. He wanted to know how these beasts were made. Now that he knew that these beasts were actually refined using a secret method, Zhao Hai became even more curious about the people living on Demon Island. Xenomorph continued to advance. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly discovered that the forest in front of Xenomorph was shaking. It seems like something was about to come out. Before long, Zhao Hai knew what it was. It was a group of people. Beside these people were countless beasts. However, these people and beasts were strange. Their eyes were hollow, they looked like puppets. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that their skin had a strange red color. Just as Zhao Hai was puzzled, a sudden explosion was heard. Zhao Hai stared. This was because the people and beasts that rushed out had all exploded. This explosion killed a lot of the aliens. Zhao Hai was surprised to see that the people and beasts that rushed out had all exploded. Zhao Hai looked at the people and said, "I didn't think that they would actually use this trick. It seems like the other party must have turned these people into puppets and then fed them some kind of secret medicine. This secret medicine will explode when stimulated. The other party is really calculating." Zhao Hai looked at the people and said, "I didn't think that they would actually use this trick. It seems like the other party must have turned these people into puppets first." Julie's expression was somewhat ugly as she said, "If he wants to use this move to block my children, then he must be dreaming." Sure enough, when Julie's voice fell, the xenomorphs reacted. Some of the newly born xenomorphs that weren't very strong suddenly rushed forward and pounced on the people and beasts. These people and beasts immediately self-destructed. However, this didn't cause any harm to the powerful xenomorphs behind them. The battle ended very quickly. Although the xenomorphs lost a lot of people, they were all weak newborns. As for the powerful xenomorphs, they didn't lose many. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh at the xenomorphs' fighting instincts. It was truly shocking. They actually came up with such a method to deal with the self-destructing people and beasts. After the people and beasts self-destructed, the xenomorphs didn't make any other attacks. This made Zhao Hai surprised, but he didn't say anything as he continued to watch the xenomorphs advance. The xenomorphs advanced another 1,000 miles before a city suddenly appeared in front of him. That's right, it was a city. Moreover, it was different from the desolate race's cities. This city looked very retro. There were walls outside, and the walls were made of stone. This city wasn't very big, it was probably a small city that could house more than 100,000 people. In this city, Zhao Hai saw a group of soldiers standing on the walls, looking at them. These soldiers were all wearing black cultivator robes. They also had helmets on their heads. They looked similar to the black-cloaked cultivators that Zhao Hai received into the space. However, the weapons in their hands weren't sickles, but spears and sabers. In addition to the black helmets on their bodies, they really had the aura of a powerful army. When the xenomorphs arrived at the city, they looked at the city. The cultivators on the walls also looked at the xenomorphs coldly without any fear. Suddenly, a huge xenomorph roared. Following that, the other xenomorphs roared as well. Then all of them rushed towards the city walls. These xenomorphs could fly, so the city walls didn't stop them at all. At this time, a black barrier suddenly appeared on the city walls. The barrier was black and translucent, but when the xenomorphs pounced on it, the barrier began to emit black smoke. At the same time, the xenomorphs roared in pain. However, the aliens didn't come down from the shield. Instead, they opened their mouths and bit down on the shield. Then a piece of the shield was bitten off and swallowed into their stomach. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others discovered that the barrier wasn't just for defense. It should be poisonous, and the poison can corrode the xenomorphs' bodies. Therefore, the xenomorphs were in pain. However, the xenomorphs quickly solved this problem. After the xenomorphs ate the barrier, the corrosive properties of the barrier were no longer effective against them. Instead, the xenomorphs began to crazily bite the barrier. On the other hand, the black-cloaked soldiers inside the barrier were startled. For the first time, they showed a trace of panic. They didn't expect the xenomorphs to be able to eat the barrier. The cultivators inside the barrier immediately took out their weapons and attacked the xenomorphs. They killed a lot of xenomorphs, but even more xenomorphs pounced on the barrier. Before long, the barrier was broken, allowing the xenomorphs to rush into the city. The black-cloaked soldiers were still resisting, but they were quickly submerged by the xenomorphs. It was like throwing a stone into water. Although it caused some splashes, it didn't take long for the xenomorphs to disappear without a trace. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the others weren't happy. They felt that this attack was too easy. It shouldn't have been this easy. The xenomorphs were able to think of all kinds of methods to deal with them, so how could they be so easily dealt with? There must be some kind of conspiracy. At this time, a black fog suddenly appeared in the city. Then the fog began to rotate, sucking in all the xenomorphs and mother hives that rushed into the city. Before long, the fog disappeared along with the xenomorphs and mother hives. When Zhao Hai and the others saw this, they couldn't help but stare. Then Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "This should be a special transmission formation, right? Although it's a black vortex and there's no white light, it should be a transmission formation." "Julie, do you feel anything?" Julie replied, "It's a transmission formation." "Brother Hai, we can look at the image." Zhao Hai nodded. Then the projection in the heaven's secret building flashed as the image changed. Upon seeing this space, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered that this space was similar to Hell's space. There was no sunlight, it was gloomy. Aside from the lack of sunlight and the gloomy atmosphere, this space didn't seem to be anything special. There were some plants growing everywhere, and these plants looked gray, which made people feel very strange. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. The aliens didn't attack because Zhao Hai didn't let them. When the figure slowly approached the aliens, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. This person wore a gray robe, but this robe looked very old. Most importantly, this person didn't look young. His hair and beard were very long. Most importantly, this person was very thin, he looked like a starving refugee. When the person saw the aliens, his face couldn't help but reveal a look of panic and despair. In the end, his eyes calmed down. Zhao Hai said, "In this situation, we can't let the aliens stay there. Take them back. I'll go and take a look." "Why do I feel that something is wrong?" Laura and the others nodded. Then with an intention from Zhao Hai, all the aliens disappeared from the space. As for the person who discovered the aliens, he stared blankly at the direction where the aliens disappeared. It was as if he had seen something inconceivable. Zhao Hai's body flashed as he appeared in the space and stood in front of the person. Upon entering the space, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't find any spiritual qi in the space, this was a space with no spiritual qi at all. Zhao Hai had encountered such a space before. However, he didn't stay there for long. He thought that there was only one such space in this world. He didn't expect that there would be such a thing here. The person also noticed Zhao Hai. His eyes flashed with excitement. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. This made him look funny. In the end, he opened his mouth a few times before he spoke. You came from there? The man didn't seem to be able to speak as he spoke these words one by one. Zhao Hai looked at him and knew that it wasn't because he couldn't speak, but because he hadn't spoken for a long time. Therefore, he became like this. Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, Mister, what is this place? The person looked at Zhao Hai and after some time, he replied, this place is the devil's prison. His speech was still not very fluent, but it was much better than before. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but frown and said, You're saying that this place is a prison? But why do you seem to be able to move freely? The person looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, This entire space is a prison. There's no spiritual qi here, so there's no way to use transmission formations. People who are locked up here can only wait for death. There's no need to restrict your freedom because you can't leave this space. The person's speech became more and more fluent. At this point, he was able to communicate with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also understood what the person meant. Indeed, there was no spiritual qi in this space. If a cultivator was locked up here and their spatial equipment was taken away, then they would be able to leave. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and said, Mister, how long have you been locked up here? Is there anyone else here? The person looked at Zhao Hai, then he sighed and said, I don't know how long I've been locked up here. There's no sun, no moon, no day, and no night. The weather is always gloomy, there's no way for you to calculate the time. Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, Is there anyone else here? The person shook his head and said, I don't know if there's anyone else here. I only know that this place is very big. People don't live together because there's no food here. If we live together, then we might be eaten. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the person and said, May I ask Mister's name? When the person heard Zhao Hai, he stared. Then he turned silent for a moment before he shook his head and said, I forgot. I remember that my surname is Sun, but I don't remember my name. Zhao Hai bitterly smiled. He now believed that this person had been here for a long time. How long would it take for him to forget his name? However, Zhao Hai still asked, Mr. Sun, may I ask who captured you? Cultivator Sun said in a deep voice, They are devils. They wear black clothes and have small black scales on their bodies. They also have curved horns on their heads and tails on their backs. They were the ones who brought me here. They destroyed our sect and brought me here. Hearing Cultivator Sun, Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, So that's how it is. But may I ask what Mr.'s strength is? Why didn't they kill you and instead locked you up here? Cultivator Sun's eyes flashed with arrogance as he said, Want to kill me? It won't be that easy. I used to be a void-piercing expert, just one step away from ascending. Wanting to kill me? He, they don't have the strength. If they didn't use a scheme, then how could they bring me here? Zhao Hai nodded. Cultivator Sun looked at Zhao Hai and said, How did you get here? Were those your monster beasts? Kid, I advise you to be honest and save some of your spiritual qi. The food here is very precious and there's no spiritual qi. If you don't want to starve to death and want to live a bit longer, then use less spiritual qi. Zhao Hai understood Cultivator Sun's meaning. He looked at Cultivator Sun's appearance and faintly smiled. If I kill you, then you won't be tortured here. Cultivator Sun was stunned when he heard Zhao Hai's words. When Cultivator Sun heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare, then a trace of fear appeared on his face. However, he quickly calmed down as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, All right, kill me. I'm currently living a life worse than death. I'm a void-piercing expert, yet I'm living like a savage. I'm really suffering. Then he closed his eyes. Zhao Hai looked at Cultivator Sun's appearance and faintly smiled. Mister, if you agree to one of my conditions, then I won't kill you. Cultivator Sun didn't even open his eyes as he said, Forget it, I really don't want to live anymore. Besides, I don't have anything right now, so I can't agree to your conditions. You should just kill me. Hurry up. Zhao Hai looked at Cultivator Sun's appearance and couldn't help but faintly understand. What if I can take Mr. out of here? Can Mr. agree to one of my conditions? When Cultivator Sun heard Zhao Hai, he opened his eyes. He looked at Zhao Hai and said with a trembling voice, "You said you can take me out of here?" Really? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm a spatial divergent ability user. Of course, I can take you out of here. However, there's a condition. As long as you agree to my condition, I'll take you out of here." Cultivator Sun gasped for breath as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'll agree to any condition as long as you can take me out of here." "Tell me, I'll agree to any condition. Take me out of here immediately. I don't want to stay here for even a minute." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, I'll take you out of here. However, you'll have to work for me and become my subordinate. How about it? If you agree, then you'll have to swear a heart demon oath and I'll take you out of here immediately." Cultivator Sun didn't say anything and immediately shouted, "As long as..." "Right, what's your name?" Zhao Hai replied, "Zhao Hai." Cultivator Sun immediately said, "As long as Zhao Hai can take me out of this damned place, I'm willing to become his subordinate and work for him for the rest of my life. I'll never betray him. If I violate this oath, then I'm willing to be burned to death by my heart demon." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then let's go." Then he walked to Cultivator Sun's side as a spatial rift appeared. Then Zhao Hai entered the spatial rift. Cultivator Sun didn't say anything as he followed. In the next moment, a spatial rift appeared in the square outside the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Zhao Hai and Cultivator Sun came out of it. As soon as Cultivator Sun appeared outside, he narrowed his eyes. Then his eyes suddenly opened as he looked up at the sun above his head. Then he laughed before he burst into tears. In the end, he knelt on the ground and cried until he was out of breath. It was hard to imagine a grown man crying like this. However, Zhao Hai didn't laugh at him, nor did he say anything. This was because he was very clear about Cultivator Sun's mood. He had been locked up for who knows how many years. Maybe when he first went in, he still had some hope. But slowly, he lost all hope. He only lived for the sake of living. Because of the pride in his heart, he didn't commit suicide. But now, he suddenly came out of that place and returned to a familiar environment. In this case, how could he not cry? The fact that he didn't directly go crazy was already a sign of his strong will. Sure enough, after some time, Cultivator Sun stopped crying. He stood up and looked around before turning his head to Zhao Hai. His expression was somewhat complicated, but in the end, he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, Mister, for bringing me out. From now on, Sun Dihai will follow Mister's orders. I will never betray Mister." Zhao Hai looked at Sun Dihai and smiled faintly. "All right, there's no need to be polite. Call me young master from now on, Wuming." Along with his voice, Ji Wuming came out of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and arrived at Zhao Hai's side. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Young master." Zhao Hai said, "Take Mr. Sun to freshen up. Prepare some delicious food for Mr. Sun and let him rest." Ji Wuming nodded, then he turned to Sun Dihai and said, "Mr. Sun, please." Sun Dihai looked at Ji Wuming, his eyes were full of shock. Although his strength was now less than 1,000, and he had lived in a place without spiritual chi for many years, the spiritual chi in his body had almost completely disappeared. Now, any cultivator could deal with him. But as a void-piercing expert, he could see that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't at the void-piercing realm. However, Ji Wuming's strength had definitely reached the void-piercing realm. For a void-piercing expert to give a salute to Zhao Hai with such a natural and respectful expression, it was very surprising. Originally, when Sun Dihai came out of that place, he regretted making the Great Heart Demon Oath. However, he was a man of his word. His strength hadn't been restored, and he was bound by the Great Heart Demon Oath, so he had no choice but to become Zhao Hai's subordinate. But now, it seems like Zhao Hai didn't lack a subordinate. This made Sun Dihai surprised. However, he still gave Zhao Hai a salute before he followed Wuming. Sun Dihai's expression changed. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he returned to the Heaven's Secret Building. He turned to Julie and the others and said, "I'll leave the attack to you. I'll go to the space and take a look. I think there are some powerful people there. If we can pull them over to our side, then it would be very good for us. Laura nodded and said, all right, you can rest assured. We'll take care of it. Xiaohai nodded, then his figure moved and disappeared from the room. Xiaohai appeared in the space once again. At the same time, he waved his hand as countless silver needles flew towards the space. Xiaohai was very curious about how many people were inside the space. Before long, Xiaohai's eyes shone. Then his figure moved and in. The next moment, he appeared on top of a hill. This hill was similar to the other places in the space. There were some gray plants with big leaves growing on top of it. Xiaohai had already received these plants into the space. There was nothing special about them, they were very easy to grow. They were also slightly poisonous, but they weren't of any help to the space. The reason why Xiaohai appeared on this hill was because there were other things besides these plants. This thing was a beast, a wolf. This was a wolf with a big skeleton. But just like Sun Dihai, this wolf was now just skin and bones. It couldn't be any thinner. However, a wolf was still a wolf. One could see a trace of killing intent in its eyes. But now, the wolf was eating the plants. There was no mistake, the wolf was eating plants. A lot of people thought that wolves eat meat. But in fact, this wasn't the case. In some special circumstances, wolves would also eat plants. For example, when they were very hungry. When Xiaohai appeared, the wolf immediately noticed Xiaohai. The killing intent in its eyes became even stronger. At the same time, the wolf opened its mouth and said, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Xiaohai looked at the wolf and said, "Mr. should be a demon cultivator, right? You aren't weak? I've heard about what happened here from someone else. Sir, were you also imprisoned here by those demons?" The wolf looked at Xiaohai, its eyes were full of vigilance. However, it still nodded and said, "Correct. What do you want to do? Do you want to kill me?" Xiaohai looked at the wolf and smiled faintly. "No, I think Mr. misunderstood. I didn't come to kill you. In fact, I came to help Mr. May I ask Mr.'s name?" The wolf looked at Xiaohai and said, "Lang Wanhao." "Kid, what do you want to do?" Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Lang, I really came to help you. Does Mr. want to leave this place? I'm a spatial divergent ability user. As long as Mr. swears a heart demon oath to serve me, I'll take Mr. out of here and return to the normal world." Upon hearing Xiaohai, Lang Wanhao couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Xiaohai and said, "Can you really take me out?" Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "What else does Mr. have? Is it worth it for me to trick you? I can take Mr. out, but Mr. must work for me. I ask Mr. to swear a heart demon oath." Lang Wanhao looked at Xiaohai, he wanted to believe Xiaohai. But when he heard Xiaohai, Lang Wanhao couldn't help but feel disheartened. At the same time, he believed Xiaohai's words. Just like Xiaohai said, he really didn't have anything worth deceiving. Even if it was his life, if Xiaohai wanted it, he could take it at any time. Not to mention that he didn't have anything else. Compared to working for Xiaohai, staying here was the most terrifying thing. Therefore, Lang Wanhao didn't hesitate to swear a heart demon oath to serve Xiaohai. Then Xiaohai took Lang Wanhao out of the space. At the same time, in different places of the space, Xiaohai appeared one by one. And wherever Xiaohai appeared, there would be living people. For those who were imprisoned here, there was nothing more important than leaving this place. Therefore, without exception, these people agreed to become Xiaohai's subordinates. After Xiaohai got everyone out of the space, he discovered that he had unknowingly formed a team of 100,000 people. And the people in this team were all experts in the void-piercing realm. While obtaining these experts, Xiaohai also became more curious about the force that locked these experts in the space. To be able to lock so many experts in the space, this force must be very powerful. Moreover, Xiaohai was almost certain that this force was the extraterritorial devil race. Although Xiaohai had not been in contact with the extraterritorial devil race, he had seen some portraits of the extraterritorial devil race. It was similar to the description of Sun Dihai and the others. Therefore, Xiaohai was almost certain that the force that locked Sun Dihai and the others in the space was the extraterritorial devil race. However, Xiaohai was still not sure. After all, he had not been in direct contact with the other party. Therefore, he was still not sure that the other party must be the extraterritorial devil race. After all, in the countless worlds of this plane, there were too many similar races. However, Zhao Hai was still very wary of the other party. This was because although some of the people locked in the space came from the same plane, most of them came from different planes. In other words, the force that locked these people in the space must have conquered at least several hundred or even several thousand planes. This was a very terrifying number. While Zhao Hai was dealing with these matters, Laura and the others weren't idle. This time, it was still Julie's turn to attack. The alien army continued to push forward. Laura and the others had already seen the small town. The town only had a transmission formation and nothing else. It seemed like the entrance to the prison, nothing special about it. Even when Laura and the others destroyed the town, the people inside didn't react much. Although Laura and the others were puzzled, they still continued to attack. The alien army continued to push forward. After another 1,000 li, they encountered another small town. This town was similar to the previous one. There were also some people guarding the town. The people who were guarding the town wore the same clothes as the people from before. The result was the same as the previous town. The alien army pushed forward and flattened the town. What was different from the small city from before was that this small city did not have any special teleportation arrays. Instead, there were some cultivators. These cultivators were not very strong and the armor they wore was the Desolate race's Fey armor. However, they were not from the Desolate race because they did not use mecha armor. All they used were cold weapons. In this small city, there were a total of 100,000 people. In the end, all of them became food for the aberrations and the number of aberrations increased once again. After destroying the town, Laura and the others led the army forward. After another 1,000 li, they encountered another city. This city was much bigger than the previous two towns. This city could accommodate 1 million people. Moreover, this city had a barrier around it. The city's walls were also filled with cultivators. At this time, Zhao Hai came out of the space. There were no more people or beasts inside. It can be said that the space's matter has been resolved. Zhao Hai stood on the Heaven's Secret Tower and looked at the city. Below the Heaven's Secret Tower was an endless army of undead. At this time, the undead army had almost surrounded the city. Zhao Hai looked at the city and then at the people on the walls. He frowned slightly and said to Laura and the others, "Don't you find it strange? Why were the people in these cities also wearing Fey armor, but the way they used the Fey armor was different from the Desolate race? Could this be a coincidence? Are these people related to the Desolate race?" When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she stared for a moment before she nodded and said, "What Brother Hai said makes sense. The cultivators here are indeed strange. Brother Hai, don't forget that we've received a lot of powerful attacks from ghost cultivators. However, after fighting with these people, they didn't use any of those attacks, nor did they use ghost cultivators' methods. This is indeed a problem." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the city and said, "Attack, but leave a few people alive. I want to see how this city came to be. Why are they able to live here?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the city and said, "Attack, but leave some people alive. I want to see where this city came from." Julie nodded, then she waved her hand as the aliens rushed towards the city. Before long, the city's shield was broken. Then the aliens rushed towards the city and began the massacre. But after the massacre, a huge alien grabbed two people and brought them in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he turned the two into undead. Then he looked at the two and said, "Take off your helmets and tell me your identity." The two men took off their helmets, revealing their faces. Their appearances were very ordinary, there was nothing special about them. Then the two men bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Lu Yong, Lu Feng, has seen the young master." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "How did the two of you come to Demon Island? Have you been living here all this time?" Lu Yong replied, replying to the young master, "We're not. We're from the Lu family. Every few years, we'll be stationed here. It's not only the Lu family, the other families of the 18 great clans will also send people to guard this place." Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "How do you survive on Demon Island? Isn't there poisonous gas here?" Also, how many cities are there like this one on Demon Island? Lu Yong immediately replied, replying to the young master, only the periphery of Demon Island has some poisonous gas. This gas was released by the great demon god. There are only 3 cities on Demon Island, and this is the largest one. There are also 2 smaller cities that have people guarding them, but the number of people guarding them is even smaller. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yong and said, "Who is this great demon god that you're talking about? Where is he? Is he also in the city?" Lu Yong shook his head and said, "He's not. The great demon god is the god of the great clans. They seem to be of the same race. They have the ability to penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. They live in the Demon God Mountain, which isn't an expedition." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Lu Yong and said, "The way you use your demon armor is different from the outside. What's going on? Why don't you use your mechs?" Lu Yong immediately replied, replying to the young master, "When we reach a certain age, the demon armor will undergo a second refinement. After the refinement, the defense of the demon armor will be stronger, and it will also increase our combat strength. However, the demon spirit inside the demon armor will disappear. Therefore, the demon armor that has just undergone the second refinement cannot be used as a mecha. It will take some time to adapt. Because we have reached the age where we can't use a mecha yet, we haven't used a mecha yet." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yong and said, "Don't you know about the destruction of the 18 great clans? Aren't the people of the 18 great clans on the island?" Lu Yong solemnly replied, "We know. We knew the moment the 18 great clans were destroyed. Right now, the 18 great clans and the Chao family are in the city. Aside from here, they have nowhere else to go. We didn't expect young master to arrive so quickly. So even if they want to run, they have nowhere to run." Zhao Hai looked at the flattened city and nodded. With a wave of his hand, he sent the 2 into the space. Then he sighed and said, "It seems like the 18 great clans have been controlled by the demon god. They also know about the demon armor's harm to the desolate race. But after so many years, they didn't show any signs of it. It seems like the demon god wants to use the 18 great clans to make a move when necessary. He wants to use music to turn the entire desolate race into puppets." Laura nodded and sighed, "I didn't expect the 18 great clans to do such a thing. That's their race, how could they do it?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Religion. Didn't you hear what Lu Yong said? The demon god is their god. If their god speaks, how could they not do it? In their eyes, their god is supreme. What race, what clansman, all of that doesn't matter. This is the power of faith. It can make an ordinary person have courage that ordinary people don't have. It can also make a kind-hearted person become a thug. Faith is often the most terrifying weapon." Laura sighed, then she looked at a distant mountain and said, "That should be the Demon God Mountain, right? Now, I really want to meet those demon gods." Zhao Hai also looked at the mountain, his eyes flashed coldly. The fleet moved once again, followed by the aliens. The aliens had already slaughtered everyone in the city. Not even a single bone was left. As they pushed forward, the aliens didn't let go of anything along the way. When they reached the foot of the mountain, there was only scorched earth behind them. Zhao Hai stood in the Heaven's secret tower and looked at the mountain. The mountain was very tall and its peak was completely covered in snow. However, Zhao Hai could feel an extremely powerful aura coming from the mountain. Just as Zhao Hai was looking at the mountain, there was finally a reaction from the mountain. A black dot flew down from the mountain and quickly reached a place that Zhao Hai could see with his naked eyes. It was a group of people sitting on mutated beasts. These people were wearing black clothes, but their skin was covered with a layer of thin scales. They had a pair of curved horns on their heads and a slender tail behind them. At the tip of the tail, there was an arrowhead shape. They looked very similar to humans, but their hands were much larger than humans. Their fingernails were as sharp as wolf claws. This group of people came in front of Zhao Hai's fleet. They didn't even look at the aliens. One of the demons standing on a tiger-headed crocodile's body looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Young man, who are you? You can't be a member of the desolate race. Why did you come to the desolate world?" Zhao Hai looked at these people who looked like demons and said with a faint smile, "I'm a member of the desolate race. Didn't the 18 large families tell you? That person looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Are you really Zhao Hai? The Nether King Zhao Hai of the Void Realm? I really didn't expect that you would follow me here." Zhao Hai looked at that person and said in a deep voice, "You've heard of the Void Realm? You've heard of my name? This makes me very curious. Where did you hear of my name?" The man looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "What's so strange about hearing your name? Aren't the people in the Void Realm guarding against us? Haven't you heard of the extraterritorial devil race in the Void Realm?" Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He looked at that person and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that you guys were actually from the extraterritorial devil race. Judging from your appearance, I should have guessed it long ago. I just didn't expect that the extraterritorial devil race, who had always kept a low profile in the Void Realm, would actually extend their reach here." The demon looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't think that Zhao Hai who went missing in the void would actually come here. I also heard that you destroyed the War God's realm. You're truly amazing." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're the one who destroyed the War God's realm." Zhao Hai looked at the extraterritorial devil and said in a deep voice, "It's good that you know my identity. You aren't qualified to talk to me. Ask your leader to come out and see me." The extraterritorial devil was slightly stunned. Then, he couldn't help but squint his eyes and look at Zhao Hai. "What do you mean? I don't understand." Zhao Hai looked at him and sneered, "You can understand. You're not the leader of these extraterritorial devil race. You may be a small official, but you're definitely not a commander. Ask your commander to come out and see me." Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. "I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. It's no wonder you were able to occupy a place in the Void Realm in such a short time, destroy the War Immortal Realm, and ruin the plans of the Demon God clan. Kid, you're really something." Along with this voice, a black shadow slowly stood up from the shadow of the extraterritorial devil that was talking to Zhao Hai just now. He looked at Zhao Hai coldly. Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shrink when he saw this person. This person was wearing a black robe and was holding a white bone staff in his hand. These were the things that surprised Zhao Hai. What surprised Zhao Hai was this person's face. It wasn't a human face at all. It was as if he had torn many people's faces apart and pieced them together. His left eye had sword-like eyebrows and tiger-like eyes, while his right eye had long eyebrows that exuded a kind aura. His nose looked like a beautiful woman's, white and straight, but his mouth was a bloody mouth full of rotten teeth. His skin was pieced together in pieces. Some of his skin was as white and tender as a baby's, while some of his skin was wrinkled like an old man who had experienced countless years. This was a very strange person. It was so strange that one would feel their scalp tingle just by looking at him. Even Zhao Hai, who had experienced countless situations, felt a chill run down his spine. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then he looked at the person and said, "It's not your fault that you're ugly, but it's wrong to come out and scare people. I didn't think that the extraterritorial devil race would have someone like you. Why do you have to make yourself look like a rag? Are you very secretive?" That person didn't think that Zhao Hai would say this. When he heard this, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Zhao Hai looked at him and sneered, "What's wrong? Are you trying to scare me by making a face like this? It seems like you're still lacking." When that person heard Zhao Hai, he laughed strangely and said, "Scare you? Do I need to? Kid, listen to me. This face of mine, every piece of skin has a history. Every time I defeat a strong enemy, every time I kill a person, I will take the most perfect piece of skin from their skin and put it on my face. Ha ha ha, now you understand, kid." Zhao Hai carefully looked at that person, then he smiled faintly and said, "It seems like you haven't killed many people. It seems like you're a kind-hearted person." That person laughed and said, "Someone actually said that I, the face-changing demon, am a kind-hearted person. Kid, I'm very happy to hear that. I've decided that after I kill you, I'll cut off your entire face and keep it." After he said that, he wiped his face with his hand. Then a long mask-like thing appeared beside him. Every mask-like thing was the same as his face, it was made up of countless pieces of skin. Among them was the face that Zhao Hai saw before. These mask-like faces floated in the air, forming a long row. It was unknown how many there were. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. Then he waved his hand and said, "Forget about it. The number of people you've killed has almost caught up with me." "Not bad, keep up the good work." When the face-changing demon heard Zhao Hai, he stared blankly for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "Kid, you're really interesting. I like you, ha ha ha." Zhao Hai looked at the face-changing demon and said, "Alright, we've been talking for a long time. In the end, we still have to fight. Let's draw a line." When the face-changing demon heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, you're very good. But it's a pity that you must die." Then he waved his hand, causing the foreign demons around him to rush towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't move. On the contrary, Julie waved her hand, causing the aliens to fly up from the ground and rush towards the foreign demons. On the other hand, the face-changing demon didn't move. He looked at the aliens. To be honest, he had never seen these beasts before. He was very curious and wanted to see how strong these beasts were. At this moment, the alien army and the extraterritorial devil army finally clashed. Although the leading aliens were huge, they were much smaller than the mutated beasts. However, this didn't matter. These aliens were like vicious wolves that pounced on the mutated beasts and kept biting them. Some of the aliens directly faced the extraterritorial devil army. Zhao Hai discovered that the extraterritorial demons were mostly melee fighters. Their claws had a strong attacking power. Moreover, the scales on their skin had a strong defensive power. And with the addition of their tails, it can be said that the extraterritorial demons were experts in close combat. The extraterritorial demons weren't weak at all. The extraterritorial demons weren't weak at all. The extraterritorial demons weren't weak at all. Of course, the most important thing was that the extraterritorial demons were very strong. Their horns didn't seem to be used for close combat. Their horns could shoot a beam of light. As long as this beam of light hit the xenomorph would immediately turn into a pile of ashes. One must know that the xenomorph's defense wasn't weak. Under such circumstances, they were still turned into ashes after being hit by the light beam. From this point, it could be seen how powerful the light beam of the extraterritorial devil race was. However, these aliens didn't know what fear was. Moreover, they were constantly biting the mutated beasts and gaining more and more energy. Their numbers kept increasing. In a short time, the attacks of the extraterritorial devils were suppressed. Some of the extraterritorial devils were bitten to death by the aliens. At this moment, the face-changing demon coldly snorted. Then he waved his hand and a mask flew out from his face. The mask scattered and turned into pieces of skin. Then the pieces of skin grew crazily and turned into people. As soon as these people appeared, they immediately rushed towards the aliens. When these people attacked, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the strength of these people was beyond his expectations. Each of these people had the strength of the void-piercing realm. When facing the aliens, it was naturally very easy. Although the aliens weren't weak, they were still in the void-piercing realm. Before long, the aliens were slaughtered. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. These aliens were Zerg, and Zerg was a fighting race. They wouldn't be defeated so easily. Sure enough, some of the xenomorphs that ate the extraterritorial demons began to mutate. A pair of curved horns grew out of their heads, and from those curved horns, they could also shoot out beams of energy. Therefore, those who were hit by those beams of energy were all turned into ashes. Even those void-piercing realm experts transformed from the masks of the face-changing demons were no exception. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he turned to Laura and said, "It seems like the beams of energy from the horns are a special ability of the foreign demons. When you face them in the future, you must be careful." Laura nodded and said, "Brother Hai, did you notice that there aren't a lot of extraterritorial demons here? In other words, this place might be a branch of the extraterritorial demon race." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems so. But we still need to ask the face-changing demon. I'll go and deal with him. Then the matter of the desolate race will be solved." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved as he rushed towards the face-changing demon. The extraterritorial demons were already at a disadvantage, so Nobody could help them block Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai was able to smoothly arrive in front of the face-changing demon. When he arrived in front of the face-changing demon, Zhao Hai's hand moved as a long saber appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai looked at the face-changing demon and sneered, "Now it's our turn. How about it? Are you ready?" The face-changing demon now had another face. To be honest, this face was even more terrifying. Zhao Hai didn't even want to look at it. The face-changing demon looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "What? You want to kill me? Ha ha ha, you're not qualified." As soon as his voice fell, his face began to change. The scattered pieces of skin all disappeared in an instant. His face turned into that of a burly man with a long beard and eyes like copper bells. At the same time, the face-changing demon's body also changed. Before, the face-changing demon wasn't very tall, nor was he very strong. On the contrary, he looked very thin and weak. But now, it was different. Under Zhao Hai's eyes, the face-changing demon became bigger. He was about 2 meters tall. Moreover, his arms and waist became thicker. In a blink of an eye, he turned into a big man. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then he sneered and said, "You think you can beat me after becoming like this? In your dreams, prepare to die." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved as he rushed forward. He waved the long saber in his hand and slashed towards the face-changing demon's neck. The face-changing demon was now holding his bone cane with both hands as he pointed it at Zhao Hai. When the cane was pointed at Zhao Hai, the tip of the cane trembled slightly, implying countless changes. One could see at a glance that he was an expert in close combat. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. But when he turned, he appeared beside the face-changing demon and slashing towards the face-changing demon's neck. Although, the face-changing demon, the face-changing demon's body, the face-changing demon's body, the face-changing demons, the face-changing demon's attack. The face-changing demon. But the face. Zhao. And Zhao Hai. The face changing. But the face was the face changing it. With the face do. Zhao Hai's figure kept turning as he circled around the face-changing demon. The face-changing demon's reaction was very unexpected. From the beginning of the battle until now, the face-changing demon didn't move. He stood there like a mountain. The only thing that moved was the bone staff in his hand. The bone staff in his hand only had one move, and that was to stab forward. Every move he made was aimed at Zhao Hai. Moreover, the bone staff was longer than Zhao Hai's long saber. When he made a move, Zhao Hai had no choice but to dodge. Because of this, the face-changing demon couldn't attack him. Because of this, the face-changing demon didn't move at all. Only the two of them knew how dangerous it was. Zhao Hai looked at the face-changing demon and sneered, "You're really powerful. But if that's all you've got, then you'll lose." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in front of the face-changing demon. At the same time, the long saber in his hand slashed down. The face-changing demon's expression didn't change. The bone staff in his hand was still moving forward, aiming for Zhao Hai's throat. Zhao Hai didn't dodge this time. Instead, he pushed his saber down and used the blade to push the bone staff away. Clang! The two weapons clashed for the first time. The face-changing demon felt a huge force coming from the bone staff. He felt that he couldn't hold on to the bone staff. His expression couldn't help but change. While the face-changing demon's expression changed, Zhao Hai took advantage of the situation. The long saber in his hand swept across the face-changing demon's neck. The face-changing demon's head was chopped off by Zhao Hai. However, the face-changing demon didn't fall down because of this. His figure slowly shrank and finally changed back to the original face-changing demon's appearance. To think that you could actually kill one of my doppelgangers. However, it's a pity that you're still a little lacking if you want to fight with me. Kid, I have countless doppelgangers. Each of them can die for me once. Go ahead and kill them. I'll see how long it will take you to kill all of them. Upon hearing the face-changing demon, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his head and looked at the face-changing demon. The face-changing demon had turned into another appearance. At the same time, the face-changing demon pointed his staff at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "I said that I can kill you, so I can kill you." Then Zhao Hai's mind moved. He waved his long saber as a white light shot out and hit the face-changing demon's body. The face-changing demon felt the space around him squeeze him. He couldn't move at all. His expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's going on? What did you do to me?" Zhao Hai looked at the face-changing demon, then he smiled faintly and said, "What did I do? You'll know soon enough." Then Zhao Hai's figure appeared in front of the face-changing demon. He waved his long saber and chopped off the face-changing demon's head. However, the face-changing demon didn't die. He recovered and changed his face again. After changing his face, the face-changing demon laughed and said, "It's useless. You can't kill me. You used the power of law, right? I didn't expect you to comprehend the power of law. But it's useless. You still can't kill me." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "That's not necessarily true." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his long sword, and a sword light surrounded the face-changing demon. When the white light disappeared, the face-changing demon had already disappeared. All that was left behind was a skeleton without a trace of flesh. Other people didn't know, only Zhao Hai knew that Zhao Hai had just slashed the face-changing demon nearly 100,000 times. These 100,000 slashes eliminated all of the face-changing demon's doppelgangers. At this time, the face-changing demon couldn't be more dead. Besides comprehending the laws from others, Zhao Hai also comprehended the fast and slow laws. He used the fast law to increase his speed. How could the face-changing demon's recovery speed compare to Zhao Hai's attack speed? Because of this, the face-changing demon was ground to death by Zhao Hai. The skeleton of the face-changing demon was very different from that of a normal person. His skeleton looked like a human skeleton, but it was not. He had a tail behind him and his hands were like claws. Most importantly, he had horns on his head. Before, Zhao Hai didn't notice that the face-changing demon also had horns on his head. However, he didn't know why the face-changing demon's horns were broken. At this time, the face-changing demon's skeleton also fell down. However, Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the face-changing demon's skeleton into the space. Then the face-changing demon turned into an undead. In the next moment, the face-changing demon appeared beside Zhao Hai. He was still wearing a black robe and had a bone staff in his hand. However, the horns on his head had grown back. Most importantly, he had also revealed his true appearance. The face-changing fiend was a little shorter than the ordinary extraterritorial devils, and his figure was a little thin and weak. However, there were no other changes in other aspects. His face was also covered with fine scales, just like the other extraterritorial devils. Zhao Hai looked at the face-changing demon and said, "What's your real name?" The face-changing demon bowed to Zhao Hai and said, replying to the young master, "My name is Lulu." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Lulu, you seem to have been injured before. Also, how did you manage to cut off people's skin and turn it into a substitute?" Lulu replied, replying to the young master, "I was injured before. When I was young, I participated in an experiment in a realm that we conquered. There, we encountered the resistance army of that realm. I was injured by someone from the resistance army. Not only did he injure me, but he also broke my horns. The horns are very important to our demon god race. The light of destruction emitted by the enemy can destroy everything. The horns are also our foundation and the hardest part of our bodies. However, the enemy we encountered at that time was very powerful. In the end, my horns were broken, which damaged my foundation. Since then, I have been unable to practice our demon god race's cultivation methods. But at the same time, I obtained a method called puppet technique from that realm. This method uses a dead person's body as a medium to refine their soul into a puppet substitute. Not only can this puppet substitute be released to fight the enemy, it can also be used as a puppet substitute. This is the method I used to fight the young master. In addition to this method, the puppet substitute can also die for me. I used the skin of those dead people as a medium to refine them into a puppet substitute. With this method, I was able to become a commander of the demon god race. When Zhao Hai heard this, he could not help but nod and say, "So that's the case." Does that mean that in your race, there are many commanders like you? Now, how many domains has your fiend celestial race conquered? Luluyi said in a deep voice, I really do not know how many domains the fiend celestial race has conquered. However, thinking about it, it should be in the hundreds. In the fiend celestial race, I do not know how many commanders like me there are. This is because we cannot communicate with each other. If there is any matter, it is directly given to us by the race. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, that method of splitting fey beasts and refining them again was thought of by you. And the desolate race's fey armor was also thought of by you? Luluyi nodded and said, yes, this method was thought of by me. Back then, the race wanted to defeat the desolate race in a head-on battle, but they had to pay a huge price. Hence, I thought of this method. Zhao Hai nodded and turned his gaze back to the battlefield. The battle on the battlefield was nearing its end. Chimo's fleet was slowly heading deeper into Fiend Island. The deeper they went, the more surprised they were. But when they saw the small city, they were even more surprised. They never expected that Fiend Island, which they thought to be uninhabited, would have a small city. Chimo's fleet was much slower than Zhao Hai's fleet. It wasn't that they didn't want to be faster, but that Zhao Hai didn't let them be faster. Chimo and the others knew that they had to rely on Zhao Hai for this battle, so they could only listen to Zhao Hai. Chimo also knew that if they were to attack Fiend Island, it wasn't impossible to take it down. However, the losses would be great. This was because the Fey soul in the Fey armor had just been removed. Many people weren't used to it yet, so the losses would be great. And now, Zhao Hai was willing to help them solve the problem of Fiend Island. This made Chimo very happy. At the same time, Chimo also felt that Zhao Hai was hiding something from them. He felt that Zhao Hai was very interested in Fiend Island. Although this puzzled Chimo, he didn't ask any further. Everyone had their own secrets. For a person like Zhao Hai, he naturally had more secrets. And don't forget, Zhao Hai's strength was obvious. If Zhao Hai didn't want to say anything, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Most importantly, Chimo knew very well that they couldn't have a bad relationship with Zhao Hai. That wouldn't be good for their desolate race. Yufei stood beside Chimo and said to him, Brother Mo, the people who went down have already sent back news. There was a very large teleportation array in the small city, but it was destroyed. It can't be used anymore. From the way it was destroyed, it was most likely done by Zhao Hai. And in that small city, they found this. After saying that, Yufei took out something and handed it to Chimo. Chimo received the item and discovered that it was a fragment of a demonic armor. Chimo asked, This is a demonic armor? Yufei nodded and said, That's right. It's a fey armor. It seems like there are members of our desolate race in this small city. And from the dilapidated state of the city's walls, this small city must have existed for quite some time. Chimo said in a deep voice, Do you mean to say that this small city was built by us, the desolate race? And it was not built in a day or two, but many years? However, no one in the desolate race knows of this. Yufei nodded and said, That's right. And in this small city, there were no mecha fragments, nor were there any mecha parts. It can be said that the people in this small city did not use mecha, but there were some weapon fragments. These weapons were all of normal sizes. That is to say, the people of the desolate race in this small city used normal weapons and did not use mecha. Chimo looked at Yufei and said, What are you trying to say? Yufei looked at Chimo and said, What I want to say is that this small city is very likely related to the 18 large family clans. The 18 large family clans very likely knew about the demonic armor a long time ago. And the reason why they built this city is very likely to be to protect that teleportation array. And that teleportation array might lead to another world. The people in that world might be using the demonic armor to plot against us, the desolate race. Chimo was stunned. Following that, he looked at Yufei and said, That's impossible. The 18 large family clans are members of the desolate race after all. Why would they help outsiders plot against us? Yufei sneered and said, What's impossible about that? I think it's very likely. The 18 large family clans aren't anything good either. Maybe the other party is too strong, and they believe that they are not the other party's match, so they submitted to the other party. That's not impossible. Look at what the 18 large family clans have done over the years. Which one of them isn't thinking for their own family clan? Have they ever thought for the desolate race? I think the 18 large family clans are definitely up to no good. Xianxia fell silent. He really did not know what to say. Although he did not want to accept this fact from the bottom of his heart, Xianxia knew that what Yufei said was likely true. After staying in the small city for a while, they carefully observed the small city. There was more and more evidence that this small city had existed for many years. Furthermore, there were members of the desolate race stationed there all year round. Upon hearing this news, Xianxia's expression turned uglier. In the past, he only believed that the 18 large family clans were in the wrong. They should not have treated the commoners that way. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Not only were the 18 large family clans in the wrong, not only did they let down the commoners, they might have even betrayed the entire desolate race. After staying in the small city for 2 days, they carefully investigated the surroundings of the small city. Unfortunately, they could not obtain much information. This was because all the traces had been destroyed by the aberration. Everything had been eaten by the aberration. When Xianxia and company realized that there was no way to find anything here, they gave the order to continue forward. He had no intention of chasing after Zhao Hai. This was because he knew that even if he went, he would not be of much help. 2. Be honest, Xianxia and the others were very surprised by Zhao's sudden release of the beasts. They really didn't understand how Zhao managed to get so many powerful beasts. But one thing they were sure of was that the moment Zhao released the beasts, he had already taken over the battle. Zhao's demonic beasts were very powerful, but one thing they were sure of was that the moment Zhao released the beasts, he had already taken over this battle. No, it could even be said that the moment Zhao Hai appeared, he had already taken over the war. When they saw the second city, they were truly shocked. The first city was already shocking enough. Now that they saw the second city, they could only be described as shocked. In terms of scale, the first city was much smaller than the second city. Moreover, the second city was completely different from the first. The first city seemed to be used to guard the transmission formation while the second city was used to house people. This really surprised them. After staying in the second city for 2 more days, Xianxia and company set off once again. But Xianxia was now certain that the people living in the second city were all from the 18 great clans. This was because he found some things that had the symbols of the 18 great clans on them. When they arrived at the third city, which was also the main city, Xianxia was completely numb. Such a large city was clearly not built in a day or 2. Furthermore, with the size of the city and the facilities in the city, no matter how one looked at it, one could tell that this city was most suitable for ordinary people to live in. Furthermore, there were quite a number of people living in it. Xianxia looked at the city with a livid expression. He knew very well what this city represented. The appearance of this city represented the hidden power of the 18 great clans. It also represented the separation between the 18 great clans and the desolate race. The 18 great clans had their own bases on Demon Island and had their own lives. By doing this, they no longer treated themselves as members of the desolate race. At this moment, Xianxia and company also noticed that Zhao Hai's fleet was parked on a distant mountain. Xianxia immediately commanded the fleet to rush over. But when they arrived, they could no longer see anything. All the battles had ended and the fey beasts that Zhao Hai had released had all disappeared. Just as Xianxia's fleet stopped, Zhao Hai's figure appeared in the Overlord's command room. Xianxia wasn't used to Zhao Hai's sudden appearance, but he still immediately said, "Brother Zhao, is everything settled?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Brother Zhao, has everything been settled?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's all been resolved." "Brother Qi, can I have a word with you?" When Xianxia saw Zhao Hai's expression, he knew that Zhao Hai had something more important to tell him. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, let's talk in my room. Yufei, call Dong Shun and Wu Tong to come to my room." Yufei responded and turned around to call them. Before long, everyone arrived in Xianxia's room. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai said, "I think you can see that people can live in Demon Island. Moreover, people have been living here for a long time. I didn't think about it before, but now I know that the 18 great clans are colluding with the demonic god race. On the way here, you should have seen 2 small cities. The first one is the entrance to a prison. Inside is a special space. There's no spiritual chi in that place, nor is there any food. Many powerful cultivators are trapped in that place. It's a prison built by the demonic god race to imprison people that they have trouble dealing with. At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked at everyone and said, "Don't repair the transmission formation. If you repair it, then it might activate itself and send people to the space. Once you enter the space, you wouldn't be able to come out without your spatial ability. Therefore, don't touch the transmission formation." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, "Don't repair the transmission formation." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, GMO and company could not help but break out into a cold sweat. To be honest, they really wanted to repair the transmission formation and send people to take a look. But now, after hearing Zhao Hai's words, they did not dare touch the transmission formation. Zhao Hai knew that his warning was very timely when he saw GMO and company's expressions. Hence, he continued, in the remaining 2 cities, people from the 18 great clans live there. The reason why they live here is to resolve the problem with the Fey armor. The refining method of the Fey armor used by the Desolate race is actually deliberately made known to you by the demonic god race. When the time comes, they will use the seed method to control the entire Desolate race. And the 18 great clans have long known of this. However, they have already become the lackeys of the demonic god race, so they naturally will not tell you. On the contrary, when the time comes, they will help the demonic god race deal with you. Although he had long thought of this possibility, GMO still felt his heart ache when he heard Zhao Hai say it. He took a deep breath and said, "Mister, do you know the origins of the demonic god race? Why do they want to deal with our desolate race?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know a little. Actually, I've heard of the demonic god race in the Void Realm. However, in the Void Realm, they aren't called the demonic god race, but the extraterritorial devil race. The extraterritorial devil race means that they are a race that came down from the upper realm. We still don't know why they came to this layer, but what we can be sure of is that they are a very warlike and greedy race. In the Void Realm, they have conquered 5 layers in succession, causing the Void Realm to be vigilant. All the layers in the Void Realm were prepared to unite to deal with them, but the demonic god race suddenly became well-behaved, causing the people in the Void Realm to lower their vigilance against them." Speaking up to here, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. He glanced at GMO and the others and said, "Actually, I'm not a native of the Void Realm. I come from a layer that is connected to the Void Realm, and my layer was attacked by the extraterritorial devil race. However, our layer eventually survived and repelled the extraterritorial devil race. However, this also caused my layer to be in a state of decline. Even after so many years, it still hasn't recovered. However, the people in my layer also understand that we have to know about the extraterritorial devil race's situation. Therefore, my layer sent some talented people like me to the Void Realm to monitor the extraterritorial devil race's situation. At the same time, they will develop their own forces in the Void Realm. When necessary, they will help my layer to deal with the extraterritorial devil race." GMO and the others listened to Zhao Hai in a daze. To be honest, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such a background. This made them very curious. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "After I arrived at the Void Realm, I worked hard to develop my own forces. At the same time, I also monitored the situation of the extraterrestrial devils. I discovered that the extraterrestrial devils aren't as simple as I thought. Although they have only conquered 5 forces on the surface, this isn't the case. There are still many forces under their control. Therefore, I've been looking for clues about the extraterrestrial devils. I've long suspected that the extraterrestrial devils would go to other places to develop. Meeting them here has confirmed my suspicions." Zhao Hai looked at GMO and the others and said, "I heard from the mouths of the extraterritorial demons that they have conquered at least a few hundred planes. However, they still haven't made a move yet. It's obvious that they want to conquer more planes. And the Desolate Realm is just one of the planes that they want to conquer. The one that I killed here was just a ruler of the extraterritorial demon race. I don't know how many rulers there are in the extraterritorial demon race. Therefore, after some time, I'll return to the Void Realm and tell them about the situation here so that they can make some preparations." Brother Qi, the desolate race's forte lies in the creation and utilization of artifacts and formations. Things like demonic armors aren't something that you're familiar with. If this kind of technology appears in the future, you must be careful. Don't be careless and fall into someone else's trap. Mo nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Zhao, what do you plan to do next? Zhao Hai replied, I need to return to the Void Realm and inform the people there about this matter. I also heard that there's a place called the Colosseum from the War God's realm. There are a lot of people fighting there. I want to go there and see if I can find any clues about the demons. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm going to the Void Realm. When Mo heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he turned to look at Zhao Hai in puzzlement and said, There's such a place? Then we would like to take a look. Zhao Hai replied, I don't know where the Colosseum is right now. I'll tell you when I find it. Right, you should also be careful of Demon Island. Although those guys were defeated by us, they still have the extraterritorial demons behind them. Their influence is very formidable. It's hard to say when they would come back. You need to be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, That's right. Mo nodded and said, You can rest assured about this. We will be more careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, I'm going to link up with the other domains and form an alliance to fight against the extraterritorial demons. It's impossible to stop them with just 1 or 2 domains. Only by joining forces can we be a match for the extraterritorial demons. Mo nodded and said, Brother Zhao is right. Brother Zhao, you can go ahead and form this alliance. You have to take care of our desolate race. This time, our desolate race owes Brother Zhao a great favor. Otherwise, what awaits us would be the crisis of extinction. From now on, our desolate race will follow Brother Zhao's lead. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Brother Qi is too polite. We formed this alliance to deal with the extraterritorial demons. I don't care about anything else. As long as we deal with the extraterritorial demons, the alliance will naturally be dissolved. Alright, Brother Qi, I won't chat with you any longer. You should hurry back to the desolate race's world. With so many things happening so suddenly, the desolate race's mainland must be in a state of panic. It's best if you go back and take a look. When Mo heard Zhao Hai's words, he understood what Zhao Hai meant. The desolate race's mainland really needed them to go back and take a look. This time, they came out thinking that they were only dealing with the remnants of the 18 great families. Who would have thought that they would have to forcefully resolve the matter of the demon armor and finally face the extraterritorial demons? If it weren't for Zhao Hai, they would really be in danger this time. Mo looked at Zhao Hai and said, Then when does Brother Zhao plan to return to the Void Realm? Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, I'll leave immediately. The matters with the desolate race have been settled, so there's no point in me staying any longer. Therefore, I'm prepared to leave immediately. Mo nodded and said, Alright, then I will not keep Brother Zhao any longer. Brother Zhao, please remember that us desolate race will definitely stand on Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he cupped his fist towards Mo before his figure disappeared from Mo's room. After Zhao Hai left, Mo immediately looked at Yufei and the others and said, What do you think? Yufei said in a deep voice, I believe that what Mr. Zhao Hai said is absolutely true. At this point in time, there's no need for him to lie to us. What we need to do now is to work hard to develop ourselves. If Mr. Zhao Hai really forms an alliance to deal with the other realm demons, our strength will be sufficient. We will also be able to obtain a greater say in that alliance. The others nodded as well. Dong Shun said in a deep voice, From the way the other realm demons do things, it can be seen that if we are really subdued by them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, we must work together with Mr. Zhao Hai to eliminate the other realm demons. If not, our desolate race will never have a day of peace. Mo nodded and said, From today onwards, activate the enchantment array. Other than some special places, teleportation arrays are not allowed anywhere else in the world. The other realm demons know the coordinates of our desolate race, so we must not let them use this opportunity to attack us. Everyone responded. Mo said in a deep voice, Let's go. Let's go back. Just as Brother Zhao said, our current priority is to develop. We must work hard to develop. Everyone nodded. Yufei looked at GMO and said, Brother Mo, do you think we should set up a few mecha research institutes and battleship manufacturing factories on this demon island? We can monitor this place nearby and prevent others from taking advantage of us. GMO nodded and said, that's for sure. Although this place has been seriously damaged, the land is still there. Moreover, there should be some minerals on the island. In just a few years, this place will be able to develop. Yufei nodded and said, then after we go back, we'll organize people to investigate the island. Then we'll prepare to make good use of this island. GMO nodded. Following that, he calmed down and said in a deep voice, our desolate race is different from the other races. As long as the other races cultivate well, they will be able to produce experts. But for our desolate race, as long as we develop well, we will be able to produce countless experts. Just as Brother Zhao said, there will come a day when our desolate race can ascend as a whole, and not just one person. Everyone, work hard. Everyone, work hard. Everyone stood up and responded in unison. Burning flames danced in their eyes. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to the Heaven's secret building. Laura and the others were waiting for him. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, are we really going to return to the Void Realm? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, let's return to the Void. We need to inform Elder Tang and the others about the situation here. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to fight against the foreign demons. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's go back to the Void. We need to inform Elder Tang and the others about the situation. Laura and the others nodded. They knew that Zhao Hai was right. It was impossible for them to fight against the foreign demons. Although Lulu said that the foreign demons had conquered hundreds of realms, Zhao Hai and the others didn't believe it. Zhao Hai and the others believed that the number of realms conquered by the foreign demons wasn't that small. Lulu was a very small commander of the other realm fiends. If not, it was impossible for him to not know anything. Even a person like him could come to the desolate race and carry out their plans. From this point, it could be seen how strong the other realm fiends were. One shouldn't think that the desolate race's fighting strength was weak. In fact, that wasn't the case. If the desolate race had discovered the weakness of the monster armor, they would have solved the loopholes in the monster armor. Then even if the foreign demons wanted to defeat the desolate race, they would have had to pay a huge price. Otherwise, the foreign demons wouldn't have agreed to Lulu's plan to use the monster armor to control the desolate race unknowingly. The combat strength of the desolate race was very strong. If not, they would not have been able to withstand the attacks of the combat god world. They had even suppressed the combat god world for a period of time. However, the extraterritorial fiends had only sent Lului alone to deal with such a race. From this point, it could be seen how strong the desolate race was. Of course, one of the reasons for this was because Lului was the designer of this plan. However, it was undeniable that the extraterritorial fiends did not seem to care much about the desolate race. Under what circumstances would the other realm demons be so indifferent towards a race like the desolate race that had extraordinary combat strength? There was only one possibility. They didn't think highly of the desolate race's strength. Zhao Hai and company had thought of this point. Hence, they believed that the foreign demons were much stronger than what Lulu had described. Zhao Hai and company did not return to the War God realm this time. Instead, they joined the Heaven's Secrets Tower and returned to the Void Realm. Of course, before returning to the Void Realm, Zhao Hai had already stored away the other battleships, leaving only the Heaven's Secrets Tower. Zhao Hai's Heaven's Secrets Tower appeared once again beside the Ba Huang ship. The moment the Heaven's Secrets Tower appeared, everyone on the Ba Huang ship knew about it. Zhao Hai hadn't been out for a long time, but to the people of the underworld, Zhao Hai had been out for quite some time. Upon seeing that Zhao Hai had returned, the people of the underworld immediately rushed to spread the news. Soon, everyone in the underworld knew that Zhao Hai had returned. Tiger's Might and company immediately came out to welcome Zhao Hai. Elder Tang and company also followed. Zhao Hai greeted everyone and led Tiger's Might and company back to his room. After sitting down in his room, Zhao Hai glanced at Tiger's Might and company and said with a smile, "How was it, Tiger's Might? Did anything happen during this period of time?" Tiger's Might shook his head and said, "Nothing. Everything in our Pluto star region is still very normal." Nothing happened. The 5 great family clans are also very normal. We have always maintained a good relationship with the 5 great family clans. Big brother, don't worry. Zhao Hai nodded and turned his head to look at Elder Tang and company. He discovered that Elder Tang and company were full of energy. Their auras were restrained. It was obvious that they were extraordinary. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as he said, "It looks like Elder Tang and company have gained quite a lot this time." Elder Tang smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, the power of laws we comprehended has become stronger. It's indeed very good." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "I came back this time to tell everyone a few things. First, the War God realm has been destroyed by me." Upon hearing Zhao Hai say this, Tiger's Might and company cheered. Although this matter was within their expectations, they were still very happy to hear Zhao Hai say this. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "The second thing is that I defeated the Desolate race and formed an alliance with them." Tiger's Might nodded and said, "I think Big Brother will definitely be able to find the Desolate race." "Big Brother, what's the situation with the Desolate race?" Zhao Hai smiled and gave a simple explanation of the situation with the Desolate race. When Bai Huwei and the others heard this, they all had looks of yearning. After Zhao Hai said that, he continued, "The War God's realm has been destroyed by me. I turned it into a free trade zone, just like the one in the Void Realm. However, it's far inferior compared to the Void Realm. You can go there and trade. Remember to use my banner, nobody would dare to make a move on you. I'll give you my coordinates." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, "All right, let's talk about the bad stuff. We met the extraterritorial demons in the Desolate Realm and even fought with them. Just as I thought, the extraterritorial demons have already extended their hands to other realms. Moreover, the extraterritorial demons' influence has exceeded our imagination." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's talk about the bad stuff." Upon hearing Zhao Hai say this, everyone's expression turned solemn. Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, what should we do?" Zhao Hai glanced at everyone and said, "Alliance. I still have things to do. I can't stay here for long. So I'll leave the matter of the alliance to you. I only have 2 requests. First, keep it a secret. Don't let the other realm demons know. Second, try your best to form alliances with other domains. The more, the better." Zhao Hai stood on the top floor of the Heaven's secret building. He had already left the void and handed over the matter of the other realms to Elder Tang and the others. At the same time, he brought Laura and the others back to the War God's realm. The War God's realm was now on the right track. The various realms were mining, training, and trading. Although there were occasional conflicts, they were mostly in the wilderness. Nobody dared to fight inside the city. This was because the city was Zhao Hai's domain. Laura arrived at Zhao Hai's side and looked at Zhao Hai as she said, "Brother Hai, I think we should go to the Colosseum as soon as possible. We need to see what kind of place the Colosseum is. Why do people still go there even though they know that it's a place to send people to their deaths?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to Julie and said, "Julie, when we arrive at the Beast Fighting Colosseum, I'll have the bug race take action. You need to be prepared." Julie nodded, then she turned her head to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Julie, when we arrive at the Beast Fighting Colosseum, I'll have the bug race take action." When Julie heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why? Why do you want Zerg to take action?" Zhao Hai replied, "The space's development has reached a bottleneck. Didn't you see it? The development of the space's races has reached a bottleneck. The beasts have obtained powerful genes, but they still need to evolve. They need to evolve generation after generation in order to digest these genes. This way, they can become even more powerful. The undead, with their immortal blood, dragon blood, and Kuanpung blood, have become very powerful. Additionally, they also have the War Emperor's law of immortality. They can comprehend the law of immortality and become even more powerful. However, this will take time, and my development is the same. I can slowly comprehend the law of immortality, but this will also take time. If the space wants to increase its fighting strength, it can only do so from several aspects. First, the vampires. Although the vampires' bodies are composed of immortal blood, dragon blood, and Kuanpung blood, they still need time to digest the energy in their blood. The second is Zerg. After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he turned to Julie and said, Julie, to be honest, I'm really sorry for you. Ever since you followed me, you haven't participated in any battles. You didn't participate in any of the gene upgrades. This is my fault. Zerg is a fighting race, I should give you more opportunities. Julie, I'll allow you to absorb the genes of the other beasts in the space in order to become more powerful. At the same time, when we go to the Colosseum, I'll let Zerg and the undead become my two swords, the sharpest swords. Do you understand? Julie looked at Zhao Hai, then she smiled and said, Yes, Brother Hai. I understand. You can rest assured. Although Julie's words were very calm, everyone could see a trace of fighting spirit in her eyes. After talking to Julie, Zhao Hai turned his head to Kai, then he smiled faintly and said, Kai, I don't know what kind of abilities you have. I haven't cared enough about you in the past few years. Now that there are two spiritual roots in the space, can you see if you can transplant one of them into your own spiritual root? Also, your fighting strength shouldn't be any worse than Julie, right? I remember that you were able to use your branches to pass through spatial rifts. Therefore, I think that your fighting strength shouldn't be weak. You also need to learn how to fight. In the future, you, Julie, the undead, and the other beasts will become my most important weapons. Do you understand? Kai smiled and said, Yes, I understand. Brother Hai, you can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Laura and the others and smiled. It must be said that your talents aren't as good as Julie and the others. But Laura, I hope that you can focus on commanding in the future as well as researching formations and artifacts. The enemies we will face in the future will be more formidable, especially after we ascend. If we want to keep the secret of the space and protect our home, I cannot do it alone. Do you understand? Laura nodded, then she turned to Zhao Hai and the others and said, Actually, your talents aren't as good as Julie and the others. Laura nodded and said, Don't worry, Brother Hai. We'll certainly help you protect our homeland. The extraterritorial demons are just an insignificant opponent for us. If we can't deal with them, then after we ascend, we'll be fish on the chopping block. Brother Hai, you can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the sky outside and said, Prepare yourselves. After 3 days, we'll go to the Colosseum. I want to see what kind of place the Colosseum is. 3 days passed by quickly. In these 3 days, Zhao Hai didn't do anything. Laura and the others also didn't do anything. They just stayed in War God City for 3 days. But this was enough. Everyone who came to the War God's realm knew that Zhao Hai still cared about the realm. Therefore, they didn't dare cause any trouble. After 3 days, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived at a secret place in the War God's realm. This place was where the transmission formation to the Colosseum was located. At this point, only Zhao Hai knew about this place. This place was an inconspicuous valley. There were rocks and weeds everywhere. Nobody would pay attention to this place. However, Zhao Hai stopped here because this was where the transmission formation was located. Zhao Hai came down from the Heaven's Secret Tower and led Laura and the others to the valley. After looking at the surroundings, Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the Heaven's Secret Tower. Then he turned to Laura and said, Who would have thought that there would be a transmission formation here? Let's go, we'll head to the Colosseum. Laura smiled and said, Isn't this good? Since the transmission formation is here, no one would be able to see it. Moreover, there are no minerals or herbs in this valley. It's a completely inconspicuous place. Naturally, no one would come here. The battle beast's calculations are very good. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Let's forget about it. What they think isn't important. Let's go. Laura nodded, then the group gathered around Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as a vortex suddenly appeared. Then Zhao Hai and the others disappeared into the vortex. At this time, Zhao Hai discovered that the transmission formation wasn't a white light, but a vortex. It was the same as the demon plane. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. Although the transmission formation looked like a vortex, people didn't feel any discomfort when standing on it. In the next moment, Zhao Hai discovered that they had appeared in a camp. The camp was on a mountain. The entire camp was covered by a protective shield. The shield was yellow in color and looked very thick. Most importantly, the shield wasn't transparent. One could see the situation outside from the inside, but it was impossible to see the situation inside from the outside. Zhao Hai didn't leave the barrier, but he knew about it. This was because this was the War God's Realm's camp. This barrier was also arranged by the War God's Realm. Zhao Hai knew that the War God's Realm's camp was located on a mountain called Mount Ji. Mount Ji was an inconspicuous mountain in the Beast Fighting Coliseum. Its altitude wasn't the highest, but it also wasn't the shortest. Its spiritual chi wasn't the richest, but it wasn't the thinnest either. It can be said that it was the most inconspicuous mountain in the Beast Fighting Coliseum. However, one shouldn't underestimate this small mountain. In the Beast Fighting Coliseum, the mountains were occupied by powerful forces. For the War God's Realm to occupy such a small mountain was already very good. A lot of people who came to the Beast Fighting Coliseum couldn't even occupy a mountain. Zhao Hai looked at the camp. It wasn't very big, but its design was very good. Aside from the outer barrier, the inside of the camp was a stone house. These stone houses were very big, and there were formations engraved on them. Zhao Hai knew that these stone houses were used for living. All the people who came to the Beast Fighting Coliseum had their own stone house. This made it convenient for them to cultivate. Zhao Hai looked at the stone houses and saw that they weren't simple. The formations engraved on the stone houses weren't just to make them more sturdy, there were also some offensive formations. Some of them were similar to energy cannons. If these stone houses were used well, then they would be very useful. Zhao Hai looked at the camp, then he smiled and said, "This camp is very well built. It seems like the War God's Realm has really settled down here. Strange, it's been a long time since someone came to snatch this camp. This is quite interesting." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good." Just as Zhao Hai was speaking, he heard Kai say, "Hee, big brother Hai, you're speaking too early. Look, aren't they here?" After she said that, she pointed forward. Zhao looked in the direction that Kai was pointing. He saw that in the sky outside the camp, there were black dots flying. These black dots were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were already above the camp. Upon seeing these people, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Interesting, it's actually a group of sword cultivators." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as the War Emperor appeared in front of Zhao Hai. The War Emperor bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, you were looking for me?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he pointed at the sword cultivators and said, "Do you know those guys? Where did they come from?" The War Emperor looked at the sword cultivators, then he nodded and said, "I know them, they're from the Thunder Mountain. Thunder Mountain is a small mountain not far from here. Their influence should be similar to the War God's Realm. They're mainly sword cultivators. Naturally, there are also some miscellaneous sword cultivators. In the past, they didn't get along well with the War God's Realm." At this time, Zhao Hai heard a voice above his head, "Junior brother, is what you said true? The War God's Realm's camp hasn't seen anyone leave for half a year?" Zhao Hai looked up and saw that the speaker was a green-cloaked cultivator. He was about 30 years old and had a very beautiful mustache. His hair was tied up with a jade hairpin, making him look unspeakably elegant and unrestrained. Another cultivator said, "Senior brother Qing Yin can rest assured. I've been observing the War God's Realm's camp for a long time. In half a year, not a single person from the War God's Realm came out. Because of this, I suspect that the War God's Realm has already left the camp and returned to their realm." Qing Yin nodded and said, "If that's the case, then Qi Jin has made a great contribution to the sect. I'll report this and ask for your reward." As soon as his voice was heard, a beast's roar was heard. This beast's roar was very strange. Its voice carried an unpleasant hissing sound, making people who heard it feel their hair stand on end. Naturally, the most important thing was that this sound came from the War God Realm's camp. Upon hearing this, Qing Yin couldn't help but frown as he said, "What's going on? Could it be that the War God Realm left behind a guardian beast when they left?" Along with his voice, shadows rushed out of the War God Realm's camp. Upon seeing these shadows, Qing Yin couldn't help but stare. Then his brows wrinkled. These shadows that rushed out of the camp were beasts. But the problem was that he didn't recognize these beasts. But from the violent aura of these beasts, he could feel that they weren't easy to deal with. Moreover, their attack power was formidable. Xianxia gently waved his hand. Then he and the people behind him retreated at the same time, slowly increasing the distance between them and the aliens. The aliens didn't attack. Instead, they stopped in front of the camp. At this time, pairs of emotionless eyes stared at Xianxia. When Xianxia saw the eyes of the aliens, he couldn't help but feel that they were sizing him up, looking for a suitable place to eat. At this time, a palace slowly rose up from the War God Realm's camp. Upon seeing this huge palace, Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he turned his head to look at Qi Jin and coldly snorted. On the other hand, Qi Jin had a bitter smile on his face. He didn't expect that such a palace would suddenly appear in the War God Realm's camp. It seems like not only did the War God Realm's camp have people, but the other party was also very strong. At this time, Zhao Hai was standing on the balcony of the top floor of the Heaven's Secret Tower. He looked at Xianxia and smiled slightly. He said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, what brings you to my camp?" Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai, then at the aberrations surrounding the Tianji sect. She cupped her fists towards Zhao Hai and asked, "Is this Mr. from the War God Realm?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I wasn't in the past, but now I am. The War God Realm has been conquered by me, so I am the new master of the War God Realm. So I can be considered a member of the War God Realm." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he chuckled and said, "May I ask Mr.'s name?" "I am Xianxia of the Profound Mysteries sect." "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai has seen fellow Taoist Xianxia. Why did fellow Taoist come today?" Xianxia knew that Zhao Hai was asking the obvious, but he had no choice but to answer. He cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "I won't hide it from fellow Taoist. I have some enmity with the War God Realm. I heard that the people of the War God Realm haven't left their camp for a long time, so I came to investigate. Since fellow Taoist has obtained the War God Realm, then everything in the War God Realm should belong to fellow Taoist. We will be taking our leave now." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "So that's how it is. Then I won't be sending you off." Xianxia immediately cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "I wouldn't dare trouble Mr. Mister, please wait." Then he waved his hand and led the people behind him to fly away. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia's appearance and smiled faintly, "You can advance and retreat." Hee. It seems like the Beast Colosseum isn't simple. Laura and the others appeared by Zhao Hai's side and said, "Brother Hai, why did you let him go?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Have him spread the news that we have occupied the War God's realm. Xianxia is a smart person, he still doesn't know about our situation. Therefore, he wouldn't attack us. On the contrary, he would spread the news that we have occupied the War God's realm. This way, nobody would know that we are newcomers. I'm afraid that people would come and attack us. At the same time, they would also want to see if they can snatch this mountain. This way, Xianxia would be able to easily probe our situation." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm afraid that the War God's realm is under our control." Laura nodded and said, "This way, we can clean up those who came to provoke us and establish our prestige. Brother Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Laura, you know me well. Julie, I'll leave it to you." And Julie nodded. Then the Heaven's Secret Pavilion slowly descended and returned to the camp. At the same time, Flowing Silver Tip flew towards the Beast Colosseum and cooperated with to collect information about the Beast Colosseum. "Senior brother, I'm sorry. I didn't investigate the situation clearly and made senior brother put yourself in danger. This is junior brother's fault. I ask senior brother to punish me." Red Gold stood on his flying sword as he rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head, then he smiled faintly and said, "No, junior brother Red Gold. This time, not only did you not make a mistake, you also made a contribution." What Zhao Hai said might be true. He might have destroyed the War God's realm. Didn't you notice? Those beasts have never appeared in the hands of the people from the War God's realm. If what he said is true, then Zhao Hai's strength shouldn't be underestimated. After we return, we didn't attack them because we still don't know how strong they are. After we return, we'll spread the news that the war god's realm has been destroyed and that a newcomer has occupied their camp. I think a lot of people would be willing to help us test Xiao Hai's strength. If the other party is weak, then we'll just swallow their camp. If the other party is strong, then we won't have any losses. When Red Gold heard Qing Yun, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but have a look of admiration as he cupped his fist towards Qing Yun and said, "Junior brother admires senior brother's wisdom." Qing Yun proudly laughed as he led the group back to Thunder Mountain. In the next few days, a piece of news spread around the area. Everyone knew that the war god plane had been destroyed, and the people who destroyed the war god plane had already entered the war god plane's camp. However, no one knew how strong those people were. When this news spread, it immediately caused an uproar in the vicinity. One must know that in the Beast Arena, having a mountain as your camp wasn't just a matter of status, it was also a matter of increasing one's defensive capabilities. The reason for this was because the placement of formations was very particular. For example, if a defensive formation was placed on a mountain, then it can borrow the power of the mountain, making the defensive formation even more powerful. On the other hand, if it was placed on a plain, then there wouldn't be any mountain, and it would be impossible to borrow the power of the earth. Because of this, the defensive strength of the formation would be at least a third weaker than the defensive formation on the mountain. This wasn't a small gap. Because of this, people who came to the Beast Arena wanted to occupy a mountain as their camp. In the past, the war god's realm was an illustrious existence in this region. Although they weren't much compared to those incomparably powerful forces, they were still one of the strongest forces in the region. Nobody dared to provoke them. Because of this, even after the war god's realm was destroyed for a long time, nobody discovered that the war god's realm had already left. In the Beast Arena, if you casually enter the mountain where someone's camp was, then it would cause a conflict. If you casually monitor someone, then it would also cause a conflict. Because of this, the war god's realm had been destroyed for a long time without anyone discovering it. And the reason why Red Gold was able to discover the war god's realm camp was because he had been monitoring the war god's realm for half a year. The Profound Mysteries sect's Thunder Mountain wasn't far from the war god world's mountain. There had been some conflicts between the two sides. Because of this, the Profound Mysteries sect had been monitoring the war god world. Of course, they couldn't monitor the war god world 24/7. If they really did that, the war god world and the Profound Mysteries sect would have fought to the death. Every once in a while, the Profound Mysteries sect would monitor the war god's realm camp. They would pay attention to their movements and see if the war god's realm was planning to deal with the Profound Mysteries sect. In the beginning, when Red Gold discovered that the war god's realm camp didn't have anyone coming out, he didn't care. They were all cultivators. It was normal for cultivators to go into seclusion for a period of time. Some cultivators would go into seclusion for decades or even years without coming out. This was also very normal. On the other hand, the spiritual chi in the Beast Battle Arena was very dense. Moreover, there were battles happening here. The dense spiritual chi made it easier for cultivators to cultivate. Because of this, even in a dangerous environment like the Beast Battle Arena, cultivators would still choose to go into seclusion. However, they wouldn't stay in seclusion for too long. Because of this, it was very normal for the war god's realm camp to not have anyone coming out. But later on, Red Gold discovered that something was wrong. He discovered that he would monitor the war god's realm camp every once in a while but no one came out. This attracted Red Gold's attention. Because of this, Red Gold began to increase his monitoring of the war god's realm camp. In the end, he discovered that for half a year, no one came out of the war god's realm camp. This was very strange. What kind of place was the Beast Battle Arena? This was a place to kill, to gather medicinal herbs, to mine, and to obtain cultivation techniques. Seclusion was not the main purpose here. Killing, gathering medicinal herbs, mining, seizing cultivation techniques, and seizing items were the main purpose. Even if the war god's realm had people in seclusion, it was impossible for all of them to be in seclusion. There should be people coming out. Even if there were a lot of people in seclusion, they shouldn't be in seclusion for such a long time. This was the Beast Battle Arena, not the war god's realm. This place wasn't safe. If they were in seclusion for too long and were suddenly disturbed, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Because of this, when Red Gold discovered that no one came out of the War God's Realm camp for half a year, he knew that something must have happened. The War God's Realm camp was empty. Even if there were people, there wouldn't be too many. Because of this, he immediately reported the situation. The Profound Mystery Sect's commander in the Beast Battle Arena was none other than Qing Yun. Because of this, Qing Yun led people to the War God's Realm camp. Unfortunately, they bumped into Zhao Hai's group. Qing Yun wasn't clear about Zhao Hai's strength, so he chose to retreat. He didn't clash with Zhao Hai. This was because although he had a grudge with the War God's Realm, he didn't have a grudge with Zhao Hai. Moreover, their camp was built in the Thunder Mountains. At that time, they weren't in urgent need of a mountain as their base. Because of this, he didn't clash with Zhao Hai. However, in this area, there were a lot of forces that didn't have a mountain as their base. These forces had long wanted to snatch a mountain as their base. Now that they heard this news, how could these cultivators not be moved? On the 5th day after Zhao Hai's group arrived at the camp, the figures of cultivators from other realms appeared at the foot of Yu Mountain. Upon seeing these people, Zhao Hai knew what they wanted to do. In these 5 days, Zhao Hai didn't do nothing. First of all, he knew that the mountain where the War God's Realm was located was called Yu Mountain. The area they were in was called Wuling Hill. It was a small hilly area without any tall mountains. In fact, there were very few mountains here. The reason why it was called Wuling Hill was because there were some ups and downs in the terrain. Moreover, it was said that this place used to be a large hilly area. Later on, a powerful cultivator fought here and leveled all the hills. That cultivator eventually fell here, so this place was called Wuling Hill. Speaking of Wuling Hill, this place could only be considered as the edge of the Beast Fighting Coliseum. It wasn't a place that the major forces of the Beast Fighting Coliseum didn't pay attention to. Because of this, this place was a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. Looking at the cultivators in Yu Mountain, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he turned to Laura and said, "These guys are really impatient. I'm afraid that they just received the news and came here to test our reaction. If we deal with them now, then I'm afraid that they would shrink back. If we don't deal with them, then I'm afraid that they would quickly come and deal with us." Julie looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, what should we do? Should we wait for them to come and deal with them in one fell swoop?" Zhao Hai shook his head, then he smiled faintly and said, "No, there's no need to wait that long. In any case, we came here to deal with those guys. When can't we deal with them? Let's deal with them now. Julie, I'll leave it to you to deal with those guys. Don't hold back, don't be polite." When Julie heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but be happy. She happily nodded and waved her hand. Then she threw out the mother bodies that were used in the Desolate Race's territory. At the same time, a large number of aliens that grew up in the Desolate Race's territory also rushed out of the camp. Laura looked at the people who were still active at the foot of the mountain and shook her head. She sighed and said, "It's all because of greed. If they weren't too greedy, then they wouldn't have come here, and they wouldn't have died." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "This is the fate of cultivators. If cultivators aren't greedy, then there wouldn't be any cultivators. It's precisely because of greed, because they want to live longer, that cultivators appear. It's precisely because of this that cultivators won't let go of any opportunity to become stronger. This is the fate of cultivators, no one can change it." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "This is the destiny of cultivators." Li Gan was a cultivator from the Secret Lake sect. The Secret Lake sect wasn't a very powerful sect. However, their strength was still very formidable. Although they weren't incomparably powerful, this was only when compared to the other forces in the Beast Fighting Coliseum. In their realm, the Secret Lake sect was a giant existence. Li Gan grew up in the Secret Lake sect. He was the grandson of an elder of the Secret Lake sect. Since he was a child, he displayed extraordinary talent in cultivation. Later on, when Li Gan heard about the existence of the Beast Fighting Coliseum, he was sent to the Beast Fighting Coliseum to train. But when he arrived at the Beast Fighting Coliseum, he discovered that his sect was nothing compared to the other forces. This made Li Gan, who had always been proud of his sect, very angry. Li Gan was very clear that in the beast fighting coliseum, one's status could be seen by everyone. As long as one's status was high, then one could live on a higher mountain. One's camp would also be protected by stronger defensive formations. Because of this, if one wanted to obtain a higher status, then one must first seize a mountain. Unfortunately, the secret lake sect that Li Gan belonged to happened to be the weakest and most ordinary force that didn't have a mountain as their base. How could Li Gan be willing to accept that? Because of this reason, when Li Gan heard that the War God Realm's camp had changed, he immediately encouraged his people to come to the War God Realm's camp. He wanted to see if the new force would attack them or not. If the new force didn't attack them, then it would mean that they weren't very strong. Then they would be able to occupy the camp. The people of the Secret Lake sect really wanted to obtain a mountaintop to use as their camp. Therefore, they listened to Li Gan's words and ran to Rain Mountain's corner. When they arrived at Yu Mountain, they immediately paid attention to the War God Realm's camp. They wanted to see if the War God Realm's camp would send people to deal with them. In the beginning, the War God Plains camp didn't have any reaction. This made them surprised. But then they couldn't help but be happy. If the other side didn't respond, then they can take a step forward. Just as they were about to take a step forward, the other side suddenly reacted. A large group of beasts that they had never seen before suddenly rushed out from the War God Realm's camp. These beasts were very fast. Before they could react, these beasts had already arrived in front of them. Li Gan and the others immediately organized themselves to block the attacks of the other party. However, they soon discovered that they had underestimated the other party. Under the attacks of the other party, they weren't able to resist. All of the Secret Lake sect cultivators who ran to the foot of Yu Mountain were exterminated. The strength of the Secret Lake sect's cultivators wasn't weak. All of them were void-piercing realm experts. Some of them even comprehended the power of laws. However, there was nothing they could do. The enemies they faced were too many. These aliens didn't know how to write the word fear, they didn't know what it meant to be afraid. And those who understood the power of laws couldn't be like Zhao Hai and use it to attack. Because of this, their defeat was inevitable. One must know that the aliens that Julie released this time were much stronger than before. These aliens had new genes added to their bodies, making them even more powerful. Naturally, they didn't add any genes like dragon blood or Kuan-Pung blood. Julie was very clear that these genes were very beneficial to the aliens. However, the bodies of the aliens couldn't handle these genes. If they couldn't get their hands on them, then their bodies would collapse. In Zhao Hai space, there were a lot of beasts. There were even vampires who specialized in using their blood as their bodies. Why couldn't they digest all the high-grade genes in the space and become stronger? If it was really that simple, then wouldn't the beasts and vampires in the space immediately become the Nine Heavens Divine Dragon or Kuan-Pung? If that was the case, then why would Zhao Hai be afraid of them? Not to mention this level, even in the higher levels, no one was a match for him. But in fact, this wasn't the case. Genes needed to be fused bit by bit. It needed to be a gradual process. If a chicken on Earth was suddenly given the blood of a dragon, then the chicken's body would immediately collapse. The same was true for the space. With these genes, the space's beasts would have endless potential for development. However, they would need to go through many generations of evolution in order to slowly fuse with these genes and grow. Finally, they would reach the heights of the Nine Heavens Divine Dragons and Kunpangs. Because of this, although the combat strength of the aliens was very strong, it still wasn't enough to resist the attacks of law. However, it was impossible for the other party to be like Zhao Hai and use the power of law without limit. In the end, they were submerged by the alien army. Although Li Gan and the others were destroyed, their corpses weren't completely eaten by the aliens. At the very least, Li Gan's corpse was left behind. Zhao Hai turned Li Gan into an undead. After asking about the situation of the Secret Lake sect, Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He directly had the alien army rush towards the Secret Lake sect's camp and destroy it in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai's fierce reaction was beyond the reaction of the other forces in Wuling Hill. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be someone who would choose to destroy a camp. This was too terrifying. Destroying a camp was a very serious matter in the Beast Fighting Coliseum. This was because all the forces that entered the Beast Fighting Coliseum were elites. Not only elites, they were elites among elites. The people that they sent to the beast fighting Colosseum might be stronger than the people in their realm. It can be said that these people were the pillars of their realm. Once they were destroyed, it would bring about an immeasurable impact to their realm. Because of this, when these people heard that Zhao Hai destroyed the secret Lake Sex camp, they were all in an uproar. At the same time, they were also very frightened. Some people who wanted to test Zhao Hai's strength in Yushan immediately dispelled this idea. When Qingyan heard this news, he stared blankly for a moment before he sighed and said, "Fortunately, we didn't provoke that madman. No wonder he could destroy the war god's realm. Those people from the war god's realm were crazy enough, but this guy is even crazier than them. Pass down the order, don't provoke that madman, don't even monitor him." Qi Jin, who was reporting the news, couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he looked at Qingyan and said, "Brother Qing, if we don't monitor Zhao Hai, what would we do if he suddenly attacks?" Qingyan stared at Qi Jin, then he said, "Don't worry, if Zhao Hai wants to attack us, then we'll certainly receive the news." Qi Jin was still puzzled as he looked at Qingyan. Qingyan sighed and said, "I underestimated Zhao Hai before. The reason why he didn't clash with us wasn't because he had just entered the beast battle arena. It's because he doesn't know what's real and what's fake, so he didn't clash with us. He was using us." Qi Jin looked at Qingyan and said, "Using us? Brother Qingyan, I don't understand." Qingyan replied, "Zhao Hai is using us. He knows that we have enmity with the war god realm. He also knew that we wouldn't have a direct conflict with him. Instead, he would send people to probe him. He wanted us to spread the news so that others could probe him. Then he would deal with those people and use them to establish his prestige. This fellow isn't simple." Qingyan nodded, "You're right. You're right." When Qi Jin heard Qingyan, he couldn't help but stare. "Really? It seems like this Zhao Hai isn't someone to be trifled with. Brother Qingyan, if this Zhao Hai really wants to deal with us, then what should we do?" Hearing Qi Jin's words, Qingyan couldn't help but frown. After a while, he sighed and said, "Qi Jin, pass down the order to build a teleportation formation on top of Green Jade Mountain. Remember, this defensive formation must be built by a secret officer. It's a teleportation formation that connects directly to our realm." When he heard Qingyan, Qi Jin couldn't help but stare. He understood what Qingyan meant. Qingyan's actions were equivalent to arranging an escape route. Once Zhao Hai attacks, they would have no choice but to use the transmission formation in their camp to leave the beast battle arena. After some time, when Zhao Hai focuses his attention elsewhere, they would use the transmission formation on the Green Jade Mountain to return to the beast battle arena. Although this arrangement seemed good, it was equivalent to being afraid of Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai attacks, they would immediately retreat. This was something that Qi Jin didn't expect. Qi Jin had a good understanding of Qingyan. Qingyan was a genius of the Profound Sect. Although he was born in the Profound Sect, his parents were also inner disciples of the sect. Moreover, they didn't have much authority. It can be said that although Qingyan was a second-generation immortal, he wasn't a high-status second-generation immortal. His parents were at most cultivators, but they weren't particularly powerful. With Qingyan's status, it was naturally impossible for him to obtain a lot of resources. It was also impossible for the sect to focus on him. But even so, Qingyan relied on his own efforts. He started as an outer disciple, entered the inner sect, became a core disciple, and finally became the commander of the Profound Sect's beast battle arena. In Qi Jin's eyes, Qingyan was a legend, a living legend. He was never afraid of anyone, but today, he was afraid. He was afraid of Zhao Hai, whom he had only met once. This made Qi Jin very surprised. He didn't understand why Qingyan would make such a decision. Qingyan looked at Qi Jin and knew what he was thinking. Qingyan sighed and said, "Qi Jin, go arrange it. Don't forget that Zhao Hai's territory was snatched from the War God realm. And the War God realm is stronger than us. Zhao Hai can destroy the War God realm and snatch their territory. This in itself shows his strength. We came to the beast battle arena to improve the strength of the sect, not for battle Qi. If we fight with Zhao Hai and suffer heavy losses, then the gains won't make up for the losses." Zhao Hai looked at the projection and said, "Good, those guys are finally being honest." Hee hee, I want to see if there's anyone who isn't afraid of death and dares to provoke us. Laura smiled and said, I found something interesting. Brother Hai, you might not have noticed it, but those guys from the Profound sect are actually preparing for their retreat. Upon hearing Laura, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare, then he asked, they're preparing for their retreat? Those guys from the Profound sect are quite interesting. What's going on? Laura smiled faintly, then she waved her hand as another image appeared on the projection. Several people from the Profound sect were on top of a hill. Zhao Hai was an expert in formations, so he could see that they were arranging a transmission formation. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, interesting. These guys are really good. They're already preparing for their retreat? Hee hee, this is a good choice. Good, very good. When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she smiled faintly and said, those people from the Profound sect are really good. They know when to advance and when to retreat. It's good that they retreated, we can relax. Moreover, they won't be a threat to us. Zhao Hai smiled and said, actually, I don't intend to do anything to them. The Beast Colosseum isn't something that we can conquer. This place is just like the Void Realm. We can become a big force here, but it's impossible for us to conquer this place. Moreover, I don't want to become a big force here. I just want to see what the demons are up to. There's no need to make enemies everywhere, it would be very disadvantageous for us. Zhao Hai smiled and said, but I'm not a big force here. Laura nodded, then she said, then what should we do now? Should we immediately check the situation of the Beast Fighting Colosseum? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, don't be so anxious. It's useless to be anxious. Now in Wuling Hill, no one dares to provoke us. We should slowly get in touch with outsiders. The reason why this place is called the Colosseum is because it's not like you don't want to cause trouble. Even if you don't want to provoke others, there will still be people who will come to provoke you. I think it won't take long for someone to set their sights on us. Laura nodded, then she said, all right, then we'll stick to our original plan and advance bit by bit. We'll be ready to fight at any time. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, those people like coming to the Beast Fighting Colosseum because it has a lot of materials. We can also bring some to the space, especially those that the space doesn't have. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, that's because the Beast Fighting Colosseum has a lot of resources. Kaier smiled and said, leave it to me, you don't need to worry. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to look at the others and said, all right, we'll be quiet for a few days. After a while, we'll go out and take a look. Julie, pay attention. If someone comes to us, don't be polite, just kill them for me. Julie smiled and nodded. For the next few days, Zhao Hai and the others stayed in the camp and didn't go out. The 100 camp was also very quiet. Just like what Zhao Hai said, nobody in the vicinity of Wulingqiu dared to come here. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised by this situation. There weren't any strong forces in the vicinity of Wulingqiu, so naturally, nobody dared to provoke them. However, Zhao Hai believed that they wouldn't stay quiet for a long time. There was a reason why Zhao Hai thought this way. When the Profound Mysteries sect released the news, it was certain that they would only spread it around Wuling Hill. However, this news might spread to other places. The Beast Fighting Colosseum was very big, it was possible that some people would set their sights on their territory and want to deal with the Profound Mysteries sect. This was also reasonable. For 10 days, Yu Mountain was very quiet. At this time, Kaier's information network had already been extended to the outside of Wulingqiu. The environment of Wulingqiu could only be regarded as ordinary. This was because although there were a lot of trees, the spiritual qi in Wulingqiu was the most ordinary place in the Beast Fighting Colosseum. However, the outside of Wulingqiu was different. Outside of Wulingqiu, the spiritual qi was very abundant. The situation there was much better than Wulingqiu, and the environment was much better. Compared to the environment outside, Wulingqiu was simply a barren land. However, there was a very obvious dividing line between Wulingqiu and the outside. This dividing line was a river. On the other side of the river, there were verdant and lush ancient trees. On the other side of the river, the trees were much shorter and thinner. Zhao Hai looked at the ancient trees with a calm expression and said in a deep voice, sure enough, the spiritual qi is abundant. Moreover, I found that although cultivators can destroy some of the environment, their protection of the natural environment is not bad. Cultivators only take what they need. Those that they don't need, they won't touch them. Laura smiled and said, of course. Although cultivators are very greedy, they are also very clear that if they really destroy the environment, then they wouldn't be able to harvest elixirs in the future. Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, it seems like we should go outside and take a look. Wu Lingqiu really can't find anything. I feel that if the beast fighting coliseum is compared to a city, then Wu Lingqiu would be the city's slum. There really isn't anything to see here. Laura nodded and said, right, we should go outside and take a look. Brother Hai, I think we should let Kai find a mountain and then we'll go and take it. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Laura. Laura looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, what's wrong, Brother Hai? Is there something wrong? Zhao Hai looked at Laura and smiled. Laura, what did you just say? You sound like a bandit leader. Ha ha ha, taking a mountain? But that's right, we need to take a mountain. Kai I'll leave it to you. Kai nodded and smiled, don't worry, leave it to me. For the next few days, Kai was looking for a suitable place. But what made Kai distressed was that she couldn't find a suitable place. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Not finding a suitable place wasn't because the people there were too strong. It was because they didn't see a single mountain in the past few days. Outside of Wu Lingqiu, there was only an endless forest. There were no mountains at all. In the past few days, they didn't even meet people from other forces. Zhao Hai and the others looked at the projection and didn't know what to say. It must be said that the Beast Colosseum was very big. They didn't expect to see such a big forest. Zhao Hai looked at the forest and couldn't help but sigh, I didn't expect the Beast Colosseum to be this big. It's really beyond my expectations. It seems like we need to speed up our advance. Laura and the others nodded. Kai frowned as she sat there. After some time, she said, wait, Brother Hai. There's something wrong with this forest. When Zhao Hai heard Kai he couldn't help but stare. He immediately asked, what's wrong? What did you find? Kai's mind moved as the projection kept shrinking. In the end, they could only see a forest and nothing else. At this time, red dots appeared on the projection. Kai pointed at the red dots and said, Big Brother Hai, do you see these red dots? There's something wrong with these red dots. I suspect that these red dots are trance. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, are they really trance? Or are they trance that can hide from the space's detection? Kai replied, it's very possible. Brother Hai, didn't you notice? In the vicinity of these red dots, there are very few ordinary beasts. Isn't this abnormal? When Zhao Hai heard Kai he immediately enlarged the projection. He immediately noticed a red dot on the projection. This was an ordinary tree, it couldn't be more ordinary. There was no difference between it and the surrounding trees. If there was a difference, it would be that this tree was thinner and smaller than ordinary trees. Zhao Hai turned his head to Kai and said, Kai test it out. See what's going on with this tree. Kai complied. Then Zhao Hai saw countless vines shoot out from the projection. These vines were like steel whips. They directly wrapped around the tree and then tightened their grip. Crack! The tree was snapped in half in an instant. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others stared blankly at the broken tree. They thought that the tree was a trance. They didn't expect that it wasn't. Could it be that Kai's feeling was wrong? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai and the others turned their heads to Kai. Kai looked at Zhao Hai and the others, then she shook her head and said, no, it's not the tree's problem. There's something on the tree. Brother Hai, take a look, there's something on the tree. My branch seems to be stained with something special, I can feel it. Zhao Hai stared, then he carefully looked at the tree and enlarged it. In the end, Zhao Hai discovered that there were a lot of small mushrooms growing on the tree. Upon seeing these small mushrooms, Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed as he said, Space, scan them again. Focus on these mushrooms and see if they're alive. The space immediately scanned the mushrooms. The result of the scan was a dense red dot on the projection. Looking at it made one's scalp tingle. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, I didn't expect it to be these mushrooms. They should be some kind of small tree ant. Moreover, they're parasitic tree ants. Kair, how's their attack power? Kair frowned and said, they don't seem to have any attack power. They just parasitize your body and absorb your spiritual chi and nutrients. After absorbing those things, they would quickly reproduce and grow stronger. I tried to communicate with them using my spiritual force, but they didn't seem to care. It's very strange. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, it's not strange at all. The spiritual force fluctuations of these little things might be different from yours. I'll go take a look and try to communicate with them. Zhao Hai stood next to the fallen tree and used his spiritual force to explore the tree. At the same time, he was also adjusting his spiritual force. Zhao Hai first lowered his spiritual force and then raised it little by little. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that the thinking speed of the mushroom demons was much faster than an ordinary person. It was almost 10 times faster than an ordinary person. This really surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's spiritual force slowly communicated with the mushroom demons. Just as Zhao Hai's spiritual force connected with the other party immediately sent him a large amount of information. Kid, who are you? How dare you come to my family's territory? Aren't you afraid that we'll beat you up? Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled and said, everyone, I'm not from the same race as you, so you can't hit me. I'm just curious about you, so I came to communicate with you. Please don't be angry. You're not from our clan? Why can you talk to us? Our clan has never been able to communicate with outsiders. What's going on with you? How can you communicate with us? Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately understood. These mushroom demons were all individual entities. But because their bodies were too small, their spiritual force was also very weak. In general, it was impossible to communicate with them using spiritual force. Zhao Hai could only use his spiritual force to communicate with them. It was impossible to communicate with them using spiritual force. Zhao Hai immediately said to the mushroom demon, I have a special ability that allows me to communicate with all things in the world. I just noticed that you're special life forms, so I came to communicate with you. Everyone, I really don't have any bad intentions. When the mushroom demon heard Zhao Hai, he pondered for a moment before he said, all right, then I'll believe you. Kid, what do you want to know by communicating with us? Zhao Hai already knew what these mushroom demons were. These mushroom demons were actually pocket-sized demons. Because they couldn't communicate with other races using spiritual force, they had their own way of life. They lived in a way that was dominated by their own race. The mushroom demon that Zhao Hai just talked to was the patriarch of this race. In his words, all of the people in this race were his descendants. Zhao Hai chatted with the patriarch for a while, then he said, Patriarch, if this tree dies, what will happen to you in the future? The patriarch replied, Young man, you don't have to worry. Our race can also move. Moreover, not only can we grow on trees, we can also grow on other life forms. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately thought of a possibility. He looked at the patriarch and said, Can you parasitize an animal or a living person? The patriarch nodded. The patriarch immediately replied, Of course. As long as it's a living thing, we can live on it. Zhao Hai immediately understood why there were no other life forms around the mushroom demon. It seems like the other beasts knew that these mushroom demons weren't easy to deal with, so they didn't come here. Zhao Hai looked at the patriarch and said, If you want to move, but no other animals come here, then what will you do? The patriarch replied, It doesn't matter. We can move on our own. Although it's a bit slow, we can still move. Moreover, we can also let our unborn descendants fly with the wind to other places. Also, we can release a scent to attract other beasts. This way, we can follow them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the patriarch and said, Patriarch, can I invite your race to settle down somewhere? Can I? The patriarch was somewhat vigilant as he said, Kid, where do you want to take our race? Don't think that I don't know how strong you are. We can't do anything to you. Where do you want us to go? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Since the patriarch already knows, then I'll make it clear to you. If I want to take you somewhere else, you can't do anything to me, right? How about it? Come with me. When the patriarch heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but sneer and said, Kid, you're looking down on our race. Although we don't have any attack power, we can still control the things that we parasitize. Don't look at the fallen tree. Kid, if we really attack, then you'll suffer a lot. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm talking to the patriarch like this just to show my respect. You should know that some of my descendants have already parasitized a branch of my wife. As long as my wife takes that branch back, then your people will have no choice but to follow me. And to be honest, patriarch, it's too easy for me to take you away. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and threw a deathlock law towards the patriarch. The Mushroom Demon clan immediately discovered that they couldn't move. Not to mention commanding the tree to attack Zhao Hai, even their thoughts were locked. This made them very frightened. Zhao Hai removed the deathlock law, then he looked at the Mushroom Demon clan and said, Patriarch, can you come with me? The patriarch replied, Kid, where do you want to take us? If you have the guts, then just destroy our race. If you want to torture us, then that's impossible. Zhao Hai looked at the patriarch, then his eyes turned cold as he said, Patriarch, I advise you not to play any tricks. Do you want to inform the other races of your race? It's useless. Without my permission, you can't send the message. Be honest. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the patriarch immediately became honest. Zhao Hai looked at the patriarch and said, You're too small. Even if I want to torture you, it's impossible. The place that I'm taking you to is definitely good. How about it? Come with me. The patriarch looked at Zhao Hai and helplessly said, All right, but you have to promise me that you won't hurt us. The patriarch didn't have any confidence in his words. This was because they knew that even if Zhao Hai wanted to hurt them, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the Mushroom Demon clan into the space. As soon as the Mushroom Demons entered the space, a prompt was heard, malicious program detected. Subduing successful. The program is parasitic on a very strong conductive conductor. This conductor can be used by us. When Zhao Hai heard the space, he stared. Then he immediately understood. Although the Mushroom Demons had no way to communicate with other races, they had no problem communicating with their own race. Moreover, their communication speed was very fast, much faster than a person's thinking speed. If they were to use this ability to transmit data, then the data transmission speed would certainly be very fast, much faster than the space's current data transmission speed. Zhao Hai immediately said, Extract the transmission ability and set aside a place to cultivate the Mushroom Demons. At this time, Kair also took back her parasitic branch. Then she placed the spores of the Mushroom Demons into a separate area in the space that was used to cultivate the Mushroom Demons. In fact, the space subduing the Mushroom Demons was the same as subduing other beasts. The Mushroom Demons still had their own thinking ability, but they were now completely loyal to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't take the Mushroom Demons seriously. Although the Mushroom Demon's data transmission speed was very fast, he still didn't know how to use it. Therefore, he just set aside a place to cultivate the Mushroom Demons. Moreover, the place wasn't very big. However, what Zhao Hai didn't know was that the Mushroom Demon's help to the space was unimaginable. A lot of things in the space were in the form of computers. So how could a computer's calculation speed be faster? It was because of the data transmission speed. As long as the data transmission speed was fast enough, the computer's calculation speed would also be faster. The faster the computer's calculation speed, the more things it could calculate. This would provide more help to Zhao Hai. This was tantamount to upgrading the space. Moreover, what was being upgraded wasn't something ordinary, but rather the foundation of the space. Zhao Hai now felt that the space's help to him was getting smaller and smaller. This was because the space's hardware condition couldn't keep up. If you used a 10 megabit network cable, but your computer was an antique, then even if your network speed was fast, it would still be impossible for you to surf the internet. However, upgrading a computer wasn't easy. Materials were very important, and Zhao Hai didn't have the right materials to upgrade the space's computer. Now that he had the Mushroom Demons, the space could use the Mushroom Demons' data transmission speed to upgrade itself. This would be an inestimable help to Zhao Hai. After dealing with the Mushroom Demon, Zhao Hai returned to the Heaven's secret building. Laura smiled and said, I didn't think that Brother Hai would use this kind of coercion to deal with such a small and weak race. You might as well have just captured them and done with it. Zhao Hai nodded and said. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the Mushroom Demon Clan's patriarch seems to have a sense of superiority towards me. I really don't know where his sense of superiority comes from. If I use force to capture them, then it would be boring. I just want them to know that if I want to take them away, then they won't even have the opportunity to resist. In the end, they have no choice but to agree to go with me. Hee. Actually, I'm just bored. Also, when I was arguing with him, the outside world didn't feel very fast. This is because both of our thoughts were very fast. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the Mushroom Demon Clan's patriarch seems to be very arrogant towards me. Laura and the others laughed. Zhao Hai also smiled faintly. The reason why he talked to the Mushroom Demon Clan's patriarch for such a long time was because he was bored. Then Zhao Hai looked at the screen and said, Kai, besides the Mushroom Demon Clan, do you see anything else special? Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, without waiting for Kai's reply, the projection changed. Then a lot of red dots appeared on the projection. This time, the number of red dots on the projection was much more than before. Zhao Hai and the others stared. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at the projection. He discovered that the projection was much clearer than before. Moreover, the number of red dots on the projection was much more than before. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately asked, Space, what's going on? Why does the projection seem different? The space immediately replied, because the space's data transmission speed has been upgraded. The space's transmission speed has yet to reach its optimal state. It will take some time before it reaches its optimal state. I asked the host to be patient. Zhao Hai and the others stared. After some time, Zhao Hai was pleasantly surprised as he said, in other words, the space has upgraded? Is this what it means? But why didn't I feel this way when the space upgraded before? The space immediately replied, this time, the space's upgrade is different from the previous ones. In the past, the space's upgrades were related to the upgrade of the space's internal creatures. But this time, the space's data transmission speed was upgraded. It's a hardware upgrade. These are two different upgrades. Zhao Hai nodded, he immediately understood what the space meant. At the same time, he also intuitively felt the benefits of the space's upgrade. The space's prompts seemed to have become more human-like. Although the space had become more human-like in the past, its voice was still somewhat mechanical. But now, it was different. The space's voice had become more human-like. This made Zhao Hai very happy. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, I didn't expect the space to upgrade this time. Right, space, what are those red dots on the projection? The space immediately replied, the red dots on the projection are all things that can help the space and the host. Naturally, this also includes the host's enemies. Does the host want to check the situation? Zhao Hai didn't think that the space would have such a function. He immediately said, check the situation. As his voice fell, he discovered that next to the red dots on the projection, a number appeared. These numbers were arranged from the beginning, the number got bigger and bigger. Finally, the number reached 1,000 before it stopped. After these numbers appeared, a new projection appeared next to the projection. On this projection, a row of numbers appeared. Behind the numbers were some text prompts. When Zhao Hai saw the text prompts, he couldn't help but stare. Then he understood what they meant. At the same time, this made him very happy. The numbers that appeared next to the red dots were the corresponding numbers. The text behind the numbers introduced what the red dots were and how they could help the space. In the past, the space didn't have such a function. This was equivalent to the space having a powerful search function. Moreover, it would save Zhao Hai a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai was very happy. Can I receive all the red dots into the space? The space's prompt replied, yes, there's no problem at all. Then under Zhao Hai's gaze, a spatial rift appeared next to the red dots. Then a robotic arm stretched out and grabbed the red dots before receiving them into the space. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy. It seems like this was a new function of the space. The space's upgrade made Zhao Hai very happy. He now understood what the space's upgrade meant. If the space had encountered a bottleneck in the past, then the space's help to Zhao Hai was getting smaller and smaller. But now, the space's upgrade represented a qualitative change. In the future, the space's help to Zhao Hai would become greater and greater. The space's upgrade made people happy, but Zhao Hai didn't stop. Kaier was still extending her branch towards the space. Wherever it passed, the space would receive the map. At the same time, if there was anything that could help the space would also move it over to it. This might sound awkward, but it wasn't awkward at all. The space can now automatically move things to the space without outsiders knowing. This was also Zhao Hai's order. Zhao Hai discovered that the space's upgrade had given him a lot of help. After 2 days, Kaier's branch came out of the forest. The forest was very big. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that there weren't only mushroom demons in the forest. There were also some treants. However, this didn't matter to Zhao Hai. He had a lot of treants in the space, so he didn't provoke them. After passing through the forest, what appeared in front of Zhao Hai was a large lake. Zhao Hai felt strange. According to Qin Yun and the others, there should be a lot of mountains in the beast arena. How come they haven't seen a single mountain in such a long time? Actually, Zhao Hai didn't know that they were going in the wrong direction. If they went in another direction, then they would have already seen a mountain. However, the direction they were heading in was actually the furthest away from the mountain. The direction that Zhao Hai and the others were heading in was very famous in the beast arena. It was called the Alien Demon Domain. The Alien Demon Domain was the area where the demons and the other races resided. The forest that Zhao Hai and the others saw before was called the Ghost Forest. This didn't mean that there were ghosts in the forest. It was just that very few cultivators or monster race cultivators who entered the forest were able to come out alive. After a long time, the forest became known as the Ghost Forest. And now, the lake that Zhao Hai was looking at was called the Sea of Death. For a lake to be called a sea, it could be seen how big it was. Of course, the most important thing was that there were countless demon beasts in this lake, and there was also a special race, the Water Clan. The water race was a kind of demi-human race. They didn't have water, but in places with water, their fighting strength was a lot stronger than in places without water. Zhao Hai only knew about this after asking the Battle Emperor. At this moment, Zhao Hai was standing next to the Sea of Death. Looking at the endless lake, he didn't know what to say. Kaier stood beside Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, what should we do?" The Battle Emperor said that if we go forward, we'll reach the depths of the Alien Demon Domain. If that's the case, it would take a long time for us to meet someone. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's go back. Let's go in another direction. If there's an opportunity in the future, we'll slowly explore this place." Kaier nodded. Then, both of them looked at the Sea of Death. To be honest, the scenery here was very good. It was surrounded by green trees, and there was an endless blue lake in the middle. It looked very beautiful. Just as the two were about to return to the space, they suddenly heard a rumbling sound in the distance. Zhao Hai and Kaier couldn't help but stare. They were very familiar with this sound, it was the sound of people fighting. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "Laura, go and see what's going on." Laura nodded, but she didn't move. Instead, she followed Zhao Hai back to the space. When they arrived at the space, the two entered the villa. At this time, the villa screen showed the situation of the fight. Upon seeing the situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. There weren't a lot of people in the fight. One side had 3 treants while the other side had 5 people who looked like humans. Naturally, treants were very easy to distinguish. As for the humans, this was the first time Zhao Hai saw them. They had dark gray skin on their bodies. They had a humanoid shape, but their hands and feet were covered with scales. Behind their ears, there were also things that looked like gills. Their eyes were very big and they didn't have any hair on their heads. Instead, they had a layer of thin scales. Upon seeing the appearance of these people, Zhao Hai knew that they were the water race. Looking at their appearance, one could see that they were very suitable for living in water. Looking at the battle between the two sides, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, it's none of our business. Let's go, there's no point in watching them fight. Even if we occupy a piece of land here, it wouldn't be useful. Let's go look at other places." Kaier nodded, then the screen changed. In the next moment, they saw another place. This place was also outside of Wuling Hill, but it was in a different direction. 2 days later, Kai and the others saw a mountain. It was a mountain range, a very long mountain range. There were all kinds of plants growing on the mountain, making it look like a long green dragon. Upon seeing the mountain, Kai and the others relaxed. Laura couldn't help but say, "We finally see a mountain." Her words made everyone laugh. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Haha, I finally see a mountain." After some time, Zhao Hai calmed down. Then he turned to Kai and Julie and said, "Kai Julie, I'll leave it to you to figure out the situation on this mountain in the shortest time possible." Kai and Julie nodded and then went to make arrangements. Zhao Hai and the others weren't looking at the screen. They were currently studying other things inside the villa. The first was demon armor, the second was mech armor, the third was magic formations, and the fourth was curse techniques. Curse techniques were something that Laura and the others had been studying. To be honest, curse techniques were very strong. It can be said that it was very profound. Studying curse techniques would be very difficult. What Zhao Hai and the others needed to do now was to combine their understanding of curse techniques with ordinary magic formations and then use them on mechs. At this point, Zhao's research on curses was already very good. Some of the cursed formations could also be used on mecha or weapons. When facing an enemy, the enemy would always be unknowingly affected. Moreover, if there wasn't a special method to solve the curse, it would be very difficult to solve it. Zhao's research on curses was very good. Some of the curses could also be used on mecha or weapons. While studying curse techniques, Zhao Hai understood how much the spaces upgrade helped him. Now, their research was much smoother. Because of the space's computers, their planning ability was much faster, more stable, and more detailed. In this case, Zhao Hai and the others' research was much smoother. Time passed day by day. 3 days later, Kai and Julie told Zhao Hai that they had a clear understanding of the mountain. Zhao Hai and the others immediately returned to the monitor. The screen showed the situation of the mountain range. The entire mountain range was displayed on the screen, but now, the mountain range was in different colors, piece by piece. Upon seeing the colors on the mountain range, Zhao Hai couldn't help but turn his head to Kai and said, "There are so many forces on the mountain?" Upon seeing the colors, Zhao Hai understood that the different colors represented different forces. Otherwise, Kai and the others wouldn't have divided the mountain into different colors. Kai nodded and said, "There are a lot of forces on the mountain. Almost every mountain is a force. These forces are big and small, but none of them are easy to deal with. Brother Hai, what do you think we should do?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "It's not easy to handle. There are so many forces on the mountain. If we casually intervene, then it might alert all the forces, which would be very unfavorable for us. Let's not worry about the mountain for now. Let's go inside and see what it looks like." Zhao Hai shook his head. "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded. Kai nodded, then she smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, actually, it's very easy to gain a foothold on this mountain. However, this mountain is too small. If we only deal with one mountain, then we wouldn't be able to deal with the other mountains. But these mountains aren't very big. If we attack the other mountains, then it's possible that the other mountains would retaliate. Therefore, it's good that we don't fight on this mountain." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, there's no point in fighting over such a small place. Let's go and take a look at other places." Kai nodded and then immediately went to arrange things. Zhao Hai didn't immediately study the formation this time. Instead, he stayed behind and observed the situation of the Colosseum. To be honest, even after observing for a long time, Zhao Hai still couldn't understand why this place was called the Colosseum. This was because Zhao Hai didn't see any fierce battles. This name didn't really live up to its name. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, Zhao Hai suddenly discovered that after passing through the mountain, a huge stone city appeared in front of him. This stone city was round and looked like the Colosseum of ancient Rome. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that the stones were red. Moreover, there were all kinds of carvings on the stones. All the cultivators and beasts in the carvings were in a state of battle. Each and every one of them looked very lifelike. However, Zhao Hai didn't know why, but when he saw the people in the carvings, he couldn't help but feel nervous. It was as if the people in the carvings were alive. It was as if the people and beasts in the carvings were looking at him with longing and resentment. Zhao Hai waved his hand and called the War Emperor over. Without waiting for the War Emperor to speak, Zhao Hai pointed at the huge city on the screen and said, "War Emperor, what's going on with this city? Why didn't you mention it before?" When the War Emperor saw the city, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Colosseum? Why would the Colosseum appear at this time? It's still too early for the Colosseum to appear." When Zhao Hai saw the War Emperor's expression, he knew that there was something hidden. He always thought that the Colosseum was the space. Now that the War Emperor said that the city was the Colosseum, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel curious. Zhao Hai looked at the War Emperor and said, "Tell me, what's going on with this city?" "Young master, this city is called the Colosseum. The reason why this place is called this name is because of this city. However, the Colosseum doesn't appear all the time. It only appears once every 1,000 years. But every time it appears, the Colosseum will experience a bloody storm," the War Emperor said in a deep voice. Zhao Hai didn't disturb him, he just calmly looked at the War Emperor. The War Emperor continued, "The Colosseum is very special. Every time it appears, the entire Colosseum would be sealed. People inside wouldn't be able to leave, and people outside wouldn't be able to enter." After the War Emperor said this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He immediately tried to return to the War God's plane. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that even if he was in his own space, he couldn't return to the War God's plane. In other words, he could enter the space from the Colosseum, and he could also return to the space from there. However, if he wanted to go to another place through the space, he couldn't do so. He was sealed by the Colosseum. This discovery made Zhao Hai break out in cold sweat. He turned to the Battle Emperor and said, "Tell me, how do we get out?" The War Emperor smiled bitterly and said, "Let's go to the Colosseum. The Colosseum hasn't been here for a long time, but as long as the Colosseum is here, all the forces in the space must go there and participate in the competition. Every force must participate in 5 matches. The winner can leave the Colosseum and return to their own space. The loser must be a dead person. As long as the loser is still breathing, the Colosseum won't consider you as the winner. Only by killing the loser will the Colosseum consider you as the winner. If you don't want to participate in the competition, then everyone in your force and the Colosseum will be turned into statues. Moreover, your force will no longer be able to enter the Colosseum." When Zhao Hai heard the War Emperor, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the War Emperor and said, "Is it that mysterious? Then who controls the matches? Everyone can't just jump in and fight randomly, right?" The War Emperor shook his head and said, "No, it's not chaotic at all. Everyone is under the control of the Colosseum. Whoever the Colosseum wants to participate will participate. This is very normal." Zhao Hai's expression turned ugly. He said, "How did the Colosseum let all the forces know about his arrival? If some forces don't know about his arrival and don't have time to reach the Colosseum, then wouldn't it be unfair for the Colosseum to turn them into statues?" The War Emperor shook his head and said, "That won't happen. The Colosseum has always been fair. Young master, you can go back to the camp and take a look. I can guarantee that there's already a transmission gate in the camp. As long as you go through the gate, you can directly appear in the Colosseum." Zhao Hai stared, then with an intention, the screen changed and showed the situation in the camp. Just as the War Emperor said, there was a transmission gate in the camp. This transmission gate was a blood-red stone gate. On the stone gate, there was a carving of a man and a beast fighting. It gave people a simple and natural feeling, but it also gave off a murderous aura. Zhao Hai stayed silent for a moment, then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "If you go out, then the Colosseum won't treat you as people who want to participate in the matches. This time I'll go out alone." Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned to the War Emperor and said, "When I fight, can I summon you to help me?" The War Emperor replied, "You can. You can use any means you want in the Colosseum. If you have a summoned beast, then you can call it to help you. Naturally, you can also have 5 people participate in 5 matches. You can also have all 5 of them fight. But if you want to call for help, then you only have one chance. The helpers are those who participate in the match, your summoned beasts aren't included. Zhao Hai immediately understood what the War Emperor meant. Every force has 5 matches. You can choose one person to participate, or you can choose 5 people to participate. You can also choose one person to participate in a match, or you can choose 5 people to participate in a match. But this choice can only be made once. If you choose one person to fight, then this will be the case from the first match onwards. If you choose 5 people to fight together, then this will be the case from then onwards. But summons aren't included. The War Emperor looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. Then he continued, "Young master, actually, the young madams can also go and watch the matches. After entering the transmission gate, there will be 2 entrances, one for combatants and the other for non-combatants. Once you enter the transmission gate, you will be able to participate in the match. During the match, you will be arranged in a simple room. Inside the room, there is something similar to spatial manipulation. You can see the situation outside from there. The young madams and the others will be sent to the stands where they can see the battle below." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Can't I see the love prize inside the Colosseum?" The War Emperor shook his head and said, "You can't. But since the young master has the space, you should be able to see the situation inside. But I think that the young madams and the others would only be able to see the young master's battle, they wouldn't be able to see the others." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Laura and the others, come with me. But you can go to the stands and watch, you don't need to participate in the battle." Laura and the others didn't oppose, they knew their own strength. Among them, only Julie and Kair could go up and fight. The others didn't have the strength to do so. After Zhao Hai explained everything to Laura and the others, he turned his head to the War Emperor and said, "Are the battles here just for fun? Are there any prizes for the winners?" The War Emperor nodded and said, "Yes. Moreover, the prizes are very generous. The prize could be an artifact, a cultivation method, an elixir, or anything else. But one thing is for sure, these prizes are heavenly treasures. It's not something that can be easily obtained." The War Emperor nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then this competition will be interesting." "Right, do the items of the dead belong to the winner?" The War Emperor nodded and said, "Yes. But the Colosseum will take the best things from the dead. The rest will go to the winner." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Interesting. It seems like the Colosseum is controlled by someone. But who is it? I really want to find out who it is." The Battle Emperor didn't speak. To be honest, they also had the same idea as Zhao Hai. However, all of them failed. There were even some people from the Colosseum who organized themselves to attack the Colosseum. But in the end, all of them failed. All of the people who attacked the Colosseum were turned into statues. After thinking about this, the War Emperor felt that he needed to remind Zhao Hai. Otherwise, if Zhao Hai really turned into a statue, then they would be finished. Moreover, he was absolutely loyal to Zhao Hai. Therefore, the War Emperor immediately told Zhao Hai, "Young master, please pay attention. Don't attack the Colosseum. Otherwise, you will be turned into a statue." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I understand. Don't worry, someone who can control the Colosseum and even a sinner wouldn't be that easy to find. With my current strength, I can't afford to offend him. However, everything that happens in this realm is related to the previous one. I think that the other party must be from the previous realm. As long as I ascend, I won't be afraid of not being able to find him." The War Emperor looked at Zhao Hai. His heart was filled with admiration for Zhao Hai. The people in the Colosseum weren't as strong as Zhao Hai. However, they still organized to attack the Colosseum. To some people, this might be bravery, but to the War Emperor, it was stupid. Blindly attacking the enemy without knowing their own strength was no different than courting death. Zhao Hai turned to the War Emperor and said, "All right, you can go back now. There's no need for you to participate in this battle. Laura, let's go. You go and watch the show. I'll also go and meet the experts of the Colosseum. I didn't think that I would be looking for such an opportunity." Hee hee. Laura and the others weren't worried about anything. They always believed in Zhao Hai's strength. However, this time's matter made Laura and the others uneasy. Laura and the others weren't worried about whether Zhao Hai could defeat the enemy or not. Instead, they were worried about the space being sealed in the Colosseum. How did the other party seal the space? This was something that Laura and the others couldn't figure out. This was because nothing like this had ever happened before. Zhao Hai and the others returned to the camp from the space. They didn't hesitate and directly entered the transmission gate. Upon entering the transmission gate, Zhao Hai saw two passages. One passage was for combatants while the other one was for non-combatants. Mr. Zhao Hai and the others entered the non-combatants passage while he entered the combatants passage. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was because he was afraid that Laura and the others would be worried about him and enter the combatants passage with him. This was something that he absolutely didn't want to see. Therefore, he wanted to see Laura and the others enter the non-combatants passage. Only then would he feel relieved. After seeing Laura and the others enter the non-combatants passage, Zhao Hai entered the combatants passage. The combatants passage wasn't very long. After taking a dozen steps, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. In the next moment, he found himself in a stone room. The room wasn't very big. The furnishings inside the room were very simple. There was only a praying mat and nothing else. The entire room was about 10 square meters in size. Zhao looked at the empty stone room and couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand and took out a recliner, a table, and a bottle of red wine. He lay there comfortably inside. It didn't look like he was here to fight, but to take a vacation. Zhao looked at the empty stone room and couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand and took out a recliner, a table, and a bottle of red wine. Zhao Hai was drinking wine inside the space while chatting with Laura and the others. He discovered that after arriving in this room, he couldn't enter the space. However, he could still chat with Laura and the others. Although this made Zhao Hai uneasy, it was also because Zhao Hai knew that his strength was still too much. Although his current strength was enough to be an overlord in this plane, his strength was still too far away compared to the higher realms. At this point, Zhao Hai had already thought it through. If the other party could imprison him in the space, then the other party would be able to discover the space. Even if he tried to hide it, it would be impossible. Therefore, he might as well be generous and do what he wanted to do. Naturally, if he ascended to a higher realm, then he would definitely not expose the existence of the space. This was because of the existence of the laws of space, the higher realms wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, the experts of the same realm could use all kinds of methods to seize the space. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. Besides chatting with Laura and the others, Zhao Hai also asked about their situation. Laura's reply surprised Zhao Hai. Laura and the others were actually in a room. This room only had 3 walls, one of which was empty. Their room also had a seat and a bed to rest on. Naturally, there was nothing else in their room. If one were to talk about it, their conditions were even better than Zhao Hai's room. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered a problem. All of his things were currently inside the space. He could take them out at any time. However, it was impossible for him to enter the space. This made Zhao Hai feel strange and surprised. Laura and the others could also take things out of the space. This was the same as Zhao Hai. However, they couldn't enter the space. This allowed Zhao Hai to gain a new understanding of the Beast Fighting Colosseum. He had to admit that the Beast Fighting Colosseum was very formidable. It was much more formidable than any artifact that he had seen before. Time passed day by day. Zhao Hai was now very bored every day. Besides drinking and chatting with Laura and the others, he would also study the curse formation with the others. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the computers could connect to the space. This made Zhao Hai feel less bored. 5 days later, Zhao Hai suddenly discovered a projection in his room. The projection was a platform. It looked like a stone platform, there was nothing special about it. However, Zhao Hai knew that the battle was about to begin. Zhao Hai immediately put the computer away. At the same time, he told Laura and the others about it. Then he focused his attention on the stone platform. At the same time, Laura and the others were also doing the same. This was because the stone platform suddenly lit up, allowing them to see everything on it. Soon, the stone platform suddenly moved. It was like a wide-angle lens, zooming in, zooming in, zooming in. Finally, when the lens stopped, Zhao and the others were surprised, because there were two people in the lens. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were stunned. Perhaps those who hadn't seen the projection many times wouldn't be able to feel it, but for Zhao Hai and the others, who had seen the projection many times, they could clearly feel that the camera zoomed in for a long time. This showed that the stone platform was very big. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to do with the projection. The two on the stone platform were still in a daze, but they quickly understood that the people standing in front of them were their enemies. The two of them didn't speak much. It was clear that they knew the rules of the Colosseum. Therefore, the two of them directly took out their artifacts and started to fight. Zhao Hai could see that the strength of the two people were very good. Both of them had reached the void-piercing realm. They were also close combat cultivators. When they fought, their movements were very fast and their moves were very sharp. Even Zhao Hai had to admit that if he wanted to deal with these two people, he wouldn't be able to deal with them in 1 or 2 moves. The two people on the stage exchanged more than 100 moves. At this time, one of them suddenly moved. He waved his long sword as a white light went straight towards his opponent. The sword light was very fast, it didn't give the opponent any chance to dodge. When the sword light hit the opponent's head, the opponent didn't even know what was going on before his body was cut in half. The beheaded opponent disappeared from the stone platform, leaving behind a spatial equipment. The victorious cultivator took the spatial equipment and then disappeared from the stone platform. The last sword of the sword-wielding cultivator, if an ordinary person were to look at it, they would only think that it was very amazing. However, in Zhao Hai's view, it wasn't that simple. This was because he discovered that the last sword of the swordsman used the power of law. He didn't know what kind of law it was, but he was sure that it was the power of law. Otherwise, his opponent wouldn't have no chance to resist. This battle allowed Zhao Hai to clearly understand the strength of the cultivators in the beast fighting arena. In the beginning, when the war god's realm transferred the sinners from the beast fighting arena, a large part of them comprehended the power of law. If they didn't meet the heaven-defying Zhao Hai, then it would be impossible for them to lose. Zhao Hai also knew that it was much easier to comprehend the power of law in the beast fighting arena compared to the outside world. Now that he saw the swordsman, Zhao Hai was finally able to confirm that there were a lot of people in the beast fighting arena who comprehended the power of law. After the first battle ended, the second battle began. This time, one side was a close combat cultivator, while the other side was a cultivator who mainly used artifacts to attack. When the two sides clashed, the cultivator who mainly used artifacts immediately distanced himself from his opponent. He kept directing his artifacts to attack his opponent from a distance. Although his opponent was angered by this method of attack, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. Zhao Hai sat in his room and looked at the projection. The cultivator who used artifacts seemed to have the upper hand. The close combat cultivator didn't seem to be able to do anything to him. However, Zhao Hai didn't think so. This was because Zhao Hai discovered that although the close combat cultivator roared again and again, his eyes were very cold. This wasn't because he was angry, but because he was calm. It can be said that the close combat cultivator was just acting. He made people feel that he was very angry, as if he couldn't do anything to his opponent. However, this wasn't the case. He certainly had a way to deal with his opponent. He was just waiting for an opportunity. The two sides continued to fight. 100 moves, 200 moves, 300 moves. After 300 moves, the cultivator who used artifacts seemed to have lost his patience. He suddenly moved and a pair of scissors flew out from his body. Then the scissors seemed to ignore the distance and directly cut towards the close combat cultivator. Zhao Hai, who was sitting on the recliner, raised his eyebrows. This was because he could see that the attack of the scissors contained the power of laws. It seems like the close combat cultivator was doomed this time. But at this moment, the close combat cultivator suddenly moved. His figure turned and disappeared. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared behind the cultivator who used artifacts. At the same time, he put away his scissors. The cultivator who used artifacts looked in front of him in disbelief. Then his head fell from his neck and his body disappeared from the stone platform. Only a spatial bag was left on the platform. The close combat cultivator picked up the spatial bag and disappeared from the stone platform. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He finally realized the difference between this place and the Void Realm. In the Void Realm, as long as one comprehended the power of law, one would be invincible. However, in this place, at least 5 or 6 out of 10 cultivators had comprehended the power of law. It was impossible to think that one would be invincible after comprehending the power of law. Here, comprehending the power of laws wasn't invincible. It also depended on how you used the power of laws. There was a limit to the number of times you could use the power of laws. There was almost no one on this level who could use the power of laws without restriction like Zhao Hai. Therefore, when these cultivators fought, they wouldn't use the power of laws as soon as they started fighting. Instead, they would use the power of laws as their trump card. The moment they used the power of laws and how they used the power of laws became the key to determining the outcome of the battle. Just like the two people just now, the close combat cultivator could obviously use the power of laws a long time ago. It could be seen that his power of laws was a kind of movement law. However, he didn't use it because his opponent had been guarding against him. Therefore, he endured not using it. He wanted to use it when he could defeat his opponent in one blow. Sure enough, after 300 moves, his opponent couldn't hold back anymore and used the power of laws first. Just when his opponent used the power of laws and thought that victory was in his hands, he suddenly launched the power of laws. Not only did he dodge his opponent's attack, but he also killed his opponent in one move. The timing was just right. Zhao Hai sipped his wine gently and squinted his eyes. He had lost interest in the battle outside. Although he only watched 2 matches, he could see that none of the people who could participate in the competition here were weak. As for the rewards that the winner received, he didn't want to know. However, he was sure that the rewards would be good. Moreover, every time a person died, the spatial bag that appeared on the stone platform wouldn't be the one that the person originally carried. At their level of strength, no one would use a spatial bag. That way, wouldn't they be laughed at to death? All of this was done by the Colosseum. They packed up the items of the losers and placed them on the stone platform. This was equivalent to handing them over to the winner. As for the reward, it was estimated that it would only be given to the winner after the winner returned to their room. Although it was only 2 matches, Zhao Hai saw a lot of things. The Colosseum was definitely the best graveyard for cultivators. It was also the place that cultivators wanted to come to the most. This was because there was everything that a cultivator wanted. High rewards, equal opponents, everything. As long as you win, you can get good things that you couldn't get before. But at the same time, high rewards were accompanied by high risks. If you lose, you will lose everything. Fairness. When Zhao Hai thought of the Colosseum, he immediately thought of this word. Fairness, this was fairness. The Colosseum was a bloody fairness. Here, any cultivator's schemes were useless. Here, it didn't matter how big your influence was. As long as you have your own strength, it was your only hope to survive. Only your strength was the only way to get what you want. In an absolutely fair environment, strength was the deciding factor. Zhao Hai took another sip of wine and murmured, "No matter who you are, no matter why you made such a Colosseum, I can only say that I admire you. Perhaps this place can make people understand the essence of cultivation." Just as Zhao Hai finished speaking, he suddenly felt the Colosseum shake twice. Then a burst of laughter echoed in Zhao Hai's ears. Zhao Hai stared, then the laughter disappeared. It was as if everything was just an illusion. In the projection, the battle on the stone platform was still going on. Zhao Hai gently shook his head. He was very confident in himself. He didn't believe that what he heard was an illusion. Therefore, the Colosseum must have shaken, and the laughter must have been heard. However, it was clear that the other party was very satisfied with his words. They didn't want to embarrass him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he drank the wine in his glass. At the same time, his gaze turned towards the stone platform. He didn't know how many battles had been fought, but there were more than 100. However, Zhao Hai still didn't have a turn to fight. Zhao Hai could understand this. There were too many people in the Colosseum, and each force could send 5 people. With this arrangement, he didn't know how long the competition would take. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. In any case, a cultivator could close up for 8 years. They were very patient. After fighting more than 300 battles, Zhao Hai felt very bored. Just as he was about to go to sleep, a person on the stone platform suddenly attracted Zhao Hai's attention. Zhao Hai had seen this person before. This person was none other than Yin from the Profound Mysteries sect. Yin was still wearing his blue robe and had a sword on his back. But in front of him, it wasn't a person, but a beast. A snake-shaped beast. This snake had a sharp horn on its head and its body was about 100 meters long. Its body was covered in black scales that had a metallic luster to it. Its eyes were cold and ruthless as it stared at Qin Yin. Qin Yin also looked at the serpent. One man and one snake stood facing each other. Both sides didn't make a move. After some time, the serpent suddenly moved. However, it didn't attack Qin Yin. Instead, it began to slowly swim around the stone platform. Qin Yin didn't move. Not only did he not move, he also quietly closed his eyes. This serpent isn't simple. Zhao Hai looked at the serpent and said in his heart. He could see that the strength of this serpent was very strong. Although the serpent had been maintaining the appearance of a demon beast, this didn't mean that it couldn't transform into a human form. On the contrary, it could certainly transform into a human form. However, when a demon beast cultivator transformed into their true form, their fighting strength would be at its strongest. This serpent came out in its true form. Obviously, it was a very careful person. At the same time, when it confronted Qin Yin, it discovered that Qin Yin didn't reveal any flaws. Therefore, it immediately moved. It slowly moved, looking for Qin Yin's flaws. Zhao Hai believed that as long as the serpent found an opportunity, it would certainly launch a thunderous attack. But Qin Yin was not a simple person. Qin Yin seemed to be standing there calmly, but Zhao Hai could clearly feel that he was like a sword hidden in a scabbard. The moment the sword was unsheathed, it would be the time for him to see blood. Qin Yin was not a simple person. Qin Yin seemed to be standing there calmly, but Zhao Hai could clearly feel that he was a sword hidden in a scabbard. Although the two of them hadn't really fought yet, this battle was more dangerous than the previous ones. As long as the two of them fought, it would be the time to determine the winner. At this moment, the snake demon suddenly moved and pounced straight at Qin Yin. The horn on its head actually shot out, and its target was Qin Yin. At this moment, Qin Yin's sword also moved. His sword turned into a sword light. Even with Zhao Hai's eyesight, he only saw a flash of sword light before Qin Yin's sword returned to its scabbard. The serpent that was rushing towards Qin Yin had a doubtful look in its eyes. Then, the light in its eyes slowly disappeared. At the position 7 inches below its head, a sword mark appeared. After that, the serpent fell to the ground. Then, with a flash of white light, its corpse disappeared, leaving only a space bag on the ground. Qin Yin picked up the space bag, and with a flash of white light, he also disappeared from the stone platform. This battle seemed to be very fast, very fast. However, it was also the most thrilling battle of the few. It was decided in one move. Such a battle really made people's blood boil. Zhao Hai looked at the stone platform and couldn't help but murmur, I really underestimated this kid. This kid's sword is really fast, it's really not bad. While he was talking, Zhao Hai suddenly saw a row of words appear on the screen. It said, please prepare, you will be fighting in the next battle. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he couldn't help but smile and said, good, it's a notice. Then he put away the things he took out. At this time, the battle on the stone platform was about to end. Both sides were using artifacts to attack. Each person could command several artifacts. The battle was very lively. However, Zhao Hai didn't pay too much attention to this battle because he felt bored. Before long, the winner of the battle was decided. Then the winner took his spoils and disappeared from the stone platform. Just as the winner disappeared, Zhao Hai felt a flash of white light beside him. In the next moment, he was already on the stone platform. Zhao Hai focused his eyes and immediately saw his opponent. His opponent was standing in front of him. This person was wearing a black robe and had his head down. However, his body was emitting a deathly aura. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Hai couldn't help but curiously ask, Ghost Cultivator? The other party slowly raised his head, revealing a pale face, but at the same time, it had a different kind of handsome face. However, there was a trace of death in his eyes, which made people feel uncomfortable no matter how they looked at it. The person looked at Zhao Hai. Then he waved his hand and a long black banner appeared in his hand. Then he shook the banner as evil spirits rushed out and rushed towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "You're really impolite." Attacking without even saying anything. After he said that, his body suddenly emitted a golden light. Then the golden light turned into a huge golden Buddha. The Buddha waved its hand and directly slapped the person. Wherever the Buddha's palm passed, all the malicious ghosts disappeared without a trace. Then, the Buddha's palm landed on the ghost cultivator's body. The ghost cultivator screamed and was directly smashed into a meat patty. This was the effect of Zhao Hai's Dharma idol. This made the ghost cultivator think that it was just a Buddhist attack. In fact, the real killing move was the Dharma idol. The ghost cultivator was caught off guard and was killed by Zhao Hai's Dharma idol. It must be said that the ghost cultivator died unjustly. If he were to fight against Zhao Hai, then the ghost cultivator would be able to resist a few moves. But since the ghost cultivator was already dead, there was no point in saying anything. A white light flashed as the ghost cultivator disappeared. A spatial bag appeared on the ground. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the spatial bag. In the next moment, a white light flashed as Zhao Hai disappeared from the stone platform. When he could see again, he found himself back in the room. But what Zhao Hai didn't know was that he had startled some people. Especially Qing Yun. Qing Yun had just finished a battle and was looking at the projection. When he saw Zhao Hai's figure appear on the projection, Qing Yun's attention was immediately drawn. Last time, he saw Zhao Hai standing on a large artifact surrounded by a lot of beasts. He thought that Zhao Hai was a beast tamer. To be honest, a beast tamer would be at a disadvantage in the arena. Although the arena was very big, the distance between the two wasn't very far. If the other party found out that you were a beast tamer, then they wouldn't give you the opportunity to widen the distance. But what surprised Qing Yun was that Zhao Hai didn't release any beasts. He only used one move to kill the ghost cultivator. Moreover, the move he used seemed to be a Buddhist cultivator's move. This made Qing Yun even more surprised. At the same time, he understood that Zhao Hai didn't use his full strength this time. But the more it was like this, the more Qing Yun felt how terrifying Zhao Hai was. If Zhao Hai could do this without using his full strength, then what would happen if he did? This was hard to imagine. At the same time, Laura and the others also saw how Zhao Hai killed the ghost cultivator in one move. Laura couldn't help but smile as she said, that ghost cultivator was really an idiot. He didn't even have any defenses. He deserved to be killed by Brother Life. Megan smiled and said, "Elder sister, you're becoming more and more like Brother Hai." It's not that the ghost cultivator was an idiot, he just underestimated Brother Hai. The others also laughed. At this time, Zhao Hai was in his room looking at the things in front of him. There were two things in front of him. One of them was the space bag on the stone platform. Zhao Hai saw that there were some good things inside. However, most of those things were for ghost cultivators. For Zhao Hai, they weren't very useful. He directly threw those things into the space and decomposed them. After obtaining the materials inside, he gave the artifacts to the undead. The other thing was the reward for defeating the ghost cultivator. Upon seeing the reward, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that he would be rewarded with something like this. It was a crystal-like thing, and it was very big. Most importantly, Zhao Hai could feel the power of laws coming from this crystal. This was a law crystal, and it was about the size of a basketball. To be honest, when Zhao Hai saw this law crystal, he couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't think that the reward this time would be a law crystal. No wonder the cultivators in the beast fighting arena were able to comprehend the power of law so easily. It turns out that law crystals can be obtained here. Zhao Hai took the law crystal and threw it into the space. A voice was immediately heard from the space, "Law crystal obtained." This is a law crystal that can increase the strength of the soul. It is called a soul law crystal. The space can duplicate this law crystal. Host can use the law crystal to comprehend the law of souls. After comprehending the law of souls, the strength of the soul would increase. At the same time, the strength of the soul would become more formidable. This would help the host in his cultivation of an immortal body. When Zhao Hai heard the prompt, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression couldn't help but become happy as he immediately said, "Duplicate law crystals, the more the better." Zhao Hai didn't immediately take out the law crystal to comprehend. This was because this wasn't the right time. Who knows when the beast fighting arena would send him to the stone platform to fight. If he was still comprehending the law of souls at that time, then going to the stone platform would be the same as sending himself to death. He didn't want to die. The space automatically duplicated the law crystal. At the same time, Zhao Hai chatted with Laura and the others for a while. Laura and the others were doing well. In any case, they were used to living together, so they didn't feel bored. Aside from studying the formation, they were also looking at the people fighting on the stone platform. After seeing that Laura and the others were fine, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he turned his attention back to the stone platform. The battles on the stone platform were still going on. Experts from all sides had fought for more than 1,000 rounds. Just as Zhao Hai was feeling bored, someone suddenly appeared on the stone platform. This made Zhao Hai surprised. This time, it wasn't a single person that appeared on the stone platform, but two groups of people. Both groups had 5 people participating in the battle. One side had 5 sword cultivators while the other side had 5 saber cultivators. Saber versus sword, this made Zhao Hai feel somewhat interested. Zhao Hai was very clear that since the beast fighting arena pursued fairness, then this fairness would continue. Just like before, the previous battles were all one-on-one. But now, there were 2 groups of 5 people fighting each other. In other words, the beast fighting arena also pursued fairness in this aspect. Teams would generally fight other teams, and individuals would only fight other individuals. Unless there were no more teams, then there would be a situation where a team would fight against an individual. But for an individual to be able to reach the end, it meant that he was very strong. Therefore, it wouldn't be unfair for him to fight a team. This time, both sides were fighting with 5 cultivators. Thus, it was somewhat worth watching. Both sides formed a formation before beginning their battle. This time, the battle lasted for a very long time. Only when one side was dead would the battle be considered a victor. In the end, it took several days for the sword cultivators' side to emerge victorious. However, out of the 5 cultivators, only 3 were left. One of them was even crippled. The cruelty of battles between cultivators was vividly displayed in this battle. Of the 10 people who fought, only 3 survived. One of them was crippled. Disability had a huge impact on cultivators. As long as a cultivator hasn't reached the blood rebirth realm, their disability would have a huge impact on their strength. Moreover, the impact would be huge. But in any case, they still won in the end. In addition to getting the 5 spatial bags of the losers, the 2 people who died on their side also left behind 2 spatial bags. After these spatial bags were taken away by the 3 people also disappeared. Zhao Hai looked at the stone platform and couldn't help but sigh. He felt that this stone platform was a vivid representation of a cultivator's life. Cultivators weren't like this, constantly fighting, constantly attacking. A group of old cultivators died, and a group of new cultivators emerged. Everyone pursued the final victory, the path to the heavens. Zhao Hai looked at the stone platform and couldn't help but sigh. He felt that this stone platform was a vivid representation of a cultivator's life. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's interest waned. He stopped looking at the projection and went to his lounge chair to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai finally woke up. He looked at the projection and saw that the battle was still ongoing. Zhao Hai didn't care about the situation on the projection. Instead, he took out some food and ate it slowly. After eating, Zhao Hai chatted with Laura and the others for a while. After that, he put his energy into researching formations and cursed formations. At this time, the cursed mechs were almost complete. Zhao Hai didn't plan to use any living beings to control them. Instead, he planned to use the space's soul force to refine some souls. Then, just like making stone men, he would make a soul core for the mechs. Zhao Hai wanted to see what the mechs would look like. After a few days, Zhao Hai didn't have anything to do. Zhao Hai also paid attention to the situation on the projection from time to time. Just as Zhao Hai had guessed, the beast fighting arena pursued the principle of fairness. The first round of battles were all one-on-one and team battles. But after a few days, the first round of battles still hasn't ended. Zhao Hai didn't know when it would be his turn. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious. He chatted with Laura and the others every day and studied formations. His days were very free and unfettered. But in the entire beast fighting arena, there weren't many people who could be as free and unfettered as Zhao Hai. After half a month, the first round of battles finally ended. After the first round ended, a notice appeared on the projection. Then the second round officially began. On the projection, there were some faces that Zhao Hai had seen before. The second round of battles was even more brutal. This was because those who remained were all experts. Moreover, they also had some understanding of the fighting methods on the stone platform. This time, the two sides didn't probe each other as much as before. Instead, they used their killing moves. Zhao Hai also paid attention to the cultivators on the projection. In the end, he shook his head. It wasn't that he wasn't optimistic about these cultivators. It was just that none of them were his opponents. It was like an adult watching a bunch of kids fight. He wasn't interested at all. After 3 days of the second round, Zhao Hai saw Qingyan again. This time, Qingyan's opponent was a cultivator. This cultivator used an artifact to attack. Zhao Hai was too lazy to watch. He now understood that in the beast fighting arena, only one person would be able to walk out alive. And Zhao Hai was sure that this person would be him. Although Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to the battles on the projection, the space still recorded all the battles on the projection. If there was someone who could threaten Zhao Hai, the projection would issue a warning. But the current situation was that even though the projection recorded all the battles, it didn't find anyone who could threaten Zhao Hai. In other words, the projection believed that among the people who entered the beast fighting arena, no one or team could threaten Zhao Hai. In fact, this was indeed the case. Now that Zhao Hai was fighting in the beast fighting arena, it seemed like he was cheating. Just the fact that he could use the power of law without limit was enough to slaughter everyone. Not to mention Zhao Hai's other methods. However, one thing that made Zhao Hai happy was that he saw 5 extraterritorial devils. They were still dressed in the same way. Zhao Hai recognized them at a glance. These 5 were from the extraterritorial devil clan. They had teamed up to participate in the battle, and they had appeared at the end. Of course, these 5 had defeated their opponents in the end, and none of them were injured. They could be considered as one of the stronger groups of people who had participated in this competition. Qingyan easily defeated his opponent this time. Zhao Hai could see that Qingyan had comprehended the power of law. Moreover, his comprehension was very deep. His power of law should be related to speed. This was because his sword was too fast. Even with Zhao Hai's eyesight, he couldn't see the speed of his sword. Time passed by little by little. Before long, it was Zhao Hai's turn. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai appeared on the stone platform. But in front of Zhao Hai, a beast appeared. Upon seeing this beast, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, "Hey, can we make a deal? After I kill this guy, his corpse will belong to me. How about you don't take it?" It was no wonder that Zhao Hai was tempted. This was because the beast in front of Zhao Hai was too attractive. It was an owl. Moreover, this owl had crystal-like feathers. Its appearance was extraordinary. Beautiful, anyone who saw this owl would think of this word. Because of this, Zhao Hai really wanted to take this owl to the space. Even if it was just a corpse, it would be fine. But unfortunately, Zhao Hai's words didn't get any response. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he turned his head to look at the huge owl. This owl was indeed very beautiful, but its body was also very big. It didn't fly, it just stood there. It was about 10 mego in size. Its pair of big eyes coldly looked at Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai was talking to himself, the owl didn't make a sound, nor did it move. Zhao Hai looked at the owl and said, "Why aren't you talking? Do you think that I'm too arrogant?" The owl looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, "I don't like talking to dead people. In my eyes, you're already dead." Jiao Hai looked at the owl, then he suddenly laughed and said, I'm starting to like you. Because you're as arrogant as me, even more so than me. But unfortunately, if you don't die, I won't be able to leave this place. Therefore, you must die. The owl looked at Jiao Hai and said, You're very confident, you can even say that you're arrogant. But today, you'll have to pay the price for your arrogance. And the price will be your life. Did you notice that you can no longer move? Moreover, your body is losing strength. You'll die soon. When the owl said this, Jiao Hai felt his soul tremble twice. Jiao Hai immediately understood that the other party was using a soul attack. No wonder the owl didn't fly away, it was already using a soul attack. Fortunately, this wasn't a law attack, otherwise, Jiao Hai would have been in trouble. Jiao Hai didn't think that the owl would be able to do anything to him. Jiao Hai sighed and said, You're very smart. You actually attacked me. But I have to say, your attack won't have any effect on me. You should just give up on it. Jiao Hai sighed. When the owl saw that Jiao Hai wasn't hit, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes suddenly shot a white light towards Jiao Hai. However, Jiao Hai's figure moved and dodged the white light. In the next moment, he appeared behind the owl. At the same time, the owl's eyes had already lost their luster. The owl's corpse disappeared, leaving only a spatial bag on the ground. Jiao Hai received the spatial bag before his figure disappeared from the stone platform. However, everyone who was paying attention to the battle on the stone platform became vigilant towards Jiao Hai. They were very clear that only one person or one team would be able to leave the Colosseum alive. Anyone with formidable strength would be a threat to them. And Jiao Hai was such a person. The owl's opponent in the first round was a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator with formidable attack power. However, the sword cultivator was killed by the owl's white light. In just a flash, the sword cultivator died. The sword cultivator simply didn't have time to dodge. On the other hand, Jiao Hai only attacked when the opponent made his move. Moreover, he managed to kill the opponent in one move. From this point, it can be seen that Jiao Hai was stronger than his opponent. The remaining people were all experts. Because of this, they could clearly see that the white light that shot out from the owl's eyes was definitely a type of law. And the way that Jiao Hai dodged was also a type of law. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to avoid the opponent's attack. However, everyone also knew that Jiao Hai's attack power was formidable. This was because the owl's defense wasn't low. Just by looking at its crystal-like feathers, one could understand that its defense wasn't just for show. But even so, it was still killed by Jiao Hai in one move. From this, one could see how strong Jiao Hai's attack power was. With the law of evasion, Jiao Hai was instantly listed as a formidable opponent by the countless experts in the Colosseum. Jiao Hai returned to the stone house and opened the spatial bag. To his surprise, he discovered that the owl's corpse was inside. However, its eyes were missing. Jiao Hai stared for a moment before he became happy. He immediately threw the owl into the space. A prompt was immediately heard from the space, high-level eagle corpse discovered. The corpse no longer has a soul, making it impossible to turn into an undead. The corpse is incomplete. The part of the corpse that was refined into an artifact has disappeared. There is no way to repair it. Host can decompose it and refine it into an artifact. At the same time, extract its genes and use them on other eagles. When Jiao Hai heard the space's prompt, he couldn't help but stare. Then he sighed and said, Alright, I'll refine it into an artifact and see what I can refine. Extract its genes and use it on other eagles. After dealing with the owl, Jiao Hai turned his attention to a stone on the ground. This stone looked very ordinary. It was yellow in color and was only the size of a fist. It looked like a piece of dirt. Jiao Hai picked up the stone and felt its weight. He couldn't help but stare, he didn't think that the stone would be this heavy. Jiao Hai turned his hand and threw the stone into the space. As soon as the stone entered the space, a prompt was heard, or detected. Or analyzed. Or is a type of soul stone. It can increase the weight of the soul and make the soul more solid. This ore is named soul-sinking stone. It can be absorbed by the soul. After absorbing it, the soul will become more tenacious and solid. Jiao Hai stared, he didn't think that this stone would be a soul item. One must know that soul items were very rare. Now that he obtained one, this was a very good thing. At this time, the space issued another prompt: the more soul-sinking stone you absorb, the more benefits it will bring to the host. The space will automatically create a soul-sinking stone load. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the soul-sinking stone. He carefully looked at it before he nodded. Then he slowly sat down and closed his eyes as he sent his soul force into the soul-sinking stone. Zhao Hai's soul force slowly came in contact with the soul-sinking stone. Then he felt a force coming from the soul-sinking stone into his soul. This force was very formidable. Naturally, the most important thing was that when this force entered Zhao Hai's soul, Zhao Hai felt his soul undergo a qualitative change. He could clearly feel this change. If his soul was like air in the past, then now his spiritual energy was slowly turning into fog. This was a qualitative change. Before long, Zhao Hai felt that the force coming from the stone had disappeared. At the same time, his soul became more full and tenacious than before. Zhao Hai was sure that if an attack that could injure his soul in the past were to hit him now, then his soul wouldn't have any problems. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he slowly opened his eyes. He looked down and saw that he was holding a stone in his hand. This stone was no longer yellow, it had turned into a silvery white color. It looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai stared, but he immediately understood. This stone was the soul-sinking stone. It was just that he had absorbed something that was good for his soul. Therefore, it became like this. Zhao threw the stone into the space. Discovered extracted soul-sinking stone. This stone can also be made into a magic tool. This magic array has two abilities. 1. It can attack the opponent's soul. 2. It can inject soul force into it to create a spirit. Host, would you like to add this stone to your magic tool? The soul-sinking stone nodded. Discovered extracted soul-sinking stone. This stone can also be made into a magic tool. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that the stone would have this kind of use. He immediately said, yes. Immediately add this stone to liquid silver. The space didn't reply, but the stone had disappeared. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he stood up and looked at the projection. The battle was still ongoing, but Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he immediately contacted Laura and the others. At the same time, he told them about the soul-sinking stone as well as its abilities. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but get excited. Laura opened her mouth and said, "That's great. Brother Hai, your soul force has become more powerful. This way, your immortal body would be able to be cultivated much faster. At the same time, with these soul-sinking stones, we can use them to make mechas. This way, the mechas would have artifact spirits. Moreover, these mechas would also have soul attack capabilities. If we add curses, then these mechas would become even more powerful." "That's great." Zhao Hai looked at their fanatical expressions and didn't know what to say. Although he also studied formations and artifacts with Laura and the others, to be honest, he wasn't as fanatical as Laura and the others. Because of this, he didn't think about this aspect when he learned about the use of the sinking soul stone. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, "Alright, I'll leave it to you. The soul-sinking stone has already formed a vein inside the space. If you want to use it, you can use it yourself." Laura and the others nodded, then they no longer cared about Zhao Hai. Instead, they focused all of their energy on the research of formations and curses. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't idle either. He also joined Laura and the others in their research. However, Zhao Hai belonged to the group of people who wanted to make a move. For Laura and the others, his help wasn't that big. Although Zhao Hai was helping Laura and the others with their research, he was also paying more attention to the situation in the Beast Fighting Coliseum. This was mainly because the two rewards that the Beast Fighting Coliseum gave him were very good. These two rewards were things that Zhao Hai hadn't heard of before. As for the soul-sinking stone, this was also the first time that Zhao Hai heard of it. These two things were very helpful to him. Most importantly, Zhao Hai didn't know if these two rewards were coincidental or intentional. If it was just a coincidence, then Zhao Hai could only say that his luck was very good. But if it wasn't a coincidence and the other party intentionally gave him these two things, then it meant that the other party knew what he needed the most. In other words, the beast fighting Colosseum's rewards were targeted. Every reward that a person receives would be helpful to them. Moreover, after using it, they would be able to improve their strength immediately. If this was the case, then it meant that his future opponents would become more and more difficult to deal with. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. He was thinking about using the Soul Law Crystal right now. If he can comprehend the Law of Souls, then his fighting strength would become even more formidable. This would also be good for him. However, Zhao Hai shook his head. Comprehending the Law of Souls wasn't a simple matter. Moreover, this time, he was comprehending the Law of Souls. He couldn't be careless. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to comprehend the Law of Souls after he settles down. Zhao Hai didn't know that his decision actually saved him a lot of trouble. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the rewards given by the Beast Colosseum depended on the person. If you need something to improve your strength, then the Beast Colosseum would reward you. However, there were also traps in these rewards. Just like Zhao Hai's Law of Souls crystal, it was something that Zhao Hai needed the most. However, comprehending the Law of Souls crystal wasn't something that could be done overnight. If Zhao Hai really did that, then he might not be able to comprehend the Law of Souls in his second match. At that time, Zhao Hai would be sent to the stone platform while he was in seclusion. His opponent was an owl that could use soul attacks. The owl certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. If he used his soul force to attack Zhao Hai while Zhao Hai was in seclusion, then Zhao Hai might suffer from Devil's Chi deviation. But this time, Zhao Hai was comprehending the Law of Souls. Once he suffers from Devil's Chi deviation, then his soul would scatter. At that time, Zhao Hai would really die. Zhao Hai's body was very strong. However, this didn't mean that Zhao Hai's soul was also very strong. It was just that the cultivators in these realms didn't have much research on the soul. Nobody knew how to use soul attacks. Additionally, Zhao Hai's soul had been nourished by the space for many years, making it much stronger compared to ordinary cultivators. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of soul attacks. Just like the owl's soul attack, in general, it wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhao Hai. However, if Zhao Hai was in the middle of comprehending the Law of Souls and was met with a soul attack, then he would be in a lot of trouble. It was just like a person, if you kick him on the ground, then he wouldn't be affected. At most, he would just fall down. As long as there weren't any special circumstances, then he would be fine. But if he was climbing up, then it would take a lot of effort for him to do so. Moreover, he was climbing very high, then if you suddenly kicked him, then he would fall down and die. It can be said that soul force was Zhao Hai's weakness. If this weakness can be fixed, then Zhao Hai would be able to cultivate an immortal body. At that time, it would be even more difficult to kill him. It's possible that after he ascends, there wouldn't be many people who would be his opponent. If an ordinary person were to obtain something that could make up for their weakness, then they would immediately use it. Just like a starving person, when they see a big bowl of red braised meat, they would immediately eat it. However, the result would be that they would be stuffed to death. On the other hand, Zhao Hai endured it. He saw the red braised meat, but he didn't eat it. Instead, he ate some porridge first. This way, he would be able to eat the red braised meat in the future. Moreover, he wouldn't be stuffed to death. Time didn't stop as the second round of battles came to an end. Qing Yun, Zhao Hai, and the extraterritorial devils had all passed the second round. Now, it was time for the third round. Zhao Hai wasn't very concerned about this matter, but Qing Yun was. He had been looking for a pattern in the Colosseum to choose two people as opponents. He wanted to know who his opponent would be in the third round, but this pattern wasn't easy to find. In the end, Qing Yun spent a lot of effort to determine a few people who might be his opponent in the third round. Qing Yun's eyes swept through the names and code names of these people. Finally, his eyes fell on the last name. When he saw this name, Qing Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, this person was the person he didn't want to meet the most. However, this person was also the person he would most likely meet in this round or the next round. Qing Yun let out a long breath as he expelled the distracting thoughts in his mind. Then, he began to slowly cultivate. He won the first 2 rounds and also received a reward. Moreover, the reward was very useful to him. Qing Yun was now digesting the things he received. He was thinking of ways to make himself stronger. He knew that only by becoming stronger would he have a chance to walk out of the Beast Colosseum alive. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia heard a sharp alarm sound. He immediately opened his eyes. At the same time, a white light flashed as Xianxia's figure disappeared from the room. In front of him, there was a row of words. The last name was impressively Zhao Hai. Xianxia could finally see the person in front of him. When he saw the person in front of him, Xianxia couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he said, I didn't expect to meet Mr. here. To be honest, the person I didn't want to meet the most was Mr. However, I also knew that sooner or later, I would have to fight Mr. I just didn't think that this battle would come so soon. Zhao Hai stood there as he looked at Xianxia. Then he smiled faintly and said, we are cultivators. This is our destiny. Either we step on the corpses of our enemies, or we become corpses on the ground. There is no second possibility. You are an enemy that I admire. However, an enemy is an enemy. I have never been lenient towards my enemies. You shouldn't be lenient either. This is our destiny. Xianxia let out a light sigh. Then he looked up at the void above him. It must be said that this stone platform was very strange. It was as if it was standing in the void. The front, back, left, and right of the stone platform, including the top, were all void. Aside from the two of them, there was nothing else on the stone platform. Moreover, there was no one who was watching their battle. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. He muttered, Destiny. Destiny? Who was the one who decided this fate? Why can't I control my own life? Who is controlling all of this? And why is he controlling all of this? Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and said, Strength. When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. Then he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Strength, yes, strength. With strength, you can control the people you want to control. Aren't the fates of those low-level cultivators also under our control? Destiny? Ha ha ha, it's really destiny. Alright, mister, let's do it. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and smiled faintly. Let's do it. We are cultivators, so it doesn't matter if we occasionally sigh with emotion. But our road is still in front of us, and we have to move forward. This road is paved with blood and corpses, and beneath it are piles of bones. As long as you don't reach the end of this road, you might become a corpse at any time. So bring out your strength, bring out your confidence, and fight with me. Xianxia nodded and said, Don't worry. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, If I could have met Mr. earlier, then we could have become friends. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I also believe that if you and I didn't participate in this battle, then we could have become friends. Unfortunately, this is also destiny. Xianxia laughed, then he stretched his hand forward and said, Watch my sword. A sword light rose from his back and attacked Zhao Hai. However, when the sword light was about to reach Zhao Hai, it suddenly stopped. Xianxia's body was also fixed in place. In the next moment, Zhao Hai appeared behind Xianxia, leaving behind a deep sigh. Xianxia died, his sword was still suspended in midair. Then he turned into a white light and disappeared, leaving only a spatial bag on the ground. This was the fate of cultivators. If you can't become a winner, then you will disappear from this world. Everything that you have will eventually become someone else's. Zhao Hai wasn't polite, he received the bag and returned it to his room. After entering his room, Zhao Hai poured himself a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Then he let out a long breath as he lay down on the recliner and closed his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep. He didn't look at what was inside Xianxia's spatial bag. He also didn't look at the rewards he got this time. He just laid there and didn't move for a long time. After some time, Laura's voice echoed in Zhao Hai's mind, Brother Hai, what happened? Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and sighed, It's nothing, I just feel tired. Did you see Xianxia? Most of the cultivators had the same command as him. Laura didn't say anything for a while. Zhao Hai said, Alright, let's not talk about this. This is the fate of cultivators. What about you? What happened? Laura replied, It's nothing, I just saw that you didn't speak for a long time. I was worried about you. Rest assured, we're fine. Jiao Hai nodded and said, "It's good that you're fine. Let's see what Qing Yan left behind as well as the rewards this time. The rewards I got the last 2 times were quite good." After he said that, Jiao Hai waved his hand and took out the spatial bag that Qing Yan left behind. He poured his spiritual force into the bag. What made Jiao Hai disappointed was that there weren't a lot of things inside the bag. There were only a few swords, a few jade slips, and some herbs and ores. There was nothing else inside. Jiao Hai took out the swords and looked at them. The swords seemed to have been used before. Moreover, their grades weren't very high. Jiao Hai understood that these swords might have been used by Qing Yun before. Jiao Hai knew that although Qing Yun was a sword cultivator, he wasn't the same as other sword cultivators. Qing Yun wasn't like other sword cultivators who only practiced with one sword for their entire life. Although Qing Yun was a sword cultivator, and under normal circumstances, he would only use a sword. However, he wouldn't easily use a sword as his life source artifact. This was because the more one wanted to make a life source artifact, the higher the grade of the artifact. Just like what people said, an iron pestle can be turned into a needle, while a piece of wood can only be ground into a toothpick. Different materials also determined the development potential of the artifact. Zhao wasn't interested in the swords or the spirit herbs, but some of the ores caught Zhao's attention. Zhao noticed that there were a few ores that the space didn't have, and these ores were the best materials for refining sword-shaped magic tools. Zhao looked at the ores and found that there were a few ores that the space didn't have, and these ores were the best for refining sword-shaped magic tools. Jiao Hai threw these things into the space. Finally, he picked up the jade slips and used his spiritual force to explore them. Jiao Hai immediately knew what these jade slips contained. Some of them introduced the situation of the beast fighting Colosseum. Jiao Hai just glanced at them and then went to the side. Since the introduction wasn't very comprehensive, it was useless for him to look at it. There were also several jade slips that were cultivation methods. This attracted Jiao Hai's attention. One of the jade slips was a cultivation method called Heart Sword. This cultivation method condenses a heart sword in one sea of consciousness. This heart sword needs to be constantly polished. In the end, this sword will become a wisdom sword. A wisdom sword that can sever emotions and everything. This was a very novel theory. Jiao Hai couldn't help but pay attention to it. It must be said that this heart sword cultivation method was very helpful to cultivators. What were cultivators most afraid of when they were cultivating? Heart demons. All cultivators were afraid of heart demons. And heart demons were almost impossible to eradicate. Jiao Hai was the only one in the world who could use heart demons as nourishment. As for the heart sword cultivation method, it was to condense the wisdom sword in one sea of consciousness and use the wisdom sword to slay one's inner demons. This would allow one's cultivation to proceed smoothly without being disturbed by inner demons. This method was quite good. Besides the heart sword cultivation method, there were also some sword techniques. There were sword techniques for close combat as well as sword techniques for controlling magic swords to attack enemies. For Jiao Hai, these things weren't very useful. Jiao Hai threw these things into the space. The cultivation methods were stored in the space. The ores that he didn't have were made into ores. All the magic swords were decomposed. Jiao Hai wanted to see if there were any special materials. If there weren't, he would synthesize them and keep them for later. After dealing with these things, Jiao Hai's gaze fell onto a jade box on the ground. This jade box was his reward. Jiao Hai hadn't looked at it yet. Jiao Hai took the jade box and directly opened it. When he opened the jade box, Jiao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because inside the jade box was a jade slip. Jiao Hai couldn't help but smile. He had already guessed what was inside the jade slip. He took the jade slip and directly probed it with his spiritual force. As he thought, the jade slip contained a cultivation method, a soul cultivation method. This cultivation method was called spiritual path. It was a soul cultivation method. Not only can it slowly increase the strength of one's soul, it can also make one's soul more solid and powerful. Finally, one's soul can even leave one's body and soar in the void. The soul and the body cannot be separated. This was the understanding of cultivators. Even for ghost cultivators, when they refine ghosts, they would forcibly keep a part of the ghost's soul in their body. Otherwise, the ghost would become a real ghost. The soul was like a program and the body was like a computer. The computer was a carrier that contained the program. If the program left the computer, then it would be useless. If the program left the computer, then it would be useless. And if the computer didn't have the program, then it would just be a display. But now, Zhao Hailing's spiritual path was a cultivation method that could strengthen one's soul. In the end, it could strengthen one's soul to the point where it could leave one's physical body. Zhao Hai looked at this cultivation method and was really surprised. This was the first time he saw a cultivation method that specialized in soul cultivation. Moreover, he had never heard of a cultivation method that could successfully strengthen one's soul. However, this cultivation method came at the right time. Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to communicate with this cultivation method. Finally, this cultivation method entered Zhao Hai's body and became a Dao core. In this world, no one could cultivate cultivation methods as fast as Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai had a Dao core, so he could cultivate all the time. He wasn't like other people who only cultivated when they needed to. Zhao Hai was now like a powerful computer. The cultivation method was like a program. Zhao Hai's computer's configuration was very high. These programs could run inside the computer without any conflicts. They also wouldn't slow down the computer's speed. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very leisurely. When he had nothing to do, he would study formations with Laura and the others. Zhao Hai was very interested in the spiritual path cultivation method. This was because his soul force wasn't as strong as his body. Although he was strengthened by the soul-sinking stone, his soul force was still lacking compared to his body. Zhao Hai believed that even if he comprehended the law of the soul, it would still be impossible for his soul to reach the same level as his body. This cultivation method could solve this problem. After dealing with the cultivation method, Zhao Hai turned his attention to the projection. The battle on the projection was still going on. Zhao Hai looked at it and then had the space display the previous battle. In the end, he came to the conclusion that both sides had improved. However, although their strength had improved a lot, it still wasn't enough to threaten Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He was now more and more interested in the prizes of this competition. Moreover, he was now sure that the prizes of this competition could be used immediately. Zhao Hai didn't find anything special inside Greenwood's space bag. In other words, he didn't find anything similar to a prize. The things inside the space bag were too ordinary. From this point, it can be seen that Greenwood's prize was something that he could use. Moreover, he had already used it. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. The owner of the beast fighting arena really knew how to do business. On the surface, he gave everyone a prize, but those prizes could be used immediately. In a place like the beast fighting arena, besides Zhao Hai, if someone else received something that could improve their strength, would they be able to resist using it? The answer was that it was impossible. Because of this, those people would immediately use the prize. This was because after using it, their strength would increase. Their chances of leaving the beast fighting arena alive would be greater. If that person died in battle, then the owner of the beast fighting coliseum would be taking back the prize he gave to that person. Not only would he take it back, but he would also take away the most important artifact of the person who died in battle. No matter how he looked at it, he wouldn't be surprised. In the end, it was equivalent to him giving a prize to one person and receiving countless rewards from others. Not to mention that the beast fighting arena's owner wouldn't be able to take back the things that were used by the cultivator. Even if it was an elixir, it could still be taken out by the cultivator's body, not to mention other things. The owner of the beast fighting arena was so powerful that he could seal off the entire space. Most importantly, he could also make it so that Zhao Hai couldn't return to the space. Zhao Hai didn't dare to underestimate such an ability. He also didn't think that the owner of the beast fighting arena would do a business of boasting. Naturally, there was another point. Zhao Hai didn't think that the owner of the beast fighting arena only gave out prizes to the winner. He certainly had other purposes. But as for what the owner's purpose was, Zhao Hai still didn't know. Everything would have to wait until the end of the competition. Zhao Hai was now looking forward to the end of the competition. He wanted to see how the other party would treat the winner. Zhao Hai looked at the beast standing in front of him. It was an elephant-shaped beast. Although its body was tall, it didn't pose any pressure to Zhao Hai. Moreover, this beast had comprehended the power of law, the law of giant strength. It was the same as Zhao Hai's law, but its strength was much greater. When Zhao Hai dealt with the elephant, it took a lot of time. But in the end, Zhao Hai won. Of course, this was also due to the fact that Zhao Hai didn't use his full strength. However, Zhao Hai had to admit that this elephant was very strong. After dealing with the elephant, Zhao Hai returned to the stone room. Inside the space bag was just as Zhao Hai thought, there were a lot of good things inside. The elephant's corpse was also inside. Zhao Hai directly threw the space bag into the space. Then he turned his attention to the prize. The prize was what Zhao Hai wanted to see the most. This time, the prize was also inside a jade box. When Zhao Hai opened the jade box, he couldn't help but stare. This was because inside the jade box was a piece of metal. Zhao Hai was puzzled. He immediately turned his hand and threw the piece of metal into the space. The space immediately issued a prompt, unknown metal detected. Analyzing metal. Analysis complete. This metal is a soul weapon. It can be absorbed by the soul. After absorbing it, it can fuse with the host's soul. The host can use the soul to manipulate it into any shape. It can be used to attack or defend. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that this piece of metal would be such a good thing. A soul weapon? Isn't this thing too good? At this time, the space issued another prompt, because this metal isn't present in the space, a metal ore has been formed. The host can extract this metal in the future. As the host's soul becomes stronger, the amount of metal that can be absorbed will also increase. I wish the host's strength a lot. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Good, it's a good thing." Then, he flipped his hand and took out the piece of metal. He closed his eyes and slowly imprinted his soul power into the piece of metal. When his soul force came in contact with the piece of metal, Zhao Hai felt a cold metallic feeling enter his soul. Before long, this feeling completely entered his soul. Zhao Hai felt that his soul was different from before, it had a hard and sharp feeling. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and discovered that the piece of metal in his hand had completely disappeared. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and muttered, "I didn't think that there would be a piece of metal that can fuse with one's soul. This world is really mysterious." In the following period of time, Zhao Hai did the same thing as before. Every day, he would spend most of his energy on researching formations. But this time, Zhao Hai's research focused on something else. He didn't study with Laura and the others how to combine ordinary formations with curse formations. Instead, he began to study curse formations on his own. The reason why Zhao Hai decided to study curse formations on his own was because he discovered that curse formations were inextricably linked to the soul. If a curse formation was used well, then it could entangle the enemy's soul. Even if the enemy was very strong, even if they were reborn from a single drop of blood, as long as they were entangled by the curse formation, then even if they were reborn, the curse formation would still affect them. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't take the initiative to study curse formations just to attack his enemies. His main goal was to use curse formations to further understand soul force. When a person is concentrating on something, time passes very quickly. Soon, the next round of the competition began. Because Zhao Hai wanted to go back and study the curse formation as soon as possible, he didn't hold back this time. In just a few moves, he slaughtered the opposite side's cultivator. Zhao Hai discovered that almost all of his opponents were people who had comprehended the power of laws. Those who hadn't comprehended the power of formations had already been eliminated. After dealing with his opponent, Zhao Hai returned to the stone house and looked at the spatial bag that he obtained. This cultivator was a close combat cultivator, so his spatial bag didn't have a lot of good things. There were a few jade slips, some pills, and a few weapons. There was nothing else. This situation made Zhao a bit surprised, but then he thought about it and understood. The other party's spatial bags must have been cleaned before they entered the Colosseum. If they died inside, their forces could still use those things. Therefore, their spatial bags didn't contain too many good things. Zhao thought for a moment, then he thought about it and understood that the other party's spatial bags must have been cleaned up before they entered the Colosseum. After throwing the spatial bag into the space, Jiao Hai turned his attention to the prize. This time, the prize was a bit special. It wasn't a jade box, but a jade bottle. This jade bottle wasn't very big, it was about the same size as an ordinary wine bottle. However, it was very beautifully made. This made Jiao Hai puzzled, he didn't know what was inside. Jiao Hai picked up the jade bottle and opened the lid. He discovered that the jade bottle was filled with clear water. The water didn't seem to have anything special about it. This made Jiao Hai surprised. Jiao Hai didn't dare to drink the water directly. Instead, he took the bottle into the space. Just as the bottle entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard, high-grade water detected. Analyzing the water quality. This water is a special item produced in a special place. It has a nourishing effect on the soul. Host is advised to drink it. Jiao Hai nodded. He was now even more certain that the Colosseum's owner must have analyzed every single person who entered the Colosseum. Because of this, the Colosseum's owner must have been very particular about the rewards given to the people who entered the Colosseum. At this time, another prompt was heard, analyzing the water source. Analysis successful. The space has created a new water source. This water source is separated from the spatial water, forming a special water source. Host can drink this water in the future, it will be of great help to the host. Jiao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly. This water was only useful to the soul. Therefore, the separation of the water source from the spatial water was correct. Jiao Hai turned his hand and took out the bottle. Then he drank the water in one gulp. As soon as the water entered his mouth, he felt that his soul was like a person who had been drinking for a long time. When he saw a source of water, he immediately drank it. After drinking the entire bottle, Jiao Hai felt that his soul was fuller and more active than before. However, he still felt that he hadn't drunk enough. This made Jiao Hai smile bitterly. Although the space was able to produce this water, it still needed time. Jiao Hai had a good understanding of the space. If the space wanted to produce this water, then it would take a few days. After receiving the jade bottle, Jiao Hai once again focused his attention on the curse technique. The curse technique was very broad and profound. Additionally, Jiao Hai's curse runes weren't complete. This made his research even more difficult. Fortunately, Jiao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He slowly researched and didn't take this matter to heart. Every time he researched a rune, he would learn a new curse technique. However, these curse techniques weren't very powerful. It must be said that Jiao Hai didn't really care about them. However, he still learned these curse techniques so that it would be easier for him to research them in the future. After several days, the next round of the competition ended. The time it took for the competition to end was getting shorter and shorter. Jiao Hai knew that this was because there were fewer and fewer cultivators left. On this day, a white light flashed as Jiao Hai appeared on the stone platform. Standing opposite of Jiao Hai wasn't a cultivator or a beast, but two cultivators. Team. Jiao Hai actually had to face a team of two. This made Jiao Hai stare. Then the space immediately gave him the answer. This team had 5 people in the beginning. But in the previous battles, 3 of them died. Now, only 2 were left. When these 5 people entered the space, they didn't comprehend the power of laws. But after 3 of them died, the remaining 2 were able to comprehend the power of laws. Moreover, one of them was attacking while the other was defending. This made Jiao Hai surprised. When the 2 people saw Jiao Hai, their expressions changed. One must know that Jiao Hai was very famous in the beast fighting arena. None of the people who fought against him could last more than 30 moves. Even the giant elephant with its formidable defense and comprehension of the power of laws was slaughtered by Jiao Hai in 20 moves. Because of this, Jiao Hai was very famous in the beast fighting arena. Nobody wanted to meet Jiao Hai. Now that the 2 people saw that their opponent was Jiao Hai, their expressions couldn't help but change. Then the 2 people moved their hands. One of them had a long sword in his hand while the other had a shield in his hand. Upon seeing their artifacts, Jiao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "You too, did you just comprehend the power of laws?" To be honest, to be able to comprehend the power of laws in such a short time, even if it's because of the rewards, I can see that your strength isn't weak. It's a pity that you met me. I'll let you see what the real power of laws is. When the two people heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then the cultivator with the long sword coldly snorted and said, "Don't talk nonsense. We know that you're strong, but it won't be easy for you to deal with us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then let's see if I'm telling the truth." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a white light flew from his hand towards the two people. Upon seeing the white light, the two people's expressions changed. Then the cultivator with the shield stepped forward and placed his shield in front of the two people. At the same time, a layer of yellow light appeared on his shield. When the white light that Zhao Hai shot met the yellow light, it disappeared along with the yellow light. The reason why the two were so nervous was because Zhao Hai had just used the power of laws. But when the yellow and white light disappeared, Zhao Hai also disappeared. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai returned to the space and threw the space bag into the space. He already looked through the things inside the space bag, there wasn't anything good inside. As for the weapons used by the two cultivators, they were no longer inside the space bag. The reason why Zhao Hai paid attention to the two weapons was because they could use the power of laws. This meant that the two weapons were very good. Zhao Hai even suspected that the two weapons were prizes given to the two cultivators by the Colosseum. One shouldn't think that any weapon can use the power of law, that was impossible. Ordinary weapons simply can't withstand the power of law. If an ordinary weapon were to use the power of law, then the weapon would immediately be destroyed. However, the weapons used by the two people were able to use the power of law. After using the power of law, the weapons were still intact. This meant that the two weapons were very good. The two cultivators didn't use the power of laws, so their weapons weren't the same. In other words, the two cultivators didn't have the power of laws. It was very likely that they were prizes given to them by the Colosseum. But now, the Colosseum had taken back the two prizes. Why would they do this? What was their purpose in doing this? Zhao Hai was puzzled, but he still remembered this matter. Then Zhao Hai turned his gaze towards his prize. This time, his prize was still in a jade box. When Zhao Hai opened the jade box, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the jade box contained a flame. There was no mistake, the jade box contained a flame. It wasn't a very big blue flame. The flame was floating in the air, but Zhao Hai didn't feel any heat coming from it. However, this wasn't the reason why Zhao Hai was surprised. The reason why Zhao Hai was surprised was that he felt a very familiar energy fluctuation coming from the flame. And this energy fluctuation was something that he often came in contact with. It was the energy fluctuation of a soul fire. There were a lot of soul fires in the hell space, but this was the first time that Zhao Hai saw one like this. Although this was the energy fluctuation of a soul fire, it was very different from the soul fires that Zhao Hai knew. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the soul fire entered the space. As soon as the soul fire entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard: "Eternal soul fire detected. Host can absorb it. After absorbing it, the soul fire will burn inside the host's soul, never extinguishing. As long as the host refines the soul fire, the host's soul would become indestructible." Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, "All right, I'll give it to you." Zhao Hai stared, then his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Eternal soul? Doesn't that mean that the host can live forever?" The space prompted, "In theory, yes. However, this is impossible. Although the soul fire is said to be eternal, it can still be extinguished." Zhao Hai let out a breath. He didn't immediately absorb the soul fire. Instead, he waited for the next prompt. Sure enough, another prompt was heard: "Due to the discovery of a high-grade soul fire, the Hell Space's soul fires have been upgraded. The Hell Space's undead have been upgraded. However, the Hell Space's soul fires have yet to reach the standard of an eternal soul fire. It needs to be upgraded several times before it can reach that standard. Hope that the host can work hard to upgrade his soul force." Zhao froze for a moment, but then he let out a sigh of relief. If all the soul fires in the hell space become inextinguishable, then his undead would really be immortal, and he would be invincible in the world. Zhao Hai turned his hand and took out the soul fire. Then he slowly absorbed it into his soul. As soon as the soul fire entered his soul, Zhao Hai felt his soul warm up. Then his soul began to slowly strengthen. This made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised. However, Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart. At this time, his soul had absorbed a lot of things. Because of the star art, his soul could absorb the power of the stars and continuously temper itself. This made his soul much stronger than other people. Then he absorbed the soul-sinking stone, the metal that Zhao Hai called soul iron, the soul-replenishing water, and now the soul fire. Zhao Hai's soul was much stronger than before. Absorbing these things would make his soul stronger. However, Zhao Hai didn't know why, but he had a feeling that these things could still be developed. It's just that he didn't know how to do it. Since he couldn't understand, Zhao Hai didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he turned his attention to the curse techniques. At the same time, he also began to study the disaster-breaking technique and the divination technique. The art of breaking adversity and the art of curses were like two sides of a coin. If one wanted to understand the art of curses, one had to study the art of breaking adversity. However, if one wanted to study the art of breaking adversity, one had to study the art of breaking adversity. Naturally, the most important thing was the divination technique that Zhao Hai had neglected before. The divination technique had an inseparable relationship with these two techniques. It can even be said that the divination technique was the foundation of the curse technique and the disaster-breaking technique. The curse technique can be said to be the foundation of the divination technique. The curse technique was derived from the divination technique. The divination technique can calculate a person's fortune, while the curse technique was based on the person's misfortune. On the other hand, the disaster-breaking technique used a person's fortune to calculate their misfortune. Therefore, the divination technique was the foundation of the curse technique and the disaster-breaking technique. However, these were only Zhao Hai's conjectures. Each of the curse technique, the divination technique, and the disaster-breaking technique was very profound. He wanted to study all three of them, but he wouldn't get any results in a short time. 2 days after the last battle between Zhao Hai and the two Xiao, another battle began. Zhao Hai also understood that after this battle, the battle in the Colosseum was approaching its end. Due to various reasons, there were several situations where both sides perished in the previous battles. Therefore, there were only 8 groups of individuals and teams that could still fight. This time, Zhao Hai was facing a team of 3 people. In fact, Zhao Hai was the only one who was able to make it this far. The other 7 teams were made up of teams. One of them was the demon team. The demon team was the most complete team so far. They still had 5 people who could participate in the battle, but 2 of them were already disabled. Zhao Hai didn't expect that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to make it this far. He didn't expect that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to make it this far. Although the 3-person team was very strong, they weren't as strong as Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai only used 30 moves to deal with the 3. After returning to the stone house, Zhao Hai looked at the things left behind by the 3. There wasn't anything good, but there were several interesting cultivation methods. Moreover, these cultivation methods were of a higher level than the cultivation methods in this layer. From this point, it can be seen that these cultivation methods were the prizes that they obtained. These cultivation methods would be of some help to Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite as he directly learned these cultivation methods. Then after that, he threw the 3 spatial bags into the space. Zhao Hai's main goal was the prize that was given out. The prize was still a jade box. Zhao Hai opened the jade box and saw a seed inside. This made Zhao Hai stare. Then he picked up the seed with uncertainty. This was indeed a seed with a small bud on it. Zhao Hai looked at the walnut-sized seed in confusion. He didn't know what this thing was for. When Zhao Hai threw the seed into the space, a prompt was immediately heard: soul seed discovered. This seed can be planted in the soul, making the soul more lively and vigorous. This seed can only be planted in the soul, it cannot be planted anywhere else. The space has already recorded this seed in the space's store. If host wants to obtain more soul seeds, please go to the store and buy them. Zhao Hai stared, then he couldn't help but pat his head. At the same time, his expression changed. He suddenly discovered that the prizes that he obtained this time were very valuable. The first time he obtained the soul law, but he didn't use it. The second time he obtained a soul-sinking stone, which can be regarded as an earth spirit treasure. Then there was soul iron, which can be regarded as a metal spirit treasure. Then there was soul water, which can be regarded as a water spirit treasure. Then there was soul fire, which can be regarded as a fire spirit treasure. This time, he actually obtained a seed, which can be regarded as a wood spirit treasure. In other words, he obtained a set of 5 element spirit treasures. Moreover, all of them were used on the soul? This was too surprising. But at the same time, Zhao Hai also felt that this might be an opportunity. He wanted to know what kind of changes would happen to his soul after the soul seed was planted. Zhao Hai didn't do this at this time. The reason was the same as when he obtained the soul law crystal, he didn't have the time. At this time, the round was about to end. Zhao Hai had defeated his opponent, and the remaining 3 rounds were quickly decided. The other 3 groups had defeated their opponents, including the extraterritorial demons. However, Zhao Hai calculated that he might not meet the extraterritorial demons in the next round. He might meet them in the final round. However, this was also what Zhao Hai hoped for. A white light flashed as Zhao Hai appeared on the stone platform once again. Just as he was able to see what was outside, he felt a force hit his body. This force was very powerful, it directly broke Zhao Hai's body into several pieces. At this time, the white light on the stone platform completely disappeared. 2 people appeared in front of Zhao Hai. These 2 people were actually twin brothers. They were very fat, but despite being fat, they didn't have the simple and honest appearance of a fat person. On the contrary, the 2 of them had ferocious expressions. One could see that they weren't good people at all. At this time, one of the fat men said, "Boss, what's going on? Is it because your fragmentation law is useless? How come that guy's body hasn't disappeared yet?" The other fat man replied, "Nonsense, how could it be useless? Second boss, don't talk nonsense. Didn't you see that he's already broken into several pieces? I've long discovered that this guy has a bad habit when fighting with others, and that is, he likes to talk nonsense. We can just sneak attack him as soon as he appears, and then he'll be dead. Otherwise, we won't be his opponent if we face him head-on. Don't you think it's quite good now? Are we going to smash it into pieces?" Second boss was puzzled, but that's not right. If we kill him, shouldn't we return to the stone house? Moreover, his body would disappear, we would get his things, his rewards. But why isn't there anything? The boss was also puzzled, he scratched his head and said, "Right, this doesn't make sense. There's nothing wrong with this. There's only one explanation for this, the person you want to kill isn't dead." Just as the 2 were puzzled, a voice was suddenly heard. The 2 froze for a moment, then they looked up and saw Zhao, who had been smashed into pieces by their boss, standing there unscathed, looking at them with a frosty expression. When the 2 saw Zhao Hai standing there, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. The boss' expression changed as he said, "How can you be fine? What's going on? You clearly got hit." Zhao Hai looked at the 2 and coldly said, "You should think about what you're going to do next." While Zhao Hai was speaking, the second boss also sent a punch towards Zhao Hai. But this time, Zhao Hai didn't give him the chance. His figure moved as he dodged the punch. This was because Zhao Hai discovered that the second boss punch also contained the power of laws. For Zhao Hai to be able to stand there unscathed, this had a lot to do with his body. His body was incomparably strong, moreover, it was able to disintegrate. Although the boss punch shattered Zhao Hai's body, it didn't take his life. It only made Zhao Hai's soul shake violently. If it weren't for Zhao Hai obtaining a lot of things to replenish his soul, then he might have been seriously injured this time. When Zhao Hai's body was shattered, the space immediately activated and began to absorb the power of laws from his wounds. Before long, the power of laws was absorbed by the space. At the same time, the power of laws condensed inside the space. Naturally, Zhao Hai's power of laws also disappeared, allowing him to restore his body. When the second boss saw that his sneak attack failed, his expression changed. The 2 of them had already used their power of laws. If they were to use it again, then it would cause damage to their bodies. On the other hand, if they didn't use their power of laws, then they wouldn't be Zhao Hai's opponent. This made the 2 feel conflicted in their hearts. In the end, the 2 looked at each other and saw a trace of determination in each other's eyes. Then the 2 simultaneously moved as they rushed towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw the appearance of the two, he couldn't help but sneer. He waved his hand and shot a white light towards the boss. Then he sent a fist towards the second boss. However, the second boss' expression changed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, another white light was sent out from Zhao Hai's hand. This time, Zhao Hai's target was the second boss. The two corpses fell to the ground. Their eyes were wide open, they couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would dare to use his law twice in a row. After Zhao Hai used the power of law twice, his figure flashed. In the next moment, he was standing not far behind the two corpses. At the same time, the two corpses had their necks cut. Zhao looked at the two corpses and coldly snorted. In fact, Zhao wasn't very angry. He was very clear that this wasn't an ordinary competition, but a real battle of life and death. Naturally, any method could be used. The reason why he acted like this was to give people the impression that he was angry. Zhao Hai looked at the two corpses and coldly snorted. Zhao Hai knew that after entering the Colosseum, he would be under the watchful eyes of others. Many of his secrets would be known by the owner of the Colosseum. However, in some aspects, he couldn't let the other party know. Trump cards were the most important thing for a cultivator. If you have one more trump card, then you might be the one to win in the end. Two spatial bags were left on the ground. At this time, Zhao Hai's face turned pale. He couldn't let the other party know that he could use the power of law without limit. This was also one of the trump cards that he kept. Zhao Hai received the two spatial bags. Then with a flash of white light, he returned to the stone house. There was a jade box on the ground. Zhao Hai didn't look at the jade box first. Instead, he took out a jade bottle and poured out some pills before swallowing them. Acting had to be done to the fullest, without any flaws. Otherwise, everything would have been in vain. Zhao Hai wanted to act like he was injured, so he had to treat his injuries. Taking pills to treat injuries was something that all cultivators would do. After Zhao Hai ate the pills, he immediately sat down cross-legged. Before long, the paleness on his face receded a lot. Then Zhao Hai let out a long breath. When he exhaled, there was a faint red color. There was also the smell of blood inside. Then Zhao Hai looked at the spatial bags left behind by the two corpses. After seeing that there was nothing good inside, he turned his gaze towards the jade box on the ground. Zhao Hai opened the jade box and looked inside. Unexpectedly, there was a black stone inside. This stone looked like a piece of black crystal. It was very beautiful. However, this made Zhao Hai even more puzzled. He didn't know what this thing was used for. Zhao Hai turned his hand and threw the stone into the space. A prompt was immediately heard from the space, special crystal detected. Inspecting crystal. This crystal is a Yin attribute soul crystal. It can increase a soul's offensive capabilities. It can be directly absorbed. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that after giving him the 5 elements, he would get a Yin attribute soul crystal. If he wins the next round, would he get a Yang attribute soul crystal? Zhao Hai thought that this was very likely to happen. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he called out the soul crystal. At this time, the battle on the projection was about to end. One side had 5 extraterritorial devils while the other side had 4 sword cultivators. However, it could be seen that the extraterritorial devils were very powerful. The extraterritorial devils had to pay the price of one of their sword cultivators to eliminate the extraterritorial devils. After the white light on the stone platform disappeared, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he wasn't immediately sent to the stone platform. Instead, a row of numbers appeared on the projection. This row of numbers was constantly decreasing. Seeing this row of numbers, Zhao was surprised for a moment. He immediately understood that this was a countdown. It seems like the Colosseum also knew that before the start of the last match, they would give both sides a break. Zhao Hai looked at the numbers and discovered that the break wasn't very long. It was only an hour or so. Zhao Hai didn't plant the soul seed in his soul, nor did he absorb the Yin attribute soul crystal. Instead, he just sat down and rested. An hour passed by quickly. When the number was about to reach 0, Zhao Hai stood up. Just as he stood up, the number reached 0. Then a white light flashed and in the next moment, Jiao Hai appeared on the stone platform. This time, the extraterritorial demons didn't attack Jiao Hai before the white light completely disappeared. On the contrary, the 4 extraterritorial demons were coldly looking at Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai was also looking at these extraterritorial demons. Suddenly, one of the extraterritorial demons said, "Kid, we've seen your previous matches. The crystal is good, but you were injured in the last round. You shouldn't be able to heal all your injuries in such a short time, right? This time, you're dead." The reason why cultivators would talk so much before a fight wasn't because they were really bored and wanted to chat with their enemies. One must know that words were sometimes a kind of weapon. Moreover, it was a very terrifying weapon. You could use your words to attack your enemies. You could also use your words to make your enemies lower their guard. The reason why cultivators would talk before a fight was to use words to attack their enemies. Jiao Hai looked at the foreign demons, then he smiled faintly and said, "Since the beginning of the battle, you were able to maintain a team of 5. You only lost 1 person in the last battle. But don't forget, I was alone in the first battle. I didn't suffer any losses, but you did. Hee. Do you think you can kill me with just the few of you?" Jiao Hai looked at the foreign demons, then he smiled faintly and said, "Don't forget, I was alone in the first battle. You guys are really thinking too simply." The extraterritorial demons were also people with strong minds. Naturally, they wouldn't be affected by Jiao Hai's words. After they discovered that their words had no effect on Jiao Hai, one of them coldly snorted and said, "Do you really think that you can defeat us?" Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We'll only know after we fight. In the last battle, I used the power of law twice. Each of you also used the power of law twice. I think that no one dares to use the power of law now. Then let's have a fair fight." After he said that, Jiao Hai moved his hand and a long saber appeared in his hand. When the extraterritorial demons heard Jiao Hai, they were stunned. Then they nodded and said, "All right, then let's have a fair fight." After they said that, they moved their hands and several weapons appeared in their hands. Upon seeing their weapons, Jiao Hai was stunned. This was because the weapons in their hands were very special. They were actually tridents that were rarely used. The trident was a very special weapon. It had several variants. Jiao Hai believed that one of the variants was very similar to the trident. It was the Phoenix Wing Golden Drum. Naturally, the Phoenix Wing Golden Drum was a weapon that existed in legends. It was hard to say whether it actually existed or not. However, Jiao Hai believed that this weapon was very similar to the trident. Of course, the most important thing was that Jiao Hai discovered that their trident was very different from other tridents. The end of their trident was connected to an iron chain. As for what this iron chain was connected to, Jiao Hai didn't know. However, according to the extraterritorial demons' habits, they should have a sickle attached to the end of their trident. Jiao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, "Let me meet you." After he said that, his figure moved and he actually took the initiative to attack. The 4 extraterritorial demons didn't expect Jiao Hai to be so dauntless. However, they didn't care. They turned around and formed a formation, surrounding Jiao Hai in the middle. Jiao Hai didn't care about this. His figure moved and moved around them. The long saber in his hand attacked them. Soon, the extraterritorial demons felt that something was different. Although there were 4 of them besieging Jiao Hai, they didn't feel relaxed at all. It was as if Jiao Hai wasn't alone, but 4 of them at the same time. While they were puzzled, the sound of wind breaking was suddenly heard from behind them. The extraterritorial demons were stunned. Then their complexion changed as they dodged to the side. However, just as they dodged the attack, they felt their vision turn dark. In the next moment, they lost consciousness. At this time, Jiao Hai also stopped. However, it wasn't just one Jiao Hai that stopped, but 4 of them. Then the 4 Jiao Hais slowly fused together and became one Jiao Hai. At this time, chewing sounds were heard. Jiao Hai didn't need to look to know that it was alien eating the corpses of the extraterritorial demons. In the battle between Jiao Hai and the extraterritorial demons, he used a lot of things. First, he used his movement technique to drill into the middle of the extraterritorial demons. Then, he used cloning technique to create 4 clones to fight the extraterritorial demons. Finally, he released Alien to attack. Alien used its tail to attack the extraterritorial demons. When the extraterritorial demons dodged, the extraterritorial demons bit down and killed them. The reason why the extraterritorial demons died so quickly was because they underestimated Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have so many tricks up his sleeves. Therefore, when they were dealing with Zhao Hai, they were already underestimating him. In the end, they were killed by Zhao Hai in a single move. Zhao Hai did this in order to let the Colosseum Master know that he had clones. This would explain why he was able to recover from the extraterritorial demons. This was the cloning technique. He did this to make the Colosseum Master think that he was dealing with the extraterritorial demons. Seeing the corpses of the extraterritorial demons being eaten by Alien, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he looked around in confusion. He felt strange that the Colosseum Master didn't collect the corpses of the extraterritorial demons. At this time, a person suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This person appeared silently, Zhao Hai didn't even notice him. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai looking in front of him, he wouldn't have noticed this person. His spiritual force couldn't sense this person's existence at all. Zhao Hai looked at this person. This person was wearing a robe and didn't look young. There was a trace of compassion on this person's face. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to underestimate this person. This was because he had already guessed this person's identity. At this time, in this place, the old man could still appear silently. Zhao Hai believed that only one person could do this. This person was none other than the owner of the Colosseum. The old man looked at Zhao Hai, then he faintly smiled and said, "Congratulations to little friend for winning. This is the prize that little friend deserves." Then the old man took out a jade box and threw it towards Zhao Hai. The jade box seemed to have lost its gravity as it slowly flew towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai reached out his hand and received it. Then he cupped his fist towards the old man and said, "Thank you, Senior." "Is Senior the owner of this Colosseum?" The old man faintly smiled and said, "Right, this old man is the owner of this Colosseum." Hee hee. This time, I came to see little friend because I wanted to tell little friend that this old man is an elder of the Azure Realm's beast fighting sect. If little friend ascends to the Azure Realm one day, then you can directly come to me. There is a token inside the jade box. Little friend can directly take this token and come to my beast fighting sect. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that the old man's final goal was to win him over. Zhao Hai immediately replied, "Thank you, Senior. This kid will remember this." The old man nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and faintly smiled. "With little friend's strength, ascension is only a matter of time. This time, you were able to obtain the final victory. It can be said that you have made up for your shortcomings. This old man will be waiting for little friend in the Azure Realm." Then the old man's figure slowly faded and finally disappeared. Zhao Hai looked at the place where the old man disappeared. He wasn't surprised at all. He had already suspected that the old man was just a projection, and now it seems that it wasn't false. The old man really was just a projection. However, the old man revealed some information about himself. Azure Realm, Beast Fighting Sect, this name was on par with the Colosseum. But at the same time, this name also told Zhao Hai that this old man's sect wasn't a good one. After the old man disappeared, Zhao Hai found himself back in the stone house. Then a passage appeared in the stone house. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and directly entered the passage. After taking a few steps, Zhao Hai saw Laura and the others. Laura and the others immediately greeted him. Zhao Hai nodded to the group, then Laura said, "Brother Hai, why did you come out this time? We've been waiting for you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. I just met the owner of the Colosseum and had a few words with him. Let's go out and talk." Laura and the others nodded. Then the group went out of the passage and directly returned to the camp. As soon as they entered the camp, the passage completely disappeared. Then the teleportation gate in the camp also disappeared without a trace. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a projection appeared in front of him. The projection showed the original location of the Colosseum. But before long, the Colosseum disappeared as if it never existed. After seeing the Colosseum disappear, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, "Let's go." Then he led the group back to the space. After entering the space, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, did the other party discover the existence of the space? If he really discovers the existence of the space, what should we do? Zhao Hai replied, it's hard to say right now. If he really did discover the existence of the space, then he wouldn't have any good intentions in inviting me. But no matter what, we can't afford to offend such a person. I think we should stay in this realm and work hard to improve our strength. Once we're strong enough to protect ourselves, it wouldn't be too late for us to ascend. Laura nodded and said, all right, that's the only thing we can do. Brother Hai, what should we do next? You've killed a lot of people this time. I think the other realms would also send people to watch the competition. Would they retaliate against us? Zhao Hai replied, retaliation is certain. But let them come. It would be best if the foreign realm demons come as well. That way, we can clean up some of them. Alright, let's not talk about this. I need to go into seclusion for some time. You should pay attention to the situation outside. If I don't come out, then even if the camp outside gets destroyed, you don't need to care about it. Understood? Laura and the others nodded. Naturally, they wouldn't do such a risky thing. After talking to Laura and the others, Zhao Hai's figure moved and went outside to the 100 Spirits tree. Then he took out 4 jade boxes. These 4 jade boxes contained the 4 prizes that he didn't use. They were the Law of Soul Crystal, the Soul Seed, the Yin Soul Crystal, and the Yang Soul Crystal. Zhao Hai first opened the Yang Soul Crystal. Aside from the Yang Soul Crystal, there was also a jade token and a jade slip. Zhao Hai took the jade token and looked at it. The front of the jade token had the word Battle Beast written on it while the back had the word Xing written on it. It seems like the surname of the Battle Beast sex elder was Xing. Zhao Hai took the jade token and said, analyze this jade token and see if there are any traces left on it. The space complied and then immediately began to analyze it. Before long, a prompt was heard, analysis complete. No traces found. Zhao Hai nodded and no longer paid attention to the jade token. He received the jade token and then took the jade slip. After probing the jade slip with his spiritual force, Zhao Hai discovered that the jade slip actually contained a set of methods to defend and attack the soul. In the previous spiritual path, there were only methods to cultivate the soul. However, it didn't mention how to use the soul to attack and defend. But now, this jade slip contained methods to attack and defend the soul. For Zhao Hai, this thing came at the right time. Zhao Hai used his power of thought to communicate with the method inside the jade slip. Then he turned the method into a Dao core. Then he turned his attention to the remaining things. The Law of Soul Crystal was the first prize that Zhao Hai got. However, he didn't use it. The Soul Seed and Soul Crystal. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the things that he got in the past few days. In the end, he decided to use the Soul Seed. After using the Soul Seed, Zhao Hai's soul would have the power of the 5 elements. This was definitely a good thing for him. As for the Yin and Yang Soul Crystal, Zhao Hai decided to use it after using the Soul Seed. After picking up the Soul Seed, Zhao Hai slowly probed it with his spiritual force. As soon as his spiritual force entered the seed immediately fused with his soul. Then Zhao Hai felt his soul shake. He felt that his soul was filled with endless vitality. However, the seed didn't germinate as Zhao Hai imagined. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he slowly opened his eyes and turned his gaze to the Yin and Yang Soul Crystal. Looking at the Yin and Yang Soul Crystal, Zhao Hai suddenly had an idea. He picked up the 2 crystals and probed them with his spiritual force. As soon as his spiritual force touched the crystal, Zhao Hai felt the 2 forces enter his soul. Then his soul shook fiercely. Then he felt that his soul had undergone earth-shaking changes. Before long, his soul stabilized. Zhao Hai felt that his soul had become a world. However, this world was very small. There was no sun in the sky, one was black and one was white. In this world, there was only a small piece of land. And on this land, there was a small river and a small tree. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't understand how his soul became like this. But he could feel that vitality was gushing out of his soul. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. He still didn't understand the changes in his soul. But when he opened his eyes, he discovered that the space had changed. The space was now more vibrant than before. the spiritual qi was also richer. While Zhao Hai was still puzzled, Laura and the others arrived by his side. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what did you do? Why did the space upgrade again?" Zhao Hai stared, he was puzzled and said, "The space upgraded? What happened?" At this time, the space's prompt was heard, because the host's soul force has increased, the space has upgraded. Now, the space can make yin and yang soul crystals. At the same time, it can also make a small amount of inextinguishable soul fire. The host can use these things on other people in the future. Prompt: you should immediately use the law crystal, it will be of great help to the host. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the law crystal in his hand. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, although I don't know what you're cultivating, the space's prompt wouldn't be wrong. You should quickly use it and see if there are any changes to the space." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "You don't need to worry about me. Go back to the villa. We'll be using the law crystal this time. I don't know when it'll be finished." Laura and the others nodded, then they turned around and returned to the villa. Zhao Hai slowly probed the law crystal with his soul force. He was already prepared to deal with all kinds of changes. However, what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that his soul force didn't have any effect on the law crystal. The law crystal was still a law crystal, there were no changes. Zhao Hai stared, then he opened his eyes and stared at the law crystal, he didn't know what was going on. After some time, Zhao Hai patted his head, he finally remembered what was wrong. The law crystal in his hand wasn't a soul crystal. Soul crystals can be absorbed by one's soul force, but law crystals can't. Law crystals need to be absorbed by oneself. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately probed the law crystal with his soul force. Bit by bit, he began to comprehend the law crystal. This was a world that didn't seem very big. In this world, there were mountains, rivers, plains, grasslands, trees, a sun, wind, rain, and stars. This world wasn't too different from the outside world. If there was a difference, it would be that there were no animals in this world. Moreover, there was only a tree in this world, a very big tree. This tree was really big, and under this tree sat an ordinary-looking man. He had been sitting there the whole time, as if he was a part of this world. In fact, he was a part of this world. This was because this world was Zhao Hai's spiritual world. Zhao Hai didn't expect that after he comprehended the law of the soul, his spiritual world would undergo such a huge change. If his spiritual world was just a simple painting in the past, then his spiritual world could now be regarded as a small world. At the same time, Zhao Hai could also cast a projection into this world. The person under the tree was Zhao Hai's projection, but he could only sit there. He couldn't stand up and walk around in this world. After observing this world for a while, Zhao Hai didn't know what this world was for. In the end, he didn't think about it anymore. He withdrew his thoughts from the world and returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that the space had undergone a huge change. The space that Zhao Hai was in before was very big. But in the end, this was the space. There was only a sun here, and although there were stars, they were all 100 spirit fruits. But now, it was different. Zhao Hai felt that the space was much more real than before. There were clouds in the sky and a sun. Although he couldn't see the stars, Zhao Hai was sure that there were stars in the space. After some time, Zhao Hai calmed down. He looked at the group and said, "The space, did it upgrade again?" "Yes, young master. The space now has a complete set of laws. Moreover, as long as the young master enters the space, no matter how strong the young master is, they wouldn't be able to chase after the young master. Even if they enter the space, the young master would be able to use the space's laws to deal with them. This means that the young master would be able to easily eliminate them. At the same time, because of the upgrade, the young master obtained a space law crystal. This crystal doesn't contain all the laws of space, but it can increase the young master's comprehension of the laws of space. Moreover, the space has developed into an independent universe. Later on, the young master can freely make planets in this universe according to his own preferences. You can also slowly explore the other functions of the space." When Zhao Hai heard the prompt, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the space would actually call him young master. After hearing the changes to the space, Zhao Hai finally let out a long breath. He didn't care about the other changes to the space. However, he was very concerned about the fact that the space wouldn't be attacked by others. With the appearance of the Colosseum, Zhao Hai's sense of crisis became even more intense. He was very clear that the Colosseum could seal his connection with the space. If others were to use this method to deal with him, then even if he had the space, he wouldn't be able to borrow its power, let alone hide inside the space. Now that the space has been upgraded, there shouldn't be any problem, right? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Space, can others still cut off our connection? Can it be like the Colosseum where I can't enter the space? That's impossible. Young Master can rest assured about this. Unless Young Master doesn't take the initiative to contact me and doesn't want to enter the space, nobody would be able to cut off our connection. Young Master can rest assured." Zhao Hai said, "Why are you calling me Young Master? Can you change into a human form?" The space gave a prompt, "I'm sorry Young Master, I can't change into a human form. This is because Young Master is your host." After many evolutions, the space has become more and more human-like. "I know that Young Master's subordinates call you Young Master, so I'm also calling you Young Master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Very good, that's a very good name." Hee hee. Alright, the space is getting better and better, I'm relieved. Space, you have to remember that there are a lot of races in the space right now. Don't disturb their lives. The space gave a prompt, "Yes, Young Master. Young Master can rest assured about this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Always calling you space and space is a bit troublesome. How about this, I'll call you housekeeper and you can call me Young Master. How about that?" The space gave a prompt, "Yes, Young Master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and entered the villa. Laura and the others were inside the villa. Several people were looking at the computer. The graphics on the computer were constantly changing. Rows of numbers appeared and disappeared like lightning. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and couldn't help but smile faintly. It seems like the computer's speed is really good. It makes studying formations a lot easier. Laura and the others recovered. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you're done with your seclusion? That fast?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's not that fast. Alright, let's not talk about this. I'll be going into seclusion in a few days. I just came to tell you that the space has been upgraded. It can now communicate with us like a normal person. In the future, if you have anything you want the space to do, or if you have any questions, you can just call the space. Right, the space is now our housekeeper. If you need anything, just call the housekeeper." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they nodded, they weren't too surprised. The space had been upgraded many times, and it was becoming more and more human-like. Now that it can communicate like a normal person, it wasn't too unexpected. On the contrary, this was what they expected. Zhao Hai replied, "The space's upgrade has given me a lot of benefits. I can now comprehend the laws of space. This time, it might take me a long time to comprehend them. You should pay attention to them." "Right, has our camp been attacked?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes." Laura and the others shook their heads and said, "No, but it won't be long. Among the people you killed in the beast fighting Colosseum, some of them are quite powerful. They are preparing to attack us. The Profound Mysteries sect is an example. You killed Jing Yun, so the Profound Mysteries sect wanted to retaliate against us. However, they seem to be afraid of our strength, so they didn't dare to make a move. But if others want to deal with us, then I think they would agree." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What about the extraterritorial demons? Haven't they thought about retaliating against us?" Laura nodded and said, "They've thought about it, how could they not? Not only that, they're already preparing to make a move. A large number of extraterritorial demons are currently rushing towards our camp. Brother Hai, I didn't expect the extraterritorial demons to be this strong. It can be said that they are one of the most powerful forces in the beast fighting Colosseum." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is normal. They aren't weak, and the beast fighting Colosseum is very important. It's impossible for them to give it up. Also, if they want to have a conflict with someone in the beast fighting Colosseum, nobody would care. This is because everyone came here for the same purpose, to eliminate others and improve themselves. How could the extraterritorial demons give up on such a chaotic place? Laura asked, then what do we do? If the extraterritorial demons come this time, would we still hide? They might really destroy the camp. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, hide? Why would we hide? No, we don't need to hide. I need to go into seclusion inside the space. Leave the Heaven's secret pavilion in the camp. As long as someone dares to come, just go out. This time, the main forces will be Julie and Kai. You just need to watch. Julie, Kai, improve your fighting strength as much as possible. When Julie and Kai heard this, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Julie's method of increasing her fighting strength was actually very simple. She just needed to absorb the genes of other races to strengthen herself, making herself more and more powerful. On the other hand, Kai's situation was similar to Julie's. Kai's ability might even be stronger than Julie's. One shouldn't forget that Kai can absorb all the energy in the world. Moreover, when Zhao Hai was in the demon realm, the demons used their corpses as fertilizer for Kai. Because of this, Kai was able to absorb the genes of others to strengthen herself. Moreover, one shouldn't forget that Kai entered the space much earlier than Julie. Adding on to the fact that Kai had fused with the space, she couldn't be considered a plant anymore. Later on, Kai absorbed a part of Julie's genes. Now, Kai was just like Julie, absorbing the genes of other organisms to strengthen herself. However, Kai and Julie's situation was similar. Outside, Zhao Hai was able to block the wind and rain. The two of them didn't need to fight at all. Because of this, their fighting instincts weren't developed. This time, Zhao Hai entered the Colosseum to give Kai and Julie the opportunity to develop their fighting instincts. In the Colosseum, the two of them weren't allowed to participate because Zhao Hai didn't want the Colosseum's owner to know about their strength. He wanted Kai and Julie to be his trump cards. Kai and Julie nodded, then the two didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, Laura, you've been studying these formations for quite some time, especially the cursing formations. You can't just keep studying them like this. Although the effects of the computer simulations are good, you still need to test them in real combat to see the results. You should participate in this battle as well. Use the formations, cursing formations, and other things on those people. This is a good opportunity. It won't be easy to find another opportunity like this in the future. Laura nodded and said, okay, let's go back to the battlefield and see if there's anything we can do. Laura and the others nodded. They also knew that just studying them like this wasn't enough. Although they could do simulated experiments were still experiments, they couldn't see the real situation. The final results would still need to be tested in a real battle. After giving his instructions, Zhao Hai went out of the villa and went to the 100 Spirits tree. Then he said, Housekeeper, give me the space law crystal. The housekeeper complied, then a crystal appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Upon seeing the crystal, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't expect the crystal to be this big. The crystal was as big as a basketball. Moreover, it looked like a finely cut work of art. It was very beautiful. Inside the crystal was an independent space. Because of the angle of the cut, Zhao Hai felt that the space inside the crystal was very big. Zhao Hai looked at the space law crystal and took a deep breath. Then he slowly closed his eyes and sent his spiritual force into the crystal. In the next moment, an indescribable feeling slowly rose in Zhao Hai's heart. Zhao Hai now had a deeper understanding of space. Although Zhao Hai had some space-divergent abilities in the past, they were only divergent abilities. He could use space to travel, he could even use space-divergent abilities to go to other spaces. However, he rarely used space-divergent abilities to attack. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was just that he couldn't do it. Space and time were the two most fundamental laws in the universe. All other laws were derived from these two laws. And these two laws were also the most difficult laws to comprehend in the universe. Zhao Hai was able to use space to travel to places that he wanted to go. This was already very amazing. But if he wanted to use space to attack and defend, he was still lacking. But this time, Zhao Hai's understanding of the space laws was different. Compared to before, Zhao Hai's understanding of the space laws was a lot more. Zhao Hai finally learned how to use the space to fight. This included teleportation, offense, and defense. Time passed day by day. Zhao Hai's comprehension of the laws of space was getting more and more. However, Zhao Hai still felt that the laws of space were as vast and boundless as the sea. What he understood so far was just the tip of the iceberg. Zhao Hai didn't want to let go of this opportunity. Therefore, he just sat there and calmly meditated on the laws of space. Laura and the others also knew about Zhao Hai's situation, so they naturally wouldn't disturb him. After Zhao Hai closed up for a month, while Laura and the others were studying the curse formation, a voice was suddenly heard, "Young madam, an enemy has retreated to Rain Mountain. How should we deal with them?" When Laura and the others heard this voice, they stared. Then they understood that it was the housekeeper's voice. Laura and the others sobered up. Laura opened her mouth and said, "Housekeeper, take out the projection and see the situation outside." The housekeeper nodded and then took out a spatial projection. The projection showed the situation outside Rain Mountain. Upon seeing the situation, Laura and the others couldn't help but stare. Then they couldn't help but show a smile on their faces. Outside of Yu Mountain, there was a dense crowd of people. However, it could be seen that these people belonged to different camps. They didn't have much contact with each other. The two groups were quite far apart from each other. It was obvious that they were guarding against each other. However, seeing these densely packed cultivators, an average person would feel their scalp tingle. One must know that these cultivators were all here for Zhao Hai. Laura and the others weren't worried at all. On the contrary, when they saw these people, they couldn't help but feel interested. Laura looked at the projection and then turned to Megan and said, "Sisters, these fellows have finally arrived. We've been inside the villa for several days now, so it's time for us to go out. What do you think?" The group smiled. Actually, even if they stayed inside the space, they wouldn't feel annoyed. This was because they had already gotten used to it. Most importantly, Zhao Hai was still inside the space. Although he was in seclusion, as long as they were with Zhao Hai, they would feel at ease. They simply didn't want to go out. But now that these people had arrived at their doorstep, although they wouldn't be in any danger inside the space, they still didn't want to see these people swaggering in front of their doorstep. Moreover, the reason why they came to the beast fighting arena was to deal with the foreign demons. At the same time, it was also to give Julie and Kai an opportunity to improve their strength. Now that these people had arrived, it was exactly what they wanted. IBA looked at the camp on top of the mountain. Although the defensive formation of the camp looked good, IBA didn't think that it would be able to stop the attack of so many people. In his opinion, this was simply impossible. After thinking about this, IBA couldn't help but turn his head to look at the people around him. He knew that these people had enmity with Zhao Hai. They were here to take revenge on Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai was the one who achieved the most victory in the competition. Actually, IBA and the others knew that revenge was just an excuse. What they really wanted was the things that Zhao Hai obtained from the beast fighting arena. The things that Zhao Hai obtained from the beast fighting arena could be used immediately. Moreover, he had already used them up. However, this wasn't important. This was because other people didn't know what Zhao Hai got from the beast fighting arena. Because of this, they yearned for the things that Zhao Hai got from the beast fighting arena. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had killed a lot of people in the beast fighting arena. These people weren't loners, they were backed by great forces. These forces could use this as an excuse to eliminate Zhao Hai and snatch his things. Everyone understood this, but no one said it out loud. Everyone came here in the name of revenge. In fact, although Zhao Hai killed a lot of people in the beast fighting arena, these people belonged to the 8 great forces. And now, the people besieging Zhao Hai's camp weren't just from the 8 great forces. Zhao Hai didn't have any enmity with them. Nobody knew what kind of enmity they had with Zhao Hai. A demon came to IBA's side, then he bowed and said, "Commander, should we attack?" IBA shook his head and said, "There's no need to rush. Zhao Hai is very strong. I'm not in a hurry to attack. Let the others test Zhao Hai first. I want to see how Zhao Hai will resist the other forces." The demon nodded, then he turned around and left. IBA was very clear that they weren't in a hurry. There would always be people who would be anxious. He believed that there would be people who would act before them. Sure enough, not long after IBA spoke, a group of cultivators flew towards the top of the mountain. This group of cultivators was riding on flying swords. There were about 500 of them. They weren't a very strong force. When IBA saw this force, he couldn't help but sneer and said, "The profound secret sect is really anxious." They were the ones who spread the news about Zhao Hai. Now that their neighbor has obtained so many good things, it would be strange if they weren't anxious. Haha. IBA smiled and said, "You're right." At this time, the barrier of the Rain Mountain camp shook slightly. Then a large artifact flew out of the barrier. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted to this large artifact. This large artifact was very beautiful. But what attracted people's attention were the people standing on top of it. There were women, a row of women standing on top of this large artifact. These women were wearing white cultivator robes and had green veils covering their faces. Although their appearances couldn't be seen, one could see that they had excellent temperaments, making them unforgettable. IBA's eyes flashed as he looked at the women. Although he couldn't see their faces, he could see their temperament. He could feel that these women had an otherworldly temperament. Women with such temperament were generally the best choices for cultivation furnaces. But IBA didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the women in front of him. The demons had a cultivation method that required women to practice. They would collect the essence, energy, and soul of a woman in order to nourish themselves. IBA's cultivation method was precisely this. Because of this, when IBA saw Laura and the others, he immediately recognized them as the best candidates for cultivation furnaces. IBA's eyes couldn't help but shine. At this time, Laura opened her mouth and said, "Why did you come to our camp?" A cultivator from the Profound Mysteries sect looked at Laura and said, "Call Zhao Hai out. Do you think I'll be fine after killing senior brother Qingyun? We're here today to take revenge." Laura looked at the Profound Sect cultivator and said, "You should understand what kind of place the Beast Fighting Coliseum is. If you don't kill others, then others will kill you. In the end, only one person can come out alive. My husband and brother Qingyun had a good relationship. If it weren't for that environment, then he wouldn't have attacked brother Qingyun. Your two sects don't have any enmity with each other. If you really want to take revenge, then you should put your hatred on the owner of the Beast Fighting Coliseum. Why would you put it on my husband? Isn't this too unfair?" The Profound Sect cultivator coldly snorted and said, "Don't talk nonsense. We only know that brother Qingyun was killed by Zhao Hai. Call Zhao Hai out and talk to me. I won't argue with a woman like you." Laura looked at the Profound Sect cultivator and coldly snorted, "My husband was also seriously injured in the Beast Fighting Coliseum. He's currently in seclusion to heal his wounds. If you really want to see my husband, then wait until he comes out of seclusion." The Profound Sect cultivator looked at Laura and coldly snorted, "How do I know that Zhao Hai didn't run away? How about this, follow me back to the Profound Sect. I won't make things difficult for you. After Zhao Hai comes out of seclusion, he will naturally come to find you." Laura looked at the Profound Sect cultivator and coldly snorted, "You want to invite us sisters to the Profound Sect? Let's see if you have the ability to do so." The Profound Sect cultivator looked at Laura and said, "Since the madams aren't willing to follow us, then don't blame us for using force." Then he formed a sword seal and the flying swords under his feet shot towards the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Just as the flying swords were about to reach the Heaven's Secret Tower, a few loud bangs could be heard. The flying swords were knocked away at the same time. Then, a strange roar could be heard. Rows of figures appeared outside the Heaven's Secret Tower. Upon seeing these beasts outside the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, the people surrounding Rain Mountain couldn't help but stare. Then they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because they had seen these beasts before. They were the ones that Zhao Hai released during his last battle against the extraterritorial demons. They knew that the 4 extraterritorial demon cultivators were buried in the mouths of these beasts. IBA's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. The last 4 extraterritorial demon cultivators were eaten by these beasts. Although these beasts were a sneak attack, it also showed that these beasts were very strong. After knocking away the swords of the Profound Mysteries sect's cultivators, the beasts immediately rushed towards the Profound Mysteries sect's cultivators. The Profound Mysteries sect's cultivators immediately took out their magic swords to meet the beasts. However, the defense of the Profound Mysteries sect's cultivators was beyond their expectations. Most of their magic swords were able to block the beasts' tails. However, the beasts' claws and sharp mouths made the Profound Mysteries sect's cultivators tired of dealing with them. Even if the Profound Mysteries sect's cultivators managed to slash at the beasts' bodies, they only managed to leave a mark on the beasts' bodies. It seems like the beasts weren't harmed at all. When the leader of the Profound sect cultivators saw this, his eyes couldn't help but sharpen. Then he waved the sword in his hand and a white light directly attacked one of the beasts. At this moment, a white light suddenly shot out from between the two horns of the beast. The two white lights collided and disappeared almost at the same time. When the leader of the Profound Mysteries sect saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't think that his power of law would be able to block a demon beast. This was too unbelievable. What the Profound Mysteries sect's leader didn't know was that when Iba saw the white light that shot out from between the two horns of the demonic beast, his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in shock. Iba knew very well what that white light was. It was the light of destruction, and this light of destruction was the most powerful attack of the extraterritorial devil race. As their strength increased, the power of the light of destruction would also increase. This light of destruction was enough to withstand the attack of the law. On this level, the attack of the law couldn't be used without limit. Ordinary people would be injured after using it twice, but the light of destruction didn't have this concern. Although the light of destruction couldn't be used without limit, the number of times it could be used was more than the power of the law. This was also the strongest weapon of the extraterritorial devil race on this level of the extraterritorial devil race. But now, such a terrifying ability actually appeared in the bodies of a few demon beasts. What's going on? Why can these beasts use the unique technique of the extraterritorial devil race? How can they use the unique technique of the extraterritorial devil race? Why is this happening? For a moment, Iba felt his head buzzing. He really didn't know what was going on. What happened here was beyond his scope of thinking. At this time, a voice was heard, "Commander, why does it look like the light of destruction?" Iba immediately regained his senses. He took 2 deep breaths and said, "It's not like, it's definitely the light of destruction. Pass down my order, immediately set up a barrier formation and cover Yushan. We can't let them escape. I must find out what's going on with those monsters." The person nodded and then immediately went to prepare. Iba's eyes were still looking at Laura and the others. This time, there was no longer any desire in his eyes. Instead, there was a dignified look in his eyes. Iba already thought of a possibility, but this possibility was too terrifying. He didn't want to believe it, so his expression turned ugly. The battle between the Profound Mysteries sect and the aliens was now in a disadvantageous position. This time, Laura and the others didn't hold back and directly ordered the aliens to kill the people of the Profound Mysteries sect. Before long, the people of the Profound Mysteries sect were completely slaughtered by the aliens. Not only were those people killed by the aliens, but there were also many smaller aliens that ran out and ate the corpses of those people. Such a cruel method made all the cultivators below feel a chill run down their spines. They never thought that these delicate beauties would be so ruthless when they made a move. At this time, a cultivator suddenly shouted, "Zhao Hai, come out. These beasts are obviously yours. You didn't go into seclusion, you just didn't dare to come out. Zhao Hai, roll out." This shout reminded the people. The cultivators stared for a moment before their eyes lit up. They all thought of the same thing. When Zhao Hai was in the beast fighting coliseum, he used these beasts. Now that these beasts appeared here, it meant that Zhao Hai wasn't in seclusion, he was actually watching them. If he wasn't in seclusion, then why didn't he come out? Wasn't it because he was afraid of them? Once they figured this out, the people at the foot of the mountain couldn't help but feel emboldened. One by one, they began to shout. Laura looked at those people and sneered, "Who said that these beasts belong to my husband? These beasts belong to us, I lent them to my husband. Since you don't believe me, then fine, I'll let you look at them to your heart's content." After saying that, Laura gave Julie a meaningful glance. Julie waved her hand and threw out a poison bug body. As soon as these poisonous bugs reached the outside, they immediately extended their tubes. Then, one by one, eggs rolled out of the tubes. Then, the eggs turned into small aliens. After these small aliens appeared, they immediately rushed towards the cultivators below the mountain. The cultivators below the mountain didn't think that Laura and the others would dare to attack them. Moreover, they attacked all of them at once. When IBA saw Laura and the others' performance, his eyes shined as he muttered, "Good, good, good. Truly worthy of being this IBA's woman. Ha ha ha. You should have this kind of momentum. Good, very good." Laura and the others didn't know what IBA was thinking. They were standing on the divine secret tower as they looked at the aliens and the cultivators below. Although the aliens didn't have the upper hand, many of them had already begun to grow. Laura looked at Zhao Hai, then she turned to Kai and said, "Kai, pay attention to the area below. Don't let them get away. Megan, release the mechas and see how effective they are." The two nodded and then went to make the arrangements. Zhao Hai wasn't present, so Laura was the big sister of the group. Because Laura was always by Zhao Hai's side, her commanding ability was also the strongest among the group. Therefore, Megan and the others listened to her. The cultivators in the battle didn't expect that there were vines growing behind them. These vines looked ordinary, but they were actually very long. If the cultivators wanted to escape, then they would have to pass through these vines first. When these vines grew, they were silent. Even people like IBA didn't notice these vines, so it was even more impossible for other people to notice them. The situation of the battlefield slowly changed. The aliens were slowly gaining the upper hand. This was because as long as the aliens ate the cultivators, they would be able to grow quickly. These aliens were a lot stronger compared to the aliens in the movies. They were able to absorb special abilities from the cultivators, and these abilities were very useful to them. The cultivators were able to use swords and saber techniques, but these abilities were all absorbed by the aliens. There were also some spells that the aliens could use to deal with the cultivators. As time passed by, the cultivators were now in a disadvantageous position. The number of aliens was increasing, and they were getting more and more terrifying. The cultivators couldn't resist anymore. IBA and the others also participated in the battle. However, IBA didn't think that things would develop to this point. He thought that as long as he exterminated these beasts, then he would be able to deal with Laura and the others. However, he didn't expect these beasts to be this strong. After fighting for a long time, more and more beasts appeared, and the more powerful they became. This was really unexpected. At this time, IBA discovered that a large group of puppets had also joined the battle. These puppets were very strong, ordinary cultivators weren't their opponents. The most important thing was that these puppets didn't know what fear was. When they fought, they often didn't fear death. If you hit them, they wouldn't dodge. Instead, they would counterattack. This kind of fighting style where both sides would suffer was really chilling. Although the puppets were formidable, they weren't in Yiba's consideration. What Yiba was most concerned about was Alien. Yiba discovered that Alien had eaten the corpses of cultivators, allowing it to grow stronger. When he saw Alien's ability, Yiba couldn't help but be startled. But then he became overjoyed. If Alien had this ability, then the extraterritorial devil race would be able to dominate the entire realm as long as they can get their hands on it. After thinking about this, IBA's heart couldn't help but heat up. His thoughts of taking revenge on Zhao Hai immediately faded. What he wanted to do right now was to leave this place as soon as possible and tell the demons about this. He wanted the demons to get their hands on the aliens no matter what price they had to pay. Yiba slowly retreated. He already had the intention to leave, so naturally, he was prepared to leave. At the same time, he ordered the extraterritorial devils to cover for him. The hierarchy of the demons was very strict. IBA's orders couldn't be ignored. Because of this, the demons quickly rushed forward and blocked the attacks of the aliens for IBA. While Laura was observing the battlefield, she quickly noticed IBA. In fact, it wasn't just IBA, the other relatively strong forces also noticed that the situation wasn't right. Some of their people were preparing to evacuate, and these people's movements were all seen by Laura. Laura turned her head to Kai and said, "Kai, get ready. Look, those fellows are about to leave." Kai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, they won't be able to escape." Just as Kai's voice fell, Iba and the others' bodies moved and left the battlefield. At the same time, they flew towards the distance. Their movements didn't cause too much chaos in the battlefield. The people on the battlefield were all elites of different realms. They were very clear about what they should do at this time. What they needed to do now was to block the attacks of the aliens in order to buy time for those who wanted to leave. As soon as these people left the battlefield, shadows suddenly flew up from the ground and wrapped around their bodies. These people screamed as they fell from the sky. At the same time, the people on the battlefield felt a gust of wind behind them. They quickly dodged, but they soon discovered that they had fallen into a net made of vines. The weapons in their hands were able to cut off some of the vines, but it was impossible for them to cut off all of them. These people were quickly entangled by the vines. Then they felt their bodies being pierced by countless thorns. The pain was so intense that they couldn't help but scream. But before long, their screams were silenced. This was because their bodies had disappeared, including their flesh and bones. Everything disappeared without a trace, absorbed by the vines. The vines were even faster than the aliens. Naturally, Laura and the others also saw this. Upon seeing this, Laura couldn't help but turn to Kai and said, "Kai, I didn't expect you to be this ruthless." Kai sneered and said, "These people are all Big Brother Hai's enemies. Big Brother Hai said that we shouldn't be polite to our enemies. Alright, let's not talk about this. Bring back the puppet warriors and see how they are doing." Laura and the others didn't say anything and just nodded. Then they called back the puppets. These puppets were very good. Although they were damaged, they were still very strong. Even if they were to face the cultivators, they would still be able to fight. Naturally, if it was a one-on-one battle, then these puppets wouldn't be a match for the cultivators. But this time, they weren't fighting one-on-one. These puppets were able to perfectly combine long-range and close-range attacks. This made their fighting strength increase by a lot. For Laura and the others, this was a pleasant surprise. One must know that the long-range attacks of these puppets weren't very strong. This was because their long-range attacks were made using energy beams. Although these energy beams weren't weak, they weren't very strong either. If they were equipped with long-range weapons, then their fighting strength would definitely be improved. But Zhao Hai didn't expect that the puppets would be so strong. Moreover, these puppets didn't feel pain, they weren't afraid of death. As long as their cores weren't destroyed, they wouldn't die. Additionally, their attacks were also imbued with curse power. This made their attacks even more powerful than ordinary cultivators. It can be said that these puppets were Kai'er in this battle. Of course, this didn't mean that these mechas didn't have any weaknesses. Although these mechas were more flexible, they were still mechas. Compared to cultivators, their flexibility was still lacking. Of course, the most important thing was that although these mechas had cores like the stone golems, they weren't like the stone golems. After so many years of development, they were still somewhat inflexible. Just like mechas, they could only perform some relatively common tasks. These shortcomings would need to be corrected in the future. However, it was undeniable that the mechas had a lot of advantages and disadvantages. This was also normal. On the other hand, Kai'er's performance in this battle was very eye-catching. Those who wanted to run away were all absorbed by Kai'er. With the addition of Julie, it can be said that this time's harvest was a big harvest for Zhao Hai's group. After calculating the results of the battle, Laura and the others couldn't help but get excited. They were able to eliminate all of those people. This time, they did a very good job. Laura turned to Megan and the others and said, "After dealing with those guys, I'm afraid that the forces behind them would soon know about it. But this is also good. Even if they know, as long as they dare to come, we'll deal with them." Julie smiled faintly and said, "My children haven't eaten their fill yet. We'll eat as many as they come. Let's see how many of them come." When the group heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, aliens didn't look good at all. Moreover, when they eat, they looked even uglier. However, one shouldn't forget that aliens were their subordinates. Because of this, in their eyes, aliens were cute. After that, the Heaven's Secret Pavilion returned to the camp. Laura and the others also returned to the space. At this time, Zhao Hai was still in seclusion. This time, his seclusion wasn't short. However, Laura and the others understood that the longer Zhao Hai stays in seclusion, the more benefits he would obtain. Because of this, they weren't worried at all. The situation in Rain Mountain was quickly made known to the people in the Beast Colosseum. These people didn't expect that the people who attacked Zhao Hai's group would all die here. These people sent people to Rain Mountain to investigate. In the end, they had no choice but to accept this fact. However, this matter caused an uproar in the Beast Colosseum. Zhao Hai's strength was already known to the people in the Beast Colosseum. However, they also knew that Zhao Hai came from a realm that wasn't very strong. Because of this, they didn't care about Zhao Hai's strength. In their opinion, even if someone from a small realm was strong, how could they resist an army? Because of this, they didn't take Zhao Hai seriously. In the eyes of Zhao Hai and the others, the War God's realm was already a very strong realm. However, in the Beast Colosseum, the War God's realm couldn't even be considered as a small realm. Since Zhao Hai came from the War God's realm, these people thought that Zhao Hai was from a small realm. Naturally, they didn't care about him. However, they didn't expect that they would suffer a huge loss. The entire Beast Colosseum was in chaos. Although Laura and the others didn't command the alien army and directly attacked the Beast Colosseum, nobody dared to underestimate Zhao Hai's group. Even the people in the Beast Colosseum were afraid of Zhao Hai's group. And this fear wasn't a good thing for Zhao Hai's group. These people were afraid of Zhao Hai's group, but this didn't make them shrink back. This was because Zhao Hai's group had the strength to destroy them. Not only did this not make them shrink back, it also aroused the blood in their bones. They wanted to fight Zhao Hai and eliminate Zhao Hai, getting rid of this big problem in their hearts. In the cultivation realm, this kind of situation wasn't uncommon. When a force grows too big, it would threaten other forces. In the end, these forces would unite and eliminate this force. At this time, the situation in the Beast Colosseum was a bit like this. All the forces in the Beast Colosseum knew that the armies they sent were all defeated by Zhao Hai's group. It can even be said that they were annihilated. This was because the people who were sent to Rain Mountain found a large number of artifacts, broken bones, and blood. This was enough to explain the situation. And this was also the reason why these forces were panicking. These forces were afraid of Zhao Hai's group. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would suddenly attack them and drive them out of the Beast Colosseum. If that happens, then the Beast Colosseum would belong to Zhao Hai. This was something that they couldn't accept. Because of this reason, these forces began to get in touch with each other. They were ready to join forces to deal with Zhao Hai. They absolutely couldn't give Zhao Hai the opportunity to unify the Beast Colosseum. Although Laura and the others discovered this, they weren't worried at all. They had already thought about it. At worst, they would just leave. They came to the Beast Colosseum to see what was going on. At the same time, they also wanted to see if there were any extraterritorial demons in the Beast Colosseum. Now, they could see that the Beast Colosseum was a place that was observed by the higher realms. At the same time, there were indeed extraterritorial demons here. Not only that, the extraterritorial demons' influence wasn't small. This information was already very good. Time passed little by little. 10 days after the battle, Zhao Hai finally opened his eyes. Not only did his spatial laws improve, he also understood why his soul had become like that. Zhao Hai's eyes were filled with hatred. He didn't know what happened to his soul. A person's soul could also become stronger. Ordinary people's souls were like chaos, people simply couldn't sense them, nor could they see them. What people called spiritual force, sea of consciousness, and so on were just a kind of ability of the soul, they weren't the entirety of the soul. If a person was a machine, then the soul was the core of the machine. With a soul, the machine would be able to function normally. Without a soul, the machine would just be a pile of waste. The soul could be cultivated. For ordinary people, it wasn't easy to cultivate the soul. This was because one needed to be able to feel one's soul in order to slowly cultivate it. Normally, when a person cultivated their soul, they would start with their mental strength. Mental strength was only the most superficial manifestation of the soul, but it was also the easiest to be discovered and used by others. Ordinary cultivators would use their spiritual force to slowly come in contact with the soul. Only those who were strong and had good perception would be able to slowly feel the soul through their spiritual force. Then they would think of ways to cultivate the soul. In addition to this, there was also the Sea of Knowledge. The Sea of Knowledge was also an expression of the soul. However, it was more profound than spiritual force. However, it wasn't a true soul. The soul was like a car while the Sea of Knowledge was the outer shell of the car. You can see it, you can touch it. But in the end, the Sea of Knowledge was just an outer shell. The performance of the car wasn't determined by the Sea of Knowledge. However, even if this was the case, understanding the soul through the Sea of Knowledge was much more direct and easier than using spiritual force. Zhao Hai's soul was stronger than others. And with the space, it was naturally easier for him to understand the existence of the soul compared to others. But what was the core of the soul? Before cultivating one's soul, the core of one's soul was a primal chaos. But when one can cultivate one's soul, the core of one's soul will slowly change. Only when one's cultivation reaches a certain level and the strength of one's soul reaches a certain level will the core of one's soul change. Primal chaos, the birth of heaven and earth. When one reaches this level, one's soul can be considered to have started to cultivate. It was equivalent to having one's mind open, and one's soul would undergo a qualitative change. In order to make one's soul stronger, it would take a long time to rely on one's own cultivation. After the beginning of chaos, the soul would form its own small world. This small world would be one's foundation. One would be the world, and the world would be one's self. However, if one wanted to develop this small world, it wouldn't be easy. One would need to inject the power of the 5 elements into the small world, as well as the power of yin and yang. In addition to these, one would also need to make the small world have its own laws. Each step of this wasn't easy to accomplish. The power of the 5 elements, the power of yin and yang, as well as the power of laws, would form a true small world. Once the small world was formed, one's soul would be able to take shape. Stability would come, and one wouldn't be disturbed by the outside world. Ordinary soul attacks would be completely ineffective against one's soul. As long as one stabilizes this ability, one's soul would be able to leave one's body and achieve transcendence. However, the power of the 5 elements that can be absorbed by one's soul wasn't easy to obtain. It couldn't be obtained in this layer. In fact, even the owner of the Beast Fighting Coliseum wouldn't be able to obtain it. The Beast Fighting Coliseum's elder Jing that Zhao Hai met before couldn't be regarded as the owner of the Beast Fighting Coliseum. The Beast Fighting Coliseum was a test artifact of the Beast Fighting sect, as well as a treasure of the sect. It wasn't something that an elder could control. Elder Zhang's purpose was only to watch over the Beast Fighting Coliseum. He could only watch over the Beast Fighting Coliseum. He couldn't control what was going on in the Beast Fighting Coliseum, nor could he control what kind of prizes the Beast Fighting Coliseum gave out. The Beast Fighting Coliseum's prizes were things that the Beast Fighting Coliseum had obtained in the past. It can be said that the Beast Fighting Coliseum was a self-operating computer. Elder Zheng was just a person who watched over the computer and didn't let it be thrown away. At the same time, he would also check the computer's data from time to time. The Beast Fighting Coliseum was the thing that the Beast Fighting sect relied on the most. This was because the people chosen by the Beast Fighting Coliseum were all talented people. If such people joined the Beast Fighting sect, the Beast Fighting sect's strength would rise to another level. Therefore, as long as there was a winner in the Beast Fighting Coliseum, Elder Jing would have to meet them. As for the strength of this person, he might not necessarily know. Zhao Hai certainly didn't know about this. In the beginning, he didn't even know how important these rewards were. It was because of these rewards that Zhao Hai condensed his own spiritual world. After being a cultivator for a while, Zhao Hai already knew what the spiritual world was. He also knew that it wouldn't take long for him to reach the divine transcendence stage. At that time, he would be able to truly wander. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about doing this easily. This was because he was very clear that it was very dangerous to wander. The human soul was actually very fragile. Although it had formed a spiritual world, it was still very fragile. It was easy to be disturbed by the outside world. If your soul was disturbed by evil spirits when it left the body, then it might never be able to return to the body. This was very dangerous. Only when your spiritual world was completely stable and you had the ability to protect yourself would you be able to use your soul to leave the body. At that time, there wouldn't be too much danger. But for now, it wasn't completely useless. If Zhao Hai encountered a very powerful enemy, then his body would be completely destroyed. In other words, when Zhao Hai died, he could use his soul to leave the body. As long as he wasn't discovered by the other party, then he could use his soul to escape. Then he could find a suitable body and be reborn. This was tantamount to giving a cultivator an extra life, one of the most powerful life-saving means. If your soul was strong enough in the future, then you could use your soul to invade the other party's body and destroy their soul. This way, even if the other party was an expert with an immortal body, they could only wait for death. You could even refine their body into an avatar, turning it into an avatar. It can be said that when your soul was strong enough, then you could be considered to have true immortality. This was because when your body was old and about to die, as long as your soul was still strong, then you could use your soul to leave the body and be reborn. This was the strength of soul force. At this time, Zhao Hai had only scratched the surface of the spiritual world. As for the other mysteries of the spiritual world, he still needed to slowly unearth them. Once he fully understood his soul, then his strength would be incomparable to his current strength. Moreover, compared to other people, Zhao Hai had another advantage. This was that things needed to strengthen his soul were easier to obtain compared to others. For example, Zhao Hai had the 5-element soul force in the space. As for the yin and yang soul crystals, the hell space could also make them. Needless to say, when Zhao Hai comprehended the laws of the soul, then the space would be able to make them. With these things, Zhao Hai's soul force would increase several times compared to others. In the end, it was hard to say how strong his soul would become. Besides the changes in his soul, Zhao Hai's comprehension of the laws of space had also taken a big step forward. Now, he could use the power of space to fight. The power of space was the strongest offensive force, but it was also the strongest defensive force. Not to mention this realm, even in the upper realm, there weren't many people who could comprehend the power of space. Zhao Hai could be said to have laid a good foundation for his ascension. Now, even if he ascends, he would still have the ability to protect himself. Besides these, Zhao Hai's understanding of the deathlock law, the evasion law, and other minor laws related to the laws of space had also made great progress. It can be said that Zhao Hai obtained a lot of benefits from this seclusion. Zhao Hai sat inside the villa as he listened to Laura and the others. After some time, he smiled faintly and said, "Good job. Hee, we're now public enemies. But this is also good. Let's wait here and see if those fellows still dare to attack us. As long as they do, we'll deal with them. After dealing with those fellows, we'll deal with the extraterritorial demons. Once we're done with the demons, we'll leave this place." Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, what do we do after leaving this place? Are we going to conquer other realms?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. There's no point in conquering other realms. On the contrary, it would only give the demons more time to conquer more realms. And as long as the realms conquered by the demons are brainwashed, they would listen to the demons. This isn't a good thing for us. After we leave, we'll immediately organize an army and wage war against the demons." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's not good." Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Where do we start? Is it the Void Realm? If that's the case, shouldn't we return to the True Spirit Realm and tell them about the situation here?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Going back is also good. The matters in the True Spirit Realm should be resolved. After that, we should prepare for our ascension." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right." Laura and the others stared, they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. After some time, Laura asked, "Big brother Hai, did you level up? Did you become a void-piercing expert?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, this time I finally leveled up and became a void-piercing realm expert. Moreover, the transformation speed of the immortal blood in my body is much faster than before." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, did your soul force improve? Is that right?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right, my soul force has improved. Moreover, it has improved a lot. This is a good thing." Laura and the others were also very happy. They were very clear about the situation of Zhao Hai's body. In the past, Zhao Hai's soul was weak while his body was too strong. Because of this, he couldn't become immortal. But now, Zhao Hai can finally become immortal. Although they were very confident in Zhao Hai's body, they believed that ordinary people wouldn't be able to harm him. As long as Zhao Hai doesn't want to hurt himself, then it would be impossible for ordinary people to hurt him. However, as the enemies that Zhao Hai has to face get stronger, Laura and the others couldn't help but worry. Just like void-piercing experts, if Zhao Hai were to be hit by them, then his body would be injured. Back in the beast fighting arena, wasn't his body destroyed by the fat man's punch? If it weren't for the space's ability to absorb the power of laws, and if the two fat men didn't attack Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai might have been in danger. Because of this, they hoped that Zhao Hai could become immortal as soon as possible. This way, Zhao Hai would be able to rebirth from a drop of blood. In the future, Zhao Hai's safety would be guaranteed. Zhao Hai explained to Laura and the others about the changes in the space. He made Laura and the others understand that their souls had been greatly improved. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also prepared to have Laura and the others cultivate their soul force in the future. In any case, the space wasn't lacking in things that could improve one's soul. Laura and the others weren't very concerned about improving their soul force. They didn't care about whether their souls could be improved or not. This was because the 10 of them knew that as long as Zhao Hai was safe, then they would be safe as well. As long as they stay inside the space, they would never grow old, they would always be with Zhao Hai. Laura and the others didn't care, but Zhao Hai did. Zhao Hai also wanted Laura and the others to become more powerful. He wanted them to go out with him and see the endless world outside. However, Zhao Hai also knew that Laura and the others' soul force was still too weak. Even if he gave them things, they still wouldn't be able to use them. This was because Zhao Hai knew that these things needed a certain amount of soul force before they could be used. If they were to use them too early, then they might not be able to use them. Zhao Hai looked at the situation inside the space. At this time, the Colosseum's army was gathering. Everyone was preparing to attack Zhao Hai and the others. Seeing these people's movements, Zhao Hai wasn't anxious. He just smiled faintly as he turned to Julie and Kai and said, "Julie, Kai this time, the two of you will be the main force. You need to prepare well." Julie smiled and said, "Brother Hai, don't worry. We'll destroy them all." When Zhao Hai heard Julie, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good. You're indeed worthy of being this Zhao Hai's woman. Ha ha ha. We'll destroy them all. Ha ha ha." Laura and the others also laughed. Zhao Hai's mind moved as the projection changed. What appeared on the screen was the situation inside the desolate world. After Zhao Hai left the desolate world, GMO and the others didn't slack off. They worked hard to develop the desolate world. They obtained a lot of information about the technological plane. In addition to their own research, the desolate world had already begun to develop new types of mechas and battleships. However, the situation inside the desolate world was different from other planes. If they want to develop better things, it would take some time. Then Zhao Hai paid attention to the Void Realm. The situation inside the Void Realm had changed. The 5 great clans, Underworld, and the Life and Death Arena were all busy preparing for the war. Besides them, other planes that had good relations with the 5 great clans and Underworld were also preparing for the war. The Void Realm's performance was within Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with their performance. In the future, the Void Realm wouldn't be a weak force when facing the demons. Besides the Void Realm, Zhao Hai also turned his attention to the True Spirit Realm. The 3 forces of the True Spirit Realm didn't have any changes. To be honest, Zhao Hai had only been out for a few years. The True Spirit Realm was a relatively closed realm, so it was impossible for there to be any changes. After looking at the situation, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "Laura, you stay here. I'll go to the True Spirit Realm and tell Elder Ding Tian about the situation." Laura and the others didn't respond, they just nodded. Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in Long Mountain City. It was still daytime, so Zhao Hai appeared in a remote corner of Long Mountain City. Naturally, nobody would notice him. Zhao Hai deliberately avoided everyone's gazes as he slowly arrived outside Long Dingtian's courtyard. Long Dingtian was still living in his own room, so Zhao Hai directly went inside. Just as Zhao Hai arrived outside Long Dingtian's courtyard, he heard a surprised voice coming from inside. Then Long Dingtian's voice was heard, "Who are you, Long Dingtian, for not going out to meet you?" Zhao Hai knew that Long Dingtian had misunderstood, so he immediately said, "Uncle Long, it's me. I'm Zhao Hai." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Long Dingtian stared. Then he rushed out of his room and opened the courtyard's door. Then he saw Zhao Hai standing outside. Long Dingtian had an expression of disbelief. He immediately said, "Little Hai, is it really you? How come you came back so quickly? Moreover, I didn't hear that you were coming back. What's going on?" Zhao Hai looked around and said, "Uncle Long, let's go in and talk." Long Dingtian immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant, so he nodded and led Zhao Hai into the room. After the two entered the room and sat down, Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, it seems like you've had a good harvest. Your strength has already reached this level. Are you in the void-piercing realm?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he told Long Dingtian about his experience in the void realm. Finally, Zhao Hai said, "I came from the Colosseum. Now, I can be sure that the extraterritorial devils aren't only targeting the true spirit realm, they are also targeting all the other realms in this layer. I suspect that they have already conquered thousands of realms. As for why they haven't done anything to the true spirit realm, I don't know, but I think there must be a special reason. This time, I came back to tell you that I'm going to lead the other realms in a war against the extraterritorial devil race. I want the true spirit realm to prepare as well. The true spirit realm has been sealed for too long, so it's time for us to come in contact with the outside world. What do you think?" Although Zhao Hai told Long Dingtian a lot, he didn't tell Long Dingtian about the other realms that had been conquered. Those were useless, so Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't tell him. After listening to Zhao Hai, Long Dingtian didn't say anything for some time. In the end, he sighed and said, "I didn't expect the outside world to have developed to this degree." "Zhao Hai, you guessed right. Our true spirit realm has something that the demons are very afraid of. You should have seen it before, it's the underground world's pillar of fire." Long Dingtian nodded and said, "What do you think?" When Zhao Hai heard Long Dingtian, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Long Dingtian with a puzzled expression and said, "Earth-fire pillar? What's so special about the earth-fire pillar?" In fact, Zhao Hai had also noticed the earth-fire pillar in the past. He always thought that the earth-fire pillar wasn't naturally formed. However, he didn't have the opportunity to investigate it. Now that Long Dingtian said that the extraterritorial devils were afraid of the earth-fire pillar, this made Zhao Hai even more curious. Long Dingtian said in a deep voice, "The underground world's earth-fire pillar has always been a top secret in the real spiritual world. Only the Long family knows about this secret in the whole real spiritual world. Only a few people in the Long family know about this secret. The earth-fire pillar is not naturally formed. It is an excess energy released by an extremely powerful large celestial device that no one can use." When Long Dingtian said this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't think that the earth-fire pillar would have such an origin. Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, "You don't believe me, right? Hee, in the entire real spirit world, only a few people know about this. Legend has it that in ancient times, a large artifact suddenly flew down from the sky. After this large artifact fell into the real spirit world, it sank into the ground. At that time, many almighty experts tried to snatch this large artifact, but no one could use it. In the end, a race changed and began to guard this large artifact. Later on, they lived underground. Later on, the large artifact turned into a pillar of earth fire, releasing its excess energy. After many years of research, some ancient almighty experts finally discovered a way to use this large artifact. They could use an array and a sacrificial method to temporarily use this large artifact to attack the enemy. When the extraterritorial devil race came to the real spirit world, if they didn't use this method, they wouldn't have been able to drive the extraterritorial devil race away. Zhao Hai understood what was going on. He turned to Long Dingtian and said, "The race that has been living underground is the fire goblin race that's fighting against the ghost cultivators, right?" Long Dingtian nodded and said, "Right, they used to be a big clan in the true spirit plane. Later on, they kept guarding the underground world and the earth fire pillar. That's how they slowly became like this." speaking of which, we've let them down. Zhao Hai was puzzled, why did they guard the large artifact? Long Dingtian shook his head and said, no one knows. Maybe it's because the ancient powerhouses found out how to use the large artifacts. Maybe it's because of something else. It's been too long, and no one knows the reason. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, this question isn't important. Even if the large artifact exists in the true spirit realm, it's more than enough to defend, but not enough to attack. Uncle Long, what do you think about dealing with the extraterritorial devils? Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and asked in a low voice, how confident are you? Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, I wouldn't dare to say 100%, but I would at least be 80%. Although we seem to be inferior to the extraterritorial devil race on the surface, to be honest, I really don't fear them if I really go against them. Moreover, I dare to guarantee that the final victor will be me. When Long Dingtian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. He didn't know why Zhao Hai was so confident. Long Dingtian turned to Zhao Hai and said, why are you so confident? Could it be that you have a way to deal with the extraterritorial devil race? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I can't tell you this. You know that I can deal with the extraterrestrial devils. You can rest assured. I still have some matters to attend to in the Colosseum. I'll leave the matters here to you. Oh, right, send my regards to my master. Long Dingtian asked, aren't you going back to see them? Zhao Hai shook his head, then he sighed and said, I don't have time right now. I've already clashed with the foreign demons in the Colosseum. This is the second time. I need to deal with them properly. Zhao Hai shook his head, then he sighed and said, I don't have the time right now. Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, Little Hai, you've worked hard all these years. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's nothing. Actually, even if we don't clash with the extraterrestrial devils, the people in the void realm will sooner or later. The extraterrestrial devils won't be so obedient. Long Dingtian nodded and said, all right, leave the matters of the real spiritual world to me. I'll discuss it with the family and then slowly communicate with the other sections. You should know that our Long family's reputation is not as good as it used to be. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he turned to Long Dingtian and said, Uncle Long, find a big place. I'll give you something. With this, you'll have more confidence in persuading the others. When Long Dingtian heard Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but change. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, what do you mean? A large artifact? Zhao Hai looked at Long Dingtian, then he smiled faintly and said, sure enough, Uncle Long understands me. Right, it's a large artifact. Hee hee. Let me tell you, I have a lot of large artifacts right now. I'll give you one. With this large artifact, those sects should be able to officially join the Long family. Long Dingtian's breathing quickened. For so many years, the real spiritual world didn't have a large artifact. If Zhao Hai really gave him a large artifact, then it would be very important to the Long family. Long Dingtian immediately led Zhao Hai out of the mountain city and into a valley outside the city. This valley was very big. It used to be a mine of the Long family. Everything that could be mined there was taken away, so the valley was abandoned. Now, it has become a place for the Long family's disciples to train. Zhao Hai looked at the valley and nodded. Then he waved his hand and a large artifact appeared in the valley. The large artifact that Zhao Hai took out was an ordinary ship-shaped artifact. There was nothing special about it, it didn't even have a yin-yang lightning pool. However, this large artifact was very important to Long Dingtian and the others. The real spiritual world didn't have any large artifacts. Now that they suddenly have one, no matter how strong this large artifact was, it would be able to deter other forces. Because of this, upon seeing this large artifact, Long Dingtian's breathing quickened. Seeing Long Dingtian's expression, Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and gave it to him. Then he said, Uncle Long, the method to use this large artifact is in here. Take a look at it and then fight some people from the Long family. After training for a while, you should be able to use it. Right, large artifacts consume a lot of energy. Long Dingtian laughed heartily. Good, that's great. As long as we have this large immortal treasure, we're still expending our resources. Our Long family has been around for so many years. We still have this much. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, then I'll leave this large artifact to Uncle Long. Uncle Long, I'll be taking my leave. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Long Dingtian recovered. He looked at Long Dingtian and said, you're leaving? You're leaving already? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I still have a lot of things to do in the Colosseum. I'll be heading back. Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai, then he gave a deep bow and said, Little Hai, I thank you on behalf of the Long family. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Uncle Long, you don't need to be so polite. I'll be taking my leave. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand at Long Dingtian. Then a white light flashed on his body as he disappeared. Long Dingtian looked at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared and muttered, I wasn't wrong. He really isn't a fish in a pond. The real spiritual world is too small. It can't raise a flood dragon like him. With that, Long Dingtian turned his head to look at the large instrument. His face lit up with joy once more. He moved his body and flew straight to the Long family's mountain city. After a short while, he arrived at the Long family's mountain city. Once he entered the Long family's mountain city, he immediately flew towards the Dragon Palace. When he reached the entrance of the Dragon Palace, he didn't stop and flew straight into the palace. When the people in the palace saw that it was Long Dingtian, no one dared to make a sound. Everyone in the Long family knew Long Dingtian's position in the family. He was second only to the patriarch. No one dared to stop him. Long Dingtian quickly arrived at the Long family patriarch's office. He didn't let anyone announce his arrival as he pushed the door open and entered the study room. The Long family patriarch frowned and was about to scold him when he saw Long Dingtian. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Dingtian, how old are you? Why are you still so careless? Long Dingtian's face was red with excitement as he said, Big brother, come with me. Our Long family is going to be rich this time. Ha ha ha. Come with me. After he said that, he didn't care about anything else as he pulled the Dragon Patriarch. When the Dragon Patriarch saw Long Dingtian's appearance, he couldn't help but frown and said, What's wrong? What was it that made him so excited? Don't you know that it's very troublesome for me to go out? Long Dingtian didn't care about that as he excitedly said, It's different this time. Come with me. Quick. When the Dragon Patriarch saw Long Dingtian's appearance, he knew that Long Dingtian must have a reason. He couldn't help but smile bitterly as he allowed Long Dingtian to pull him out. When they left the room, several experts of the Long family immediately surrounded them. When Long Dingtian saw these people, he knew that they were here to protect the Dragon Patriarch. He immediately said, You guys follow me. But this trip must be kept a secret. Let's go. The group turned their heads to the Dragon Patriarch. The Dragon Patriarch nodded and then flew out with Long Dingtian. The others also followed. Long Dingtian was very familiar with the mountain city of the Long family. Naturally, he knew the situation inside the city. Because of this, he chose a path that few people would take. Naturally, he didn't attract any attention. Before long, they left the city and arrived at the valley. Upon entering the valley, the Dragon Patriarch and the others were dumbfounded. They were all breathing heavily as they looked at the large artifact. For a moment, they forgot to speak. After some time, the Dragon Patriarch reacted. He turned his head to Long Dingtian and said, Dingtian, what's going on? Where did this thing come from? Where did it come from? Long Dingtian laughed and said, Big brother, are you surprised? Ha ha ha, this is a gift from Zhao Hai to my Long family. Ha ha ha. When the Dragon Patriarch heard Long Dingtian, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Then he looked at Long Dingtian in confusion and said, Zhao Hai gave this to the Long family? Why did he give this large artifact to the Long family? Wait, when did he come back? How come I didn't know? Long Dingtian turned his head and looked at the experts of the Long family and said, All of you, go outside the valley. Guard this place for me. From now on, this place is the forbidden area of the Long family. Big brother, let's go inside and talk. Finished speaking, he led Long Zhan inside the large artifact. The experts of the Long family happily complied. They looked at the large artifact with burning eyes before turning around and flying out of the valley. Long Ding Tian led Long Zhan to the large artifact. Then he said, Zhao Hai just came back. But he won't be leaving soon. He told me some things and gave me this large artifact. Then Long Ding Tian told Long Zhan about Zhao Hai's experience in the Void Realm. Long Ding Tian gave Long Zhan a brief explanation. When Long Zhan heard Long Ding Tian's words, he couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Then, he said in a deep voice, all right, with this large artifact, the real spirit world will have some confidence. This time, our real spirit world will have to participate in the fight against the extraterritorial devil race. When Zhao Hai returned to the Heaven's secret pavilion, Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Brother Hai, why didn't you stay in the true spirit realm for a while? With your presence, I think the matter of the true spirit realm would be much easier to deal with. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, it's better for the Long family to deal with this matter. I don't have that much faith in the true spirit realm. Moreover, once we deal with the demons, what would happen to the true spirit realm when we leave? It's better to use this opportunity to establish the Long family's position. In the future, the Long family can use this matter to unify the true spirit realm. This way, the true spirit realm wouldn't suffer any losses when it comes in contact with the outside world. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, but would the great sects in the true spirit realm still submit to the Long family? Zhao Hai sneered and said, what can they do? With this Zhao Hai's support, would they dare to refuse? When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. She couldn't help but smile faintly. Laura and the others weren't idiots. In their hearts, there was only Zhao Hai. The lives of others weren't important to them, only Zhao Hai's life was important. Because of this, Laura didn't oppose Zhao Hai's decision. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the projection. He saw that the army in the beast fighting coliseum was heading towards them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, they're coming. Laura, this time, we won't just sit here and wait. We'll attack. Julie, release alien. Kai attack. Don't they want to deal with us? Even if we have to leave, we must let them know that we can't be provoked. Along the way, we'll wipe them out. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Julie and Kai nodded. Then Tianji slowly flew out of the camp and flew forward. At this time, wherever they went, everything that was alive and edible disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the alien army continued to grow. Along the way, Zhao Hai repeated what they did in Demon Island. Wherever the alien army went, not even a single blade of grass was left behind. As the army moved forward, the alien army continued to grow. Below the army, Kai was also moving forward. The roots of the beast fighting coliseum were all absorbed by Kai. In the future, it would take a long time for the beast fighting coliseum to be restored to its original state. 10 days later, Zhao Hai and the others finally saw the other side's army. This was an alliance made up of many realms. They didn't have a unified command because they didn't trust each other. Because of this, they were divided into groups. From time to time, there would be people fighting in the middle. This was a sign that two realms who had enmity with each other couldn't help but fight. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the Heaven's secret tower to stop. All the aliens also stopped. Zhao Hai stood on top of the Heaven's secret tower as he coldly looked at the other side. When the people on the other side saw Zhao Hai and the others, as well as the endless army of aliens below the Heaven's secret tower, their expressions turned ugly. At this time, a cultivator wearing a Taoist robe flew out. He was standing on a flying sword while holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. This Taoist wore a yin-yang Taoist robe. His white hair was tied up with a jade hairpin. His eyebrows were more than a foot long, and 3 strands of silver beard were floating in front of his chest. This Taoist looked at the Heaven's secret tower and said, this Taoist Tian Nanzi has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. Did Mr. kill any of my disciples before? Zhao Hai looked at the Taoist and said, I've killed too many people. I can't remember. When the Taoist heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but sink. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Zhao Hai has killed so many people. Aren't you afraid of suffering after death? Zhao Hai looked at Tian Nanzi and said, you'll have to wait until I'm dead. If I don't die, then I wouldn't have to suffer. Old Taoist, am I right? When Tian Nanzi heard Zhao Hai's words, his expression couldn't help but turn ashen. He said, Amateus Buddha, if Mr. says so, then this Taoist has nothing else to say. Today, I can only exterminate the devil Tao. Old Taoist Tian Nanzi, you're so long-winded. What's the point of saying so much? Jiao Hai, did you kill our extraterritorial devil race's people? The one who spoke was an extraterritorial devil race. This extraterritorial devil race's appearance was very sturdy. The two horns on his head were as black as ink. It was obvious that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Jiao Hai looked at the extraterritorial devil race's person and said, yes, everyone who came to attack my rain mountain has been killed by me. Why? Are you all here for revenge? Haha, I'm here to welcome you. Jiao Hai's head is right here. If you want revenge, then come and take it. These people really didn't expect that Jiao Hai would be such a hoodlum. When they heard Jiao Hai's words, a wave of curses could be heard. Ha ha ha, good. Ha 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 ha, good, good. You have guts, kid. You dare to take responsibility for what you have done. You even dare to be enemies with so many of us. To be honest, I really admire you. If it weren't for this occasion, I would have definitely become friends with you. Unfortunately, you have killed our people. Everyone who kills our people must die. The tall extraterritorial devil laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, good, good. Jiao Hai looked at the extraterritorial devil race's person and said in a deep voice, you want to become friends with me, Jiao Hai? Are you worthy? When the extraterritorial devil race's person heard Jiao Hai's words, his face that was covered with black scales couldn't help but turn even darker. He coldly snorted and said, you're just trying to talk big. You're dead meat. Jiao Hai laughed loudly and said, didn't everyone come here today to take my life? What's the point of saying so much nonsense? Let's do it. I want to see who will win. When these people heard Jiao Hai's words, their eyes lit up. Then they gave the order almost simultaneously. The cultivators of the various races rushed towards Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai stood there without moving. Julie waved her hand and the aliens rushed towards the cultivators. At the same time, the alien mother nest in the sky began to lay eggs once again. At this time, many vine giants drilled out from the ground. After these vine giants appeared, they immediately attacked the cultivators. As long as the cultivators were entangled by these vine giants, they would disappear without a trace. However, the other side had a lot of people. Both sides couldn't do anything to the other side for some time. However, the alien army was still increasing. At the same time, the vine giants were getting more and more powerful. Their vines had become incomparably tough. However, the other side didn't notice this during the battle. Jiao Hai looked at the two sides in the battle. Then he turned his head to Julie and Kai and said, hee hee, it seems like you've been doing very well. Your fighting strength has increased very quickly. Good, very good. Julie and Kai smiled faintly. Julie smiled and said, we Zerg were born to fight. It's just that Big Brother Hai has taken care of everything in the past. Naturally, we didn't need to do anything. Now that Big Brother Hai sent us out, we naturally need to do a good job. Isn't that right, Kyer? Kyer nodded and said, although I'm not a fighter, I've absorbed a lot of genes from the space. To be honest, I've already become a fighter. It's just that I didn't have the opportunity to do so. Jiao Hai laughed and said, that's my fault. I'll certainly give you more opportunities in the future. Laura, do you want to send your mechas out to join in the fun? It seems like your mechas have made some progress in the past few days. Laura smiled and said, all right, let's join in the fun. Megan, release them. This time, our mechas have been improved. I want to see if those cultivators can stop our mecha army. Megan nodded and said, all right, let's join in the fun. Megan smiled faintly. Then she waved her hand as numerous entrances and exits appeared above the Heaven's secret building. Then one by one, mechas flew out of these entrances and joined the battle. After these mechas went out, they maintained their battle formation. Even if they lost their ability to fight, other mechas would immediately take their place. As for the mechas that lost their ability to fight, as long as they could fly, they would immediately fly back to the Heaven's secret building. As for those that couldn't fly, they would just fall to the ground and wait for reinforcements. Jiao Hai looked at these mechas with satisfaction. He can see that these mechas were very strong. Moreover, they seemed to have become smarter. Most importantly, their bodies had shrunk a lot. However, these were just appearances. Zhao Hai was very proficient in curse techniques. Naturally, he could see that these mechas had countless curse formations. As long as someone attacks these mechas, the curse formations would activate. Then the curse power would be added to the attacker's body, causing the attacker to have various problems. Naturally, this wasn't the end of the curse power. The weapons of the mechas also had curse power. Whether it was long-range weapons or melee weapons, all of them had curse power. The most powerful thing about the power of the curse was that most people didn't know that they were cursed. For example, when he was trying to dodge an enemy's attack, someone suddenly appeared beside him. In the end, he didn't dodge and got injured. In fact, he was cursed. However, the other party would only think that he was injured because he didn't have good chi. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this ability of the mechas. However, when he saw the weapons used by the mechas, he couldn't help but be startled. He looked at Laura and the others and said, "Why are the mechas only equipped with cold weapons? Why aren't they equipped with energy cannons and the like?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "If we want to display the power of the energy guns, then we need to make them very big. You can see that these mechs are only so big. If we have a huge energy gun on our back, then it would affect our movements. So it's better to use cold weapons. Our research on cold weapons is very good. Cold weapons can also be imbued with curse power. Because of this, the new mechs don't have any energy guns." Laura smiled faintly and said, "What do you mean by cold weapons?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I think that this isn't good. Cultivators are good at using cold weapons, but I have a feeling that this energy gun is the future. It's just like how people first invented gunpowder guns. They didn't think that the gun's power wasn't as good as bows and arrows, but in the end, the gun replaced the bow and arrow and became the best weapon for people." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "That's right." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but nod. Then her eyes lit up as she said, "Brother Hai, you've reminded me of something. We can use firearms like firearms first. Gunpowder and bullets can be used up. Then we can slowly research energy weapons. After all, our mechas are powered by the yin and yang lightning pools. Their energy is inexhaustible, so energy weapons are the most suitable." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, their eyes couldn't help but shine. It seems like they couldn't wait to return to the space to study it. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and quickly said, "You can go back and study it later. Let's see the battle first. After you go back, you can study the energy situation first. Then you can study energy weapons." "Right, I think that it's a good idea to use thermal weapons first." Laura and the others nodded and said, "I think it's a good idea." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. They weren't laughing at Zhao Hai's words, they were laughing at themselves. There was a huge battle outside, but they almost gave up on it and ran back to the space to research new weapons. This was very similar to those research madmen. The reason why they were so relaxed was because of the battle outside. The battle outside was still very fierce, but Alien and the Vine Giant had already gained the upper hand. And with the addition of the mechas, the cultivators who were attacking Zhao Hai couldn't hold on any longer. These enemies weren't afraid of death, they weren't afraid of pain, they only knew how to attack crazily. Anyone who faced them would feel a headache. The Alliance army also discovered this point. They discovered that Zhao Hai's beasts were already hard for them to deal with. Moreover, Zhao Hai still hasn't made a move. His large artifact wasn't just for decoration. This meant that Zhao Hai still had a lot of cards up his sleeves. In this case, would they still want to be enemies with Zhao Hai? Some small forces couldn't help but waver. These small forces were different from the big forces. If the big forces lost some people, they wouldn't care. In the worst case, they could just send more people. In any case, they had a lot of people and a lot of experts. They weren't afraid of losses. However, these small forces weren't the same. They didn't have a lot of manpower to lose. If they lost too many people, then it would have a huge impact on their realm. In this case, it was reasonable for these people to retreat. This alliance couldn't be called an alliance. Although they had a common enemy, they didn't have a unified command. It could be said that they were like a sheet of loose sand, fighting for themselves. It was precisely because of this that the small forces immediately retreated when they saw that they couldn't gain any advantage. They couldn't be like the big forces, fighting Zhao Hai to the death without feeling any heartache. They were also afraid of suffering heavy losses, so they directly fled. The big forces didn't really care about the actions of the small forces. However, they really couldn't hold on any longer. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be so strong. He didn't fall into a disadvantageous position when facing them. Of course, these people could see that the reason why Zhao Hai was so powerful was all because of that demonic beast. However, they had never heard of that demonic beast, let alone subduing it. However, the extraterritorial devil race had other ideas. The leader of the extraterritorial devil race didn't make a move. He stared closely at Zhao Hai. After a while, he suddenly said, "Are you Zhao Hai? The Nether King of the Void Realm, Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect that the extraterritorial devil race leader would recognize him. He didn't deny it, but instead laughed and said, "I didn't expect that someone here would recognize me. Ha ha ha. How rare." As soon as the foreign realm demon heard Zhao Hai's admission, his expression couldn't help but change. Actually, he only knew about Zhao Hai by chance. Commanders like him who were stationed in different realms would rarely return to the origin realm. Even if they contacted the demon race, they would only ask about important matters. For example, what happened in the void realm? These matters weren't something that they would consider at all. The extraterritorial devil race didn't want to attack the void realm, nor could they attack the void realm because the void realm was connected to too many realms. If they really attacked the void realm, it would cause the other realms to attack them. By then, they would be in even more trouble. It was precisely because of this that the extraterritorial devil race kept a very low profile in the void realm. However, they still knew about some of the most famous figures in the void realm. Originally, they only paid attention to Elder Tang, the patriarchs of the 5 major clans, and didn't pay attention to the people of the smaller clans because there was no need to do so. In the eyes of the extraterritorial devil race, those small clans were like ants. They could easily kill them with a slap. There was no need to pay attention to them. But later on, Zhao Hai was also on the extraterritorial devil race's list. The reason was very simple: Zhao Hai was strong enough. He controlled a star field, and his strength wasn't inferior to the 5 major clans. Of course, the extraterritorial devil race would pay attention to such a person. Of course, people like the extraterritorial devil race leader wouldn't necessarily pay attention to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had only attracted the attention of the extraterritorial devil race, but it wasn't to the point where everyone was notified. Only some intelligence agencies would pay attention to Zhao Hai. And the reason why the extraterritorial devil race knew about Zhao Hai was because his younger brother was from the intelligence agency of the extraterritorial devil race. His younger brother was very curious about Zhao Hai's sudden rise, and even researched Zhao Hai for a period of time. He even treated this matter as a topic and told the extraterritorial devil race about Zhao Hai. When the extraterritorial devil race first heard the name Zhao Hai, he felt that it was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a while. It wasn't until just now when he saw Zhao Hai chatting with Julie and the others that he suddenly remembered Zhao Hai. The reason why he thought of Zhao Hai at this time was because his younger brother told him that Zhao Hai had several wives, and each of them was more beautiful than the other. It was precisely because of this that he thought of Zhao Hai. Although he thought of Zhao Hai, he wasn't sure if it was Zhao Hai, so he tried to sound him out. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to openly admit it, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. When the extraterritorial devil race heard that Zhao Hai had agreed, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of shock. He didn't expect that Zhao Hai would actually appear in the Colosseum. One must know that the Colosseum had nothing to do with the Void Realm. After conquering a realm, the extraterritorial devil race inadvertently obtained the coordinates of the Colosseum and entered the Colosseum. But Zhao Hai actually entered the Colosseum from someone else's camp. What was going on? When the people from the other realms heard the extraterritorial devil race's words, they were somewhat puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. This was because they had never heard of the Void Realm. The extraterritorial devil race looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How did you get here?" Nobody in the Void Realm knows about this place. Zhao Hai looked at the extraterritorial devil race's man and smiled faintly. This is a secret, I can't tell you. The extraterritorial devil race's man took a deep look at Zhao Hai. After a while, he coldly snorted and said, no matter how you got here, you're dead. Nobody can come out unscathed after killing my extraterritorial devil race's people. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's not necessarily true. I think all of you have sent a letter to your own realms, right? But unfortunately, you don't know that I've already set up a spirit formation here. It's impossible for any news from the Beast Fighting Coliseum to leak out. So, your realm won't know about my matters, not a single bit. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the people from the other realms couldn't help but be stunned. The extraterritorial devil race's man looked at Zhao Hai and said, what do you want? Do you want to occupy this place? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, I don't want to occupy this place. Although it's good, it's still useless to me. I'm not afraid to tell you that I only have one purpose in coming here, and that is to track down the demons. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't want to occupy this place. When the extraterritorial devil race's man heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, track us? Why do you want to track us? Zhao Hai looked at the extraterritorial devil race's man and smiled faintly, it's very simple. I'll find you and see how much power you have. Then I'll think of a way to eliminate you. When the extraterritorial devil race's man heard Zhao Hai's words, he was even more surprised. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, why? Why are you doing this? Our extraterritorial devil race has no enmity with you. Why are you doing this? Zhao Hai looked at him and said, who said that the extraterritorial devil race has no enmity with me? The enmity between the extraterritorial devil race and me is huge. You extraterritorial devil race have conquered at least 800, if not 1,000, right? Did I say too little? Your expeditions have always been successful. But unfortunately, you extraterritorial devil race lost the first battle when you entered this lair. You were beaten black and blue. Although you brought unimaginable losses to that lair, you failed to conquer it and were driven out in the end. In the Void Realm, you are constantly chasing people from that lair for revenge. Am I right? When the extraterritorial devil race's man heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Then he coldly said, so you're from the true spiritual realm. No wonder you said that you have enmity with us. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to meet people from the true spiritual realm here. The people from the true spiritual realm actually went to the Void Realm to establish their own force. At this time, when the people from other realms heard the conversation between the two, they heard a lot of information. First, they knew the origin of the extraterritorial devil race. They didn't come from this lair. In fact, they knew the strength of the extraterritorial devil race. To be honest, those who could enter the Colosseum and become a major force had conquered a lot of other realms. However, they had only conquered a few dozen realms at most. Unlike the extraterritorial devil race, none of them had conquered hundreds or thousands of realms. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai's words, they were startled. At the same time, they couldn't help but be vigilant towards the extraterritorial devil race. When Zhao Hai saw the reaction of these people, he knew that he had achieved his goal. He wanted to let these people know the strength of the extraterritorial devil race. Even if they couldn't immediately deal with the extraterritorial devil race, they would still be on guard against them. This way, it wouldn't be easy for the extraterritorial devil race to deal with them. However, Zhao Hai still wanted to remind them of another matter. Zhao Hai looked at the extraterritorial devil race and said, you extraterritorial devil race are allowed to expand everywhere, but we, the true spiritual realm, are not allowed to expand? What's more, I'm doing this to protect myself. To be honest, I really didn't know how powerful you extraterritorial devil race are before I went to the Void Realm. You can actually brainwash the people of a realm and make them become the ultimate lackeys of you extraterritorial devil race. Then, you let those people plot against the people of their own realm. Finally, by controlling those people, you can achieve the goal of controlling the entire realm. To be honest, my means are really far inferior compared to your means. Zhao Hai's words clearly pointed out the methods of the extraterritorial devil race. Naturally, the people of the other realms heard it. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they were secretly vigilant. After returning to their own realms, they would immediately investigate this matter and see if their realms had been infiltrated by the extraterritorial devil race. Although the extraterritorial devil race wasn't very smart, he also understood Zhao Hai's purpose now. When he saw the eyes of the people around him, he couldn't wait to tear Zhao Hai apart. After the extraterritorial devil race arrived at the Colosseum, they didn't show too much strength. Even in the Colosseum, the extraterritorial devil race didn't show their true strength. They just wanted to use the method that Zhao Hai mentioned to control the other realms in the Colosseum bit by bit. One must know that controlling a realm here was better than conquering 5 realms outside. If they could control a realm where a major force was located, then it would be equivalent to controlling dozens of realms. Such a deal was absolutely worthwhile. Their plan had been going smoothly, but they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would expose it here today. After returning to their own realms, the people of those realms would certainly conduct a thorough investigation. It could be said that the extraterritorial devil race's many years of planning had all been in vain. The extraterritorial devil knew that he had been defeated. From the very beginning, he had fallen into Zhao Hai's scheme. Unknowingly, he had made Zhao Hai reveal all the secrets of the extraterritorial devil race. Moreover, it was more convincing for Zhao Hai to say it. If Zhao Hai had told the people of other realms, they might not have believed him. However, if it was Zhao Hai who said it, they would believe him. The extraterritorial devil race looked at Zhao Hai with a gloomy expression. After a while, he coldly said, "Good, very good. Zhao Hai, don't think that you can avoid this by using some tricks. You won't be able to pass this stage. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Zhao Hai looked at the extraterritorial devil race with a puzzled expression and said, "How do I want to die? Aren't you saying the opposite? It seems like you are the ones waiting for death. I should be the one saying this. Tell me, how do you want to die?" The extraterritorial devil race looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, "I have to admit that I have underestimated you. However, Zhao Hai, you still don't know enough about us extraterritorial devil race. Do you really think that we only have that little ability? If that's the case, how can we dominate the real spiritual world?" Zhao Hai looked at the extraterritorial devil race and said, "Oh? So you have other abilities? Alright, take it out and let me see." The extraterritorial devil race didn't take Zhao Hai's words to heart. Instead, he stood on the spot and said in a deep voice, "9 heavens gods and demons, descend upon my body and use my soul to summon divine power." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hai discovered that the 2 horns on his head had begun to grow slowly. Subsequently, his entire body gradually grew bigger. At the same time, his appearance changed drastically. Before long, he had turned into a huge monster the size of a dozen mago. This monster had curved horns on his head like mountain horns. The wings on his back had also grown larger. Coupled with a slender tail, it was truly astonishing. Zhao Hai looked at the extraterritorial devil race. He discovered that the extraterritorial devil race's aura had become even more powerful. There was no longer a trace of emotion in his blood-red eyes. Zhao Hai's figure moved and rushed out of the heaven's secret pavilion. He flew in front of the extraterritorial devil race and looked at him and muttered, "What's the matter? Do you think you're so great? Do you think that I'm afraid of you?" The extraterritorial devil race looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly said, "I am the demon god. Why don't you mortals worship me when you see me?" His voice was low and deep. Along with his voice, an incomparably powerful aura pressed down on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was stunned. Then, he looked at the extraterritorial devil race and sneered, "I was born between heaven and earth. I pursue the supreme great Tao. Why would I worship an evil demon? How dare you, ignorant mortal? How dare you insult me? Die." After saying that, the extraterritorial devil race waved his hand and directly grabbed Zhao Hai. Although his figure was huge, his movements were very agile. His grab was very fast. In a flash, his arm had already arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was still standing there as if he hadn't reacted. He was grabbed by the extraterritorial devil race. However, Zhao Hai, who was grabbed by the extraterritorial devil race, slowly faded and disappeared. The surrounding cultivators who saw this scene were stunned. Then, they couldn't help but exclaim, an afterimage. These cultivators were all knowledgeable people. They also realized that the Xiaohai that was caught just now wasn't the real Xiaohai, but an afterimage. At this moment, Xiaohai had already appeared above the extraterritorial devil race's head and punched the curved horn on the extraterritorial devil race's head. The extraterritorial devil race also noticed Xiaohai's action. The curved horn on his head swayed gently and directly slashed at Xiaohai like a huge machete. Xiaohai snorted coldly. His figure moved and dodged the attack again. At this moment, a burst of air-rending sound was heard. The extraterritorial devil race's slender tail whipped at Xiaohai like a whip. From the whooshing sound, one could feel how powerful this attack was. Xiaohai's figure kept flashing and dodging the extraterritorial devil race's attacks. The extraterritorial devil race's horns, tail, hands, and feet could all be used as weapons. Moreover, his movements were very agile. Xiaohai came and went freely among these attacks. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. The extraterritorial devil race's attacks actually didn't hit him at all. Apparently, the extraterritorial devil race also realized that such attacks were useless. He couldn't help but roar, "Ignorant mortal, you have angered me. You will pay the price." After saying that, an incomparably huge devil phantom suddenly appeared on the extraterritorial devil race's body. However, the eyes of the extraterritorial devil race had been closed. Suddenly, the extraterritorial devil race's eyes opened. Two rays of red light suddenly shot out from the pair of eyes. The two rays of red light covered Zhao's body. At this time, Zhao's body was covered by the red light. Being covered by the red light, Xiaohai felt his soul tremble. He couldn't help but be startled. One must know that his soul was very different from before. Although his soul was strong in the past, that was only relative to people in this layer. But now, it was different. His soul had already formed a spiritual world, making it much more powerful than people in the past. Xiaohai didn't expect that Xiaohai's soul would be like this. But in this case, the extraterritorial devil race's attack was actually able to make his soul tremble slightly. This was an incredible thing. If it was in the past, his soul would have been scattered by now. Xiaohai stared blankly for a moment, but he immediately recovered. He carefully looked at the devil race's phantom and snorted. White lights flashed in his eyes as he attacked with the soul law. Xiaohai had already comprehended the soul law. This soul law could not only be used on his own soul, but also on the enemy. This time, Xiaohai used the soul law. The extraterritorial devil race obviously didn't expect that Xiaohai would be unscathed from that attack. He was hit by Xiaohai's soul law. The extraterritorial devil race was fixed in place as if he had been immobilized. In the next moment, Xiaohai felt a force coming from the extraterritorial devil race's body and entered his soul. Xiaohai was startled, but then he became happy. This was because he discovered that this force actually increased the strength of his soul. While Xiaohai was startled, he also understood the use of the soul law. The soul law could actually shatter the soul of others and then replenish one's own soul. Soon, the force disappeared. Then, the extraterritorial devil race fell straight down. But before he could hit the ground, he was swallowed by the xenomorph that rushed up. After the xenomorph swallowed the extraterritorial devil race, it looked up to the sky and roared. Then its body grew bigger and evolved again. Xiaohai stared for a moment before he understood. The extraterritorial devil race used a secret method to invite a demon god of a higher level to possess him. Although the demon god's level was very high, its strength was greatly suppressed in this layer. However, the demon god's genes contained a trace of the demon race's genes. And it was this gene that allowed the xenomorph to evolve again. For Xiaohai, this was definitely a good thing. Xiaohai waved his hand and the xenomorph army instantly submerged the extraterritorial devil race army. But this time, he didn't attack the people from the other realms. Although the people from the other realms weren't attacked, they were still looking at Xiaohai with vigilance. Xiaohai looked at them and said, "Everyone, I've already told you that I came here to deal with the foreign realm demons. It's unwise for you to suddenly intervene. If you want to be my enemy, then I'll accompany you to the end. If you don't want to be my enemy, then please return. I won't attack you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Everyone, I've already told you that I came here to deal with the foreign realm demons." The people from the other realms looked at each other. They didn't know what to say. To be honest, they were the ones who started this matter. They couldn't say anything about the people who were killed by Zhao Hai. However, they were unwilling to let this matter go. However, they also knew that it was impossible for them to deal with Zhao Hai with their current strength. If they continued to fight, then they might be dealt with by Zhao Hai. In this case, even if they were unwilling, they had no other choice. In the end, the people from the other realms didn't say anything. They just cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and then led their people away. Cultivators were the most sensible people. When they found out that they couldn't get any benefits, they wouldn't continue to harass others. This would only make them suffer more losses. After the people from the other realms left, the people from the other realms didn't have any reason to stay. So they also turned around and left. When Zhao Hai saw this, he didn't say anything. Instead, he waved his hand and received the Zerg into the space. Then his figure flashed as he appeared on the Heaven's secret pavilion. Then he said, "Let's go to the extraterritorial devil race's camp." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile. Then they commanded the Heaven's secret pavilion to fly forward. At the same time, the speed of the Heaven's secret pavilion increased. Before, Zhao Hai didn't lie to them. When he left the beast fighting arena, he had Laura and the others set up a formation to cut off the connection between the beast fighting arena and the outside world. Because of this, the people outside wouldn't know what was going on inside the beast fighting arena. Zhao Hai and the others quickly arrived at the extraterritorial devil race's camp. The extraterritorial devil race's camp was located on a relatively good mountain in the beast fighting arena. The defensive formations that the extraterritorial devil race conquered weren't just for show. Their defensive formations were very good. Not only can they defend, they also have illusion formations. Not only can they trap people, they can also kill people. However, these things were useless to Zhao Hai. He directly drove the Heaven's secret pavilion towards the beast fighting arena and used energy cannons to destroy the defensive formations. Then he proceeded to slaughter the remaining extraterritorial devils. This time, Zhao Hai didn't have the aliens do anything. Instead, he did it himself. After slaughtering the extraterritorial devils, he asked them where their transmission formations and backup transmission formations were. Then he immediately sealed them. This way, it would be difficult for the extraterritorial devils to enter the beast fighting arena in the future. Zhao Hai sat inside the space and looked at the situation inside the Colosseum. He had already removed the barrier around the Colosseum. It was impossible for him to keep the barrier around the Colosseum, it wouldn't work. Not long after Zhao Hai removed the formation, the people in the beast arena discovered that the formation had been removed. They immediately got in touch with their planes. As for whether or not there were spies from the demon race in those planes, it was hard to say. Even if there were, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Laura was sitting beside Zhao Hai. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are we leaving?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "It's time to leave. We'll return to the war god's realm first, then to the desolate realm, and finally to the void." "Right, send a message to Tiger's Might and the others. Tell them to prepare for war." Laura nodded. Then Zhao Hai's mind moved as he activated the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, the Heaven's secret pavilion disappeared from the war god's realm's camp. After the Heaven's secret pavilion disappeared, the camp exploded. In the end, the entire Yu Mountain was blown up. When the people from the other planes heard about the situation in Yu Mountain, they immediately sent people to investigate. Upon seeing the situation, they knew that Zhao Hai was deliberately doing this. It seems like Zhao Hai wasn't going to return to the beast arena. This made the people from the other planes believe in Zhao Hai's words. They immediately had their planes conduct an investigation. Needless to say, the people from the other planes found a lot of spies from the demon race. Such a boundary was unacceptable to those arrogant realms. They immediately treated the extraterritorial devil race as their enemy. But unfortunately, those who were found to be spies committed suicide in the end. This made them helpless even if they wanted to deal with the extraterritorial devil race. In the end, the people from that realm finally thought of a way. If they wanted to deal with the extraterritorial devil race, there was only one way, and that was to find Zhao Hai. Then they had the people in the Colosseum investigate Zhao Hai's whereabouts. In the end, they found out that Zhao Hai had already left. However, they also knew that Zhao Hai was from the war god's realm. They immediately began to investigate the war god's realm. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to the war god's realm. He met with Qian Wang and the others. This time, Zhao Hai even met with the people from the competition realm. Zhao Hai told them about the extraterritorial devil race and asked if they were willing to participate in the war. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, these people were startled. However, they quickly understood. When they fought alongside Zhao Hai, they didn't suffer any losses. Everyone who participated received a lot of benefits. Now that Zhao Hai invited them to participate, the benefits they would receive after the war wouldn't be small. Upon thinking of this, these people immediately agreed to participate in the war. Looking at their appearance, Zhao Hai knew what they were thinking. Zhao Hai didn't hide anything from them and explained the dangers of the war to them. Moreover, he told them that they wouldn't be the main force this time. However, they would still receive a lot of benefits. Those who fought alongside Zhao Hai believed in Zhao Hai's words. They knew that Zhao Hai was a man of his word. Because of this, they didn't hesitate to agree. Originally, the people from the competition realm were still hesitant. But after seeing these people agree, they also agreed. When the competition realm agreed, the people from the competition realm alliance also agreed. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't think that everything would go so smoothly. These people actually agreed to fight alongside him. This was beyond his expectations. However, Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He gave each of them a transmission formation and told them that he would inform them once the operation starts. He also gave them a transmission formation and told them where to gather. Naturally, Qian Wang and the others didn't object. They took the transmission formation and left. After Qian Wang and the others left, Zhao Hai and the others drove the Heaven's secret pavilion to the deserted world. Then they went to see Mo alone. Mo was doing a good job as the patriarch. However, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would come back so quickly. Because of this, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, why did you come back so quickly? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Brother Qi, I won't hide it from you. I came back this time to tell you that I'm preparing to unite with the Void Realm and wage war against the foreign demons." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Brother Qi, I won't hide it from you." Mo stared, then he frowned and said, "So fast? We're not ready yet." Zhao Hai replied, "I just came to inform you that the war has begun. I'm afraid that it won't happen in a short period of time. This is because even if we want to go out, we still need to prepare. Moreover, the extraterritorial demons might not know that we're going to deal with them. You still have time to prepare. Also, even if we do fight, there's no need to worry. The extraterritorial demons are stronger than I imagined. I'm afraid that they have already conquered hundreds of realms. This war won't happen in a short period of time. If you want to participate, then there's still time." When Mo heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod and said, "Then I'm relieved. You can rest assured that we will participate in this battle. But in a short time, I'm afraid that we won't be able to form a large force. Give us some time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm not at ease with your words. You just need to prepare. I'll inform you when we're going to act. When the time comes, just tell me if you're ready. I'll return to the Void Realm and contact the other realms as soon as possible so that we can act together. We must eliminate the extraterritorial devil race." Mo nodded vigorously and said, "Brother Zhao, you can rest assured. The extraterritorial devil race almost caused the extinction of our desolate race. We have to avenge this great enmity. You can go and prepare. You don't have to worry about us. When it's time to dispatch troops, I won't hide anything." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. By the way, Brother Qi, I have to make it clear to you that you're not going to deal with the extraterritorial devil race for nothing. I don't want any of the good things from the extraterritorial devil race. All the realms that participated in the battle against the extraterritorial devil race will distribute those things according to the size of the offerings. This is also my way of explaining to the people of the various realms. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, GMO couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Zhao Hai in puzzlement and said, "Is what Brother Zhao said true? You really don't want those things? If that's the case, then you're really at a disadvantage." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "To be honest, those things are already useless to me. You can also see that I'm already at the Mind Void realm. As long as I have a little more time, I'll be able to ascend. What's the use of those things now? But before I ascend, I must exterminate the extraterritorial devil race. Because leaving them alive will always be a disaster." GMO nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai in puzzlement and said, "You said that the extraterritorial devil race has already conquered hundreds of realms? Why would they do that? Could it be that they want to unify this layer of realms? That's impossible. No one knows how many realms there are in this layer of realms. How could they unify them?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I still don't know their purpose, but you don't need to worry. You'll know sooner or later. But no matter what, the extraterritorial devil race must have some purpose. I must eliminate them." GMO nodded and said, "That's right. The extraterritorial devil race's methods are too excessive. If they continue like this, then all the realms in this layer will become their slaves. This absolutely can't happen." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I also think so. Now, we just need to see how many realms we can contact in the Void Realm. Even if we can't contact all of them, it's not a big deal. I can deal with them. When the time comes, I'll be the one leading the battle. Although you'll also be fighting, you won't be in the most dangerous areas. Rest assured." GMO looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly sighed, "Brother Zhao, sometimes I really don't understand why you're doing this. Don't you feel that it's hard?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm doing what I can. I don't care if it's right or wrong. I only care about those who treat me as friends." The reason why I wanted to deal with the extraterritorial devil race was very simple. They wanted to attack the true spiritual domain, and the true spiritual domain is the realm I'm in. So I must deal with the extraterritorial devil race. Later on, I discovered that the extraterritorial devil race's purpose in coming to this layer wasn't as simple as I thought. If they really have the support of the upper realm, then the people of this layer will sooner or later become the slaves of the upper realm. This is something I don't want to see." GMO nodded and said, "No matter what, you're the benefactor of my desolate race. My desolate race will always stand by your side. You can rest assured." Zhao Hai patted Chimo's shoulder and said, "All right, I'm relieved with your words. I have to leave now and go back to the Void Realm to prepare. You don't have to be too anxious. I'm leaving." After saying that, Zhao Hai's figure flashed and disappeared in front of GMO. The next moment, GMO also disappeared. The Heaven's Secret sect had already left the desolate world. GMO couldn't help but sigh. "Brother Mo, why are you sighing? Are you feeling troubled? Didn't Mr. Zhao Hai say that he will not let us be the main force this time?" Yufei's voice came from behind GMO. GMO shook his head and said, "I'm not talking about that. Mr. Zhao Hai has been running around everywhere for this level of the world. For a person like him, who is about to ascend, to be able to do that, it's really not easy. If it were anyone else who saw the opportunity to ascend, they would definitely enter reclusive cultivation wholeheartedly, waiting for their ascension. After they ascend, they wouldn't care what happens to this level of the world. But for someone like Mr. Zhao Hai, such a person is really rare in the world." Yufei said with a smile, "It's not that he's rare in the world, he's the only one. Heh, Brother Mo, let's make some preparations. The two sides of this battle will be based on the level of the world. Our desolate world can't lose face this time. We have to make a name for ourselves in front of those people and let them know that our desolate race is not incompetent." GMO nodded and said, "That's right. Our desolate race is not incompetent. Let's go and make the arrangements." Yufei nodded and the two of them turned and left to make arrangements for the desolate race's preparations. And at this moment, Zhao Hai had already returned to the Void Realm. The Heaven Secrets Tower appeared directly beside the Ba Huang ship. When the Heaven Secrets Tower appeared, the entire underworld went into an uproar. Zhao Hai was the underworld's underworld lord. Although he wasn't very qualified to be the underworld's underworld lord, a underworld lord was still a underworld lord. The underworld's territory was conquered by Zhao Hai and he was the backbone of the underworld. Zhao Hai had gone out this time to deal with the war god world. Everyone in the Void Realm knew about this battle. Now that Zhao Hai had returned, they naturally wanted to know the outcome. However, the people of the underworld had confidence in Zhao Hai. They believed that their underworld lord would definitely emerge victorious. As soon as Zhao Hai returned, he immediately announced publicly that the war god world had been destroyed. Then, he called White Tiger's Might, Elder Tang, and the others to the conference room for a meeting. And this news spread throughout the Void Realm at the fastest speed. In fact, many people in the Void Realm already knew about this news. For example, the upper echelons of the various large family clans, as well as some people from various domains who had a good relationship with Zhao Hai, also knew about this news. However, the ordinary people didn't know about this news. Now, they finally knew about it. In an instant, the entire Void Realm was boiling. One must know that this was the War God world. The reason why the Ark of Misfortune was called the Ark of Misfortune was because it always brought misfortune to the Void Realm. Every time the Ark of Misfortune appeared, no one in the Void Realm could stop it. Countless sects were destroyed. Even the 5 great families were in danger. But they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would actually destroy the War God world. This news was too shocking for ordinary people. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to care about them. Instead, he sat in the conference room and looked at everyone. Everyone should know that I came back this time to deal with the extraterritorial devil race. The extraterritorial devil race's influence is too great. I'm afraid that if we continue to wait, their influence will grow even greater. If that happens, we won't be able to control them in the future. Bai Hui nodded and said, after receiving Big Brother's letter, we've already started preparing. To be honest, the extraterritorial devil race's strength is beyond our expectations. Big Brother, Underworld is now ready. Also, the life and death arena is ready. We've also notified the 5 great families, and they've already started preparing. In addition, we've also notified some of the realms close to us. We've also monitored the extraterritorial devil race, so Big Brother can rest assured. Big Brother, you can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, of course I'm relieved that you're doing this. But this time, we must contact more realms to deal with the extraterritorial devil race. We must let them know how powerful the extraterritorial devil race is. Bai Hui and the others nodded. They didn't object to Zhao Hai's approach. What they were doing this time was related to all realms. There was no reason for them to do this while the benefits would fall into the hands of the other realms. At the very least, they needed to know that the demons were a threat to them. Zhao Hai and the others nodded. They didn't object to Zhao Hai's decision. Zhao Hai turned to Elder Tang and said, Elder Tang, how are your preparations going? Elder Tang replied, you can rest assured about the life and death battle. Everything is under control. However, Little Hai, there's one thing that needs someone to deal with. It's Lu Yang. When we chose him as the successor of the life and death battle, we didn't relax our monitoring of him. This was because we were still worried about handing over our life's work to him. Although there's nothing wrong with his actions, we were still worried. Recently, we discovered that Lu Yang isn't very honest. Moreover, we discovered that he seems to be in contact with the extraterritorial devil race. When Zhao Hai heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but stare. Then his face sank as he said, what kind of contact is that? Did he only contact them after arriving in the Void Realm? Or was he already in contact with the extraterritorial devil race? Elder Tang replied, it seems like their relationship is very deep. This kind of contact is usually only done when he's alone. If you didn't leave a monitoring system in the life and death battle, we wouldn't have discovered this. When Zhao Hai heard Elder Tang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, leave this matter to me. I'll definitely come up with evidence. As long as the life and death battle is still under your control, it's fine. Also, tell the people in the life and death battle to pay attention. If Lu Yang really wants to deal with the life and death battle, he might use poison. Tell everyone to be careful. When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, you can rest assured about this. On the surface, the people in the life and death arena are still obedient to him. Because of this, he wouldn't be suspicious for a while. You don't need to worry about it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. You don't have to worry about him, just leave it to me. Right, you'd better withdraw your surveillance of the extraterritorial devil race. Don't let anything happen to the extraterritorial devil race. Otherwise, it will alert the enemy. Just leave it to me. White Tiger's Might and the others nodded. They also knew about Zhao Hai's abilities. If Zhao Hai said that he could monitor the extraterrestrial devils, then he could definitely do it. Naturally, they wouldn't interfere. This was a habit they had developed over the years. They had absolute trust in Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Tiger's Might and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, since I'm back, I naturally have to invite the 5 great clans. Tiger's Might, help me send an invitation to the 5 great clans. I want to see how their preparations are going. White Tiger's Might nodded and said, all right. Rest assured, big brother, I'll immediately go prepare. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, inform the 6 Realms Alliance as well. Have their people meet me. I want to see how their preparations are going. White Tiger's Might and the others nodded. Zhao Hai then said, send an order today. I'll be at the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. I'll be inviting all the higher-ups of the underworld to a meal. All hall masters and above must come. Even captains and above must be present. Go and prepare. White Tiger's Might happily said, all right. Rest assured, big brother. We haven't had a gathering for a long time. Those people want to see big brother. They'll certainly be happy to hear this news. Zhao Hai looked at White Tiger's Might and the others, then he couldn't help but smile faintly. Then he said, to be honest, when we founded the 4 Righteous Gang, I didn't think that we would reach this point today. Many of you here are elders of the 4 Righteous Gang. Some of you even joined us not long after the gang was established. For Underworld to reach this point today, it's all thanks to you. I won't say any more words of thanks. You just need to remember that you'll always be this Zhao Hai's most trusted subordinates. You'll always be my most capable subordinates. I know what you've done for the 4 Righteous Gang and Underworld. Some of you have delayed your cultivation because of the matters in the Underworld. Rest assured, I, Zhao Hai, will certainly help you make up for your cultivation. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone in the conference room stood up. Then they cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, Mansion Lord is too serious. We don't dare to accept such praise. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, all right, there's no need to be so polite between us. You don't need to be so polite. Go and prepare. We must have a good drink tonight. Right, prepare enough wine. I know that you guys can drink a lot. Everyone chuckled. Then they cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before they turned around and left. After seeing them leave, Elder Tang turned his head to Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, Kid, you're really amazing. You haven't returned to the underworld for a long time, but you're still firmly in control of it. It's rare. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you're really amazing. You haven't returned to the underworld for a long time, but you're still firmly in control. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, they don't dare to rebel because they know my methods. Moreover, there's nothing bad about being in my hands. Nobody would dare to make a move against Underworld. Only Underworld can bully others. Who would dare to bully Underworld? If Underworld becomes stronger, then they would naturally get more benefits. They have a sword hanging over their head while they have money to spend. Why would they betray me? Wouldn't that be too unrealistic? Elder Tang shook his head, then he stood up and said, all right, I won't bother with you. Right, you should pay attention to Liu Yang's matter. Deal with that kid as soon as possible. After that, we'll move the life and death arena to Underworld. I don't think those guys would dare to say anything. Zhao Hai smiled and said, if we merge, then I'm afraid that those guys would really hate me. But it doesn't matter, I don't care if they hate me. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, Kid, you won't. I know you too well. The income from the life and death arena is nothing in your eyes. You won't let those people hate you. You still want to give them benefits. You're only responsible for managing the life and death arena, right? Zhao Hai smiled but didn't say anything. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, Old Tang knew that he had guessed correctly. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Other people are envious of the life and death arena, but you didn't even look at it when you were poor. Now that we've ascended, we can leave the life and death arena in the hands of the underworld. With the strength of the underworld, even if you ascend in the future, nobody would dare to have any ideas about the life and death arena." Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. Old Tang looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "Everyone is envious of the life and death arena." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You can rest assured that the life and death arena will continue to operate. Even if we deal with the extraterritorial devil race this time, wouldn't the void realm continue to live as usual? There's no need to think too much about it." When Elder Tang and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but chuckle. They knew that Zhao Hai was right. After so many years, the void realm had seen the rise and fall of the great clans. How many great clans had disappeared? The only thing that remained unchanged was the void realm. The only thing that changed was the people. Compared to the void realm, people were too small. Elder Tang and the others couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it. After chatting with Elder Tang and the others for a few more days, he got up and left. This time, he returned to the Heaven's secret pavilion and then entered the space. Upon entering the space, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Housekeeper, take out all the records of Liu Yang's surveillance. See what those fellows have done. See if he's really a member of the extraterritorial devil race." The housekeeper complied. Before long, the space's villa showed Liu Yang's actions. Naturally, the housekeeper couldn't let Zhao Hai see all of Liu Yang's actions. Therefore, he only edited some of the scenes of Liu Yang and the extraterritorial devil race for Zhao Hai to see. There were too many people that the space needed to monitor every day. Because of this, the space began to monitor those who posed a great threat to Zhao Hai. It would also remind Zhao Hai. Other people wouldn't be reminded, but all of them were saved. Liu Yang belonged to the latter. Because of this, the housekeeper was able to easily retrieve the surveillance footage of Liu Yang. Zhao Hai looked at the image of Liu Yang secretly worshipping the demon god. There was no need to look at anything else. Just by looking at this image, Zhao Hai knew that Liu Yang was definitely a member of the extraterritorial devil race. It wasn't because of greed that he got in touch with the extraterritorial devils. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and muttered, "I didn't think that those extraterritorial devils would actually extend their hands to the life and death arena. Housekeeper, find out all the people that the space is monitoring and find out who are related to the extraterritorial devil race." The housekeeper nodded and then immediately organized the information. Then he took out all the people that were related to the extraterritorial devil race. Upon seeing the information, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that there would be so many people. Moreover, it wasn't just the life and death arena, there were also a lot of extraterritorial devils in the underworld. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai's expression was gloomy as he looked at the screen. At this time, Laura and the others came over. Laura and the others also knew what Zhao Hai was doing. Now that they saw Zhao Hai's expression, Laura couldn't help but say, "Brother Hai, don't take it to heart. The extraterritorial devils can brainwash so many people, they must have their own methods. Perhaps some of these people weren't willing. Don't be angry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he snorted and said, "It's fine, I'm not angry. You can rest assured. Housekeeper, can you find out who were forced to become extraterritorial devils and who were willing?" The housekeeper replied, "Yes, please wait for a moment." Then the screen changed and divided into two parts. Half were forced while the other half were willing. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. The screen showed that only a small number of people were forced to become extraterritorial devils. Most of them were willing to become extraterritorial devils. However, what comforted Zhao Hai was the fact that almost all of the extraterritorial devils in the underworld were forced to become extraterritorial devils. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he said, "Monitor these people carefully. When we go to war with the extraterritorial devils, kill all those who are willing to become extraterritorial devils' lackeys." The underworld's underworld lord, Zhao Hai, returned victorious and wanted to hold a big banquet. This news seemed to have grown wings as it spread throughout the void realm. In the Void Realm, as long as it was a big force, none of them dared to neglect it. All of them sent people to congratulate Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was very famous in the Void Realm. He single-handedly took down the underworld, conquered the Six Realms Alliance, and then destroyed the War God's realm. Such strength and ability really made people raise their eyebrows. Coupled with the underworld's current strength, to be honest, the people in the Void Realm were more afraid of the underworld than the 5 great clans. The 5 great clans had been in the Void Realm for so many years, so the people in the Void Realm already had an idea of their style of doing things. Only Zhao Hai's rise was too fast. Moreover, he was famous for being a murderous person. Moreover, the number of clans that he destroyed wasn't just 1 or 2. Nobody was willing to offend such a person. Zhao Hai already knew that these people would come to his banquet. The banquet this time was fake. He really wanted to lure Lu Yang and the others over. Once the banquet was held and Lu Yang and the others were invited, nobody would be suspicious. When the time comes, he would be able to deal with Lu Yang. On the night of Zhao Hai's return, the banquet inside the underworld began. All the higher-ups of the underworld came to participate. These people were all old members of the underworld. They all knew Zhao Hai and admired Zhao Hai very much. Therefore, they were very excited to be able to participate in this banquet. Zhao Hai was also very happy. These people were actually under his surveillance. What made Zhao Hai satisfied was that although some of these people sided with the extraterritorial demons, they didn't do so voluntarily. Instead, they were forcibly brainwashed by a spell. Zhao Hai could still forgive them for this. Zhao Hai was ready to remove the spell and see how they would react. However, Zhao Hai still believed that these people were loyal to him. He never doubted this. The banquet went very smoothly. After all, this was an internal banquet of the underworld. It was impossible for anything to happen. Zhao Hai also took this opportunity to have a good chat with the people of the underworld. After this banquet, it was time to prepare for the banquet that would invite all the people of the Void Realm to attend. This banquet was very important as it was an opportunity for the underworld to show its face. If anything went wrong, the entire underworld would lose face. Before the banquet started, the people of the 5 great clans had already arrived at the underworld. The people that the 5 great clans sent this time were all Zhao Hai's old acquaintances, Shang Wanfeng and the others. These people were also Zhao Hai's old acquaintances, making it easier for them to talk. After Zhao Hai invited Shang Wanfeng and the others to sit down in his room, he looked at them and smiled faintly. "I didn't expect you to come this time." "Haha, this is also good. We're all acquaintances, so we can talk about it." Shang Wanfeng nodded. Moron Lin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, how's little Qian? Is he all right?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Good, very good. He's now one of the captains of my iron-armored battle team. When you go out, you'll be able to see him. I've given him some time off." Moron Lin nodded, then he sighed and said, "It's good that he's with you. He's had a hard time all these years." "Sigh, let's not talk about this. This time, we came here because our family wanted us to ask you, is the extraterrestrial devil race really that powerful?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "They're stronger than what I told you. I suspect that they've already controlled more than 1,000 planes. You can imagine what kind of concept this is." Zhao Hai looked at the ugly expressions of the group and said, "After they take control of those realms, they would forcibly brainwash the people in those realms. Those people would then become their loyal slaves. What they are doing isn't called conquest, it should be called extermination." Zhao Hai looked at the ugly expressions of the group and said, "Then they would forcibly brainwash the people in those realms." Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "Moreover, they won't be satisfied. The reason why they haven't done anything to the Void Realm yet is because the Void Realm is connected to countless planes. They don't have the ability to deal with the alliance of those planes. But once they do, they will certainly make a move." At this point, Zhao Hai paused, then he looked at the group and said, "The extraterritorial demons must be eliminated. Otherwise, they would slowly erode this layer. Although I don't know why they want to do this, one thing is certain. As long as they have the strength, they wouldn't let you off." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the group and said, "The extraterritorial demons must be eliminated." Shang Wanfeng and the others frowned. To be honest, they were also aware of Zhao Hai's words. They were also cultivators. They also understood how ambitious cultivators would become once they had strength. The extraterritorial devils were cultivators just like them. Although they weren't of the same race, they all had the same idea. It would be abnormal if they didn't expand after having strength. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and said, "Actually, I don't need to care about this matter. You can see that I'm now in the void-piercing realm. Moreover, I've already learned the power of laws. It can be said that in a few years, I can ascend. No matter what happens in this realm, it has nothing to do with me. However, I don't want to see the underworld that I created to be destroyed by the demons in the future. Therefore, I need to deal with the demons first." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Actually, I don't care about this matter." Shang Guanfeng nodded and said, "You're right. No matter what the reason is, we must deal with the extraterritorial devils first. Get ready. Our 5 clans will fully cooperate." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I've been waiting for these words. Please rest assured. If I really want to deal with the extraterritorial devils, then I'll certainly inform you." Shang Guanfeng and the others nodded. Then Shang Guanfeng smiled and said, "Even though we know that the extraterritorial devils have such a huge influence, we still agreed to work with you to deal with the extraterritorial devils. Do you know the main reason?" Zhao Hai looked at Shang Guanfeng with a puzzled expression and said, "What?" Shang Guanfeng smiled faintly and said, "You. Because of you, Zhao Hai. Since your debut, you've never suffered a loss. Hee. This is the reason why our clans agreed to send troops." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that this would be the reason. He looked at Shang Guanfeng and said, "Senior Shangguan, are you joking? Just because of your trust in me, you dare to send troops with me? What if you lose?" Shang Guanfeng smiled faintly and said, "If we lose, we'll talk about it. If we lose, we'll talk about it. Didn't you say that if we don't eliminate the extraterritorial devils, then we'll be finished sooner or later? So why not go all out?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Should I say that I feel your trust, or should I say that I feel pressure?" Shang Guanfeng replied, "Rest assured, you don't need to worry. Since we've decided to follow you, then we'll certainly cooperate with you. We believe in you, so there's no need to worry." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to worry. This time, I have at least 60% confidence in dealing with the extraterritorial devils. Moreover, you don't need to be the main attacker, just leave it to me. So there's no need for you to worry." "Alright, I'm relieved to hear your words. Seniors, please take a rest." Shang Guanfeng and the others didn't say anything else, they stood up and bid their farewells to Zhao Hai. After sending off Shang Guanfeng and the others, someone immediately came to report that Lu Yang had arrived and was asking for an audience. When Zhao Hai heard this, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he immediately said, "Invite him in." Before long, Lu Yang came in. He still had a smile on his face. His handsome face was truly worthy of the title, Jade-Faced Scholar. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yang and smiled faintly. "Lu Yang, you're here. Take a seat. How have you been? The life and death arena isn't easy to manage." Lu Yang smiled and said, "Not bad. With Brother Zhao, Elder Tang, and the others laying down the foundation, the life and death arena isn't difficult to manage. Everything is going well. I heard that you had a great victory, so I came to join in the fun." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yang, then he smiled faintly and said, "Alright, I welcome you. Come, follow me to a place. I have something I want to talk to you about alone." When Lu Yang heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but be vigilant. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, where are we going?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "A special place. Nobody can hear us there." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as a white light hit Lu Yang's body. Lu Yang wanted to dodge, but the white light was too fast. He simply didn't have time to dodge as the white light hit his body. However, Lu Yang discovered that he wasn't injured. Instead, he was fixed in place, unable to move. This made Lu Yang startled. He looked at Zhao Hai and wanted to speak. However, he couldn't even move his eyelids, let alone his mouth. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yang's appearance, then he coldly smiled and said, "You don't want to follow, but that's not up to you. Then he waved his hand and sent Lu Yang to the space. Upon entering the space, Zhao Hai immediately removed the law that locked Lu Yang's body. Lu Yang felt that he could move. However, he didn't make a move against Zhao Hai. This was because he knew that he wasn't Zhao Hai's opponent. Lu Yang looked around, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, I don't understand what you're doing." "Did I, Lu Yang, offend you?" Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yang and smiled faintly. "Lu Yang, you know, I really admire you. You were able to hide from Elder Tang and the others for a long time. You almost took control of the life and death arena. This isn't something that ordinary people can do. You're really amazing. You don't understand how much importance Elder Tang and the others place on the life and death arena. This is their life's work. Even if they hand the life and death arena to you, they would still send people to watch over you. This is because they don't want the life and death arena to be destroyed in your hands." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a projection appeared in front of him. On this projection was a cultivator standing in a secret room. The cultivator was currently kowtowing to a statue. This statue was of a demon god. When Lu Yang saw this situation, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You guys have been monitoring me all this time? You guys didn't trust me at all?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Lu Yang, do you know that you're really something? You can still make false accusations at a time like this. You're really strong. But all of this is useless. I really didn't expect that you're actually from the extraterritorial devil race." Lu Yang looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "So what if I'm from the extraterritorial devil race? Can't I be from the extraterritorial devil race? Does the extraterritorial devil race have any enmity with you? Is there anything wrong with me being from the extraterritorial devil race?" Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yang and smiled faintly. "Being from the extraterritorial devil race is a mistake. Lu Yang, you don't have to pretend anymore. Do you dare to say that you didn't enter the life and death arena to control it and turn it into a tool for the extraterritorial devil race? You don't have to pretend anymore. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have enmity with the extraterritorial devil race, a great enmity. Moreover, I'm about to start a war with the extraterritorial devil race. I will definitely annihilate them." Lu Yang stared blankly for a moment before he burst into laughter. He looked at Zhao Hai as though he was looking at the funniest joke in the world. He laughed and said, "You want to defeat the extraterritorial devil race? Do you know how strong the extraterritorial devil race is? Do you know how many realms they control right now? You don't understand them, yet you dare to start a war with them? Ha ha ha, I think you're crazy." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yang and said in a deep voice, "The extraterritorial devil race controls at least 1,000 realms, right? I've also experienced their strength. To be honest, they didn't disappoint. They're really strong." Lu Yang stared blankly at Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai finished speaking, Lu Yang's expression completely changed. He looked at Zhao Hai in horror and said, "How do you know this?" "Impossible, it's impossible for you to know this. No, if you really fought with the extraterritorial devil race, they would have already known about you. It's impossible for you to sit here and talk with me. They would have already sent troops to retaliate against you. Are you lying? Are you trying to trick me?" Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yang and shook his head. "I lied to you? Is there a need to?" Lu Yang's right steet. "You're about to die, yet I'm talking to you. Don't you think it's strange?" Lu Yang looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly smiled and said, "I don't know where you fought with the extraterritorial devil race. I also don't know why you weren't discovered by the extraterritorial devil race. However, Zhao Hai, I know why you're talking so much nonsense to me. It's because you don't dare to kill me. I'm from the extraterritorial devil race and they have my soul tablet. If I'm killed, they would know." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yang and smiled, "You're still underestimating me. Lu Yang, you should know that you've been underestimating me. You don't know how strong I am, but you've underestimated me. I brought you here because I want to kill you. If you die here, then the foreign demons wouldn't know. I'm telling you this because I want to see your reaction before you die. Actually, as long as you're here, then the foreign demons would be able to remove the spell. But you're obviously not, you really want to join the foreign demons. The reason I'm telling you this is to determine whether you want to join the foreign demons, or if you were forced by the foreign demons. Since you're not forced, then I won't have any psychological burden when I kill you. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yang's expression and smiled. You're really underestimating me. Lu Yang, do you know that you've always underestimated me? You don't know how strong I am, but you've underestimated me. Lu Yang's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, You're lying to me? You can't lie to me. You don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, the extraterritorial devil race will definitely find out. At that time, you'll be finished. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Since the day I decided to deal with the extraterritorial devil race, I've never thought of defeating them through schemes. The extraterritorial devil race's strength is obvious. Any schemes are useless in front of that kind of strength. Only by defeating them head-on can we truly defeat them. Lu Yang stared, then his expression couldn't help but change. He was very clear that Zhao Hai was telling the truth. If Zhao Hai really wanted to deal with the extraterritorial devil race through schemes, then Lu Yang would certainly be defeated. With the extraterritorial devil race's strength, anyone who wanted to use schemes against them wouldn't be able to succeed. At the same time, if Zhao Hai really wanted to use schemes to deal with the extraterritorial devil race, then Lu Yang would still have a chance to live. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yang, then he smiled faintly and said, Do you understand now? Then you can die and be a ghost that understands everything. Right, I forgot to tell you. After I kill you, I'll resurrect you. This way, even if you leave a soul tablet with the extraterritorial devil race, they won't be able to react. Lu Yang looked at Zhao Hai with a frightened expression, then he excitedly said, No, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can work for you. I can help you steal information about the extraterritorial devil race. This should be very useful to you. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yang's appearance, then he suddenly smiled and said, It seems like there are benefits to talking nonsense. What you left in the extraterritorial devil race isn't a soul tablet. If I'm not wrong, the extraterritorial devil race should have left something on you. If they kill you, then that thing will disappear, and the extraterritorial devil race will immediately know that you're dead. Am I right? Lu Yang's face turned pale. He looked at Zhao Hai in horror. He didn't know how Zhao Hai knew about this matter. One must know that letting outsiders leave a soul tablet in their own sect was a common practice in the cultivation world, except for the extraterritorial devil race. Nobody knew about this, so how did Zhao Hai know about it? Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yang's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, Are you wondering why I know about this matter? Actually, I can see from your expression that you were frightened. However, there was also a trace of ruthlessness and pleasure in your eyes. This proves that you would rather be killed than drag me down with you. Hee hee. Lu Yang, you really are a loyal dog of the extraterritorial devil race. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing Lu Yang to stand there. Then Zhao Hai said, Housekeeper, find out what's wrong with his body, especially his soul. The housekeeper nodded. One must know that Zhao Hai now had the law of the soul. Anything that Zhao Hai knew, he could use. This was the ability of the space after its upgrade. Lu Yang looked at Zhao Hai in horror. His eyes were full of despair. He didn't think that his biggest secret would be discovered by Zhao Hai. This was beyond his expectations. At the same time, he was also startled. When Zhao Hai called for the housekeeper, a voice answered him. However, Lu Yang didn't see anyone. How could he not be startled? But then Lu Yang discovered that he couldn't move. Then he felt a force sweeping through his body. Then he felt the magic seed in his soul being pulled out of his body. Lu Yang was shocked. Then, he saw a transparent sphere appear in front of him. Inside the sphere, there was a black snake-like thing that kept twisting. The thing had a row of thin legs and snake-like scales on its body. It looked very terrifying. Zhao Hai looked at the thing and said, Housekeeper, decompose it and see if you can make an antidote. At the same time, see if you can make something similar to this thing. The housekeeper responded. Then, the transparent sphere disappeared along with the magic seed inside. Zhao Hai looked at the startled Lu Yang and smiled faintly. You don't need to be startled. You'll be free soon. Really? Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as a trace of blood appeared on Lu Yang's neck. Then the light in Lu Yang's eyes disappeared. But then the light in Lu Yang's eyes lit up again. Then Lu Yang bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, young master, for freeing me." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, there's no need to be polite with me." "Right, what is this person's status in the demon race? How many secrets do you know?" Lu Yang shook his head and said, "Young master, the situation in the extraterritorial devil race is very strange. Their infighting is also very fierce. Every generation of extraterritorial devil race patriarch has to go through a bloodbath. The current patriarch of the extraterritorial devil race is very powerful and far-sighted. He never lets others know how much power he has. He borrows the power of the human race who are loyal to the extraterritorial devil race to balance the power of the extraterritorial devil race. At the same time, he also borrows the power of the extraterritorial devil race to suppress the power of the extraterritorial devil race. Most importantly, he doesn't let others know how many realms he controls. He can order the human race under his control to attack a realm individually. After conquering that realm, he will immediately brainwash the people in that realm individually and turn them into his most loyal subordinates. He can also order the extraterritorial devil race loyal to him to do the same. Therefore, no one knows how many realms he controls. My status in the extraterritorial devil race is actually not very high. My family is a relatively large family of the human race, but my family has always been doing intelligence work and is responsible for the situation in the void realm. We can't get access to other things. But now, the extraterritorial devil race has announced to the public that they have conquered more than 1,300 realms. No one knows how many more are hidden. But I guess that they have conquered at least 2,000 realms, or even more. They can dispatch at least 100 million soldiers from each of these 2,000 realms, so please be careful, young master. Zhao Hai closed his eyes and listened to Lu Yang's words. He discovered that the strength of the extraterritorial demons was far beyond his imagination. However, he didn't care too much about it. He had Zerg, Kai, the undead, the space's beasts, as well as the realms that would help him deal with the extraterritorial demons. His forces wouldn't be small. Moreover, the more he fights, the more his forces would increase. This was Zhao Hai's confidence. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he said, "All right, I understand. Lu Yang, do you have any other wishes? You're now my subordinate. If there's anything you want to do, you can tell me." Lu Yang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, if possible, can you turn my family into undead as well? I want to unite them. In fact, they're very pitiful. The Lu family has been with the extraterritorial demons for generations. They already consider themselves as part of the extraterritorial demons. However, the extraterritorial demons have never truly trusted humans. Young master, if you can turn them into undead, then that would be the best." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yang and smiled faintly. "All right, I'll remember that. Rest assured, I'll turn the Lu family into undead as well. In fact, I'm preparing to turn some of the extraterritorial demons and humans into undead. You can rest assured." Lu Yang bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, young master." Just as Lu Yang's voice fell, the housekeeper's voice was heard, "Young master, the antidote for the demon seed has been made. The method to make it has also been analyzed. We can cooperate with Zerg. Should we tell Madame Julie about it?" Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, "All right, tell Madame Julie about it." "Right, let me know as well. Also, tell Lu Yang about us. Let him learn the rules. Go." The housekeeper's voice was heard, "Yes, young master." Then a white light covered Zhao Hai's body. Then the method of using the demon seed was transmitted to Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai paid attention to the method of using the demon seed. He couldn't help but stare. The method of using the demon seed made Zhao Hai think of something. It was the use of voodoo. The demon race's demon seed was similar to voodoo. They would place a poisonous insect in the body of the person who planted the demon seed. This poisonous insect would suck the person's blood essence and slowly grow. Naturally, the most important thing was that it would fuse with the person's soul. However, it wouldn't suck the person's soul. On the contrary, it would be very helpful for the person's cultivation. Once the person was attacked and died, the demon seed would also die. Naturally, if the person wanted to draw the demon seed out of the body, then the demon seed would immediately devour the person's soul, causing the person to die on the spot. The extraterritorial demons had a method to control these demon seeds. If the extraterritorial demons found out that someone was betraying them, then they would control the demon seed and have it wander around the person's body. At the same time, it would eat the person's blood essence, internal organs, and everything else. Finally, it would eat the person's soul, causing the person to die in pain. To be honest, after seeing this method, Zhao Hai felt a chill run down his spine. Then he said, "Housekeeper, pass this method to Madame Kai-er as well. Madame Kai-er can also use this method." The housekeeper nodded and then turned silent. Before long, Lu Yang appeared. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I'm done here. Do you have any other orders? Do you want to put the demon seed in my body?" Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "No need, let's go out." Zhao Hai led Lu Yang out of the space. Lu Yang was worried about the demonic seeds, but Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. The demonic seeds were killed inside the space. In fact, they weren't killed, the space can revive them at any time. Therefore, it was impossible for the extraterritorial demons to find out that the demonic seeds were killed. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. After Zhao Hai and Lu Yang came out of the space, they immediately invited Elder Tang and the others. When Elder Tang and the others arrived at Zhao Hai's room, they saw Lu Yang standing on the side. Elder Tang couldn't help but stare, then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Tang and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "Elder Tang, there's no need to worry. The original Lu Yang is already dead. The current Lu Yang is one of my people." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Elder Tang and the others stared. Then they understood what Zhao Hai meant. They had seen Zhao Hai's undead before. Now, they knew that Lu Yang had turned into an undead. Elder Tang turned to Zhao Hai and said, "What do you plan to do? Have him return to the life and death arena?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course, isn't it good to have him return? We'll let the extraterritorial demons think that he's still in control of the life and death arena. We can even use him to understand the situation of the extraterritorial demons. Before we're ready, I don't want the extraterritorial demons to know about us. Naturally, we also need to be prepared. After all, I've already fought with the extraterritorial demons twice. Who knows where they heard about me? If they come to find trouble with me, then the war would start ahead of time." Elder Tang nodded and said, "All right, it's fine as long as you know what you're doing. Did you call us here to tell us about this matter?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Besides this, there's another matter. After some time, I'll be returning to the true spirit realm. I came from the true spirit realm in order to deal with the foreign demons. To put it bluntly, the foreign demons are like a sword hanging over the true spirit realm's head. It's time to remove this sword. If the true spirit realm doesn't participate, then it wouldn't be right. Therefore, I'll be returning to the true spirit realm and have them send troops to participate in the war." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I'll be returning to the true spirit realm." Elder Tang nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, "For a person like you to appear in the true spirit realm is very fortunate. I dare say that if you didn't appear, then the true spirit realm would be in big trouble in the future." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Elder Tang and sighed. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Everything has its own fate. This is something that nobody can change. I was born in the true spirit realm, so naturally I have to contribute my strength to the realm. Elder Tang, you should take a rest first. If a fight breaks out, you will have to participate. Right, you need to increase your comprehension of the laws. Otherwise, you might suffer a loss. There are too many experts who have comprehended the laws of the outside world." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Elder Tang, you should take a rest first." When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Are there really a lot of them?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "There are too many. If you don't have a few people who can use the power of laws, then you wouldn't be able to talk to people. I don't know if the extraterritorial demons can use the power of laws, the ones I fought didn't. However, they can use something else, the light of destruction. In other words, they don't even need to cultivate it. As long as they reach a certain age, they would be able to use it. The power of the light of destruction isn't any less than the power of laws. And this time, the enemies we're facing are them. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, yes. When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, but even if we can use the power of laws, there's still a limit to the number of times we can use it. They should be able to use the light of destruction more than us, right? Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's for sure. However, you don't need to worry about this matter. It's impossible for their army to be composed entirely of extraterritorial demons. I'll deal with the extraterritorial demons. Elder Tang looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, are you sure? This matter isn't small. If you're not sure, then you should be careful. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, there won't be any problems. When Elder Tang heard Zhao Hai, he could only nod. He was very clear about Zhao Hai's character. Zhao Hai never did things that he wasn't sure about. If he wasn't sure about this matter, then he wouldn't have said it. After sending off Elder Tang, Zhao Hai returned to the space. After entering the space, Zhao Hai immediately looked at the steward and said, Steward, how are the people in the underworld who were forced to become extraterritorial demons? The steward immediately replied, Young master can rest assured, they've already removed the spell. There shouldn't be any problems. Young master, I just discovered that the spell is related to the demon seed. I have some supplementary information on the demon seed. Young master, do you want to take a look? Zhao Hai replied, Of course I want to take a look. Alright, let me take a look. The steward nodded before a white light covered Zhao Hai's body. Before long, it was completed. Zhao Hai looked at the information in his head and saw that it was indeed more complete. It turns out that the demon seed wasn't only used to monitor people, it could also release a spell that would make people unconsciously like extraterritorial demons. They would also think that extraterritorial demons were gods in their hearts. After looking at the information, Zhao Hai immediately entered the villa. He saw a computer in front of Laura and the others. What was displayed on the computer was very strange, it was actually a robot. Naturally, there was nothing strange about the robot. What was strange was the shape of the robot. No matter how Zhao looked at it, it looked like a magic seed. This made him very puzzled. Finally, Zhao looked at the scale of the robot and couldn't help but be surprised. From the scale, Zhao could see that the robot was very small. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, Laura, why did you make such a small robot? Laura looked at Zhao Hai and then said, This kind of robot is made from small nanomachines. Haven't you seen movies before? Have you seen Transformers? Do you remember the robots in those movies? They can explode on their own and then form a new robot. This kind of robot is one of our ideas. After this kind of robot is made, it has no other purpose other than manufacturing and repairing. When it's not fighting, it can make robots similar to itself. When it's fighting, it can be used as a mechanic for large mecha. What do you think? Zhao Hai stared, he pulled Laura and said, There's no need to make it like this. Don't you think that this thing looks scary? Laura looked at Zhao, puzzled. What's there to be afraid of? These things can't hurt us right now. Besides, the undead in the space are just like zombies and skeletons. We're not afraid of them even if they walk in front of us every day, so why would we be afraid of these things? Zhao nodded. Zhao Hai patted his head, sometimes he forgot that Laura and the others were battle-hardened warriors. He didn't expect them to ask such an idiotic question. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he said, But there's no need to make it like this, right? There are so many feet, wouldn't it be troublesome to make it? Laura smiled faintly and said, This kind of robot can be called an all-terrain robot. Do you see how many feet it has? When necessary, it can turn into wings. Moreover, as long as it curls up its body, it can turn into a sphere. Hee, all-terrain robot. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod and said, I know. You're really good at thinking about it. Right, why don't you have the universal machine make these small robots instead of making them themselves? Laura smiled and said, The universal machine still needs to make mechas, it doesn't have the time to make these small robots. Zhao Hai nodded, he didn't care about Laura and the others anymore. In any case, they can do whatever they want, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai looked at the time and saw that the banquet was about to start. Zhao Hai went out of his room. This time, in addition to dealing with Liu Yang, he also wanted to inform the 5 great clans about the coordinates of the war god's realm. He wanted them to have a look at the war god's realm and trade with the sects there. This was the main purpose of the banquet. The banquet was held as scheduled. Tiger's Might and the others personally went to the entrance of the 8 desolate ship to welcome the guests. All the guests were welcomed into the ship. When everyone arrived, Zhao Hai came out. When these people saw Zhao Hai, they naturally began to pour out good words. But Zhao Hai also knew that he didn't know how many of these people were sincere. He was too lazy to pay attention to these people. After a while, he went to sit in the main seat, where Shang Wanfeng and the others were sitting. The banquet was very successful. Nobody dared to make things difficult for Zhao Hai. This was because everyone knew that if they dared to make things difficult for Zhao Hai, then they wouldn't be able to leave the ship. Zhao Hai wasn't like the other great clans. For the sake of face, they might let you go, but Zhao Hai wouldn't. If he wanted to destroy you, then he wouldn't care where you were. After the banquet, Zhao Hai invited Shang Wanfeng and the others to his room. Then Zhao Hai gave them the coordinates of the war god's realm. He also told them to follow the rules of the war god's realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be polite. The 5 great clans didn't think that Zhao Hai would turn the war god's realm into a place for free trade. In their minds, Zhao Hai had conquered the place with his own strength, so the war god's realm was Zhao Hai's private property. If they wanted to go there, then it would be tantamount to entering Zhao Hai's private domain. They were afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't agree to this. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would just directly give them the coordinates. This made them feel very surprised. However, Shang Wanfeng and the others didn't stay for long. After informing Zhao Hai, they immediately left. They had too many things to report to the clans, so they couldn't stay here any longer. Recently, a big event had happened in the real spirit world. The Long clan, who had been keeping a low profile, suddenly became high profile. There was only one reason for this: the Long clan had a large artifact. Large artifacts were legendary items in the real spirit world. Now that the Long clan had won, all the forces in the real spirit world were in an uproar. People didn't know where the Long clan got their hands on this artifact. The Long clan had done a very good job of keeping this matter a secret. Then the Long clan began to visit other major forces. Soon after, a message was sent to the real spirit world. It turned out that the real spirit world was going to organize an expeditionary force to deal with the extraterritorial devil race. A lot of cultivators in the real spirit world didn't know about the existence of other planes. So when they heard this news, they were shocked. However, this news didn't seem to be fake. For a while, the people in the real spirit world were in a panic. No one knew what was going on. Some of the major forces in the real spirit world didn't believe this at first. However, with the large artifact in front of them, they had no choice but to believe it. The Tyrant's Blade School was a member of the Alliance of the Real Spirit World. Naturally, they were aware of this matter. However, they were very confident in this matter. This was because Long Dingtian personally visited the Tyrant's Blade School and told them that this news was brought back by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was about to return. Because of this, the people of the Tyrant's Blade School were very confident in this news. Although Zhao Hai hadn't appeared in the Tyrant's Blade School for many years, Zhao Hai was still a legend in the school. On the other hand, the Yinyang elders were very confident in Zhao Hai. They believed that Zhao Hai was the best. The Yinyang elders still lived in the Infernal Mountain. After all, it was Zhao Hai's territory. The two were already used to living there. The Yinyang elders were sitting in the courtyard of the Infernal Mountain. This courtyard was originally built by Zhao Hai. There were formations in the courtyard that could suppress the two's killing intent. The two didn't need to worry about their killing intent hurting others. The formations here could even convert their killing intent into energy. The two felt very comfortable living here. Naturally, they didn't want to leave. At this time, the killing intent on the two's body had dissipated. When they had nothing to do, they would sit in the courtyard and drink tea. They didn't have any work to do every day. All the work was handed over to the robots. Naturally, the two were very happy. While the two were drinking tea, Elder Yin suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Old Yang, when do you think little Hai will come back? That kid has been gone for so many years. Fortunately, there's news now. Otherwise, I don't know if I'll be able to see him again before my old bones fall apart." Elder Yang smiled faintly and said, "What are you worried about? Little Hai will definitely come back. You can rest assured. Isn't there news? What he did is a big matter. I heard from Long Ding Tian that he has a lot of influence outside." "Right, do you think that we should get involved in dealing with the extraterritorial devil race? The two of us haven't moved for many years. Now that our strength has increased, I'm afraid that our old bones will rust if we don't move." Elder Yin replied, "Of course we'll go. We're Little Hai's masters. If we don't go, others will support Little Hai." "Humph, even if I have to risk my life, I'll still support Little Hai." The two didn't believe what Long Ding Tian said about Zhao Hai's influence in the Void Realm. In fact, even Long Ding Tian himself didn't believe it. Zhao Hai didn't tell him about his influence in the Void Realm. Because of this, the two believed that Zhao Hai didn't have much influence. However, no matter what happened to Zhao Hai, they would still support him. After all, Zhao Hai was their disciple. While the two were talking, they suddenly felt the sky above their heads turn dark. The two stared blankly, then they couldn't help but look up. What they saw made them dumbfounded. At the same time, a deafening alarm was heard from the Tyrant's Blade sect. All the peaks of the sect could hear it. The Yin-Yang elders also stood up and looked at the sky nervously. At the same time, a trace of despair rose in their hearts. This was because they knew very well that if the other party was an enemy, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. The Yin-Yang elders couldn't be blamed for being so pessimistic. Above their heads were countless large artifacts. The Yin-Yang elders simply couldn't count how many of these large artifacts there were. In the past, people in the true spirit realm hadn't seen large artifacts. But now that the Long family had their own large artifacts, the people in the true spirit realm were fortunate enough to see them. But now, there were so many large artifacts. Not to mention fighting, just the sight of it was enough to scare people to death. The Yin-Yang elders' faces were ashen as they looked at the large artifacts above their heads. The two didn't have the mood to talk anymore. At this time, the two suddenly saw several people flying towards the inferior mountain. From their figures, one could see that one of them was a man while the rest were women. The Yin-Yang elders were stunned. They did not understand what the other party meant. At this moment, those people had already landed in the courtyard. The Yin-Yang elders stared blankly at the people who had landed in the courtyard. They could not believe their eyes. Zhao Hai led Laura and the others towards the Yin-Yang elders. Then the group bowed and said, "Master." The Yin-Yang elders recovered. They looked at Zhao Hai and then at Laura and the others. For some time, the Yin-Yang elders didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at the Yin-Yang elders and said, "Master, what's wrong?" "I came back to see you, aren't you happy?" The Yin-Yang elders recovered. Elder Yin looked at Zhao Hai with uncertainty and said, "Little Hai, did you come from those large artifacts? Who do you think those large artifacts belong to? Didn't you say that you have your own forces? Are these the allied forces you mentioned?" Zhao Hai stared, then he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Master, those large artifacts belong to me. These aren't the allied forces, they're just my fleet." Hiss. The Yin-Yang elders took a deep breath. Then Elder Yang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you said that these large artifacts belong to you? And they're just your fleet? Do you have other fleets?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course. I have a force in the Void Realm called Underworld. Underworld occupies a star field in the Void Realm. It's one of the biggest forces in the Void Realm. I also have 2 fleets like this." The Yin-Yang elders didn't know what to say. At this time, a group of people flew towards the mountain. The leader of this group was the sect master of the Tyrant's Blade sect. When these people saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. After Zhao Hai greeted these people, he invited them to his room and then told them about his experiences in the Void Realm. At the same time, he also told them about his plans to deal with the foreign demons. The Tyrant's Blade sect didn't hesitate to agree. The Tyrant's Blade sect had always supported Zhao Hai. Now that they saw Zhao Hai bringing back a fleet, they agreed even more. After chatting with them for a while, Zhao Hai said that he would be leaving. He still had to go to the Unbreakable sect. Although the Tyrant's Blade sect was his sect, the Unbreakable sect was also his. It was impossible for him to just go to the Tyrant's Blade sect and not go to the Unbreakable sect. The situation in the Unbreakable sect was similar to the Tyrant's Blade sect. Moreover, the Unbreakable sect was also very supportive of Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai was able to easily deal with these two places. After dealing with these two places, Zhao Hai didn't hold back. He picked up the representatives of the Unbreakable sect, the Tyrant's Blade sect, and the Long family. After that, he commanded his fleet to visit each sect one by one. This time, Zhao Hai's visit was very successful. All the sects agreed to cooperate with him to deal with the foreign demons. In fact, these sects had no choice but to agree. They were afraid that if they didn't agree, Zhao Hai would directly destroy them. After dealing with the matters in the spiritual realm, Zhao Hai directly went to the underground world. He already understood the situation there. The fire gnomes were slowly gaining the upper hand in the underground world. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. However, he quickly understood what was going on. It was because of their attributes. The fire goblins were the guardian race of the unknown large artifact. They had been living in the underground world for a long time. Their bodies slowly mutated, making the things that they practiced unsuitable for them. And since they didn't fight before, the inheritance of the fire goblins was slowly broken, turning them into a powerless fire goblin. However, it was precisely because of this peculiar experience that their bodies were more suitable for borrowing the power of the Earth Fire Pillar. And the fire of the Earth Fire Pillar was pure yang, which was the nemesis of ghost cultivators. Now that they could borrow the power of the Earth Fire Pillar, they naturally used it more carefully when dealing with ghost cultivators. The ghost cultivators were slowly forced into a disadvantageous position by them. Zhao Hai didn't expect this at first, but it wasn't too late. Zhao Hai was very optimistic about the fire gnomes. He came to the underground world this time to see what kind of large artifact was in the spiritual realm that could repel the foreign demons. Zhao Hai's status in the fire gnomes was very high. He was called a prophet by the fire gnomes. He taught the fire gnomes how to use the power of the Earth Fire Pillar. One must know that the fire gnomes were in awe of the Earth Fire Pillar. They didn't dare to borrow the power of the Earth Fire Pillar to cultivate. Because of this, they became powerless. Zhao Hai let them know that they could use the power of the Earth Fire Pillar. This was tantamount to inspiring them. At this time, the fire gnomes were very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to suppress the ghost cultivators. If the time in the underground world wasn't the same as the outside world, the Earth Fire Pillar would extinguish at night. This gave the ghost cultivators a chance to breathe. Otherwise, the ghost cultivators would have already been driven out of the underground world. When Zhao Hai knew about the underground world and the Earth Fire Pillar, he was already curious about it. However, he only thought that the Earth Fire Pillar was produced by the Earth Fire. What he was really curious about was why the Earth Fire Pillar was synchronized with the outside world. However, there were too many things to do at that time. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't have time to investigate this matter. Later on, he also thought that this matter wasn't important, so he let it go. But after hearing from Long Ding Tian that the Earth Fire Pillar was produced by a large artifact, Zhao Hai became curious about it. He really wanted to know what kind of large artifact it was that could do this. This time, Zhao Hai came to the underground world for the fire gnomes as well as the large artifact. As for what kind of help the large artifact could bring him, Zhao Hai didn't think about it. Zhao Hai really wanted to bring the fire gnomes to the space. The fire gnomes had already forgotten about their inheritance. After being suppressed by the ghost cultivators for so long, they had already thought that they were from the underground world. They simply didn't think that they were guarding the Earth Fire Pillar. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to bring the fire gnomes to the space. There was no reason for them to stay here, so it would be better for them to go to the space. Moreover, Zhao Hai also thought about it. If he really did find the large artifact, then he would certainly take it away. In Zhao Hai's opinion, the existence of the large artifact was harmful to the spiritual realm. Yes, the large artifact helped the spiritual realm repel the extraterritorial demons. But so what? Because of the large artifact, the spiritual realm thought that they had a trump card. They could deal with the extraterritorial demons with their own strength. Therefore, they didn't come in contact with other realms and even completely closed themselves off. To be honest, the strength of the true spirit realm was the weakest among all the planes that Zhao Hai had come into contact with. Even if the Harriers didn't specialize in fighting, they would still be able to win against the true spirit realm. This was because the true spirit realm was too isolated. They had completely separated themselves from the cultivation realm. They only lived in their own world. This wasn't good for them. But what if they didn't have the large artifact? There would be no hope for the spiritual realm. They could only go out and come in contact with other realms. They could only continue to develop. Only in this way would they be able to understand their enemies, defeat them, and not be enslaved by them. Because of this consideration, Zhao Hai wanted to take the large artifact away. He wanted the people of the spiritual realm to stand up and rely on their own strength instead of relying on the large artifact. This was something that he didn't want to see. As for the ghost cultivators in the underground realm, Zhao Hai had already thought of a place for them to go. Weren't they ghost cultivators? Didn't they like ghosts? Alright, they can go to the hell space. There are plenty of ghosts for them to play with. But the problem was that they had to become ghosts themselves. Zhao Hai didn't have a good impression of the ghost cultivators in the spiritual realm. If it weren't for them, the Long family would still be ruling the spiritual realm. If it weren't for them, then the Long family would still be ruling the spiritual realm. If the Long family ruled the spiritual realm, then the ghost cultivators would have come in contact with the outside world for the sake of their family's development. However, they were destroyed by the ghost cultivators. In order to guard against the ghost cultivators, the people of the spiritual realm simply didn't have the energy to go to the void realm to compete with the other realms. Because of this, the distance between the spiritual realm and the other realms was getting bigger and bigger. The ghost cultivators were definitely the cause of the spiritual realm's current situation. How could Zhao Hai let them go? After arriving in the underground realm, Zhao Hai directly came in contact with the fire gnomes. He hadn't been away for a long time, and the fire gnomes hadn't reached the point of changing their leadership. Therefore, the fire gnomes still recognized Zhao Hai. They still respected Zhao Hai very much. Zhao Hai didn't immediately say, "Come with me, I'll take you to a new world. There are some green-skinned people who look like you. You should come in contact with them more." Zhao Hai was very clear that although his position in the hearts of the fire gnomes wasn't low, it would still be difficult for the fire gnomes to follow him. Therefore, when Zhao Hai arrived in the underground realm and came in contact with the fire gnomes, he only did one thing, and that was to attack the ghost cultivators with the fire gnomes. In the past, the ghost cultivators had been enslaving the fire gnomes. After Zhao Hai taught them how to use the earth fire pillar, the fire gnomes began to suppress the ghost cultivators. They had always wanted to eliminate the ghost cultivators in one fell swoop, but it was impossible. The ghost cultivators would use the night to deal with them. Both sides were caught in a tug of war. During the day, one would attack while the other would defend. At night, one would defend while the other would attack. Although the fire gnomes had the upper hand, they still couldn't do anything to the ghost cultivators. Now that Zhao Hai was here, Zhao Hai didn't have that many restrictions. To be honest, it was too easy for him to deal with the ghost cultivators. Therefore, after Zhao Hai cooperated with the fire gnomes, he immediately started to deal with the ghost cultivators. This time, in order to let the fire gnomes know more about the power of machines, Zhao Hai used all the mechs to deal with the ghost cultivators, the cursed mechs. The fire gnomes also saw the power of the mechs. When these mechs rushed towards the ghost cultivators in groups, the scene was so shocking that the fire gnomes' eyes almost popped out. With Zhao Hai watching from behind, it was impossible for the mechs to be defeated. Not only were they not defeated, but they also happily dealt with the ghost cultivators. After the ghost cultivators were eliminated, Zhao Hai's status in the hearts of the fire gnomes became higher. At this time, Zhao Hai still didn't say that he wanted the fire gnomes to go with him. He was very clear that it was very difficult for a race to leave their homeland and follow him, unless their homeland couldn't survive. Therefore, Zhao Hai's next step was to find the large artifact and take it away. Zhao Hai didn't directly tell the fire gnomes that he wanted to take the large artifact. If he did, how stupid would he be? Zhao Hai pretended to leave and then went back to the underworld. Then he directly went to the side of a fire pillar and went underground. This time, Zhao Hai used a smaller version of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Naturally, Laura and the others followed. The group went straight underground and not far from them was the earth-fire pillar. The earth-fire pillar underground and the earth-fire pillar on the ground were very different. The earth-fire pillar on the ground looked like a pillar with holes on it. These holes were spewing out flames from them. Zhao Hai's secret pavilion didn't need to worry about the earth-fire pillar. The earth-fire pillar on the ground was very different from the one on the ground. On the other hand, the underground fire pillar was a passage of flames. It was a circular, hollow passage. Inside the passage, there were flames that were burning all the time. Zhao Hai stood on the top floor of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion with Laura and the others by his side. The group was looking at the passage of flames. Zhao Hai looked at the wall and saw the rocks that had been burned for many years. Then he muttered, "When you leave, remember to take some of those rocks with you." I'm really curious, what are those rocks? Why aren't they afraid of being burned by the flames? With the temperature of the flames, even rocks would be turned into magma. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." Laura smiled and said, "So you're thinking about this?" "Hee, I thought you were just looking at the wind." "Brother Hai, don't you think that the scenery is very beautiful?" Then Laura pointed towards the passage of flames. Zhao froze for a moment, then he nodded. "It's really beautiful." "Right, what do you think will happen if we go to the center of the flames and fall down from there?" Zhao nodded. "What do you think will happen if we go to the center of the flames?" When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then Laura shook her head and said, "Brother Hai, I think we should forget about it. It's too dangerous. Even if we want to go, we should do some experiments first before we go." Zhao Hai stared, then he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "I understand, you mean that you want to go. Hee, if you want to go, then just tell me. There's no need to be polite." "Alright, I'll give it a try." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a shrunken large artifact entered the passage of flames. The large artifact was in the shape of a ship, but its materials, formations, and everything else were the same as the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Zhao Hai wanted to see what would happen if the large artifact entered the passage. Zhao Hai was very confident in the large artifact. This was because all of his large artifacts had liquid silver inside them. Liquid silver had a lot of good things added to it, such as the space's red crystals. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very confident in the large artifact. However, what happened next made Zhao Hai feel a chill from his feet to his head. This was because when the large artifact entered the passage, the flames in the passage suddenly fluctuated violently. It was as if a fire had drilled out of the ground and burned the large artifact. At the same time, the large artifact began to emit black smoke. The shield of the artifact was broken in an instant, it didn't have any effect at all. After that, more and more black smoke appeared before it completely disappeared. Although the large artifact was still inside the passage, what was left was only a thin layer of red crystals. The metal inside had completely disappeared. Seeing this, how could Zhao Hai not feel a chill in his heart? One must know that his large artifact was fused with countless metals. These metals were all of the highest grade. However, these metals only lasted for a short while before they were vaporized. Wasn't this too terrifying? It wasn't only Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were also staring blankly at the situation. Actually, when they told Zhao Hai that they wanted to do an experiment before entering the passage, they were just joking. It was very normal for a husband and wife to play around with each other. Therefore, Zhao Hai cooperated with them. However, the result made them break out in cold sweat. Although they didn't know what was going on inside the artifact, from the red crystals that were left inside, it can be seen that the inside of the artifact wasn't any better. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "It seems like you were right. If we don't do an experiment, then we won't be able to do it." Laura and the others didn't smile at all. Instead, their faces were pale as they looked at the large artifact inside the passage. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then waved his hand. The large artifact that had turned into a red crystal flew out of the passage and fell into Zhao Hai's hand. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the large artifact. Indeed, there were only red crystals left inside. However, if one looked carefully, they would see some metal wires inside. These wires were very thin, thinner than a strand of hair. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's amazing eyesight and his spiritual force, then he wouldn't have been able to see these wires. There weren't a lot of metal wires, only one, about a centimeter long. But Zhao Hai still found it. He moved his hand and sucked the metal wire into his hand. The metal wire was heavier than Zhao Hai thought. He carefully looked at it, but he couldn't tell what it was. So he threw the metal wire into the space and let the processing machine analyze it. Zhao Hai looked at the metal wire in his hand and saw that it was heavier than Zhao Hai thought. He carefully looked at it, but he couldn't tell what it was. So he threw the metal wire into the space and let the processing machine analyze it. After the wire was analyzed by the processing machine, the housekeeper's voice was heard, "Young master, this is a highly refined wire. It can be said that this is the purest metal wire. It contains the purest metal without any impurities. However, it still retains the properties of the metal. It can be said that this wire is much purer compared to the metals in the young master's hands." Zhao Hai stared for a moment before his expression changed. He didn't think that this would be the case. The large artifacts that he placed inside the passage were all mixed together. This was too inconceivable. Although the large artifacts that he placed inside the passage had shrunk a lot, they were still 1 meter long. Such a large artifact was almost entirely made of metal. The red crystals inside were only a thin layer. But in the end, the metal was refined into a small wire that was a centimeter long and thinner than a strand of hair. The difference was tens of thousands of times. Such a huge difference, yet the impurities in the metal were removed. The small wire actually retained the properties of the metal? How could Zhao Hai not be surprised? Zhao Hai's metals had been refined by the space. It can be said that the metals refined by the space were the best metals in this layer. They had the least amount of impurities. Zhao Hai even thought that there were no impurities in the metals. But now, it seems like he was wrong. Not only were there impurities in the metals, the amount of impurities was beyond his imagination. Naturally, Zhao Hai was more surprised by the flames. One must know that although the space only refined metals and couldn't see the flames, the space's refinement of metals was based on the various flames in the space. And the space had almost all the flames in the world. The space used these flames to refine the metals. It was just that the process was simplified by the space so that Zhao Hai couldn't see the flames. However, the metals were the same. But even such a metal had so many impurities refined by the flame. Just how high was the temperature of the flame? Thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel afraid. Zhao Hai and the others continued to move underground. However, when they looked at the flames in the passage, their eyes were filled with passion. Zhao Hai muttered, "What do you think, if I release some liquid silver and use it to make a large artifact, how powerful would that artifact be?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, if you really want to do that, then the amount of metal needed would be huge. Moreover, it's hard to say whether the metal would be able to fuse perfectly with the red crystals." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "But Brother Hai, if you really want to do that, then the amount of metal needed would be huge." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You're right, housekeeper. Can the newly refined metal be fused with the red crystals?" The housekeeper immediately replied, "It can. Young master can rest assured, this metal retains all of its properties. It can fuse well with the red crystals. Moreover, after fusing with the red crystals, the power of the metal would increase. At the same time, if the young master wants to use this flame to refine ordinary metals, it's also possible. For example, if you refine gold, you can get pure gold. Pure gold is definitely a higher grade metal compared to other metals, its power is even greater." When Zhao Hai heard the housekeeper, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "So it seems like this flame can be used." The housekeeper opened his mouth and said, "Young master, it's best to tame the flame before using it. Right now, the flame can't be controlled. Not only would it refine the impurities in the metal, it would also refine the special properties of the metal. If the metal wasn't protected by the red crystals, then it might have been vaporized by the flame. Even if it wasn't vaporized, it would have been rendered useless." Hearing the housekeeper's words, Zhao remembered that refining metal didn't necessarily mean that the bigger the fire, the better it would be. Otherwise, the metal would be wasted. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so that's how it is. It seems like Xianxia still needs to control the artifact. Only by controlling it can we use it to refine the artifact for him. Laura nodded, then her eyes shined as she looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, we don't lack metal ores. If we can really use fire to refine metal, then the result would be different. The mechs that we make would be more powerful. When the time comes, the fighting strength of the mechs would increase. There's also the small robots, they would be able to do more things. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Laura and said, Brother Hai, we don't lack metal ores. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right. But the first thing we need to do is to find the artifact and control the fire. Laura and the others nodded, then the Heaven's secret pavilion dived down. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai calculated that they had already dived close to 10,000 meters. However, they still haven't found the artifact. At the same time, Zhao Hai was able to see how formidable the artifact was. That mystic artifact was so deep in the ground. The fire that was exposed had spread through the flaming passageway for such a long distance. In the end, it was still able to form a pillar of fire in the underground world. Just how powerful was this mystic artifact? It was no wonder that the people of the true spiritual realm could use this artifact to repel the extraterritorial devil race. If this artifact was taken out, not to mention the extraterritorial devil race, all the planes on this level would be burned to ashes by this fire. After the Heaven's secret pavilion dived another 2,000 meters, Zhao Hai suddenly felt the heat coming from below getting hotter. He immediately turned his head to Laura and the others and said, go back to the space. My body has been transformed, so I shouldn't have any problems. However, you can't. Go in. Laura and the others nodded, then their bodies flashed and entered the space. Only Zhao Hai was left with the Heaven's secret pavilion as they slowly dived down. While they were diving, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that the Heaven's secret pavilion's speed had slowed down a lot. It wasn't because of the heat, but because he felt that the surrounding soil had changed. Zhao Hai was somewhat puzzled. Then he moved his hand and took a piece of soil into the space. As soon as the soil entered the space, Zhao Hai heard the general manager say, Young master, this is fire-attributed soil from the space. Moreover, it has been compressed by a powerful force, making it very hard. After being refined by high-grade flames for countless years, this soil has undergone a mutation. It has become a very good material for refining artifacts. At the same time, this soil can be diluted and planted with fire-attributed plants, making the effect even better. Zhao Hai understood what was going on, so he nodded. At the same time, the Heaven's secret pavilion continued to dive down. However, their speed was getting slower and slower. After some time, Zhao Hai felt that the bottom of the Heaven's secret pavilion was empty. Then an incomparably powerful flame came from below the Heaven's secret pavilion and rushed towards him. Zhao Hai's body had already turned into a yellow crystal. Naturally, he wasn't affected at all. At the same time, the Heaven's secret pavilion also turned into a red crystal. All of the metal was absorbed into the space. Then Zhao Hai entered a world of flames. There were flames everywhere, making the Heaven's secret pavilion's shield useless. However, the Heaven's secret pavilion was still very safe. As long as the windows and doors were closed, no flames could enter the Heaven's secret pavilion. Although it was still very hot inside, the flames wouldn't directly burn people. Zhao Hai also had a good understanding of the might of the flames. The flames were too strong. Zhao Hai was sure that if the red crystals weren't supported by the space's independent laws, then they would have already been refined by the flames. Zhao Hai controlled the Heaven's secret pavilion as he looked around the flames. After some time, Zhao Hai discovered that the center of the flames still needed to go down. Zhao Hai didn't wait and directly went down. Before long, Zhao Hai felt that the flames around him were getting stronger and stronger. Then Zhao Hai discovered that in the middle of the flames, there was a fire-like thing floating there. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the fire-like thing. It seemed to have felt Zhao Hai's existence. Waves of flames rushed towards Zhao Hai. Even with Zhao Hai's mutated body, he still felt a burst of heat. When Zhao Hai was still a distance away from the flames, he had no choice but to stop. This was because the flames were getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, not only did the flames have heat, there was also a power that wasn't weaker than the power of laws. It was very frightening. Even Zhao Hai couldn't get close to it. Zhao Hai looked at the fire-like thing. He knew that this thing was the source of all flames. It was also the artifact that the people of the true spiritual realm were talking about. But now that the artifact was wrapped in flames, it was impossible to see what kind of artifact it was. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he carefully observed the flame. Soon, a dignified expression appeared on Zhao's face. This was because he found that the flame wasn't very stable. Every time it burned for a period of time, there would be a burst of fluctuations. And these fluctuations weren't caused by him, but by the flame itself. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but become more unsightly. He knew that if the flame was really unstable and exploded in the future, it would bring unexpected changes to the true spiritual realm. And these changes would likely be a disaster. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Before, he felt a bit guilty for taking the artifact. But now, he didn't feel this way. He knew that if the flame really exploded, then the consequences would be unimaginable. But then Zhao Hai frowned. He discovered that the flame wasn't easy to deal with, but he also discovered a problem. He had no way of gathering the artifact. If he couldn't get close to the artifact, then how could he take it? Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He quietly looked at the flame and thought of a way. If he couldn't get close, then he would use his power of thought. If his power of thought could connect with the large artifact, then he would be able to take it. Zhao Hai sat cross-legged. At the same time, he slowly extended his power of thought towards the flame. However, as soon as his power of thought left his body, it was blocked by the power of the flame. He couldn't get close at all. Zhao Hai stared. He slowly adjusted his power of thought to see if he could communicate with the power of thought. However, Zhao Hai was quickly disappointed. It wasn't that his power of thought couldn't communicate with the other party. On the contrary, his power of thought was able to communicate with the other party. However, the other party didn't seem to have much thought. There was only one word in its mind: destruction. Even if Zhao Hai's power of thought could communicate with the other party, it was useless. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and looked at the flame. He frowned again. This time, he really didn't know what to do. His power of thought was useless this time. This was too difficult. Zhao Hai didn't have any other way. After a while, Zhao Hai suddenly thought of a way. He stood up and waved his hand. A chain made of red crystals shot forward. He wanted to see if he could reach the flame by injecting his spiritual energy into the red crystals. But soon, Zhao Hai discovered that this was useless. The power of the flame was similar to the power of law. It directly destroyed the spiritual energy in his chain, making it difficult for the chain to move. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. At the same time, he threw out the power of law. This power of law was the law of penetration. He didn't believe that his power of law couldn't do anything to the flame. However, Zhao Hai was disappointed once again. His law of penetration was useless. When the law of penetration was shot out, it was immediately dispersed by the power of the flame. This power wasn't any weaker than the power of law. Moreover, Zhao Hai also noticed that every time the flame became unstable, its power would increase. This made Zhao Hai want to subdue the flame even more. But now, even the power of law was useless. This gave Zhao Hai a headache. He could clearly see the flame, but he couldn't get close to it. It was like seeing a mountain of gold, but there was a mountain stream between him and the mountain. He could only see it, but he couldn't take it. How painful was this? What should Zhao Hai do? Zhao Hai really didn't have any good methods. The Immortal's Cave Law could be said to be the law with the most penetrating power. If even this law couldn't break through the flames, then the flames really wouldn't be able to break through. Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. But if he didn't use the law, then what else could he do? Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. Then suddenly, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. He thought of a way to approach the flames. The space, Zhao Hai had the space. He could use the space to get close to the flames, or he could use the space to bring the flames back to the space. After thinking about it, Jiao Hai decided to use the space to bring the flames back to the space. This was the safest way. This was because the power of the flames wasn't any weaker than the laws. This was enough to give Jiao Hai a headache. Even if he approached the flames directly, he would still be in danger. However, if he used the space to bring the flames back to the space, then there wouldn't be any problems. After thinking about this, Jiao Hai stared at the flames. Then with an intention, a spatial rift suddenly appeared next to the flames. Then from the spatial rift, several chains made of red crystals came out and went straight towards the flames. However, what Jiao Hai didn't expect was that as soon as the chains came out, the flames immediately swelled up and sent the chains back. It was completely useless. Jiao Hai's brows couldn't help but knit. He really didn't know what to do now. He couldn't even break through the space. He knew that the red crystal chains had the power of laws, but they were still forced back. The strength of the chains wasn't any weaker than Jiao Hai's. Even if Jiao Hai were to break through the space, he still wouldn't be able to get close to the flames. What should he do? Jiao frowned as he looked at the fire, his mind trying to think of a way to deal with it. At this moment, Laura opened her mouth and said, "Brother Hai, why don't you try using your soul force? You can already project your soul, and your soul is different from other people's souls. Your soul is protected by the 5 elements killing formation, which can block the power of the 5 elements. Isn't this fire also one of the 5 elements? Moreover, your soul has its own laws, allowing you to condense your own spiritual world. See if you can get close to the flames with your soul." Jiao Hai stared for a moment before he nodded. He knew that Laura's method was very good. Although he had condensed his spiritual world, his soul didn't have a physical body. However, there were still laws in his soul. He didn't know if it would be able to block the impact of the fire. After thinking about it, Jiao Hai disappeared from the Heaven's secret pavilion and returned to the space. Then his soul slowly flew out of his body. Jiao Hai's soul now looked like another Jiao Hai. However, this Jiao Hai's body was almost transparent, making it look very strange. After his soul left his body, Jiao Hai's soul directly flew out of the space. The place where his soul flew out wasn't the Heaven's secret pavilion, but the place where he came out of the spatial rift. When his soul came out of the space, Jiao Hai didn't feel any impact. He couldn't help but stare. Then he understood that the soul wasn't strength. Therefore, he didn't care about this kind of impact. This discovery made Jiao Hai happy. He immediately directed his soul towards the flames. The flames seemed to be unable to move. Although the flames burned more vigorously, it still couldn't do anything to Jiao Hai's soul. Jiao Hai's soul entered the flames. When his soul entered the flames, he was finally able to see the true appearance of the artifact. But when he saw the artifact, Jiao Hai was surprised. This artifact was actually a 3-legged cauldron. However, the shape of this cauldron was very special. It had 3 legs and 2 ears. The 2 ears were very large and looked like 2 wings. On top of the cauldron, there was a lid. On top of the lid was an ornament that looked like a bird's head. It looked very beautiful. But when he saw the cauldron, Jiao Hai's expression changed. The cauldron looked very simple and natural. However, it was clear that the cauldron was damaged. The ornament on top of the cauldron seemed to have been damaged. However, it was now repaired. The only difference was that the color of the cauldron was different from the rest of the cauldron. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see it. In addition to these, Jiao Hai also discovered that the cauldron had a fierce aura. This aura was very strong. If Jiao Hai didn't see the cauldron, then he would have thought that it wasn't a cauldron, but an incomparably fierce beast. Jiao Hai stood there and looked at the cauldron. The cauldron seemed to have felt Jiao Hai's presence. The lid of the cauldron turned, and the bird's head faced Jiao Hai. When Jiao Hai saw the bird's head, he couldn't help but stare. Although the bird's head was decorated and looked very beautiful, Jiao Hai could still see that the bird's head was originally a crow. When he thought about the shape of the cauldron, Jiao Hai suddenly thought of something, the 3-legged golden crow. There was no mistake, Jiao Hai thought of the 3-legged golden crow. The 3-legged golden crow was said to be a divine bird that lived inside the sun. Some people said that the 3-legged golden crow itself was the sun. And this cauldron was obviously made to look like a 3-legged golden crow. It had 3 legs, 2 wings, and a bird's head. At this time, Zhao Hai heard a loud bird's cry. This bird's cry actually had a certain soul attack ability. Although it didn't have any effect on Zhao Hai, it still made Zhao Hai surprised. Zhao Hai's figure moved, and his soul body directly rushed into the cauldron. Upon entering the cauldron, Zhao Hai's soul body felt that he had entered another space. And in this space, there was a very fierce crow that rushed towards Zhao Hai. This crow wasn't a three-legged golden crow, but a two-legged crow. However, its claws and beak were golden, and it looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai can feel that this crow was also a soul body, but he wasn't afraid of it. With a thought, a blue sword appeared in front of him, and he waved it towards the crow. The crow seemed to be very afraid of the sword. It flapped its wings and directly dodged the attack. Then it attacked Zhao Hai from another direction. Zhao Hai's hand moved, and a sword appeared in his other hand. This sword also attacked the crow. The crow dodged again, and a man and a crow began to fight. The two swords in Zhao Hai's hands were formed from his soul force. Moreover, they were formed from his water-attributed soul force. Water counters fire, so naturally, the crow would be afraid of the two swords. The reason why Zhao Hai dared to use the two swords to deal with the crow was because he discovered that the crow's strength wasn't very strong. Therefore, he dared to use the two swords to deal with the crow. The crow and the man fought for a long time inside the space. Zhao Hai was actually observing the crow. He wanted to see if he could subdue it. No matter what, the crow was still the Golden Crow Cauldron's artifact spirit. If he were to directly kill it, then Zhao Hai really wouldn't be willing. However, after observing for a long time, Zhao Hai felt that something was wrong. The crow didn't seem to be an artifact spirit, or rather, it was a very different kind of artifact spirit. Its formation seemed to have been influenced by something. This artifact spirit didn't have any thoughts, it was just a cruel thought. And in this thought, there was only one thought, and that was to destroy everything. At the same time, Zhao Hai also discovered that the space seemed to be trapping the crow, not allowing it to leave. This made Zhao Hai even more certain of his thoughts. After discovering this, Zhao Hai didn't hold back. With an intention, he sent a soul attack towards the crow. His soul attack contained the power of laws. The crow couldn't avoid the attack. It screamed pitifully as its body began to sway in the air. It seemed like it was in great pain. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to attack the crow. Instead, he directly sent a soul attack towards the crow. Zhao Hai's soul attack contained the power of laws. When Zhao Hai saw the crow's appearance, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The two swords in his hands continuously slashed towards the crow's body. The crow cried out a few more times, but it still disappeared from the space. Just as the crow disappeared from the space, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that he had some kind of connection with the space. With an intention, countless formations appeared in the space. These formations were very advanced, Zhao Hai had never seen them before. Zhao Hai knew that these formations were related to refining the cauldron. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to immediately refine the cauldron, it would take too much time. Zhao Hai's figure moved as his soul came out of the space. When he looked outside, he saw that the flames on the cauldron had stabilized. However, the cauldron seemed to have a connection with him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then with an intention, a spatial rift appeared. Then Zhao Hai's soul and the cauldron disappeared into the rift. When the cauldron disappeared, the surrounding flames also weakened. Although the rate of weakening was very fast, it was still weakening. When Zhao's soul returned to his body, he slowly opened his eyes. "Steward," Zhao said, "see if you can break down this cauldron. See what material it's made of and what formations it has inside." Zhao nodded and said, "Steward, see if you can break down this cauldron." The housekeeper complied, then a white light covered the cauldron. However, the cauldron didn't move, nor did it change. Just as Zhao Hai was puzzled, the housekeeper said, "Young master, the cauldron's grade is too high. There's no way to break it down. If the young master wants to use the cauldron, then it would be best if you refine it. Only then would you be able to use it." When Zhao Hai heard the space, he couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he sighed and muttered, "Sure enough, this cauldron isn't an ordinary thing." After he said that, Zhao Hai looked at the cauldron. Then he slowly transferred his soul force into the cauldron. This time, he didn't use an astral projection because there was no need for it. He wanted to refine the cauldron, not fight with the cauldron's artifact spirit. As soon as Zhao Hai's soul entered the cauldron, he felt as if he had entered a strange world. In this world, there were unintentional formations. These formations were constantly revolving. Zhao Hai tried to imprint his soul force into one of the formations. As soon as his soul force entered the formation immediately lit up. Then Zhao Hai felt that he had established a connection with the formation. Moreover, this connection was similar to the one he had with the undead. It was an unbreakable connection. At the same time, the formation sent Zhao Hai a message. This message included how to use the formation and how to use it. Zhao Hai was overjoyed. He knew that he had finally refined a formation. Moreover, this method didn't seem very difficult. Because of this, Zhao Hai immediately began to imprint his soul force into the formations. However, Zhao Hai quickly discovered that this wasn't an easy matter. He could imprint his soul force into the formations, but this would consume his soul force. The soul force that he sent into the cauldron was quickly consumed. Zhao Hai had no choice but to increase the speed at which his soul force entered the cauldron. As one formation after another was refined by Zhao Hai, more and more information entered Zhao Hai's mind. He also slowly understood the uses of the cauldron. This cauldron was a very high-level fire-attributed artifact. However, Zhao Hai didn't know who made this artifact. He only knew how to use it. This was a mystic artifact that combined attack, defense, and refinement into one. For attack, it could shoot out flames to attack the enemy. It could also expand, shrink, ram, or directly attack the enemy. It was the same as an ordinary mystic artifact. Defense was even better. Zhao Hai could enter the cauldron and have the cauldron provide him with an all-around defense. The cauldron could even be used like a large artifact. Refinement was even simpler. This refinement didn't refer to offense or defense. Instead, it referred to refining artifacts and refining pills. The cauldron had countless formations. These formations could collect the sun's true fire and then release the sun's true spirit from the cauldron. It could be used to refine artifacts, refine pills, and attack the enemy. Moreover, Zhao Hai also understood that this cauldron wasn't actually a cauldron. It should be said that it was a furnace. It was similar to an incense burner. However, its appearance was very similar to a cauldron. Moreover, it was called a cauldron and not a furnace. Zhao Hai slowly refined the golden crow cauldron. He didn't know how long it took. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's soul was very strong. Moreover, he could absorb external energy to strengthen his soul. This allowed him to support the refinement of the golden crow cauldron. If he wasn't an ordinary person, it would be impossible for him to do so. In fact, Zhao Hai's use of his soul to refine the golden crow cauldron was a mistake. Ordinary people also use their soul to refine things. However, what was he refining? Generally, it was their life source artifact. Moreover, they had to perform a blood sacrifice right after the artifact was refined. They had to drip their own blood onto the artifact in order to create a connection between the artifact and themselves. Then they would have to undergo soul refinement before finally turning the artifact into their own life source artifact. If they wanted to refine an ordinary artifact, they would just use their spiritual force to refine it. They wouldn't need to use their spiritual force at all. However, Zhao Hai had forgotten this point. When he was fighting with the golden crow cauldron, he had been using his soul force. Therefore, when he was refining the golden crow cauldron, he also used his soul force out of habit. It was tantamount to performing soul refinement on the cauldron and treating it as his life source artifact. However, when Zhao Hai realized this, he had already refined more than half of the golden crow cauldron. If he withdrew his soul force now, then everything he had done before would be useless. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't do this. Therefore, he directly began to perform soul refinement on the golden crow cauldron. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai finally succeeded in soul refining the golden crow cauldron. When the golden crow cauldron was successfully refined, it flew into his body and directly entered his soul. After entering his soul, the golden crow cauldron turned into a three-legged golden crow. This three-legged golden crow directly appeared in the sky of his soul world and became the sun of his soul world. After the golden crow became the sun of his soul world, Zhao Hai felt his body shake violently. Then, he felt a burst of warmth coming from his pores. At the same time, his body felt like it was being combed by this warmth. There were still some trash and toxins in his body, but they were instantly refined by this warmth. Zhao Hai felt his body become light and indescribably comfortable. Zhao Hai didn't think about this point. In the past, although his soul world had the 5 elements, yin and yang forces, as well as the stars in the sky, he didn't have a real sun. Now that he had a real sun in his soul world, he naturally felt very comfortable. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and opened his eyes. He saw that Laura and the others were looking at him. When they saw Zhao Hai open his eyes, Laura and the others relaxed. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others with a puzzled expression and said, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Brother Hai, are you alright? You don't know, but your face was as red as a cooked crab. Naturally, we're nervous." When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, nothing happened. Not only that, I also have a new method of attack. Right, housekeeper, my fire element energy has undergone a huge change. Can you extract this energy and upgrade the flames in the space? At the same time, you can refine all the artifacts in the space, including liquid silver." Laura nodded and said, "That's right." The housekeeper's voice was heard, "I can. I'm one with the young master, so I have the young master's new ability. I'll immediately do it, please wait for a moment." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll leave it to you, I'm not in a hurry." Then he turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "What's the situation outside?" Laura replied, "Everything in the true spiritual realm is normal. However, the underground world isn't normal. When you were fighting with the cauldron, the fire pillars in the underground world suddenly intensified. A lot of fire pillars were destroyed by the fire and a lot of fire gnomes were burned to death. After you received the cauldron into the space, the fire outside started to weaken. The fire in the underground world also started to weaken. I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long before there would be no more fire pillars in the underground world." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm afraid that there will be no more fire pillars in the space." Zhao Hai nodded, this was also within his expectations. The source of the fire pillars was the Golden Crow Cauldron. Now that the Golden Crow Cauldron was received into the space, the fire had lost its source. Naturally, there was no way for it to continue burning. Zhao Hai replied, "Let's not rush to the underground world. If we go now, the fire gnome might suspect that we're the culprit behind the fire pillars. Let's wait for some time before going to the underground world. Let's return to the surface and see how the true spirit realm is doing." Laura nodded, then she smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, we were able to subdue the true spirit realm this quickly because of your strength. Even if we use the demons to attack the great sects, would the Long family be able to control the true spirit realm in the future?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly. Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows and said, "What do you mean?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "Give the Long family something that others don't have. Like the method to refine large artifacts. Even if the true spirit realm comes in contact with other realms in the future, the method to refine large artifacts is still a secret. If we give this method to the Long family, then they would have a trump card. With something that others don't have, it would be easier for them to control the true spirit realm in the future." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "There's no problem in giving them the refining method. But with the strength of the true spirit realm, they still don't have the ability to refine large artifacts. Even if we give them the refining method, they still wouldn't be able to use it." Laura smiled faintly, then she took out a jade slip and handed it over to Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, take a look at this. I think that if we use this method to refine large artifacts, then the true spirit realm would be able to refine them." Zhao Hai took the jade slip and used his spiritual force to explore it. Upon seeing the contents of the jade slip, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his head to Laura and said, "Laura, how did you think of this method?" "It's really good." Laura smiled and said, "What do you mean by we thought of it? Didn't we already have this method? It's just that we've improved it a bit. Brother Hai, you should know that although the universal machine can make almost everything, it still needs time to do so. There's a limit to how much it can make in a day. But if we just let the universal machine refine the metals, then the refining speed would be greatly increased. And if we use this method to refine the metals, then we can refine several thousand or even several tens of thousands of mechas at once. Moreover, the time it takes to refine them would be much shorter compared to the universal machine. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded. Actually, the method that Laura and the others came up with wasn't anything special. It was the water refining method that Zhao Hai and the others learned from the fishmen. However, Zhao Hai didn't use it because he had the universal machine. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't use the water refining method. Moreover, as Zhao Hai's rank got higher and higher, the water refining method slowly became unsuitable for Zhao Hai. This was because the fire refining method had a high requirement for water. If one didn't have a high-level water refining method, then the quality of the product wouldn't be too high. If it was used to replace a large number of artifacts, then it might be feasible. But if one wanted to make a high-level artifact, then it would be very difficult. The things that Zhao Hai used were all made by the universal machine. He didn't use this method at all. If he taught this method to others, then they wouldn't be able to obtain high-level water. In the end, this method could only be shelved. The improvement method that Laura and the others mentioned wasn't very difficult. First of all, Laura and the others needed to improve the water. After grinding the jade crystal, they would add some other things into the water. Finally, the water would be drawn into a large pool and then the water would flow. At the same time, some metal balls would be placed into the water. These metal balls couldn't be too big, and the flow of the water would be controlled. After everything was done, they would place the things that they wanted to refine into the pool. The things that they wanted to refine would be constantly impacted by the water as well as the small metal balls in the water, producing hammering and refining effects. In the end, they would be able to make artifacts. Naturally, after taking out these artifacts, they would need to be further processed. For example, they would need to be polished, and engraved before they could be officially used. Although it looked very complicated, the success rate of this method was actually very high. As for making the water flow, this wasn't a problem. A magic formation and a wind formation were enough. Most importantly, one could refine multiple artifacts at once, even large artifacts. Moreover, as long as the artifacts were polished, they would be ready to be used. The engraving technique was purely for decoration, it wasn't very important. This method could be said to be the most suitable for cultivators in the outside world, especially those in the true spirit realm. They weren't very strong, and their refining methods weren't very brilliant. With their current abilities, it was simply impossible for them to refine large artifacts. However, with this method, they would be able to refine large artifacts. Naturally, it was impossible for them to refine large artifacts. However, they could refine parts of large artifacts. Although these assembled large artifacts weren't as strong as a whole, and their lifespan might be affected, they still had their advantages. They were easy to repair and refine. With this method, the cultivators in the true spirit realm would be able to make their own large artifacts. As for Zhao Hai's space, using the water refining method to refine large artifacts was much easier. Everything inside the space was under Zhao Hai's control. He could casually create a space filled with high-grade water and use it for refining artifacts. When the time comes, he would have the housekeeper keep an eye on it. As for polishing, it was even easier. He could just casually make some machines to do this work. Zhao Hai didn't think that Laura and the others would be this formidable. They were actually able to come up with this method. How many experiments and research were needed to determine the data of this water refining method? At this time, Zhao Hai couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for Laura and the others. He didn't think that Laura and the others would be able to do this. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others with a gentle expression and said, "You've worked hard." Zhao Hai was very clear that one shouldn't look at the water refining technique. Originally, they knew a little about it, but compared to the water refining technique that Laura and the others made, the difference was just like the difference between addition and calculus. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but smile. Although they didn't say it out loud, they had been trying to improve themselves as much as possible. They wanted to make themselves stronger and more useful in order to help Zhao Hai. Because of this, they had been working hard to improve themselves, and this water refining technique was just one of them. Everything that they did was for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's words made them feel that everything they did was worth it. Zhao Hai said, "I'll go see Uncle Long and deliver this to him. Then after a few days, we'll go to the underground world. If the underground world doesn't have the earth fire pillars, then it would immediately turn into an ice cave. If we don't go, then I'm afraid that the fire goblins would die." Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai's body flashed out of the space and appeared in Long Family's mountain city. Long Family's mountain city wasn't as lively as before. This was because a lot of people from the Long family had left the city. Because of this, the city was somewhat deserted. However, the people in the city were all jubilant. They couldn't help but be happy. The Long family was now very popular. Because of their large artifacts, the Long family's status in the true spirit realm had soared. And with Zhao Hai standing on their side, it can be said that besides the Tyrant Saber sect and the Bouillon sect, nobody else in the true spirit realm could compare to the Long family. Zhao Hai appeared in a remote area of the mountain city. He didn't have much contact with the Long family. Most of the people in the Long family knew him. He had stayed in the Long family's mountain city for some time. And with the addition of the children he taught, a lot of people in the Long family knew about Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai appeared in front of the Long family, then he would immediately be surrounded. Zhao Hai was very clear that his position in the hearts of the Long family wasn't ordinary. It was because he gave the Long family a large artifact that the Long family was able to move in the true spirit realm. This allowed the Long family to regain their dignity. Therefore, many people in the Long family were very grateful to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't want to be surrounded by these people. Therefore, he was very low-key. Before long, he arrived at Long Dingtian's courtyard. Now that the true spirit realm had agreed to send troops with Zhao Hai, Long Dingtian didn't need to go to each family to persuade them. Instead, he returned to his own courtyard. To be honest, Long Dingtian's personality was very indifferent. He didn't like to manage too many things. Therefore, when the Long family was preparing to go to war, he didn't intervene too much. Instead, he left it to others. Every day, Long Dingtian would stay in his courtyard and live a carefree and happy life. When Zhao Hai arrived at Long Dingtian's courtyard, Long Dingtian immediately noticed him. The courtyard's door opened, and Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to enter. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw Long Dingtian standing there. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Uncle Long." Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, where have you been recently? I haven't seen your shadow for several days. If it weren't for your large artifacts, I would have thought that you've left." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I had something to do. I came to see Uncle Long this time because I wanted to give you something. Here, Uncle Long, this is it." Then Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and handed it over. Long Dingtian was puzzled when he received the jade slip. Then he sent his spiritual force into the jade slip. When his spiritual force entered the jade slip and saw the contents, he couldn't help but be startled. He looked at Zhao Hai in shock. Zhao Hai looked at Long Dingtian, then he smiled faintly and said, "This method is something that Laura and the others came up with. After some time of experimentation, it can be used without any worries. You can use it without any worries. There are also some methods to assemble large artifacts. Among them, there's only one ship-type large artifact. As for the other large artifacts, you'll have to research them yourself. But I'll say this first, this large artifact's lifespan and impact strength would be worse compared to a single large artifact. However, the refining method is much simpler. With the Long family's strength, I believe that they would be able to make large artifacts very quickly." Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "But little Hai, why do you want to do this?" Zhao Hai looked at Long Dingtian's expression, then he sighed and said, "If the real spirit realm wants to develop, then it needs to go out. And if it wants to go out and occupy a place in the void realm, then the real spirit realm needs to be unified. Otherwise, with the strength of the real spirit realm, it wouldn't be a match for the other realms. When I'm in the void realm, I can still take care of you. But with my strength, I'm afraid it won't be long before I ascend. After I ascend, although Underworld can still take care of you, if you don't unite, then Underworld wouldn't be able to take care of you. This is to give the Long family the strength to unify the entire real spirit realm. Only by unifying the real spirit realm would the real spirit realm be able to form a fist and create its own world. Zhao Hai looked at Long Ding Tian and sighed. Long Ding Tian stared blankly at Zhao Hai. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would give him the method to refine large artifacts for this reason. To be honest, he didn't think that far ahead. After some time, Long Ding Tian sighed and said, "Little Hai, you're right. If the true spirit realm can't unite, then we'll certainly suffer outside. I'll remember your kindness." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You can experiment with this method right now. The sooner you make your own large artifacts, the better. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I won't stay here any longer, I have to return." Zhao Hai nodded. Long Ding Tian nodded. Then Zhao Hai's figure flashed and disappeared from Long Ding Tian's courtyard. Long Ding Tian looked at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared and sighed. Then he stood up and walked towards the imperial palace. When Zhao Hai returned to the space, he saw Laura and the others looking at the monitor. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at the monitor. He discovered that the monitor was showing the situation of the underground world. It was currently daytime, but only half of the underground world's fire pillars were burning. Moreover, the fire was very small. The entire underground world seemed to have cooled down. The fire gnomes were currently praying in front of the pillars. Seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately understood what was going on. He turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "It seems like the plan needs to be brought forward." "Right, did the fire gnomes contact us?" Laura and the others nodded and said, "Have you contacted them?" Laura shook her head and said, "Not yet, but I think it will happen soon." Looking at the situation, it wouldn't take more than a few days before all the pillars in the underground world are extinguished. When the time comes, they would certainly contact us. "Right, Brother Hai, didn't the housekeeper say that we can make our own space? Do you think we should make a space that's similar to the one in the underground world? This way, when the fire gnomes enter the space, they wouldn't be unable to adapt to the environment." Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think about this point. Now that Laura said this, Zhao Hai understood. He nodded and said, "Alright, then we'll test this function. But I don't think we should make the entire space similar to the underground world. Half of it should be like the underground world, while the other half should be like the surface world. What do you think?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Brother Hai, you want the fire gnomes to slowly adapt to the surface world, right?" "Alright, that's not a problem. I think that's a good idea." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Although we should let the fire gnomes maintain their original living habits, don't forget that all the races in the space have connections with each other. The fire gnomes will also have connections with other races in the future. If they can't adapt to life on the ground, then it would be very troublesome for them to come in contact with other races." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Alright." Laura and the others nodded, then Zhao Hai called the steward. Then they began to create a new space. Half of the space was very similar to the underground world while the other half was a normal world. The two worlds weren't connected by transmission formations but by a passage. However, this passage was very long. If the fire goblins wanted to pass through this passage and find the outside world, they would need a lot of time. But this passage was very long. It would take a lot of time for the fire goblins to pass through this passage and find the outside world. Zhao Hai did this in order to give the fire goblins time to adapt. The disappearance of the earth fire pillar in the underground world made the fire goblins panic. But when they entered the space that was very similar to the underground world, they would be very happy. They would be eager to stabilize themselves and adapt to the space's mysteries. When the time comes, they would discover this passage and be able to see the outside world, a new world that they had never seen before. While Zhao Hai was doing his best to create the space, the situation in the underground world was also deteriorating. Even during the day, only the lower two floors of the earth pillar of fire were lit up. The upper floors were completely dark. The consequence of this was that the temperature of the entire underground world was dropping rapidly. At this time, people were already freezing to death. At this time, the fire gnomes finally thought about Zhao Hai and the others. They didn't have any other way. Although they didn't know what happened to the underground world, they had never left the underground world before. They had no way to help the underground world get out of its current predicament. In this case, they couldn't help but think about Zhao Hai. No matter what, Zhao Hai was their prophet, an omnipotent prophet. At this time, they could only place all their hopes on Zhao Hai. The fire gnomes finally sent a letter to Zhao Hai. After receiving the letter, Zhao Hai was very happy. As long as the fire gnomes took the initiative to ask him, then this matter would be easy to handle. If Zhao Hai wanted them to move, then there wouldn't be any resistance. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others arrived at the underworld. Upon entering, the group immediately felt that the underworld was different from before. Although there was no sun in the underworld before, the temperature was still very high due to the existence of the earth-fire pillars. But now it was different. The temperature was very low, almost to the point where a drop of water would turn into ice. This was too terrifying. When Zhao Hai and the others appeared, they were immediately discovered by the fire gnomes. Zhao Hai was the fire gnome sage. Now that the fire gnomes were facing extinction, they had been waiting for Zhao Hai for a long time. Now that they saw Zhao Hai arrive, they were naturally very happy. Immediately, a fire gnome led Zhao Hai to see Red Earth. Red Earth was the fire gnome patriarch. Originally, he was only a leader of the resistance army. But because he was the first one to come in contact with Zhao Hai, he was able to become the fire gnome patriarch. Red Earth looked a lot younger compared to when Zhao Hai first met him. After all, he was now a cultivator. After being nourished by spiritual qi, he looked a lot better. When Red Earth saw Zhao Hai, he immediately gave a bow to Zhao Hai and said, "I have seen Sir Prophet." In the past, the fire gnomes called Zhao Hai sage. But later on, they thought that this title wasn't suitable for Zhao Hai. Therefore, they started to call him prophet. Zhao Hai was the fire gnome's only prophet. His status was higher than the fire gnome patriarch. Zhao Hai also gave a bow. Then he said, "Patriarch Red Earth, what happened? Why did the underworld become like this? What happened to the earth-fire pillars?" Red Earth sighed and said, "I won't hide it from Sir Prophet. I also don't know what happened to the earth-fire pillars. A few days ago, the flames in the earth-fire pillars were destroyed, and a lot of people were burned to death. Just as we were thinking of ways to evacuate people, the flames in the earth-fire pillars suddenly became smaller. A few days ago, the flames only reached half of the earth-fire pillars. Now, the earth-fire pillars are about to reach the earth-fire pillars. Sir Prophet, you should know that if the earth-fire pillars are destroyed, then the underworld would be finished. I ask Sir Prophet to help the fire gnomes." Zhao Hai looked at Red Earth and thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "Actually, I know some things. The reason why there are earth-fire pillars in the underworld is because there's an artifact that we don't know where it came from. This artifact is of the fire attribute, and it spews out flames all the time. When I learned about this, I thought that if one day the artifact stopped spewing out flames, then what would happen to the underworld? Because of this, I began to prepare. After a long time of hard work, I finally found a space. This space's environment is very similar to the underworld. Moreover, the earth-fire pillars aren't spewed out by the artifact, but by the fire in the underworld. But since I just discovered it, I don't know what dangers there are, so I didn't tell you about it. Now that the underworld has become like this, I'm afraid you only have two choices. First, you can go to the space. Although I don't know what dangers there are, the environment is similar to the underworld. You should be able to adapt there. Second, I'll take you to the underworld, the true spiritual realm, and find a place where nobody will disturb you. Patriarch Red Earth, you can choose one." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Red Earth couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, "Great Prophet, we'll choose the first option. We want to live in the space that's similar to the underworld. We don't want to go to the true spiritual realm." Zhao Hai looked at Red Earth in confusion and said, "Patriarch Red Earth, why are you doing this? You should know that there are a lot of unknown dangers in the space. If you really go there, you might be in danger of being exterminated." Red Earth replied, "Great Prophet, we know, but we'd rather go to a dangerous place. We fire goblins aren't afraid of any danger, but we don't want to have any contact with human cultivators. Human cultivators are too evil. We fire goblins are different from humans. If we really come in contact with them, they might treat us as outsiders. If that's the case, we would be in even more danger. Moreover, it's impossible for us to adapt to the surface world's environment. We'd rather find an environment that we can adapt to and go there. Zhao Hai looked at Hongtu, then he nodded and said, "Alright, since Patriarch Hongtu has decided, then I won't stop you. You can gather your people, I'll take you to the space." Hongtu nodded and said, "Alright, since Patriarch Hongtu has decided, then I won't stop you." Red Earth nodded, then. He immediately sent people to gather everyone. Because of the changes in the underworld, the fire goblins were now gathered together. The more people there were, the more strength there was. Because of this, gathering everyone didn't take much effort. After 2 days, everyone had gathered. They even brought their own things. After everyone was gathered, Red Earth went to Zhao Hai and gave him a bow. "Sir Prophet, everyone has gathered. We can leave now." Red Earth nodded and said, "Sir Prophet, now that everyone has gathered, we can leave now." Hongtu really couldn't wait to leave this place. This was because in the past 2 days, only the last layer of the earth fire pillar was still lit up. Moreover, it would only be lit up for less than 3 hours every day. The temperature of the entire underground world had dropped to a shocking level. In this case, Hongtu couldn't wait to leave the underground world. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Red Earth and said, "Patriarch Red Earth, I'm a spatial divergent ability user. I can open a spatial rift and allow everyone to enter the new space. However, I don't know about the dangers of the new space. Therefore, I hope that you can arrange some people with good strength to form an advance party to enter the new space first. Then you can let the others enter. What do you think?" Red Earth nodded and said, "I'll listen to Mr.'s arrangement." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand as a huge spatial rift appeared beside him. Red Earth looked at the spatial rift, then he turned his head and waved his hand. Groups of fire goblin warriors entered the rift. The other fire goblins were quietly looking at them. Their eyes were filled with hope as well as worry. After 10,000 fire gnomes entered the space, no one else went in. Everyone looked at the spatial rift and waited for the news from inside. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed, then half an hour passed. Just as everyone was getting impatient and their hearts were sinking, a few fire goblin warriors suddenly ran out of the space. They looked at Red Earth and said, "Patriarch, it's great inside. It's just like the underworld. Patriarch, let everyone go in." As soon as Red Earth heard this, a smile appeared on his face. He immediately said, "Everyone, follow the order that we prepared and enter the spatial rift. Be quick, but don't crowd around. It's not easy for Mr. Prophet to support the spatial rift. Everyone, move quickly. You kids, go back and tell the people over there to be ready." The fire goblin warriors that came out of the spatial rift nodded and then ran back. Under Red Earth's command, the fire goblins entered the space one after another. Now that the space's ability had increased, they were immediately subdued. Even if they knew that Zhao Hai was scheming against them, they wouldn't blame Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't put on an act and directly sent all of them into the space. It took 2 days for the fire goblins to enter the space. After they entered the space, Zhao Hai closed the spatial rift and returned to the space. When Red Earth entered the space, he was immediately subdued. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Red Earth immediately bowed and said, "Young master, you're here." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is my domain. Do you see those machines? The space has given you the method to use them. The environment here is the same as the underworld, but I won't imprison you here. There are still a lot of secrets in the space, you can explore them yourself. However, you don't need to worry. There are no powerful beasts in the space, so they won't harm you. Moreover, there are a lot of food in the space, so you don't need to worry. That's all I said, the rest is up to you." Red Earth stared, then he nodded and said, "Yes, young master. I understand. Young master can rest assured, we fire goblins won't lose your face." Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure flashed and disappeared from the space. Red Earth looked at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared, then he turned to the Red Earth goblins and said, "The young master said that there are no powerful beasts in the space, so we don't need to worry about our safety. Moreover, there's a lot of food. Let's look around and see what we can eat. Also, send some people to the machines and learn how to use them as soon as possible." The fire goblins obeyed and began to divide the work. The warriors went to look for food, the clever ones went to the machines to learn, the women and the elderly began to build a place to live. The environment here was very similar to the underground world. And since Zhao Hai wanted them to settle down inside the space, there were a lot of caves here. And these caves were suitable for people to live in. Because of this, they were able to quickly arrange a place for them to live. The people who learned from the machines quickly learned how to use them. From the machines, they also learned about the uses of the plants in the space. A lot of the plants in the space were edible, and the other plants also had their own uses. As long as you use them well, you can build a home from scratch in a short time. It can be said that the fire goblins were much more comfortable here compared to the underworld. This discovery made the fire goblins overjoyed. They were very grateful to Zhao Hai. End of chapter 29-29. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.